Here we go then. Welcome to the World Championships. It is the Quake World Championships for 2017. Day number 2 today as we battle our way through Sacrifice today to find 4 teams that will go on to QuakeCon for the Quake World Championships itself. Of course, yesterday, day 1, saw some fantastic duel matches. 12 players from both the NA region and the EU region made their way through to that World Championships at QuakeCon later this month. Day 2, as I said, is focused on Sacrifice, 4v4, and we've got 8 teams here in the studio. They're going to go head-to-head across the day for 4 spots in the World Championships. We'll kick things off with Rush B versus the Defendants very shortly. So why don't we get a word with the player from each of the teams. Gents, do you want to come down and join us? We've got Sev, and we've got Mr. Too Good as well. Sev, we'll start with you. Yesterday, dual matches, obviously players are playing in that. There's a little bit of a distraction. Were you able to get any practice, any words of encouragement for your team?
Yeah, we were able to practice a bit. Felt good. Game feels great on land. Hitting a lot of shots, so looking forward to today.
Always nice when you can hit shots on land.
It's great, yeah, for sure, definitely.
And in terms of where you match up against these, how do you feel it goes?
I think we're pretty evenly matched. We've played each other quite a bit, and it's been close and not so close sometimes.
And we'll find out from Too Good as well. Good luck, Seb. James, this is fun. Like you and I, it's like stepping back in a TARDIS for me and you, going back in time.
It's wonderful, Paul.
You are such a morning person still as well. How's it been for you guys? Obviously, some practice amongst your team yesterday. How did it go?
Honestly, mate, it's shit. We're fucking awful. I mean, we've got so many problems. It's unbelievable. Like, I'm telling you, like, we've got a lot of foreigners in the team, yeah? And they're really hard to understand. And I'm not even talking about Avek, who's from Poland. I'm talking about fucking Dave from Scotland. No one understands him. And then Kreiser, right, he plays Anarchy. And the whole objective of the game is to get the soul. And we've decided to try and improve our comms. So we told him, just chase the soul like a dog, right? Bark once if you got it. Bark twice if you've lost it. And bark 3 times if you don't know what it is. So far, it's going shit. We're probably going to lose, but it's all right. We'll be okay.
Okay. No whiteboards involved in training or anything like that?
We've banned whiteboards from the team.
Probably best.
Yeah, and everything's going great.
All right, okay, so not going well for the Defendants.
And also,
mildly.
We actually really need to win this money, so this is a really important tournament for us. So if you're at home, please root for us, because a lot of us have trial and also bail that we need to pay when we get back. Avik especially is here for that reason. So root for us, and if we don't go through, we're going to be putting up another Kickstarter. So,
okay. As ever, Mr. Too Good, James Harding there from the Defendants, who will be battling out against Rush B in the opening game of the day. What do the analysts make of that, let's wonder?
I have absolutely no idea what to say to that one, but best of luck to all teams across both sides. It's going to be an interesting day. We don't know how this is going to play out. We do have some teams that, when we spoke about them yesterday a little bit amongst ourselves after this evening, we kind of said, well, they have a chance, unfortunately, of getting dumpster fired, but there are a couple of teams here, especially one of them in particular, that is a bit of a European God squad. Once again, on the desk, I have Mr. Lethal and Mr. Zoot. Gentlemen, nice way to warm up, and certainly going to be kind of set the standard for today of how this one's going to play out. The teams here, Zoot, you've been watching these guys for a while now. We've got a mixed bag, but there is one team in particular that is kind of known as the European God squad that could kind of go all the way.
Yeah, no too fast would be regarded as that, but even so, this Defendants lineup has got crazy good aim themselves. We have got Kreiser on the Defendants, who is just an absolutely sick player from the Czech Republic, definitely regarded as one of the top TDM players in the world. And then you're combining with Avek, who's just had amazing success with Duel and with TDM in the past equally. And Too Good, actually, it's funny to see him come back to the game. I think he was quite modest as well, saying things going just badly, I'll say that. I think they should get a really good edge over Rush B, and I think Sev was definitely aiming high, saying it was even chances. Obviously, I can't forget about Deus, who's an incredible team player, and it's actually amazing to see him back in the game.
And the thing is over Too Good as well. I think it's the first time he's actually competed in like 11 years. And after such a long time, he's actually not doing too bad. So, because after such a long time in competition, it is quite hard to get into the swing of things after a while. But yeah, no, he doesn't seem to be doing too bad at the moment.
Also doesn't seem to see it's changed either. Which
No,
is
it's
one of
not
those
changed
things.
Not a bit.
in the slightest.
One thing we're going to talk about this afterwards. We're going to throw you guys a quick VT, but we are going to talk more about Sacrifice and more importantly about the game type, how this works. It's something new to Quake, but rather than us talk about it, let's show you guys a video that explains it just a little bit further.
So when we set out to make a new game mode, one mode that was more team focused and objective focused, we came up with Sacrifice. Yes, we have classic team deathmatch and classic free for all.
But to take Quake to the next level, there needs to be some sort of innovation.
We knew that we wanted to craft a game mode that worked best for competitive play.
Soul, and he's making his run, trying to get over to the side of the map, running into a Nix along the way here that was going to prove problematic, and now cornered by another Sorlag.
The idea was to create a mode that could be followed by the spectators and be a fun viewing experience.
We wanted to create an objective-based game mode that allowed the champion abilities to come into play.
The object is to take the soul to an obelisk and hold it for an amount of time to capture that obelisk. Once you capture it, you win that round. Best 2 out of 3 rounds wins the match. Quake in general is a very fast-paced game. When you're dealing with esports in a duel, you've got 2 players, they're trying to eliminate each other. When you take that and multiply it by 4, so now you have 8 people, it becomes even quicker.
You know, one of the great things about Sacrifice is that it's easy to follow, it's easy to understand, and it's a heck of a lot of fun to play.
So one thing that I have to say is, when I'm watching this, obviously I'm a little bit new to Quake, I'm loving it. It's incredible, but it also looks like complete chaos. And when you watch these players, they still know what they're doing. There's still, you can see the tactics are there, the teamwork's there. It's organized chaos. For you guys watching this, I mean, what's kind of, explain to the people at home what the main objective is and how you win this through, basically.
Well, basically, all you need to do is the soul spawns in the middle, and then when you take it back to your base, you have to try and hold it up to 100%. But obviously, to actually get it back, you need to go to the base, hold it for 2 seconds, and then bring it back. So normally, these players are used to TDM, CTF, and not just 4v4, 2v2, 3v3. It's been numerous in the past. But yeah, you know, this is a completely different gate up to these Quake players. So I can see why a lot of the lineups have actually changed.
But it's certainly just a little bit harder than just grabbing a soul and taking it back, because then you've got the champions and the fact that you can actually go to the obelisk, take the soul, and take it back to your own. And there's a few times when we're watching some of these online qualifiers, you can get this rubber band where you're on maybe 99%, and all of a sudden, 100, you've just been reverse done.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's the thing. If there's someone standing on your point from the enemy team, and you kill them, there's still another 3 seconds required before you can actually cap that point completely. It takes 2.5 minutes to go from 0% to 100% overall, but things slow down when you get to that 99%, and that's when it becomes a little bit more tense when you're trying to defend and people just keep on attacking you from the other side, and depending on the champions they're using and the speed at which they can attack at you, you've really got to be able to hold your own and coordinate your team in order to defend successfully.
We touched a little bit yesterday on how important champions can be, how important the map can be when we're playing duel. How important now are champions when you come into? Yeah, is this like the kind of the main meta?
Absolutely, and you're going to find each of the players are going to be playing different roles within the team, depending on what the map is. You're going to have occasionally some of the larger champions used to provide that tankiness, but there's also going to be a lot of the nimble champions. You'll find that Slash occasionally, with the crouch sliding, some of the maps is going to be used. Also with Anarchy is probably going to be the main soul runner from base to base, and then even Clutch is used from time to time on the tanky side, because you can use that shield to powerful effect. You're going to find all these little effects that these champions have. It just adds those little minute details. Well, I guess they're not even so minute, but to create that effect and to tell how you're going to coordinate your team.
I think that's the main thing, though. We're going to see a lot more variety. So with duel, obviously it's specific depending on each situation, but obviously now that it's Sacrifice, a lot more situational. So you may see, like you said, a lot more Anarchy, maybe a lot more Scalebearer, and you see a little bit less Galena. So it's nice to see more of a variety now compared to duel.
Well, we do have 8 teams in-house. Let's show you guys at home exactly how they made it here today live in Leicester. They have been qualifying for a while now, since back in June, which did all in total give us these 8 teams, 4 from each. So we have a week 1 and we have a week number 2. This, of course, is a double elimination bracket. we can only send 4 teams to the Quake World Championship Grand Finals live from the floors of QuakeCon 2017. They, of course, will meet 4 teams from over in North America. Cue the memes. So, it's going to be an interesting one.
You beat me to it there.
Yeah? I'll be straight in with it.
What I wanted to say was that the level of talent we've got within Europe in the Sacrifice alone is unbelievable. Pretty much any team here can qualify to the Quake World Championships at QuakeCon, bar Rushby. Sorry, guys. And when you compare it to the NA scene, again, I don't want to bash it. It's too early in the morning, really, to go in with the dagger. But the European guys are just so amazingly talented, and we're going to get some phenomenal games today.
We'll save the dagger more in the afternoon.
Yeah,
we'll
that's it.
a bit.
A bit later on.
Before we go offline and pass it over.
No, when they've woken up so they can hear it as well.
Oh, well, at least you've been nice and not sending it behind the back. So game number 1, what's going to be on your screen will be the defendants taking on Rush B. Game 2, Miasma versus 2Z. No Too Fast versus Euronics Gaming for game number 3. And then finally, game number 4 will be Maestro versus Alliance. Any particular game you're looking forward to there, Zoo?
I'm going to love Maestro versus Alliance, to be honest, at the end. Obviously, Maestro, for me, perfect, but they had some very interesting games against Alliance in the past. In fact, in the first qualifier, Maestro lost to Alliance to decide who was going to be able to make it to these regionals. So I'd like to see if they're able to get revenge. There was a couple of squad changes as well, because Syndrome, who's on Alliance now, used to play on Maestro, and they basically poached him from them and said, hey, we're an Alliance, we've got wonderful things to offer you. And so, of course, Maestro had to go seek another player themselves, and they sought out Vu instead. And we're going to see an interesting battle. I don't want to overstate this huge drama and they hate each other and they can't wait to meet each other outside the pub. But there's definitely a little bit. Right, we're going to take you out here. We're going to show you that you made a bad decision.
I mean, there's always things on the line. If you drop not even drop a player necessarily, just pick up a new one and boot the other one off. You're always going to have that kind of rivalry of, okay, we want to prove you wrong, we want to smash you. I mean, that's for any game, right?
Oh, yeah, definitely. Like, for example, with some of the matches in Duel, you're going to see some of these players who lost to each other play against each other at Sacrifice. So there will be a bit of bad blood, and I think it's going to give them either more motivation to actually try and beat him, or they could be still demoralised from what happened yesterday. So it's going to be hit and miss depending on how they're actually going to go into this event.
All right, let's take a look at the map pools that we're going to be playing in Sacrifice then and run you guys through how these... Again, this is a pick and ban system. Zoo, I'll let you go through these. We do have a couple of new maps on there also, so I'll let you take the lead on this one.
Yeah, sure. Blood Covenant, we saw plenty of that in the duel, likewise with Ruins of Sarnath. You have some of these extensions of the map now on there, so you're going to see some of the corridors and areas of the map which you're not used to seeing, but they add to the size a little bit, because one thing about Sacrifice, because now instead you've got four people on each team rather than 1 versus 1, you need that extra space, and the fragging can get really, really intense at times. And you'll find an obelisk up near the Mega Health and one near the heavy armor on Blood Covenant. Ruins of Sarnath, again, the upper armor and the lower armor, you'll find a split there and a small extension down on the bottom half of the map, and a burial chamber and lockbox, which we've not just seen just yet. If you've been playing any of the deathmatch or anything like that, you'll even see some extensions on both of the maps there.
Yeah, lockbox I'm definitely looking forward to most, because you've got the in top mid, you've got obviously the rail and obviously you've got the power up, etc. But I'll be interested to see how they take that back, because it's a very dominating place to hold, because not just the heavy arm and the rockets underneath, but the rail and the power up top is absolutely vital. So it's going to be quite difficult depending on what characters you actually use to try and take it back. So I'll be interested to see what counter strategies they have taken top mid. Speaking
of strategies, are we in this phase yet where you can say, okay, I'm going to pick this map because that's my opponent's weakest? Are we there yet, or is it mainly coming down to champions?
A small amount. It might not have huge impacts right now, but there's definitely individual teams which have got stronger maps. For example, Miasma, you'll find them very strong on Lockbox, but they'll find that they might struggle certainly with the coordination on other maps, and then other teams are going to be playing around the strengths of that. Of course, I think as time goes on and as Sacrifice continues to be played, that might be more and more apparent, and more of these patterns will be noticed. But otherwise, yeah, definitely we'll see that today.
Because I think they have been scrimming each other quite a lot, and I think they will have done their research, especially a couple of teams. A couple of them haven't really been focusing on duel. They've been solely focusing on Sacrifice, because there's some duelists who aren't very good at 1v1s, but you get some people who actually main slayers and work really well on Sacrifice, because it's a completely different game type in general. So I think a lot of these teams would have done their research, so I think the map picks will be quite important to them.
All right, guys, we've got a cracking and wild day ahead of us. Before we start to get into game number 1, I want to touch base with the casters. Red Eye, Ketchup, Mustard. Game number 1. How are you feeling?
Yeah, very good with the boys once more. Yesterday, you gents gave us some insight into who you thought might go through. I think we picked out Toxic and Caller, 1 out of 2, not too bad. I'm looking at him, by the way. Today, however, there's only 8, so it's got to be easy to pick out. So who's your pick for today?
I think the easy one for me, and this might be a little bit biased because I'm EU, but not too fast. I mean, a European dream team coming together, and a lot of these guys having great success in team modes. Because that's the thing about Sacrifice, it really isn't just about the 1v1 anymore. There are players within all of these brackets that are not just good at duel, they're good at CTF, they're good at TDM, and other modes that require great teamwork. So Sacrifice being an entirely different mode, the results could be entirely different.
Yeah, I know how excited you both are this morning. We came in and I kind of, if I have like a slight lean, it's towards the duel stuff because it's kind of historical for me. But you guys came in this morning like I did yesterday. We're kind of like, yay, can't wait for this to start. So why is it so exciting for you?
I mean, Sacrifice, for me, it's just the speed. It's a very frantic and hectic game mode, but not unnecessarily. Like, there's a lot of frags, a lot of deaths, a lot of respawning, but it's all kind of tactical. If you lose in one area, it's about, okay, right, as a team, where do we go now? So we died at the obelisk, now we have to defend. Now we have to sort of worry about how we're going to go in again. And the champion picks make it so diverse as a team, because now you're working with each other as champions, as like now playable characters for the first time. And to me, that just works, because it's something we haven't really seen before in Quake. It's something that the players are already getting really good at, and I'm sure we'll be able to see that the longer today goes on.
Yeah, just one final word from you. The meta's obviously changing almost daily right now because the game's so new still and players are finding new things to do and different champions to use throughout the map. So how do you think it will change this weekend from the qualifiers?
So we had 2 weeks of qualifiers versus 4 weeks of duel. Now the game's been out for roughly 2 months. 1 month is going to make a world of difference between how teams have been actually approaching the game mode. So the Sacrifice that we saw in week 2, I'm willing to bet my house that it's not going to be the Sacrifice. Maybe not hold me to that one, but it's not going to be the Sacrifice that we're going to see today. I think it's going to be pretty different.
Okay, I know how excited these gents are. We're very excited to watch this first match, and we're not too far away as we'll head back to Rich and the boys at the desk.
Well, there you have it then. Duel was over and done with yesterday, and now the intro for day 2 is over also. This is it. We kick off the road to QuakeCon in our European regionals for the World Championship of 2017. Kicking things off, it's going to be the Defendants versus Rush B. Now, let's break this down a little bit more. We'll talk initially about the players that are going to be on the team. So over on Rush B, we have Hal, Memphis, Sev, and Inns. Give me the down low on these 4 players.
Memphis has got an amazing CPMA background. You'll be seeing him play a lot more of the Anarchy for the team, and he's incredibly well known in that small sort of division of the community. So you'll see some very strong Anarchy plays on that side. Sev actually used to be a practice partner with Vu back in Painkiller days, and used to play a lot of the Quake as well historically. And he decided to come back about a year and a half ago, hearing about Quake champions just lurking around the corner, and decided, you know what, I'm going to get back on the computer, going to get back into it. And he's been playing a huge amount lately. We've also got the amazing Ints, who made his flight on this occasion, remarkably enough, and has got here. He's been pretty notorious. He's actually
been a Quake meme.
Yeah, a little bit. He's missed some flights in the past, and there's been some I don't know, questionable organization by himself. But he's got incredible lightning gun aim. He actually came into this team, very interestingly enough, they had a player called Gorilla that was in the team, and there was a bit of drama that went on, and which resulted in him getting kicked, and that was after they qualified to the regionals. Now, you can kind of say on a general basis that toxicity in a team, you need to deal with it somehow, and it can cause, substitutes to be made. And maybe there's going to be some regrets on Gorilla's side for not toning things down and keeping a sort of positive environment. I think we've seen that across the spectrum when it comes to esports. And last but not least, Hal, Sturmy's brother, hopefully not living in his shadows for too long. He's on the team. He's got amazing aim. He might even have slightly better hair than Sturmy as well. So very curious to see what we can get from these guys.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. The players are just getting set up, and we're going to be kicking this thing off in any minute. Now, on the opposing side, in the opposite corner, we have the Defendants, Deus, Avec, Kreiser, and Too Good. Now, one name in particular, apart from Too Good, that stands out is Avec. Yesterday, he put on a sterling performance, and, he's we're looking at his history, his past, what comes with it. But the question is, how does this team come together? That's one person can't carry a team, right? And the whole package has to come together, Harry.
Oh yeah, definitely. Like with his team, like Avic's going to be going in like really happy at the moment, because as he qualified, he was actually the one, I think, he took out Cooler. actually going into this. So he's going to be quite happy going into this. His morale's going to be high. And obviously, when you've got people like Too Good anyway cheering you up with his cheeky little shenanigans as he gets up to, I'm sure he'll do fine. But also with Deus, he's got very good team coordination. He's definitely someone who will benefit the team massively. And obviously, you've got Chrysler as well. So, we're quite interesting because you've got people like Too Good who's not actually played for over a decade, but he seems to be playing quite strong. Like I said, you talk about Avec, who's obviously been around for a very, very long time, mostly known as a duelist rather than like a TDM CTF player. So, it would be interesting to see how he actually goes. And obviously, Deus and Chrysler will bring in that team coordination for their team. So, it'll be interesting to see how they do on the day. Don't get me wrong, Rush B do stand a good chance, but, you know, if you've got someone like defendants who are very consistent and will play well on a day, you know, it wouldn't surprise me if they took it.
Okay, let's look bigger picture then here. The top above everything, it's the champions what make this. And you can pick it. Let's say every single map. Let's just say as a whole, Sacrifice. Are there any in particular champions that are a little bit stronger than most and kind of default picks for this game type?
I'm not sure if you say, okay, there's definitely a strength element to Anarchy, and he's definitely you have to have someone on your team who can use Anarchy to at a strong extent, because he's got that speed. He's able to go around the corners very rapidly, and he's able to get the soul and get the run back to the base effectively. And he's also, if you can just pick up the soul and get halfway to the map, he can throw it to a teammate. You can throw that soul, you can use that coordination even more to make things work.
Well, let's find out how this one plays out. We do have our casters who are ready for game number 1. Ketchup, Mustard, take it away.
Thank you very much, boys. And I mean, I am unbelievably excited. I'm sure the same can be said for you, Mustard. But this is Sacrifice, the team mode. We're about to see the absolute cream of the crop in EU tackle this new game mode in the World of Quake Champions. And it's, like you said earlier on, fast-paced, manic. There is chaos around every single corner, but every life counts. But we are still very much in the first chapter of competitive Sacrifice in Quake Champions, and this is the big talking point for the time, that it's a new mode. A lot of these players, I mean, the majority of these players have LAN experience, but for some of them it's been a considerable amount of time. But also the fact that it is a game mode that they're not really used to playing in this environment. So today, we know about how practices have gone and what teams are sort of coming off stronger in the scrims and when they practice against each other. But ultimately it's going to come down to how they play on the day. Because even yesterday, we saw some world-class Quake talent. Not quite perform up to what we expected them to. And on vice versa, we saw some players that we didn't expect too much of have a breakout performance. And I think very much today with Sacrifice, it is going to be the same story. So, across the two game modes, the big thing about Sacrifice is just how important the champion element is to the game mode. And the fact that many champions are starting to fit into almost designated roles, where Anarchy is very, very important to a team composition because he will be running that soul. He's going to be just running loops around the entire map, getting frags along the way, but using that injection to not only get health back, which you would mostly see in duel to survive a fight, the speed boost of that injection on Sacrifice becomes complete night and day because he goes so quickly around the map. It's hard to keep a lid on him. And some of the obelisks, they're not that far apart. Within one injection, you've pretty much covered the entire distance. And that is just one of the many, many champions. And with the buffs to Slash, where she now spawns with a little bit more armor. Spawning with some armor as opposed to no armor in a game mode where you die often. And for those of you watching that haven't seen Sacrifice before, you will notice immediately there are a lot of frags in this game mode, but it's all for good reason. You know, when you respawn, you have to regroup with your team, you have to realize where you're going to be going, but obviously dying isn't actually that much of a big deal in certain situations in this game mode. So if you're going to be spawning often, you're going to always now have more armor when you spawn, which is going to help. And because Slash is one of those faster champions, that is going to sort of designate as that role of, you know, the runner with the soul. She's going to be the one that's almost like passing it between perhaps the Anarchy or the Nyx, depending on what other fast champion you may have. If not, she might be the only one. But also Scale Bearer. Scale Bearer being one of those bigger body, healthier, tankier champions. His Bull Rush, that damage mitigation and the speed he can get, and almost uninterrupted speed when he actually starts his charge. If he charges through the soul and picks it up, he now becomes a walking just this train of death that is holding onto the objective. And you and I haven't even begun to touch on the power-ups. You talk about Scale Bearer, who is already dangerous when he's got the soul in hand. He's in the middle of his Bull Rush where he's going to be doing massive damage to anyone. I mean, shout-outs to Choo Choo. We will be seeing that more than once today, I have no doubt. But when a Scale Bearer with a healthy stack and Bull Rush gets protection, he is absolutely
unkillable. And he's just one of the many champions that become dangerous with power-up. The 2 power-ups being quad damage, which gives you, does what it says on the tin really, quad damage output, and then the protection that heavily reduces the damage that you take. So if you give yourself, if you are a fast champion, you're sort of running those loops around the map, taking out people while taking almost no damage yourself, which is naturally very dangerous, particularly when you get the soul, you can pretty much run it in some ways uncontested. But if you're a massively tanky champion on the defense or offense, you are just able to do whatever you want.
So let's take a minute before we get into this game. Obviously, thank you very much for being patient with us watching at home. We'll get into this as soon as we can. I actually believe we're just about to get going. Yes, what timing. Perfect.
Now, Deus immediately with the BJ Blazkowicz, which we will see a lot in Sacrifice. He's not particularly popular in Duel, with the exception of maybe Corrupted Keep. On this game mode, specifically though, you will see BJ picked very often.
Now, I actually think that's quite a nice diversity, because we basically never saw him yesterday. But Blazkowicz, you pick him for that role of he is good at just shredding down champions. He pops the dual wield and he just deletes them from existence. In a game mode like Sacrifice, where you can defend with him, you can attack with him, he's a very versatile champion in that regard. And all of a sudden now, being able to be more efficient at getting frags in certain situations can be super important. So I'm hoping we see a lot of impact here. But one thing I noticed right off the bat on this champion select, a distinct lack of big champions. Those big body, beefy, the Sorlag, the Clutch, the Scale Bearer. Normally we saw at least one of those per team in the qualification stages, at least for Europe. Where, if you haven't watched the stream as of late, we actually haven't really seen these teams for a couple of weeks because they qualified in week 1 and 2. So there's been quite a break in between. So I have no doubt the compositions they're going with have changed between then and now. But this is an interesting one to start off with, I think.
There's also the major element that this is, I mean, we can't beat around the bush here. It's a $1 million series. Many of these players have been keeping their gameplay very, very close to their chest, but we have begun. It's going to be Rush B on blue. And already the frags come in, and they will be rapid and plentiful.
Already though, at 20 seconds, the first soul is going to be spawning. So dying close to 20-second mark is when it gets a little bit dangerous. You can see that little yellow marker at the bottom. That is where the soul is going to spawn, and already it has been secured.
Now, this is the very important point where you have the option to choose exactly what obelisk you want to drop it off at. It looks like Memphis going towards obelisk B, but there are people lying in wait. Doesn't matter though, even though he may go down here, the important thing is that he's been able to secure the obelisk that his team wanted.
But his team actually instantly being able to catch up to him and defend this. So you can see that percentage is ticking up. As soon as it gets to 100, the round will be over. And already getting 10%. 10% of the work is already done.
Here we go. This is the extra element when once you've got the obelisk taken, you need to be holding it as long as possible. It takes a grand total of 2 minutes 30 from start to finish in total time for an obelisk. And that's not a lot of time when you take into fact how fast Quake is.
So it looks like the defendants have managed to steal the soul away right now, but can they safely get it to obelisk A? That's going to be the difficult thing, is once you have put points into an obelisk, that is designated for yours for the rest of the round. So right now the defendants, even if they wanted B, have no choice but to go for A now. And there we go, a gauntlet kill coming out from Hal.
Now that may have seemed like BM in some ways to those that don't watch Sacrifice, but gauntlet kills, it's one of the most valuable
weapons. See a lot of gauntlet kills in this mode, because just look at how close and frantic some of these engagements can be. But right now, so we see Rush B are trying to defend B. That's quite appropriate.
We saw right there the Blazkowicz in big trouble. Opted not to go for dual wheel before he spawned because it's quite a chunky cooldown. You definitely want to have it on respawn rather than the last minute and waste that 50 seconds.
Now Rush B have managed to secure the obelisk once again, and we can see 25% almost. Only just got taken away, but defendants can Krisa get some points down onto A. It's going to be crucial for him to at least try and even things out a bit. 24% might seem like a chunky lead, but that's not a long time. Right, so that's what contesting for this power-up.
Yeah, and the power-up is going to be quad damage, which means that whoever takes quad, yes, you're going to be doing massive damage, but you do become public enemy #1. So your team kind of needs to be with you there to keep you healthy. Too Good tries to get out there, gets fragged as well. Power-up goes into the hand of, we'll find out very, very soon. Memphis currently has access to it, and the soul in hand, and an injection. It's going to be hard to stop him.
Indeed, Memphis is going to be the one to take down now as he safely secures it. The Ghost Walk comes out, so he's not able to secure that frag. He is now surrounded by enemies. A quad damage gauntlet, all shredding up with the rocket follow-up too. That's a quick double kill as we try and defend this B from Rush B, and now they have themselves a chunky 35% to the 7% on the side of defendants.
A quad damage gauntlet. Poor Nyx. Takes out a couple. Actually making that 3, and rockets on the obelisk location, definitely one of the most important weapons to just pepper damage left, right, and center, making nowhere safe to hold. Injection coming out from Crease to keep himself alive, but he is hanging around. Defendants now have some people here trying to defend. Rushby really trying to hold this Obelisk. Lightning guns all over the place. And Deus is going to get a quick kill, as is Memphis. Too good getting 1-2. Deus, another one. Frags all over the place. Haven't been able to secure that soul. This is going to be very important for them. Rushby comfortably sitting on 54%, but all you got to do really is hold the Obelisk for a small amount of time, and the percentage will rack up.
Well, it's
2 seconds. 2 seconds to 1%. So if you can sort of just do the maths on the spot, that's not a huge amount of time, but the question is, can you do that whilst being surrounded by enemies, while you're thinking about what weapons can we control, what power-ups do we control? And at the moment, it looks like defendants are positioned very well to hold onto the Obelisk for a little while longer. Creaser has the injection pop, so he's going to have that little bit of sustain in the fight should it start soon. Let's take it, but yeah, looks like Rushby are coming in from the side of the rocket. Now, how they choose to attack the Obelisk, we haven't seen how Rushby have actually tried to seize an Obelisk just yet. But before we continue, 10 seconds away, the power-up's going to spawn, so we're going to see the next fight take place. You can already see the members of Rushby trying to sort of gravitate towards the power-up. The question is, what power-up is it going to be? The power-up really
quad
is...
damage!
Yeah, quad damage once again. And the power-up really is where the pace will just shift dramatically. Because if you are just finding it so hard to break into a point to get that soul back, going for the power-up and securing that for your team can be the difference of being able to safely get it. But the problem is if you then lose the power-up to the team that is then defending at the time, I mean, just look at this, 48% to defendants. They have almost managed to even things up in a single capture. Trying to bring it back, but being able to throw the soul, very, very valuable asset, but... And actually, look, they haven't really been defending it for a huge amount of time, but they've already made it 54-54. Here's an extra element. We are seeing the spawning shotgun way more frequently in Sacrifice because you're point blank so often and you die so much. In many ways, the starting shotgun is the most dangerous weapon you can take of the three. So many gauntlets. Havoc gets 2 gauntlet kills trying to defend, but is just simply too outnumbered. Was able to drop the soul off onto the Obelisk, but looks like the defendants are here in force. 3 of them here trying to get this soul back. But Sever's here once again and not let them get away, but the question is, can he actually stop them? No, it's very common that we see when someone's about to get fragged, they'll throw the soul in the opposite direction to just make the team have to do more work. But if there is an enemy lying in wait, they'll just pick up the soul and bring it back regardless of what happens. Defendants pick up a very respectable amount of frags, but Rushby actually still managing to defend the soul. Too good tries to throw it away, does manage to get it over the barrier there. Avec with the delivery.
Oh, was he able to drop it off in time? I don't think he quite got in the radius, did he?
We'll see what happens.
It looks like he did.
They got it. There we go, 68 versus 63. This is a unbelievably close round. Memphis with the pickup, and he's got the injection. Also, because we've gone over the 5-minute mark, because we've gone over the 5-minute mark and the injections have all been used, both Anarchies now have over 81 HP. The injection puts you 1 HP over your maximum health. They've used it enough times now. They can tank 2 rails without needing armor. Very important for a Soul Runner. That really is where an already quite difficult champion to deal with becomes all that harder. 2 seconds, power up, any minute. Going in for the Dire Orb, he's been able to secure it, but unfortunately, in some ways, it was quad damage, so he would have been easier to frag. But his team are there to protect him. Goes down anyway, but the fight begins for quad.
Wow! Creaser with 4 frags with a super nail gun, putting in all that work. And he was able to drop off the soul too. That was a wonderful sequence for Creaser.
Let's look at that percentage. All they need now is 18% in this round will be over, and the fact that the defendants have the power-up at this stage, the defending team that is about to win, having the power-up is very, very hard to deal with. It's still there for quite a while. The super nails don't land, but it is going to do a good job of sort of denying that front area. So how? Trying to take a detour. Avec cleans him up and delivers it back, and not without getting a frag himself.
10% left to go on the side of defendants for this round 1. They're looking strong at the moment. They managed to secure the mega health. It is being contested, but it looks like there are so many of the defendants here ready to defend. And Ince is unfortunately going to drop 2 as well. They're sort of scattered in, coming in 1 or a pair at a time, but defendants are just where they need to be, and that's going to be a strong round 1 and a nice comeback from defendants.
Absolutely. They didn't have an amazing start, but if you are able to defend your own Obelisk efficiently, the second you get that 1 delivery, it really, the ball goes in the opponent's court, right? So we saw that they were able to take the soul neutrally. Rushby were able to deliver it towards B and defend it quite well. But when it came to them having to attack a point, that's when I think the struggle started to come through. They weren't as coordinated on the offense. They trickled in a little bit one at a time. And because of the distinct lack of beef, these rockets will delete you in 1 or 2 shots easily.
Especially early on, like you said, now we're going into a second round. The Anarchy health, I believe, is going to be resetting now, so they're going to have to try and take themselves back up again. Inz, unfortunately, stuck between a rocket and a hard place and goes down immediately.
Now the defendants with that soul, they now have the option to deliver. Looks like the delivery will be at Obelisk B. There we go. Now, actually, something here. The defendants, they were able to choose the obelisk this time. Last round, they were left with obelisk A. Now they immediately chose to go to B. So whether this is the one they might prefer out of the two, we're able to take round one on the other one regardless. Shotguns are going to be such a crucial element, both the starting shotgun and the super shotgun, respectively. You are so close at all times. The damage output of the shotguns can in some ways be uncontested, especially if you don't have a rocket launcher. Well, as of a few patches ago, the standard shotgun did get a bit of a damage buff, so it is a little bit more reliable now and is being put to good use for sure. Yeah, I believe the regular shotgun does 4 damage per pellet rather than 3. May not sound like much, but in the grand scheme of things, just how many shotgun blasts go through, very important indeed. Defendants already able to get almost 30% immediately and counting. They're able to secure it and put it straight back on thanks to a nice sequence from Avec. Oh, Rush B had a fantastic start because they were able to control where they delivered the soul. But because defendants have had a good start, the issue Rush B have had is actually getting the offense, coordinating and taking the soul from the base. Now they haven't even had the chance to deliver it first. They're seemingly having a much harder time here. One thing I'm actually really enjoying about this so far is when you watch the duel and you see the focus on the rocket, the rail, the lightning gun as like the real core 3, whilst that is still here to a degree, we're seeing so much use of the other weapons right now. We're seeing so many nail kills, loads of shotgun usage, and it's all working out for them. That's definitely because there's an extra 6 heads on the map and not as many weapons to go around. You factor in when you're in duel, you do the best with what you can find, and it's going to be quad damage again. Yet to see protection in this game. Yeah, it's been quad every single time. And actually with teams like this, where there really is not a single chunky champion on the side of there, going in with the gauntlet, Memphis. Dude, now he's delivered it. How long can they hold it? Well, maybe not long with having that quad damage. He's only got an SMG, but even an SMG is going to be dangerous. Now he's got a rail, which makes it worse. 320 damage per quad damage rail is going to delete any one of these champions. Tuga was able to run in and get hold of the quad damage as well, just to get the soul back, and now he has everything he needs, but only has a railgun. And there was actually no one on the jump pad to contest. They've just met them in the middle, but they've made that complete 3-man attack. They're trying to close in on Too Good. Sev manages to take him out and takes the quad damage because of it, trying to deliver the soul backwards towards Obelisk A. The quad's going to run out, but Nyx with the Ghost Walk can still survive. She has to deliver it first! But there you can see the defendants, they all died at their own obelisk, but they respawned in between the 2 obelisks. So when they respawned, they were able to quickly reposition themselves to try and stop Rush B from getting back here. And we can see they're already hit and forced 3 to the right-hand side and 1 in the middle trying to contest this. And they're getting frags all over the place. They're going to be taking this soul back quite easily. Oh, but no! Sev says no with the gauntlet. Stay put, my friend, and again, just completely getting surrounded. And these obelisks is a very common thing that we see very often. And many of them just had, again, the starter shotgun. But if they've all got it, that is so much damage. So a little bit of an awkward situation there, but that's one thing we'll be seeing a lot, is passing that soul. If you have hold of the soul and you know you're probably going to be dying any second, just throw it as far away as possible from your opponent's obelisk to make them just have to work that little bit harder to get it back. This micromanagement is crucial. How is the lone defender here, though, with very little health and armor? Goes in for dual wield, unfortunately cannot survive long enough, so that's going to be a long cooldown, quite a while before he has his dual wield again. Choosing when to activate those abilities in Sacrifice can be quite difficult at times. Even trying to manage that cooldown, you need to make sure you have it when you're trying to seize an objective, but at the same time, you know, do you use it to survive in between? Protection! Here we go! Oh, but it's protection on Anarchy. Uh-oh. Protection on Anarchy, who is currently on the obelisk. If he can get this soul, he's now going to be able to run this back. Rocket jump to take minimal damage. Here we go. There really isn't much they can do to stop him. He uses the injection to become nice and healthy. The speed boost, letting him deliver it easily as well. And I mean, that's what happens when Anarchy, normally so easy to frag. He's got the protection, and he is still a one-man army, still alive, even with 33 health. Oh, but that 25 armor is going to be doing wonders. Is he going to be able to survive this? Still so low. Oh, gets the frag. Protection. Unkillable. And that one good rampage with the protection has put them in the lead. I guess the question is for how long. They are being completely surrounded here. Krissa picks up the soul. He also has the injection, but using the gauntlet on the teleporter just in case an enemy's going to be lying in wait. These little decisions are going to be super important. But loses the 1v1, unfortunately, to Inns, though. Avec here looking to clean up. Defendants have themselves positioned nicely. Too Good getting some frags in the corner as well, but so much death all over the place, and Defendants able to seize a 6% lead and counting. That's only going to build up bit by bit. Now they only have 30% left, and if they can hold it, I mean, that's going to be no time at all. Oh wow, instant frag. 2 rockets more than enough to take down, unfortunately, Blaskovic. The danger is that at this percentage, every respawn counts. Like, you can't afford to be out of action for the smallest possible second when all they have to do is get 18%, and it's still climbing, still uncontested. There's a Ghost walking next, lying in wait behind. She has used up the Ghost walk, so she's not going to be able to use that to survive, but you're not going to be surviving much in Sacrifice anyway.
Now this is going to be an awkward exchange here. Defenders have 10% left to go, but we can see the power-ups going to be spawning in 20. If Rushby can at least stop them capturing for just a few seconds, they might be able to contend for the power-up, but at this rate, I don't even think the power-up is going to be able to spawn in time. Defenders, have they taken the map?
Very likely. 1% more and it's going to be game over. Trying to push this. They can't die at any point, but unfortunately, they do. Defendants take both rounds. I think the second round was definitely in the favor of defendants from start to finish. We saw a little bit of percentage halfway through, but it just wasn't enough.
I mean, Rushby were looking good when they had access to the power-up and they were able to really get it on the right champion and make the most out of it. They did well, but ultimately I think it was just the defendants. They just played it a little bit smarter as a team. I think the most important thing they had was they were able to hold onto the soul a little bit better. Because in the first round of that, we saw Rushby were able to take quite a nice lead early on, but right as the defendants were able to secure it themselves, they just held onto the soul a little bit more stable.
That's really what it comes down to. It's definitely not just a game of taking a point. You really need to be good at defending your own, because it's the defending that's going to win you the round, and that's what you need to be super efficient at. So when the situation is not in your favor, and it's like, right guys, we need to work together here, we need to push this point, we need to make sure that not only are we able to stand on the obelisk long enough to take the soul, but that we can get out alive. And that's a humongous element where it's only half the attack taking the soul. You still need to be able to safely deliver it. And even though you frag people on the point, they're going to be respawning and they're going to be trying to hedge you off. So you need to make the most out of the life you have, because once you go down, that push is pretty much over.
Indeed, but that's Ruins of Sarnath now off the board immediately. Ruins of Sarnath being quite a popular map, I think. We saw it a lot during the first couple of weeks, but that does leave us with just 3 left to go in Blood Covenant, Burial Chamber, and Lockbox. I do believe Burial Chamber will be where we're heading to for map number 2.
That's the first time I've seen those Burial Chamber effects as well. They look pretty swish.
It does. I mean, that logo above the barrier, that's probably the best logo to background combination we've seen on that stage so far.
What, because of Quake?
I mean, it just looks sick. I mean, do I need to say much more about that?
Definitely not, but Burial Chamber, another sacrifice-specific map within the Quake World Championship. I know it's on free-for-alls and team deathmatch, but when it comes
within
to
duel and sacrifice, it's just sacrifice is Burial Chamber, and for good reason. You know, it's quite a large map. There's a lot of space. It's quite exciting to watch, in my opinion. A Burial Chamber. There's a lot of space around. It means you have a lot of options where to go. You can sort of go around the outside where it's very spacious but quite easy to maneuver. You can go sort of through the catacombs underneath, maybe the buildings to the side. But the two obelisks themselves are so dramatically different between each other. You have kind of like the cathedral and the caves, and we see teams dramatically favor one or the other, but can be good at both.
I think this is one of the most unique things about Burial Chamber, in that it's the vast difference within the two obelisks. As you just mentioned, there's the cathedral, which in many ways we see a lot of teams, or we did in week number 2, and that's the one thing to remember, is that there's been a significant amount of time, so we don't really know some of these strats the teams are going to be adapting here. But the cathedral location for the obelisk has been by far a location that everyone wants to hold because of the walls and the distance that you have, that you can really hold that location and just create that bottleneck in the middle. But
so it looks like
you don't have the same luxury of that.
It actually looks like we're on the route of maybe seeing the exact same composition back to back. So do you think both this is a situation of two teams that seem to favor those smaller champions now?
Well, smaller champions on Burial Chamber, it's going to be, you've got a lot of room to move. And if you're a small champion with good speed, your mobility makes it easier for you to not only deliver the soul or protect your team that is delivering the soul, but chase down people that have the important objectives. If you have a power-up on this map, like quad damage, for example, you're already going to be quite hard to hit. Again, especially if you're someone like an Anarchy, of which on this map, Anarchy can fly around pretty much willy-nilly.
But this is actually a map where the railgun is particularly prominent, I think. We see a lot of rail usage here. There's a lot of open spaces, a lot of sort of long sight lines, corridors, being outside and what have you. But if you can be good with that rail on this map, it can be a bit of a game changer. But all of a sudden, when every champion in the game is tiny, all of a sudden it becomes a little bit harder to land those consistently.
So here we go, Burial Chamber. The soul location is going to be smack bang in the middle, which is going to be the most dangerous location. In's going in for that immediate dual wield. Blaskovic, one of the only champions in the game that is still lethal on spawn, because a dual wielding SMG will still melt health. now a few seconds away from the spawn. Respawning, it looks like Rushby were able to hold on to it, but he's going to swiftly go down to Deus. Right now, defendants have the soul. How long? That's the question, with how many teammates of both teams are just swarming in. Memphis scores a couple, but Avec with the cleanup. How currently has the soul. Opts to throw it away before he goes down. Very popular, but Seb trying to deliver. Unfortunately, because he goes down, all he's really done is make defendants' life easier, and they now have Obelisk A. This is a dangerous Obelisk to try and take.
But that's a bit of an awkward situation to be in there. If both teams kind of want to start with the same Obelisk and they're actively running towards it, if you die right before capturing the Obelisk you want and your team and your enemy team picks it up, you basically just give them the Obelisk and do the work of getting it to the Obelisk for them, which is hard to avoid in a lot of situations if you really just want that Obelisk.
Memphis trying to stay slippery, staying alive, can't quite deliver it. That's so unfortunate. He did all that work, but at the last possible minute, Creaser lying in wait. But he gets taken out himself.
But that was another situation where he knew he was going to die. Too Good has hold of the soul, throws it away again, knowing he's going to be going down, and tries to throw the soul as far away as possible. Rushby able to secure it, but are they safe? He's going to be able to get back. He has no health left, and he's going to get taken down by Avec.
And right before he's about to throw the soul towards Zone Obelisk, just goes down regardless, so it's going to be on his location, making it way easier for Deus to try and pick it up. Tries to almost fumbles the toss a little bit in Tazik, the dual wield.
Oh wow, instant meltdown coming down. Chrysler falls immediately to that double LG. And again, defendants are here to stop him. This is that exchange. We see this all the time on Burial Chamber. It's so hard to get out of this middle situation. Only 12% progress made, but so many frags.
Well, dealing with a team that has the soul currently, they're trying to deliver it, it's not really a matter of trying to chase them. It's actually beating them to where they want to be. But here we go. The first power-up spawns. Creaser picks up the protection. And those two health pickups with protection in hand is all you need, really, to be a massive headache throughout the entire duration of protection.
While defendants were busy trying to secure the protection, though, we saw Memphis was able to sneak in and get hold of the soul. Almost jumps off the map, has to double back quite far to try and get back up again.
If that was any other champion, he would have got taken out. And that was just a very unfortunate exchange. Just kind of hit the handlebars, really, and it just falls down.
Yeah, unfortunately, Memphis there seemed to hesitate. It looked like he was sort of trying to go towards the outside teleport.
It may look like the soul is stuck, but it will be respawning. If it gets in a situation where it's technically out of bounds as such, it respawns in the middle, and there we go. It does just that. Defendants managed to take it back. A couple of teammates for Rush B lying in wait. Creaser, though, quite healthy, but not healthy enough for a super shotgun.
Oh, wow. And as soon as the protection not there anymore, Memphis does fall down. Deus here trying to secure this soul, at the very least going to start adding up some of this progress again. Only 20% done.
It's not been a lot. They've done a good job, Rushby have done a good job of being able to, at the very least, prevent the percentage from climbing. The issue they've had is that they've just not been able to get percentage of their own yet.
Yeah, we've actually seen some teams almost use the out of bounds sort of like respawn of the soul to their advantage. If it's nowhere near their team, they'll just sort of throw it off the edge and let it respawn a little bit closer. Don't see it often, but we have seen it a few, and it's usually on Burial Chamber.
Now there's the delivery. That's a really nice little 180 rail on Avec also, but they've now got some percentage, and you said it yourself, defendants haven't actually been able to get much percentage in this round, so all Rush B need to do is hold it for about a minute or so, and they're actually going to be in the lead. But I spoke too soon.
Yeah, a couple of them were able to immediately take it away. Too Good and Avec pairing together, sort of going for that sort of 2v2 almost in that situation. And defendants sort of trying to safely get this back, but we can see Rush B sort of positioning themselves to try and stop them.
Now, actually, wow, that rail did Creaser a massive favor because he survived the shot, but it gave him a humongous boost of speed that allowed him to safely deliver. Here comes the power up again. Memphis with the protection, Anarchy with protection. It seems to be only Anarchy with protection this entire series.
Yeah, Memphis has been able to get himself both power-ups so far. Using the railgun point blank, he's going to be able to safely use it really to its full advantage unless he can land these shots. Deus falls down, still getting shot down, has protection, but 1 HP, still 1 hit away from death.
And he actually opted to go for the suicide, very tactical suicide, delivering the protection towards Int instead, who now has protection and a dual wield.
That was very smart. Taking that guaranteed death just to make sure his teammate was able to pick it up again.
And not the enemy. That's the important one. Make sure that your team still controls the power-up because it is such a game changer. Now they need to make safe passage, but with 3 health, that's going to be easier said than done.
Oh man, that's 2 for 2 now that Rush B have able to get hold of the power-up, but haven't really been able to get a considerable amount of progress considering it.
If they were able to hold the power up, but not much progress was made while they had the percentage lead, it wouldn't be so bad. But because defendants are so far ahead, they are remaining behind, and the situation is never going in their favor.
Memphis really has kind of been the MVP here of trying to just seize in and is doing a good job of just assaulting this point. Defendants aren't really sitting on the obelisk to defend. They're sort of sitting themselves outside, trying to just stop Rush B from getting anywhere in it. But Memphis able to thread the needle and just take the long route and get through.
That's a lot of frags coming out. Rushby might be able to hold on and start this defense off that sequence of frags. What about three of the defendants all sort of died at the same time? The time it's going to take for them to respawn and then make their way back to this obelisk. It's all going to be guaranteed percentage that defendants can't really contest. But with 56 versus 24%, Rushby still have a lot of work to do, and this is another danger of this location compared to Obelisk A. Oh wow, this sort of cave location, you are so much more vulnerable to rails. And the opponent will be spawning on the side of the rails as well.
But it also means that if you, as the defending team, can have access to the rails before you capture it, you then have that clear line of sight to stop them from coming in. Looks like we're getting a lot of shots now. That's a really good sequence of rails coming through from Ince.
I really like Ince's actually placement right there, where he was opting to try and defend and protect the rail location, just so they can't get it.
No, though, Rushby seemed to abandon the obelisk to try and secure the power-up. And now, I believe they got the power-up, but they lost the soul in the process, and now defendants are able to cleanly get it back.
Well, just because of that, defendants now with the soul back in their location. Actually, I did notice a protection Nyx on the right-hand side. Too good with the double.
That's Memphis here trying to take the soul again, but he is by himself, is able to hold off for quite a while, but he is getting flanked around. Enemies on both ends.
This has been quite a running theme for Memphis, where he's actually really good at going into the base and trying to sort of harass and take the soul himself, but he's consistently doing just that. He's running in by himself. There's very minimal support there, but a big part of that also is just defendants holding the point effectively. They do let Memphis in, but they don't let anyone else in to help him out.
He might get in, but he never gets out. They are taking him down. Defendants now with 85%, almost approaching 15% left to go. Almost 7 minutes into this round. This has been quite a long-fought one, but defendants doing exactly what it says. They are defending perfectly.
That's going to be how you take it. Passing it on, trying to deliver, but Memphis goes down. Hal still alive, and he can definitely tank at least one rail. Maybe not anymore now. He's taking some of that free damage, but the important thing is that he's still got the soul in hand. Even if you're not delivering the soul, you're making sure that the enemy team doesn't gain percentage. But he's getting chased down by an injection. Anarchy too good to follow through. Kreisa takes it back. And now with that injection, the speed boost in combination with the max health, this is going to be a pretty safe delivery. And especially now a rail just failed to connect.
Kreisa's movement has just been so crisp when he has that soul trying to get it back to his cathedral. I think he has actually been the one to do so the most at the moment. Just uninterrupted, just gets it, uses that injection, and just navigates the map perfectly.
There are so many frags. You spectate one, you spectate another. Everyone is dead. And because of that, defendants with that first round. It was a little bit harder fought, but ultimately, defendants still looking extremely dominant. And a big part of that was also the obelisk they chose.
3 rounds in a row, too. I think it's going to be important for Rushby to make sure that they don't let defendants get the cathedral again. Because they just didn't quite look as comfortable defending the caves as the cathedral. And that's actually the one that we saw Rushby go towards. They just died just seconds before dropping it off.
But with that in mind, the pace of this entire round will be set by this first soul drop. And it's because you can choose either way. We're going to find out if defendants get the soul, if defendants can deliver the soul. If I was Rushby, I would be very concerned.
There's actually able to drop it back up again, throws it away.
Oh.
Sev is there with the rocket trying to stop him. But it looks like defendants Kreisa got the MVP here, managing to secure the cathedral 2 rounds in a row. Now Rushby are going to be in a little bit of trouble.
And 5% already. I mean, no time at all. They're almost already at 10% on this obelisk. And at this stage, Rushby are in trouble using the dire to try and get in uncontested, which in some ways is a good idea because you take so much damage trying to get in. Hal goes down.
A single nail did it. He must have been very close to death.
A couple of members of Rushby trying to go in, but with that injection still good. Anarchy will remain a headache for now, but look how many members of Rushby, they've actually gone in for a big coordinated push. This is the kind of push they've needed for the entire match.
This is one of the first times we've seen them go in as a team, and they were able to uncontested get hold of the soul. And there we go, Memphis! As soon as he had teammates backing him up, was able to secure the soul, but Washi defendants already with a 20%.
But in some ways though, Memphis was going so fast, it was not physically possible for the rest of his team to keep up with him. So he just went headfirst into like 3 members of defendants lying in wait. And because of it, they just fragged him and now they've got it. Ince trying to deliver it back, but once more, surrounded by members of defendants.
That also means that Ince is going to have that dual wheel back up for quite a long time. That has quite a hefty cooldown to it. He's trying to desperately get the soul away, but too good. Once again, defendants doing an amazing job just holding off this soul and getting it back where it belongs.
Now they've got it towards A once more. So much damage coming out.
Interesting exchange.
Power-up's going to spawn in 4 seconds. You can notice the fight's starting to take place towards the middle of the map. It's going to be, let's see, protection.
Memphis able to secure it.
I mean, Memphis, that's what you expect to see. Both teams' Anarchies are really just designated to that role. It is their job to get that soul to run it back.
What makes me worried is, yes, they have the soul, but who has protection?
I guess we'll be able to see as soon as we see some fighting going on. Oh, yeah, looks like defendants have it. So Creaser, oh no, it's going to be on the Anarchy having the protection. If he can get the soul, he's going to be almost impossible to intercept. Yeah, he's got the speed boost as well. This is going to be incredibly difficult for them to stop him.
Protection plus instant health plus massive speed plus Anarchy is very scary to try and stop. Memphis shutting him down with an immediate rocket though.
A much better round though for Rush B, able to bring it to 26 to 20. They almost evened things out beforehand. Memphis going to try and put this one back up again. Oh, going to drop it off, but already defenders are here to stop him. They are ready for this defense.
A huge part of defense. I mentioned it earlier, it's not going to be just chasing them, it's heading them off, beating them to their own location in more numbers. You know, strength in numbers is so prominent in Sacrifice. Too good with the soul in hand, looking to defend it back. Look at the percentage difference though, not a huge amount. 2% separating the two teams. That will obviously change if they can deliver it, but the longer it goes back and forth, in many ways, the better it's going to be for Rush B, because if they can get a percentage lead, it will be the first time they've had a percentage lead on this map.
Already it looks like Creaser is there trying to stop him, has the LG, but gets taken down by a direct rocket, and here we go. 2 members of Rush B were here to defend this time, to secure it down, and Deus is going to take him, but there we go. Nice return. Looks like a telefrag happened in the
just about to say, yeah, Too Good just got telefragged, but have no idea where it was, but it was on the kill feed.
Rush B now in the lead for the first time in the round. This is going to be so good for them. Defenders, we can see 3 of them here trying to aggress.
And here comes Hal from behind, and they haven't seen him. He's got a rocket launcher, manages to take out Avec. And is that going to be enough to defend? Hal gets another one. Deus goes down.
Oh, and there's that final trade, but Rush B are still holding it. So even though they completely traded in a team kill for team kill, Rush B was still bringing that percentage up.
That was a fantastic trade for them. And again, it's going to be protection, but the protection already goes down. Trading back and forth, getting a last-minute gauntlet kill just for good measure. Hal with the protection again, but he's so weak. 21 health, make that 50. That's going to be enough.
That was crazy. That was two individual people with the protection both died. So 3 people have had the protection already, but all 3 members that have picked it up were all on Rush B. They've actually managed to control this power-up super good.
Deus actually slipping away underneath, having a dual wield just in case he bumped into somebody in that hallway, of which they wouldn't have been able to escape. But look at how many members of Rush B waited for him.
Instant kill. No chance to survive 3 people at the same time.
That was actually really smart. Avec went for the prediction rocket because he expected the soul, but the soul drop off into an immediate stop just to dupe that one individual rocket.
Deus was there ready to pick up the soul, I'm not quite sure. Yeah, Memphis has it too. Trying to circle around. Oh, the gauntlet. Oh, he survived it.
Yeah, had just enough health. That would have been a fantastic assassination if he was weak enough for the gauntlet to kill. But speaking of kills, how many of these are taking place towards this obelisk again? And the rail, the dangerous element here when you're trying to defend this obelisk. You are so vulnerable to rails from massive distances.
Indeed, defendants trying desperately to try and bring this soul back, but Rush B now have a significant lead, 64% to the 26. Defendants, they were looking really strong early on, but now have a little bit of work to do to even things out.
They definitely have the round advantage, though. I mean, in many ways, they can afford to lose this round, but I guarantee no one wants that. On the defendant's side, of course.
Avec, is he able to sneak himself through? They are here trying to stop him. Can he actually touch the obelisk? He can. He does immediately, but he was able to at least stall for a few seconds.
Yeah, losing one enemy on that, losing one teammate on that location is going to be massive for you, because it means you now have to try and deliver it safely by yourself. Walking straight into 2 Goods rockets and Avec also. That was not a door that you wanted to go through. Avec with the cleanup. Too Good with the soul, trying to deliver it back.
Oh, can he get away? He's taking a lot of damage. It looks like he might be able to drop off. Yes, he can. But the power-up goes the way, it's the protection again, and goes the way of Rush B.
Now, Nyx with protection is even more annoying, because she's hard enough to hit as is, and now when she's almost dead, she can pop the invisibility and invulnerability. And using a defensive Nyx, safely trying to help out the teammates, trying to sort of stay with them, she's going to be impossible to kill.
One big thing we saw early, though, was these rails to sort of intercept them on the way. We're not seeing as much of that in this round. Just to get that instant damage to just stop that soul carrier from being able to safely drop it off. And now Rush B have a significant lead. They have the protection and they have the soul.
The important thing for Rush B also is that they're defending really well on an obelisk that they lost convincingly in the last round. This is just going to be good data for them. Just reminding them that, yes, they can indeed Memphis with 3 rockets. But it's just really important for them to know that they can indeed hold this obelisk. It's not going to be a wash.
It's also a good adjustment that we saw, you know, almost a guaranteed loss last time, and they just, I mean, they just couldn't defend it as well, but this time is the complete opposite. And they actually have almost managed to completely take the round. in total. That was disgusting, Telefrag. He did go down, but that was unbelievable regardless. There's the injection. Very common that we see players, because the one thing that many people may not know is that the soul drop is also the same as your ability. You cannot use your ability while you're holding the soul. So if you've got mobility, you tend to use the ability and then collect the soul.
Rush B are now consistently beating defendants to their own obelisk though. As soon as defendants hold onto the soul, Rush B, they just get there straight away, and as a team, playing a lot better in this round because of it.
I wish they were holding the other obelisk so I could indeed say they were in fact rushing B.
Oh, trying to intercept. Can he touch the obelisk? He can.
He threads the needle right there too. Like, he dodged every single super nail.
But now it looks like the defendants are actually here, able to defend the point now. They actually are here in numbers as opposed to just 1 or 2. The dual will just pop, but he still goes down in the injection in retaliation. So Memphis is now back to full health straight away.
It's always really unfortunate if Blaskovic dies with dual wield without even getting a single frag, because it has such a long cooldown. That sounded like a quad damage to me.
That quad damage was being primarily controlled by defendants in the first map. So
oh, that was definitely a quad. That sounded like a quad. That is definitely a quad lightning gun.
Oh, and he has the Mega Health too. Instant LG coming down, immediately just melting player after player.
And it's Avec. Avec with a quad damage lightning gun, but he gets fragged by Int. But the thing is, he got fragged at the last minute when the quad was just about to run out. At that point, the damage had already been done.
Oh, and Inns with that quad railgun comes through, but dies immediately. And trading, this happens all the time with quad. It becomes a complete scramble for quad to quad to quad to quad to quad. Because you're just trying to desperately stop the enemy team from getting it, and then when it's dropped, you want to secure it, but then you die, and the cycle continues.
If you collect quad, you are going to die, and it is unpreventable.
It's just a question of how much damage can you do before that happens.
Trying to sort of take it back, but look at how many members of the defenders are just controlling that high ground. But on the flip side, look at how many members of Rush B were in there. Are they able to escape? Inns tries to get out of there, but he himself unbelievably weak.
But able to throw the soul quite a distance away and doing some of that work. And Seven, just passing it person to person.
That was
now
a fantastic pop. That was an absolutely fantastic toss. But he's getting chased down, and he's by himself. There really wasn't much he could do to survive that. Creaser with the run on the outside, going towards rail. Taking minimal damage. Still over 100
HP. He's into the cathedral, but he has plenty of health left. A nice return frag with a super shock, and his entire team is here, trying to escort him back to this obelisk. Now, if defendants can keep this control for the next 30%, they will be able to take this map and take the series. But Rush B have been looking so good this round.
This is going to be a very heartbreaking loss for Rush B if they don't get this round, because they've done so much work. They've defended the obelisk for so long, with the defendants on the verge of a comeback in the last possible second. 3 frags might do just that.
This is a good sequence to start things off. All of the defendants are going to respawn closer to the other obelisk though, so they will be in position to defend. Here's how can they do it.
Here is the decision. Do you prioritize Do you prioritize trying to stop them taking the soul, or do you focus on the power-up? It looks like defendants have opted to go for the power-up, and it now make it very difficult for Rush B to try and safely deliver this. With a power-up wielding defendants, all of them in force and with the protection.
And again, it's gone to Anarchy. Defendants have just let Anarchy pick this up every single time they've been able to control it. We have a 10-minute round and going. This is going down to the wire.
There's still a significant amount of protection left too. But that was the call that defendants made. They went, guys, let them take the soul. We're going to completely gravitate towards the power-up. If it's protection, we can easily deliver it. We can bring it back, and we can hold off with the rest of the power-up. Because of that, they've now taken the lead. 9%, and they're going to win this entire series.
Oh, Howl drops! Defendants, have they made the comeback? All these frags are going in the favor of defendants. 5% left to go. Are Rush B able to get here in time?
I'm inclined to think so. Sev goes down as well, and with how many members of the defendants are there to defend, there was very little Rush B could do in that last moment. It was a valiant attempt, but it again wasn't enough to stop the dangerous force of defendants.
I think Rush B would have been a lot better. If every round could have gone down like that, Rush B would have been a lot more better off. Because I think they eventually started to find their groove as to what they wanted to do. It just took them a little bit too long to do so.
Somewhat of a slow start, I suppose.
Well, they are still very much in this, though. So it's not like they are out completely. We have a double elimination bracket today. So they will get another chance in losers. Obviously, that now means your safety net is gone. I suppose that's safety, right? Just knowing that you have that to fall back on. That is now gone. Now they're going to be in losers bracket, but obviously props to defendants for playing out of their minds already in this early morning start for most of them, I assure.
I mean, a lot of us in this building are not 7 AM people, least of all the players that have been grinding as much as possible. So the fact that people are able to play on top form this early on is, in many ways, an underrated thing to really appreciate, I think.
Well, we have to keep in mind that a lot of these guys are not new to LANs. I think the majority of our players here actually have quite a lot of LAN experience. But
it has been a long time since this kind of environment has been something they've played in for a lot of these guys. So, what did we really see within that match? A big part of it just came down to the surprise. The biggest surprise was the champion lineup. Oh yeah, for sure. I was just about to touch on that really. In that we saw so many frags left, right, and center, and things like Gauntlet, things like Super Shotgun, Rocket Launcher. They're all dangerous anyway. But then when you have an entire team of where all 8 champions are pretty much vulnerable to all of those in one shot, then how you're able to manage the life that you have, being able to coordinate as a team becomes way more important because you can't trickle in. You know, you can't go in one at a time. You need to make sure that you're being supported as much as possible because you haven't got much life to deal with before you inevitably go down. But that's enough from us on the commentary desk. We're going to throw guys over to the analyst desk with Sims and the rest of the squad.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Yes, indeed. What a wild game that last map was. We certainly just almost saw going to that map 3 potential, but unfortunately it will be, well, thankfully it will be defense will go through in a 2-0 sweep here to break this one down a little bit further. Lethal and Zoot. Now, my first initial big question here is, straight off the top, first map, defendant pick, whitewashed it. Second map, not their pick, not as strong. Does that say anything for the map pick?
It does a little bit, but to be honest, you say whitewash. It was the 2-0 on the first map, but I think they fought valiantly. I was expecting actually for defenders to take it even more comfortably. You get the whole, you have 100% on your obelisk and they have 0. That didn't happen. There was fighting spirit from Rush B that was really good, and if anything, they could counter the argument slightly, but by having a really good early performance. I believe that the defendants were thinking at the beginning. You get that, it's like doubt in your minds, like, are we need to do it. We should be able to. Are we? And they were losing the first 50% or so on their obelisk, but in the end, they managed to pull through and actually show they are the more dominant force.
Definitely. With Rush B as well, I wasn't really too sure what was going to happen coming into it because with blue side, it's a lot more open, you know, but when you do get the obelisk on their side, it's got closed space, which is fine. But with the red side as well, the issue with that is even though it's a little bit open when they get it, but when they actually get into their base, they've got so much height advantage, and it's because it's in such a closed part of the map, they can easily stop them from actually coming in every time. But the good thing about Rush B was the fact that when they actually set up, they would have 3 people around the back, one on the obelisk, and what it is, I have one guy around Mega and also the rail side, just to kind of get info, just so the 3 teammates will be like, right, okay, we know exactly where to look and we know exactly where they'll come from.
I mean, you've got to definitely give it to Rush B. There was massive signs of life in that second map, especially in that second game of that map. At certain times, there were signs of greatness, and I thought they were going to take it. I really genuinely did. I thought they were going to push that third map.
I know you'd give an MVP generally to a team that won, and I would still do that, but Memphis was definitely someone to yell about on Rush B. I thought he had an awesome performance with Anarchy, especially on that second round of Burial Chamber. We just saw some amazing runs from him. Although his counterpart was Chrysler, who was playing the Anarchy as well, he's not quite, he hasn't got the same flair with his movement, although in terms of being at the right place at the right time, you could say he's a little bit more effective at. Yeah,
definitely, because what you understand as well, it's like you touched on before, like, don't get me wrong, Avec and Too Good played really well. Their main slaying was off the charts. They went positive 20 both times on the second map, and on the first map they made it really well as well. But you've got to remember, it's very role-based as well, so you may see someone go neg-6, neg-5 with Blaskovic or something like that. But the thing is, there's a reason for that. He's a support player. So, you know, you may see times where you're thinking, why is the ratio so different? That's mainly because of the roles.
Thing is, though, when you look at the defendants and you've got Avec dropping 40 kills, 57, and then you've even got Too Good piping it up at the second one with 51, it's quite hard to look against that. There's some big numbers, and it can be a little bit chaotic, but when it does feel like when the slaying power's in your, you know, ball's kind of in your court, so to speak. No pun intended, because it obviously is a ball. But like when you're slaying and you're managing just to keep it over and over again and just drag it back to your side of the map, those numbers, they do actually kind of tell a story.
Fragging is definitely going to be an important factor in the game, but you can't get away from the coordination aspect as well. A team that we're going to see later on at 2Z, they tend to actually have less damage and less frags than the opposing team, but they always come out on top because they've got such a strong objective-based game. Now, maybe that's an anomaly of some sort, but it does show that fragging, although it's very important, it's not everything. Having that team coordination is, I think, almost paramount.
I think with defenders as well, what I did like is the fact that if they knew that they were at the halfway mark, but they weren't going to actually get it to their base. They'll do something, they'll throw the actual soul bottom mid. So that way, if anyone from Rush B actually drops down, they're just going to get absolutely demolished because of the fact that it's such a bad spot to be in. And that way, because it's in the halfway through the map and it's bottom mid, you can let them make the first mistake again by the time it's on respawn.
All right then. Well, first game of Sunday over and done with. Let's take a look at the bracket and show you how that has led us. That's going to be Rush B, who will drop down to the loser side. Next game on stream, though, we have to find defendants an opponent. It's going to be between Miasma and 2Z. Does this next game kind of, either one of those two opponents that face off against defendants, is that going to give us a pretty fiery and spicy match for QuakeCon?
Yeah, definitely. That'll be pretty intense. People were expecting 2Z to be coming out on top, but alongside No Too Fast being the favorites for the qualifiers. But without Zron, who is, some say, their star player, and also the one that gives that team spirit and is able to pick people up if they're feeling a little bit negative in the game. Him being replaced by Luminous, who was playing in the duel, maybe we'll see some troubles on that side, which could give Miasma a good way forward and into the game. But DDK, again, representing Miasma, he's going to be trying to help his team to victory in that instance. And he says they're a slow starter. I don't know if he was making excuses to me in case things went wrong at the beginning, but he said when they get into it, they really, really do. So actually, this could be a really intense matchup. And following that, the round 2, as you say, will be as intense, if not more.
Definitely. With Miasma as well, you've got to remember before we spoke about this, is the fact that they're actually a sacrifice-based team. They're more focused on Viz than they are with Duel. Don't get me wrong, Demon did qualify for the Duel, and obviously there's a little bit of storyline from the Demon where he actually came from a different team. I think it was Alliance, if I remember rightly, but I could be completely wrong. Oh, I was right, thank God for that. But
before, just as they were becoming Alliance, I believe that.
Ah, right, okay. But yeah, with Miasma as well, we want to see exactly how they play Sacrifice, because like I said, they're a Sacrifice-based team. So they might be doing some other strategies here and there, which we don't know about. So I'm actually quite looking forward to actually seeing exactly what they do on these maps compared to what other teams do.
All right, really quick question then before we go to the break. Any specific thing you took from the champion select then? Was there any in particular? I mean, you mentioned the Anarchy with the speed and being able to move the soul back and forth. Any things you took from that last game?
I think just noting that the desperation to make sure that the soul is always as far away from the opponent's base as possible, and that even if your last legs, your last breath, you're on that attacking offensive procedure, you're always going to throw it towards a teammate or close to the base to make sure that you're slowing down the game for the opponents as much as you possibly can. It might sound like a given, but something definitely to watch out for.
Yeah, because with Anarchy, not just his speed, but it's an adrenaline boost as well. You know, you can get one side to map to the other in like 5 seconds, depending on the situation. And it's quite interesting as well because, you know, we were talking about variety before, a lot less Galena, a lot more like Anarchy and maybe Scaleburn and stuff like that. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see what these other picks are because, you know, we could be completely wrong. They could be choosing something we completely don't expect. So, especially with these sacrifice-based only squads, they might have specific setups for specific matchups and maps in general.
Well, we're going to find out. We're going to take a very short break, guys. And when we return, we have our second match of the day on the screen. Don't go anywhere. See you in a second.
My name is Tim Willits. I am the studio director here at id Software, and I have the unique distinction of working on every single Quake game. id Software at the time knew that Doom could be so much more if you could play together, because gamers are social and we love to play together. So the idea of multiplayer that we see today really can trace its roots all the way back to Doom.
I was in high school at the time when Quake 1 came out. I played a guy from Florida. We spent, I think, an hour just jumping, kind of excited that you could look at your screen and see someone in Florida, you know, hundreds of miles away. That was entirely new in gaming.
Doom, of course, had no mouse look, but when we developed Quake, because it was a true 3D game, we needed the ability to look up and down. But it was something so new that even for us, it was a bit unsettling.
They were worried at the time that players weren't ready for 360 movement looking around, and so it wasn't enabled by default, even though it was in the game.
We were playing multiplayer. We were playing on Quake 1, and it was towards the end of development. John realized that he was going to die. He was holding the rocket launcher. He pointed the rocket launcher down. He fired, and he jumped at the same time. And he went, "Ooh!" and he landed behind us. And we were like, "Oh my God, what was that?" And that was the very first rocket jump. It's one of those kind of unique aspects of Quake that we've fostered and that we've grown and that we've evolved to become really a kind of a pillar of what the gameplay is now. When we started Quake 3, multiplayer at the time was just exploding. I mean, it was so popular. And we knew that if we made a game that really focused on that multiplayer experience, that it would be something amazing. And Quake 3 has lasted the test of time. I mean, how many games have gone for so many years and had such a following? It's because we put all our eggs in one basket and said, this basket is going to be multiplayer. It's hard to point to a game that is more perfect than Quake 3. Even though we've done so many different Quake games, there is that one identity. It is brutal, and it is fast, and it has awesome over-the-top weapons. Those are the signature Quake elements that exist in every Quake game.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Quake World Championships European Regional Finals for Sacrifice powered by AMD. We are into game number 2, and we have 2Z taking on Miasma. You've first of all seen a map that included one of Dota's ex-hosts and casters, and now we're going to see another professional from a different game, and that's going to be DDK, a caster from CSGO. So a lot of personalities here, and I think this kind of speaks volumes about Quake, because you have people from a variation of backgrounds, variation of ages, and it's just such a legendary game that you have all these people now flooding back in.
Did you call DDK a legend from a different game?
Legendary CSGO. He is originally from this, though.
I'd love you to say yes. No, I mean, it is incredible to see how Quake has bred talent across so many different genres, and now coming home. The homecoming.
The homecoming.
Homecoming, yeah.
Coming to kind of prove a point once again? Is that what we're thinking?
Well, they think so. Yeah, I mean, James is at retirement after, what, like 2 decades? He's pretty old now. He's got the long grey locks going on, the Gandalf look, but...
He's too Gandalf, is that what we're going with?
But he's playing, I'm not, so I can sit here and blame him and feel really good about myself. And DDK, to be fair, is playing awesome. Whatever he touches turns to gold.
Now, DDK, his own tweet described this team as he's putting together a band of rejects to come back and do it. And you just mentioned then, touched on it, he's playing at kind of the same level. He's playing amazing. Can we see this team qualifying for QuakeCon? Is there a good chance?
Well, I think these 4 players have gelled so well together. They are, as you said, essentially rejects. Like DDK came to me, he was looking to form a team like just about a month ago, and then they all got together. Demon was in Alliance, got kicked. Juvenile wasn't really playing, Lissa didn't have a team, and they just came together and they just started rocking it. When they hit form, I wouldn't even be surprised if they could overrun 2Z today.
So I'll tell you what, Harry, we've got all 4 players on there, Lith, Demon, DDK, and Juvenile. Just give us a little bit more information about these players. I mean, one of the names in there, particular, apart from DDK, stands out, and that's going to be Demon.
That's right. Well, with this team in general, I was talking about it a little bit earlier, was the fact that they are a sacrifice-based team. So they've been focusing on this quite a lot. And as you know, with Demon, he's the only person who was doing duel, but from what I've heard, he didn't really practice that much for it. It was more focused on the sacrifice, like I spoke about before. So, you know, you say DDK Rejects could have been the team name, but at the end of the day, you know, this team, I'm expecting some different strategies compared to what the other teams have done, because they've had more work on sacrifice. We should see a lot more of how they fully set up when they actually have the soul and when at the obelisk. But also I want to see how they bait it as well. So it's like I spoke about before, where, you know, if you're halfway through the map and you've actually got the soul, it's good to throw it bottom mid or anything like that, because it's in a really bad spot. And that way, you know, if the opposite team do go for it in time and it's like a kind of 3v4, 2v3 situation, then you know that they'll be at disadvantage even though they haven't got the numbers.
So,
sorry, I was just about to say, I think the one great thing about Miasma is they're not a stellar superstar team. They are full of like great players. They are great players, but not the same caliber as, say, Toxic team. But what they do is they have a player that fills their role very well. It's a mixture of different stars that have come together, and they can all fill a different void in the team, and that's what really makes them click.
Well, they do have to get through an opponent first, and that's going to be in the form of 2Z. Now, again, some more big names on this roster. I'll let you guys take this one away and give me a little bit more information on individual players.
So, 2Z came probably one of the first teams that came together, and they are just full of great team players. Claws won his duels exceptionally easy. He's one of the most exciting up-and-coming talents. We didn't see him, but he is absolutely incredible. Luminous is the new guy on the team, so he's subbing in for Kron, who unfortunately didn't get a visa. And so this is the, I don't want to say the weak link, because he's still a great player, but Kron was perhaps the best player on the team according to everyone that's been scrimming against him. Latromi is a Russian TDM legend, just again, incredible combat skill, and you'll see some great anarchy coming at him. And Silencer also is another team-based legend.
I think it's one thing about this team as well. When you look at all the names up there, people just think, you know, you've got 4 really good aim stars just up there, and hopefully we'll just do work. But it's not as natural as that. It's also the same with anything else, where if you had 4 really good duelists on one team, you know, it doesn't always work because of chemistry, like you were talking about Miasma earlier. So, and also with Claws as well, I think he was like kind of like Cypher's student in a way you could say. So, you know, obviously he's picked up a lot from him. And I think these players in general, you'd be quite surprised, because you've got they're coming against a team who solely played this game type just for this event. So, you know, you're going to see a very wide variety of champions going into this.
I mean, it's okay saying that, and I understand that if you wanted to go through, try and get to Quake on a specific event, then by all means, practice for it. But kind of touch on what you mentioned, Dan, on the opposing side of 2Z, there are old school team players who've already done this, and natural talent will always shine through.
Yeah, for sure. And they've also worked exceptionally hard as well. As I said, they came together really right at the start when this was announced, and they said, we're going to focus on the sacrifice. I mean, Claus even told me he hasn't really been playing any duel. He's been focusing on the sacrifice, because they're practicing 10, 12 hours a day doing VOD analysis. They're taking it 100% seriously. And again, in practice, they've probably been the team to beat. Their high progressive style, it's completely different to everyone else. And for me, they're the most exciting team to watch, and I'm very excited to see what they can pull out.
I think that's the thing with Claus as well, is the fact that he did really well in the duel yesterday. So he's going to come into this game and this tournament just in general. He's going to be very motivated. He's going to feel really happy, confident in his ability, because now he's done the duel. It's over, said and done. Now let's crack on with the sacrifice.
Well, let's crack on indeed. I believe we have the map picks about to appear on your screen, and there we are. Harry, 2Z coming straight in with Ruins of Sarnath.
So it's quite interesting now because, like, I've seen Sarnath quite a lot as one of the first or second maps. And, you know, I expect a lot of, especially Anarchy on a map like this, and possibly even Slash. You know, see a lot of Slash in duels, so we expect to see this on Sarnath as well, just to get around back and forth on the map. But you've got to remember, with both points, it's quite open, so it depends what colour each side are. And also with Lockbox, I talked about before, with top mid. Normally when someone gets top mid, I want to see exactly how they set up, how they hold it, and how they actually take it back.
Yeah, and Lockbox is very interesting because Miasma have a strong TDM background. They like to play a very control-oriented style, and Lockbox, with those different rooms and segments, gives you the opportunity to really shut that down, take your position strongly, and shut off, choke off the map, and that's what they are very good at when they're in their stride.
And then if it's needed, which I'm feeling that it might be, to be honest with you, because this is looking like it could be potentially a closer match.
It will, yeah.
Blood Covenant to end it.
Miasma, I mean, so Ruins of Sarnath is awful for Miasma, given their style. It's an open space map.
Really?
DDK told me they would struggle there. It might be a deliberate pick on 2Z's part, they know that, but it's their weakest map, and Lockbox is obviously their strongest map, so I'm expecting a third map.
I expect a non-DM6 as well, like on their red side, just to see how they try and break the setup, because when you're in that spot and you're at the bottom the whole time and they've got top rockets and all the stairs control, I want to see how they counter-strategize it, because I've seen that normally when you're in the base, they spawn like bottom rail on the grids or maybe just outside it. So I'll be curious to see if they try and fight them off and wait for them to grab the soul, or basically just go straight to their base and hold them off.
Well, see it you will, Harry. I believe we do have our casters in place. Take you through our second map of the day. It's going to be Custard and Mustard. Gentlemen, over to you.
I feel like that's going to be a running theme throughout the day. Sims warned us he was going to do that, and he's already begun. Indeed. Well, Miasma versus 2Z. This is a match that we've actually been looking forward to for ever since the draw happened. It's like, this is going to be a good one.
Because it's just going to... Sorry, go ahead. Not to interrupt.
I was about to say, you're probably going to say the same thing, because that's a twin thing, believe it or not. Two teams that have been really specializing in Sacrifice.
Yeah.
We're going to see two teams that are here for this game mode and this game mode alone. So we might see like some next level strats that, again, it's been like a month between seeing the teams play in week 2 and now. So that's a long time for teams that are specializing in this game mode to find new stuff that we are finding out for the first time.
Well, let's not just forget that we had a strong showing from both these teams. I mean, it was 2Z in week 1 and then Miasma in week 2. But Miasma they turned up and they just destroyed everyone. There is no other way to say it. Miasma, they turned up in week 2 and they just breezed their way here. You know, we know this is a confident team. It is a team of well-known players. They work well together. And I mean, they said they were going to be making QuakeCon. They said you will see us at the World Championship Finals at QuakeCon. And they are just a couple of series away from doing exactly that.
To be a confident team and even, you know, be on social media and saying, look, guys, we've been doing really well. You're going to see us there. But then when it comes to having to play in week 2 and they mopped, like, you're going into this regionals with a lot of confidence. But on the flip side, 2Z, also incredibly dominant team. And as it was mentioned, there are legends left, right, and center, team legends. And that's going to be a huge element here. Are players that, it's not just duel in Quake. There are players that don't really do much duel or don't really specialize in duel, and they enter it when they can here and there, but it's not their forte. Sacrifice is many players' forte in this tournament.
But we know that the first map is going to be Ruins of Sarnath again. So it was the first map in both series we're going to be seeing today. And already something that was quite different last time was the champion selection. We saw a distinct lack of big body, tanky champions before, and everyone was kind of favoring those smaller champions. Do you think that's going to be something a little bit similar here? I mean, the Anarchy on both sides, like, that is a given. I would be surprised if we saw a team not pick Anarchy at any point this weekend in Sacrifice. In Duel, definitely has its ups and downs, but in Sacrifice, Anarchy really is that sort of designated, just brilliant runner for the soul.
Well, I mean, down the grapevine, many people have been hearing that Clutch is extremely meta right now in Sacrifice for the reason of the shield, the fact that he's got that sort of tanky health pool, be it not as much now because he did have his adjustments to his health and armor. It's kind of been switched around, but his shield now works completely 100% as intended. It will block all and any incoming damage.
It makes you wonder, though, are we going to see, obviously you got Clutch there on your screen, we can see he's got that 100 health, 150 armor, used to be swapped around. That was one of the changes they recently introduced to him. Still seems to be a powerful champion. We actually are yet to see him in Sacrifice, but we have only seen one match, so I've no doubt we'll see him a little bit as the day goes on, hopefully.
I think we'll see him at least once today.
But let's not forget, we're going on Ruins of Sarnath for the second time. Slash is a popular champion yesterday in duels on Ruins of Sarnath.
but today, Sacrifice. Do you think we might be seeing Slash at all? Perhaps even in this map we're going to be seeing now? I think we are extremely more likely to see Slash today than we would have beforehand because of that crucial change she now spawns with armor. And you said it yourself, and I will say it again. The fact that she spawns with armor now by default means that in a game mode like Sacrifice, where you can get caught out on spawn often, she is not going to be as vulnerable. Because beforehand, if she ate a direct or like a rail into a little bit of damage here and there, she was done for. Like, she would spawn into a direct rocket and die immediately. Now it's not physically possible. You know, she has that extra little bit of sustainability combined with her speed to get away.
Well, this might just sound like theory fighting and not actual sort of just practicality, but let's the plasma trail. The ability of Slash, where you activate the ability, you paint it, you run around, you do damage, and then it explodes after a few seconds. How many times today are we seeing mass scrambles happening on the obelisk itself where players are just throwing each other on that point, trying desperately to stop it? You pop that plasma trail, you run around, you cause that area denial. That might be a nice way to counter what we've been seeing today.
And it's also the speed boost of the plasma trail. And honestly, I would love to see some Slash, but it's going to come down to how comfortable the teams are, whether they've been using Slash at all, whether they've been using certain champions in general. We already saw in our first series between Rush B and Defendants, normally, very, very traditionally, we used to see a lot of chunky champions, or at least one per team, a Scale Bearer, or if you're on Lockbox or something, a Sorlag. Anyone that can sort of sit on the point, soak up damage, complement the power-ups, and have some means to defend really effectively. And Sorlag would do that really well. We haven't seen them at all today. So whether we see none of those champions picked today as well, could be an implication that the meta has changed quite significantly in the 3 and 4 weeks we haven't seen these players in action. I said this at the start. They've not been broadcasting or recording their games. It's been private, it's been just to them, because no one wants to show their strats. But here comes a Slash and a Sorlag. Okay.
That is a complete difference, and looks like Miasma going towards the traditional composition we saw beforehand, perhaps finishing things off with the Nyx as that fourth, maybe. That's going to be an assumption based on what we saw before, but already a Sorlag, Anarchy, and a Slash.
That's already a complete change of pace from what we saw before. Sorlag and Slash will both naturally have an amazing way of defending their own obelisk, because that is a lot of area denial. And because we haven't seen a single chunky champion on the side of Miasma, if they walk into a plasma trail or if they walk into acid, they are 100% done.
I don't even want to imagine how much damage a plasma trail and the acid is going to do together when used on the same moment. I mean, that will require coordination, and obviously we see a lot of different moments when they sort of compete for that obelisk, so you can only do that at the same time once every... I mean, what's the cooldown, right? Plasma Trail's 30, and I believe the Acid Spit is a bit longer.
They're very similar, actually. Very, very similar to one another. But here we go. It's going to be Miasma versus 2Z.
So DDK going to be running on that Blaskovich, who's going to be one of the token fragging champions for sure.
Well, the thing about DDK is not only is he a very talented commentator, he is unbelievably talented at arena FPS. So going with Blaskovich, we saw him go with Blaskovich every single time during the qualifiers as well. He's got good aim, and Blaskovich complements that.
So I do believe that Miasma's final pick was Sorlag, so both teams will have access to that tanky champion. One Claws is actually able to secure the soul already. That's going to be Slash, and they're going to be choosing to go for Obelisk A.
I feel like they're going to have a lot of freedom when it comes to running the soul, because 2Z have both Anarchy and Slash together. I mean, they're still totally BFFs, it makes sense. But I mean, like, the fact that either one of them getting the soul will be able to deliver it very effectively.
Juvenile trying to go in, but Latremi is there to stop him. Frags for frag.
It begins!
Here is that classic. There are so many deaths in Sacrifice, but it's all about where you spawn and how you deal with that as a team. And a nice jump from Liths to be able to control this one back down again. Only 40% on the board for Suzy.
That was really, actually, very, very clean. Now Miasma with that soul, but completely surrounded by members of 2Z, looking to try and return it. Claws taking big damage, but I mean, she's going to be moving really quickly, and she's airborne, getting hit by the LG. She's going to get that speed boost. Demon chases.
Yeah, he was just chased the ends of the earth. And Demon's able to get it back.
So many members of 2Z decided to head towards the obelisk and meet them. I don't think they were prepared for Claws to die and have the teleporter go around the other end.
Oh, wow, that's a lot of damage coming through. DDK stuck in a bit of a hard place here, but it's going to get a return frag. Probably going to die to the acid ticking. Yes, he will. Silent Zep is going to take it down. Demon going to try and drop this one back off to B, so this should get a little bit closer to evening things out with 2Z, but at this point in the match, low amount of percentage doesn't mean too much.
Things get a little bit dangerous in 15 seconds. The first power-up of this map is going to spawn, and no doubt that is where the fight will take. But now they make a choice. Do we deliver the soul, or do we go for the power-up? Because they've delivered the soul here, but this has allowed Miasma to try and sort of gravitate towards that power-up, and it's likely they're going to get it first. Look at how many members are surrounding it. It's going to be quad damage. Here's quad damage. I believe it's gone to the side of Latromi, so 2Z actually have the quad, and it is on the Anarchy. And he's just popped the injection. Still vulnerable to a single rail, though. No armor yet. They've taken the soul, but with a quad damage Anarchy chasing it down. It's unlikely, but he goes down. Demon! Takes out one. Lisk gets another. And here's that token quad damage trade. We see this a lot with this power-up. You will almost guaranteed die when you've picked it up because you just become public enemy number one. Question is, how much damage can you do before that happens? And it looks like 2Z have controlled this quad damage the whole time. 3 of their team have picked it up during this one section of it. And it's given them a chunky amount of percentage. Now beyond 40. Lisk with the finish, but I mean, Claws had done so much damage there and got so many frags. That was definitely a well-spent life. And 2Z have really stabilized this round so far. Oh, wow. There's the gauntlet kill coming through. Well, it's not going to be just Anarchy that's going to be really effective with those gauntlets. I mean, now Slash also. Here comes the Plasma Trail, the area denial that we did talk about beforehand. Not really put into practice that much, but I think just using it just in case Sorlag survives. Looks like Miasma struggling to get anywhere near this obelisk at the moment. Not even just taking it back. They're not letting them anywhere near. Because it's not just a matter of 2Z sitting on the obelisk itself. They're kind of really commanding that kind of mid-range. Not even allowing them near the entryway here. And it's the Sorlag up top. Sorlag has not moved since just now. Like, just staying up there the whole time. Commentators, instant shot though. Demon falls, Claws on point. Someone manages to sneak through. And a point-blank rail. Claws has been really just on the mark. This is looking to be a fantastic round. It's just been nice coordination. The power-up's going to spawn. There is no other option there. And Miasma, they kind of need to secure this power-up if they even have time. But they've died so often. It actually looks like 2Z might take this power-up quite comfortably. I mean, you say about the power-up, 2Z have 7% left to go before they take the round. And what could potentially be under 5 minutes. Claws on the verge of going down, but all Claws needs to do really is just waste some time. Luminous with the finish. Tactical suicide just so they can trade it over, but to be honest, doesn't matter at all. 2Z take that first round very, very convincingly. That was a strong start, and this was the map that 2Z went for, and you know, like we heard ZSX say before on the desk beforehand, this is a map that Miasma were saying that they're not that comfortable and confident at the same time. They're not that confident on. So not going to be a huge surprise to see them lose this with that information in mind, but they do have a couple rounds left to at least maybe make this one back. I feel like with so many players per team, I mean, this is no longer a 1 versus 1. Struggle maps are almost inevitable. Actually, it looks like we've had some form of issue here. One of the players, I think it actually is indeed Latromi, has sort of raised a hand. So admins will be dealing with whatever is going on right now. We'll keep you guys informed. I'm not sure if the match will continue. Latromi also has a... Oh, okay, so he has a crash. Very unfortunate, but looks like we're going to go for a round restart is what I'm assuming. But we'll fill you guys in.
Well, I know fortunately might not be the best word to use here, but fortunately it happened right at the start, so it's not a horrific place for it to happen.
If you're going to crash, you're going to crash right at the beginning and not halfway through.
Better to happen before the round has actually started than, you know, right in the middle. Much more convenient that way. But regardless, you know, let's talk for a little while about how this has gone so far. A convincing round one. Different champion choices completely from the first series, which I hope reigns true through most of today. You know, we've got very different teams here of different levels of experience in both LAN and the game itself. Obviously, nationalities are a big thing too, so I'd like to see quite diverse teams.
We've already seen 2 series, and there's already been quite a diverse pick in the champion pool itself. The team can... we're seeing why Slash got selected too, right? I think that's a humongous element here, is that Slash, you kind of theorycraft, you would see her so little. You would think, well, why don't we see Slash? You know, because she does this, she does that. Plasma Trail is effective for both speed and sort of area denial as well. But it's nice that they've actually finally been able to see it put into use. You know, we've actually seen
quite early too,
effectively used,
and seemingly not like a desperation pick either. You know, it's not something that someone's just going to try on their last match just in case to see if it works. Like, this was a no hesitation. This is the map. This is the lineup we're going with, and it has worked.
wonders at the moment. Slash just being, as soon as she pops that plasma trail, when she retains that speed, that's, for those of you watching, she is a Quake form movement character. She has that crouch slide. When you crouch in the air, you retain your movement when you land, and it means that you can just zip around incredibly fast, especially considering she isn't the squishiest champion in the game. And now the recent buff giving her 25 armor on spawn, making her a little bit less vulnerable every time you find her, has seemingly done wonders for her.
So just to give you guys a quick update, we unfortunately had a technical issue on the stage, and we're going to be fixing that as soon as possible and getting us back into the second round as fast as possible. So Ruins of Sarnath, I think it's a map that is fantastic for both Sorlag and Slash, and we pretty much saw that put into use. A main sort of choke point, which you have no choice really but to go through, is that middle ground where it's sort of where Rail was located. You've got that top area near Mega. That's kind of like a real funnel point for many different champions. And we consistently saw 2Z with that Sorlag on that one location for most of the round. That was where Sorlag was situated, and every time someone goes through there, if you have a rocket or if you have an LG and acid spit, that's pretty much a death zone to go through.
Sorlag is just a great defender. It's just area denial, damage, and the health. A very difficult champion to quickly kill. I mean, I know that kind of is quite rich considering how many frags we see, but if you're just talking about how individual champions are to take down, when Sorlag is there and Sorlag is stacked and defending, and in a situation where she knows where you're going to be coming from, because you have to attack, right? You have to come at my obelisk some way. You have to come through one of these doors, and if she is there waiting at the door, I mean, that's almost like the gate guardian of the situation.
Well, I mean, the thing about Sorlag as well, we talked about this yesterday, and for those that are just watching today, a little bit of food for thought. Sorlag pretty much the tankiest champion in the game now, because Clutch lost some of his health. Sorlag has still retained the 150 health with the 100 armor. When she's fully stacked up, she is very hard to deal with. So she was already a good defender before, and now I feel like there is even more reason to select her throughout these maps. Maybe not every single map out there, even though an obelisk is an obelisk, but on a map like Sarnath, where it's the obelisk that we just saw.
Map number 2 is going to be Lockbox.
Exactly.
And
that's what
we've already seen how powerful Sorlag could be on that map. That the acid being so prominent around and her being immune to that does help her in that situation, but also Lockbox being a map with a lot of tight corridors, not as much space to run around, especially in comparison to Ruins.
And a very unique element to Sorlag is her passive. Immune to acid. You may just think that just applies in a Sorlag mirror match where the initial damage of the acid is just a projectile in itself, so that will do damage regardless.
On impact it will.
But she doesn't take the tick damage of acid from another Sorlag. That may sound like a very, very specific, almost why does it exist passive, but if she's on Lockbox, she stands in the acid and it does nothing. She's the only champion that does not get hurt by acid on Lockbox.
And there's a lot of it around too, especially near both points. So it can help you, especially with, you see how much damage it can do quite quickly if you get almost like knocked into it. I know it might seem quite easy on paper to just not walk in the acid, but at the same time, if you get knocked into it, that's guaranteed damage that she doesn't have to worry about.
Well, I mean, Flora's lava, right? We've seen that enough on a Corrupted Keep with the lava. People get knocked into it and they die, and it's like, well, I mean, I just landed on damaging floor. What can I do about that?
Right, so currently in this first map, we are 1 round up for 2Z. That was quite convincing, the nice selection. Just working well together, and it really came down to when they were able to get that final defend and just hold off those particular choke points.
Well, they definitely have to try and keep it together and take the next few rounds. Being 1 round down is going to be difficult for Miasma, but they're definitely an experienced team. While we get this issue under wraps, we're going to throw you guys to an interview with Zoot.
Yes, thanks very much. Yeah, we've got a few minutes, so we'll steal them away from the game when it gets reset. Zoot's with us from yesterday. Obviously, you played in the 1v1s. We won't dwell on that too much, as I know you don't want to talk about it too much, but let's just reflect back while we've got a moment. What stood out for you? Who was a surprise? Who did well? Who were the players that went through that you maybe didn't think might get through?
Well, I think actually a lot of people might have been surprised with Avek's performance, managing to get straight through actually into the Quake World Championships. Another couple of surprises, I think, are Victor and Razy, them getting through. I mean, it's harsh to call them no-namers when you compare them to the likes of Cooler and other players like that, but them being able to sneak through, make it to QuakeCon, I think it's an unbelievable achievement, and it shows that there's at least some growth going on within the scene in the undergrowth.
Yeah, that's really important as well, isn't it? I mean, Victor, I think we call him like, he's a Quake Champions player, rather than he used to be a Quake 3 player, or a Quake 2 player, a Quake 1 Doom player, whatever. So quite nice to see him come through. In terms of Sacrifice, obviously it started today. Some people are seeing this for the first time. They're kind of looking at it going, wow, this is kind of hectic and it's, it's crazy and stuff. You and I spoke a little bit before we came on about It's odd to me that there's a lot of TDM players playing it, a lot of old DM players playing it, and not so many CTF players. Because for me, at least looking at it as a fairly noob guy towards it, it looks like it lends itself better to CTF players.
Yeah, it's true because you've got that objective. It's not like you've got 2 flags, but it's almost like there's not enough objectives for those CTF players to get in. You still need that fragging power within the map. So maybe for the time being, you're seeing a few more TDM players. Aside from Euronics Gaming, then I can't really think of people where there's a huge purebred CTF background. So it's slightly unusual, but maybe it shows what there is to come yet, rather than what we're getting right now in the early stages.
Yeah, that's the thing, isn't it? Because this is going to change and evolve. Are you looking forward to the next 12 months, seeing where this all pans out?
Honestly, I've been racking my brains trying to figure out what on earth could possibly be happening. But it's so exciting at the same time because that uncertainty is almost as nerve-wracking as it is exciting. And I honestly can't wait to see what's going to unfold.
And in terms of what we've got going on today, there are some favourites and some slightly weaker teams. You said earlier on the desk you think maybe 7 of these teams could get out of here. Yeah. Let me put another question to you, like a little bit cheeky. If those 3 that don't make it were qualifying in North America, would they get through?
Yeah, 100%.
Oh dear.
Actually, all 8 would get through. So.
You're just stirring up the beef now between NA and EU. I like it. We've always had why have we had this rivalry? Because a lot of new people watch and they'll be thinking, why are they talking about this NA-EU rivalry? Because it's been there for a long time, mainly because of geography more than anything else, because they obviously all played in North America and we all played in Europe. No one really crossed that border very much, did we? So when we did, there was always that, how do we get on against the Americans? How do they get on to us Europeans?
No, exactly. And I think it's something that's across a lot of esports games at the same time, but it's always been that rivalry where QuakeCon and other international lands have been the place where really the North Americans and the Europeans can fight it across with each other. But I think at the moment in Quake Champions, we're in a state at the moment where the Europeans have been, not that the North Americans haven't been active, but the Europeans, they've had a lot more competitive games to play over the last couple of years in Quake Live, and it's really fed itself so much smoother moving into this game. And it's difficult, honestly, not to trash talk at this stage, and I think I'm waiting for the Quake World Championships to really show us, okay, are we being silly? Is there any point to us trash talking the way it is, or are we totally justified in the results?
And let's not forget, the reigning champion and the champion that's won QuakeCon more than anyone else is actually an American player, so we've still got a little bit of way to get.
I mean, they cling on to that as much as they possibly can, basically, but I think we've got a lot of power behind us. People say that because Rafa maybe doesn't have the most amazing practice potential in North America, that this time actually a European's going to say, but that's been said in the past as well. One thing I'll always give the North Americans is that they have Shane Hendrickson, who is just such a phenomenal player, and you can never doubt his ability to get to a grand final.
All right, thanks very much, Zoot. We're going to head back to our commentary zone here, and the game is almost upon us.
So, just giving you guys an update. We're going to go for we're going to go straight back into the map. It's going to be 2Z up 1 round, and we're going to basically go straight back into it with those conditions. And that's the conditions we left it on before the technical issue occurred. So it's going to be 1 round for 2Z, Miasma having to take 2 straight. This is a map they've openly said they're not particularly comfortable in, and it's starting to show, but also I feel like it is a map that 2Z themselves might be very comfortable in, because that team composition is not what we expected.
But the way they're playing the map, it doesn't look like they're playing to Miasma's weaknesses. They're playing to their own strengths. I think it almost just fortunately happened to be that this is a map that Miasma don't like. So it just happens to sort of match up that it's a map that they love, and Miasma happen to not like it. So it's like match made in heaven, really, for 2Z. However, there is still 2 rounds potentially back left on the board for Miasma. If they can sort of turn this one around and end up taking the map, I can imagine no better confidence boost going into the map that they chose than knowing they won the map that they didn't want to play.
It's going to be a complete flip. We're going to go straight back into this one. Just to remind everyone, for the last time at home, we've gone in for a run back here. But 2Z, even if the game doesn't say it, they're up 1 round.
Right, so starting things again. Last time it was Obelisk A, I believe, that 2Z were able to just seize control of immediately. Whether they can get it again, we'll be seeing soon. 20 seconds is going to be spawning. Oh, the slash steal with the plasma trail.
The Tromi has access to it, but he fumbles his jump, which means that's going to be an absolute free frag. That's on the run back, trying to deliver. If they can deliver first, it's a better start than they had before.
But they opted to go for B. They chose B. They were closer to A, but this opted to go back round just to take this one down. So
look at just the assault from 2Z. That was a 4-man attack, and they already have the soul back. looking to gravitate towards Rocket, being headed off by Miasma, but Luminous with the chase down to prevent any kind of chase at all.
The entire squad appeared in force, but it looks like Miasma are here already. Juvenile looking to take this soul back and put it straight back where it belongs. And now, as you can see here, 2Z once more, they're going to take a little bit of time to collect that heavy armor. So they're going to be a little bit more healthy, and Anarchy with heavy armor trying to take a point is going to be a bit of a headache with how fast he moves, but this is a much better start. The defensive acid connects, claws with the rail, 2 rails, the extra on DBK. Looks like 2Z managed to seize this soul back off again, but very low is the soul carrier. But he has his friends here to try and stop him, but there's the quick teleport. Demon dies, though, trying to stop him. And looks like there's a couple of people of Miasma here trying to stop. So he was able to actually drop it down, but he's going to lose it straight away. So back and forth. Juvenile with the pass just in case, but unfortunately giving it to Silence. Pass straight back to Juvenile. Silence probably just trying to get rid of it, but passing it to the enemy. That can happen more often than some players like, I think. DDK was rating. Actually, I love the use of that plasma trail there, though. Just trying to not let them run straight up to the stairs. The area denial doing a lot of work. Oh, the shred. Shredder. Now the power-up spawns in 3 seconds, so they're going to get a little bit of percentage here, I think. But it's going to be Quad. Luminous with the quad damage. They need to kill him as fast as physically possible. Fortunately for Miasma, they are holding onto the obelisk, but here is a quad damage on the way. Able to drop the soul, so he's not going to die on the way just yet. But he is going to be the one to kill with both the soul and the quad damage. Going to drop it off safely. All of the members of 2Z here ready to defend. Can they assume the positions again to try and stop them coming in? Well, I mean, 12% really isn't that much of a lead if you can hold it for a few seconds uncontested. Quad is just about to run out though, so they're going to lose that bit of advantage. Now, they were able to get that soul back because they had access to quad damage. So if Miasma can take this soul really early, while the quad damage is not in play, they might be able to kind of undo some of that work. 200 rockets, and Sorlag still alive. She is a tanky lizard thing. 2 minutes though. I mean, that lead, the 22% Miasma had already gone, and 2Z now with that 30%. That's quite a strong one. And here's the area denial acid trying to come into play. Not going to do too much damage by itself, but again, it's deterring. It means you can't run in certain areas. There's no way you can juke. It just limits how much space you have to move around. That was fantastic placement. The plasma trail right on top of the teleporter, and the gauntlet. I mean, that is just Death City. There's a lot of damage waiting for you on the other side, and in a lot of situations, you really can't avoid to not use that teleport. You have the time, and Demon with a quick frag, thanks to the Dire Orb. But now 2Z comfortably with the soul back, and that lead is going to ever so continue throughout this round. Miasma have to make something happen right now. They can't afford for the divide to be as big as it's becoming. 20 seconds from the power-up, where every second that passes is going to make it harder and harder for Miasma to bring this one back. They had a good lead, but already doubled the progress is done on the side of 2Z. This was a quick double, but because he's hesitant to just run in and get this soul back as 2Z respawn already. A nice amount of impact damage coming through on that Sorlag, but actually able to survive it. Now we're going to find out what the progress is on this power-up. It's going to be protection. It looks like Miasma have that protection on that. 20 damage 20 damage railgun. That is why protection is so important. And it's an injection. Anarchy at this stage can tank 5 rails. Juvenile, though, he's going to be one of the hopes to get this back. Nice use of the LG. If they let Juvenile take this, he will probably be able to get it back safely. He has some teammates, but we can see 2Z there trying to stop. They go through the teleport. The gauntlet out again. It's going to drop it off, but how long can they hold it? We know that 2Z are here trying to seize it back. There's a massive attack to Juvenile. And the Sorlag is just so tanky. None of that damage mattered. Silence gets finished off, but losing the Anarchy there, just losing at least one gun when you're trying to defend an obelisk is big news. Oh, a nice quick rail from Juvenile. And Miasma, oh, another one too, back to back. Miasma doing a great job of being able to tie this one up a little bit. And he was able to stop it off, so at the very least, that's progress being stopped. Well, because there was no one there to actually guard it, the important thing there was that actually, even though Anarchy died, the fact that he got the obelisk and before dying was able to throw it away from the door where Claws was lying in wait, like that was a great win for 2Z. Again, going in for that rocket jump with Sorlag, hand in hand with her bunny hop passive, just keeping that speed, going even faster. Oh, jumping down, it's going to be a Sorlag 1v1. Don't think he's going to take it. The thing is, Sorlag can happily just go through that acid, because she's not going to take the tick damage at all. But the point blank, regular shotgun. Hey, and once again, regular shotgun is just doing a lot of work. It definitely seems like the preferred weapon within Sacrifice, because you're point blank so often. Only 10 health left on the side of this, so it's going to take him a while to top himself back up again. Miasma pulling this one back. Silent Step trying to get out of there, taking the rocket damage instead. Thinking he's going to get away, and the damage of the rocket is way better than the damage he'll take from the enemy. Now they've delivered it. But here comes the power-up. Every member of 2Z was on the obelisk there. The protection, it's going to be protected, and that's going to allow Anarchy to get away. If that was quad damage, Anarchy 100% would have died.
But Juvenile managed to position himself. All of 2Z came to try and stop him getting the power-up, but they weren't able to stop him, so now they've lost the power-up and the soul. They are here on the point, though, trying to stop him from getting in, but one already has fallen. The protection keeping him nice and topped up. The Gauntlet, it doesn't do enough damage to kill him.
And
He's
the
picking up health.
injection!
Oh, and there's the trail.
Actually, the soul manages to go back. Somehow they lose the soul. I wonder actually what happened there. They had the soul in hand, and it just went into the hands of 2Z.
Not quite sure, but Latremi was able to sneak through and get hold of it. He has plenty of health left to go. 2Z here, ready to stop. 10% left in progress to go. That was looking to be such a great sequence for Miasma. Demon getting a nice amount of frags, though, trying to seize this one back, but 5% left to go. Miasma are losing all the room for error they had before.
Trying to take that soul back. Demon with it in hand. He's going to get that mega. It's going to make that such a crucial mega to select right here. Silent Step surrounded, but he gets one frag. And a couple of missed rails. Crucial misses in this last-minute situation.
Even though they did all die, he was able to cleanly throw the soul. Juvenile trying to throw it back, but 2Z have all the people there. They will be taking it back. Lunas tries to jump over, trying to throw it as close to the obelisk as he can.
Even though he got fragged, he was able to throw it nice and far into his own obelisk, regardless of what happened. Lying in wait, Demon with another gauntlet. His gauntlet so far have been on the money every single time. He's going to get another mega right here, making the trail towards their own obelisk much better, but look at the percentage. 2Z just need 3% more. Miasma cannot afford at all. They need to make this defense now, and they need to hold it for the rest of the round.
Right. They've started it well, though. They just fragged all 4 of 2Z. They'll have a few seconds to sort of collect themselves. 2Z are split off into pairs right now. 3% left to go for them to win. Miasma have to hold this the whole time. There's the plasma trail coming in. The area denial being a complete nightmare, but he's going to die anyway.
Goes down with no frags. Commits suicide from Silent Step. Power-up spawning in 7 seconds.
This will be the last power-up of the game, and it will be the difference between who wins and loses.
Here comes next on Ghostwalk trying to time it. The quad damage comes out, so whoever gets quad is going to die. I kind of feel like every single person probably wanted that to be protection. Silence, though. And if there's one person on 2Z...
They managed to take the soul away!
And that must have been the decision. That must have been the decision where if they're going to get power-up, we're going to get the soul. And it was a great decision. They only needed 3%. If they get the power-up and bring it back, who cares? By that time, 3% would have already ticked down. And that's that.
I mean, that was the choice that Miasma made. They opted to just deny that power-up. I mean, they had 30% left to hold off to. Holding off 30% from an enemy team that had the quad, or I suppose even worse, the protection. You know, trying to deal with a team that has that almost unkillable person in a team fight. Like when you focus down protection, the rest of them kill you. You don't focus them down, the protection person just never dies. It probably was weighed out in that sort of clutch last-minute decision that is it worth holding it for 30% versus power-up, or do we just make this risk and secure the power-up first?
But what do you do in that situation? Because they were in a position where they couldn't afford 2Z to take that power-up. Because if they took the power-up, they would have probably swarmed it, and it was quad damage. And the quad went into the hands of Silent Step, who was a stacked-up Sorlag. So a stacked-up Sorlag with quad would have easily taken the soul from that obelisk. But on the flip side, I think 2Z just acknowledged that that actually was the scenario that Miasma had to deal with. So they took the next level and said, well, they kind of have to go for the power-up here. So why don't we just run in, take the soul, deliver it immediately. By the time they're at our obelisk, that 3%'s already gone.
But it was a hard decision to make, but regardless how that map went, they're going to have to shake it off as we go into our second map, which is going to be Lockbox. This was Miasma's choice, so I think it's safe to say they're probably going to be more comfortable on this one.
Yeah, I mean, this is their map choice, and as ZSX mentioned, it's a map that complements their playstyle really comfortably. Are we going to see Slash again? We are indeed, so this is going to be the strat that 2Z brings to the table, and I mean, it was put to great use. There was so much area denial on the side of 2Z. On Lockbox, which is very close quarters, it's going to be harder to get away from the acid. It's going to be harder to get away from the plasma trail. And they've got the fundamental strength of Ranger with his damage and mobility. They've got Anarchy, who, I mean, Anarchy already is dangerous in Sacrifice. But now you've got all this extra utility and Anarchy.
I actually think that this is a very complete lineup coming out from 2Z, though, especially on Lockbox, because you've got Sorlag, who is never a bad choice on this. You've got the Anarchy that is just so strong, the Ranger that always does good work, and now you just throw a Slash on top of that. And now, let's not forget, Lockbox is that small, close quarters, slim corridors. She is really fast, hasn't got the lowest amount of health in the game. I can see her being quite powerful on this map.
You just got to be able to make that run from one obelisk to the other, and on this map in particular, it's small corridors is how you take that trail. The only element to Lockbox, though, is even though they are small and thin corridors, there's quite a lot of them, because you have a couple of ways to take it through the middle. You can go around the left-hand side, you can go through the right-hand side, you can do a couple of nail or rocket jumps to get to even more different locations, and there are teleporters as well. It's very unpredictable how a Soul Runner is going to make that skirmish from one side to another, and Slash and Anarchy will both do that really well. But here we go, Miasma. This is a map that they must win, but it is a map that they have selected.
So out of the 4 maps, Miasma said that Ruins of Sarnath, which is the one they just lost, was definitely not the one that... It was probably their least preferred map in the game. So now knowing that map is off the table, that will mean that the next 3 should be, well, potential 3, should have all been a little bit of a better situation for them.
Here comes Claws. Luminous as well. They have the Soul, looking to deliver it towards B. DDK lying in wait, trying to deny it, but gets taken out anyway. The frags are trading left, right, and then a Demon trying to go for a gauntlet, gets it! And now he's going to deliver that towards B.
Oh, Demon managing to secure the first obelisk is going to be huge. Just getting that initial burst of percentage on the board, but 2Z immediately here trying to stop him. Goes back up to the top. Everyone is dying all over the place. Oh my goodness.
That was such an amazing sequence as well. That one throw out of the obelisk was perfectly positioned, because now there's free passage for Claws to deliver towards A. And only 4%. I mean, that's not a lead really at all. Already overtaken.
They are holding off on this now. Obelisk A, we do tend to see this being the preferred obelisk in the qualifying weeks, but there has been a considerable amount of time between then and now.
Sometimes obelisks are selected out of necessity as well. There's that plasma trail, making it so risky for anyone to come through, but it's not going to stop Juvenile. However, Silent Sep will.
Feel like coming through 20% already on the board for A. This is a good lead for them, considering they didn't get the first capture.
Already, that percentage just ticking down. EDK gets taken out, Juvenile soon to follow. 20 seconds, and we're going to see our first power-up of this map. It's definitely going to be a power-up that Miasma needs to try and control.
I actually think Slash is consistently doing a good job of kind of just denying those power-ups, though, or making that fight for the power-up even more difficult. That plasma trail damage and just general annoyance.
That plasma trail is going to make it so risky to try and take the quad. Juvenile has it, but he's so weak.
Nice shot.
Yeah, nice mid-air default shotgun.
The only problem is, though, while he was trying to secure that, he wasn't able to get the soul, but it looks like, yeah, 2Z have it back immediately, and a 50% secure. Or can't go in by himself. If he loses the quad damage by himself and 2Z pick it up, they will not lose that point until it at least runs off.
Oh, Tire Orb almost did it. The problem is, I don't really feel like Juvenile at this location was really able to get a huge amount off quad. It was the rest of the team following through.
He didn't get a huge amount, but they were able to at least secure this soul away. So at the very least, they might be able to get some percentage back if they can safely get through. It looks like Demon, he is clear sailing, but there was one person in his way, and he was able to take him down.
Just trying to get rid of the soul. Latromi trying to navigate back. And it's been a consistent problem where it's just 2Z's ability to stop Miasma in the middle of their delivery. I mean, it's been a huge deciding factor here.
Oh, nice frag coming out from Demon on the Dire Orb. Demon has been playing out of his mind already. Some of these frags have been crucial.
Demon has to make a choice here. The problem is he's so weak, trying to deliver the soul safely. Maybe should have passed that towards a more healthy teammate.
Oof, he gets annihilated as well on the point. 70% already coming out from 2Z. This has been such a strong round for them.
It's just been really smart on the ball defense. And the second Miasma even remotely take the soul, 2Z head them off almost immediately. They do not allow Miasma to get out alive.
Well, the thing is, Miasma have been getting the majority of these frags on the point for the last couple minutes. They're just 2Z isn't actually letting them leave the obelisk.
Stuck for quite a while. Soul out there in the open. Have to try and get it back there, but we'll see if they can pull it off. Miasma have had a hard time throughout this whole round. Juvenile looking to make the trail back, but already Silent Sep waiting for him. Not enough though.
18 health left though. One more gauntlet hit would have done it. Silent Sep was trying to let him land on something
Here we go.
Sharp and unfortunate.
It's going to be quad, claws. with that gauntlet in hand. But again, this is going to be the classic. The second you get access to it, Lith with a fantastic sequence with the quad damage. A quad damage super nail gun is one of the absolute most dangerous weapons. It's just that 80 damage per shot. It's hard. That is a machine gun railgun when you have quad damage. It's really dangerous as well because Miasma, they got the quad really early, but unfortunately Claws manages to take him out, and here we go. Now he has the quad damage. I was about to say they had the quad damage so early, they would have been able to defend this entire sequence, but unfortunately Claws have just snatched it away, and now he himself is going to be so difficult to stop. Yeah, 2Z would have taken it, but Miasma positionally trying to stop him, but I think it's just DDK by himself, at least trying to throw it back, but unfortunately hits the wall and cannot send it through. Juvenile was the last man standing, and his reward is no doubt going to be another soul delivery. Right, so Miasma, a nice 35%. 2Z do have a commanding lead, but if they can hold this for a while... Oh dear, Silence up getting that frag too. There's just too many people on the point. These massive group attacks. There's only one person here, so let's trying to defend, but there's so many people that actually gets a double. Gets every single frag he needs. Another frag goes down. 4 also. I mean, that was completely the defense they needed. Like, they couldn't have woken up. They've woken up. They're starting to defend the way they need to. So many frags coming out. The plasma trail pop just to try and get as close as possible, but he will fall down. EDK is going to put a stop to Claws there. Now they can continue to hold this location. The issue is Miasma actually. Miasma seems to be finding themselves with low health a lot of the time, and it takes them quite a while to top up. There's only so many pickups they can take. Quite a few members there trying to take the soul. They've passed it back. Plenty of members of 2Z to follow. Tromi going really quickly with the acid tick. He's going to die before the tick, but no, sees to it with the injection at the last minute. Very clutch activation. Now that right there is why Anarchy is so powerful. We just saw him cleanly get from one obelisk to the other in just a matter of seconds, thanks to clean movement and no one being in his way to interrupt him. But there's so many routes and there's only so many people that you can actually use to stop them from running through. Now Miasma are in big trouble. Claws has the quad damage, 10% left. That's all they need. DDK gets surprised, and there really isn't much you can do in that fight. The quad damage, it just means you do so much more damage in a 1v1. The important thing is, though, 2Z aren't currently capturing, even though they have the quad damage. Juvenile is waiting it out. Maybe he's just waiting out that quad damage. That's definitely something that we see used quite often. We saw it particularly in week number 2. The second the power-up goes and it's not in the favor of one of the teams, the soul carrier kind of just hides. They'll just wait out the power-up. And because of that, actually pay attention here. Miasma have had the soul the entire time. Juvenile hid away the whole duration of quad damage. And now they're delivered it. Miasma are playing this so much better now. The longer this round goes on, they are working way better as a unit, and 2Z are struggling to seize this back. That was well played. That was just a good decision and perfectly executed. He didn't get found once. Going through him again, Miasma here just ever so slightly out of the point trying to defend. Oh no, the rocket went through the hole in the floor. Actually a design thing in the map. You see these small little grates, so rocket can indeed pass through them. Dual wielding DDK. Claws has the delivery. Plasma trail can't quite get away. No, gets a flick rail at the last minute, but it's not enough. DDK ready in position to intercept and take it back. Juvenile on the Anarchy. It is his job to drop this back off. That's exactly what he's going to be doing. Miasma bringing this one back 1% at a time. Only 10% in the difference now. There's only a 10% difference, and there's 28 seconds until the power-up spawns. Unfortunately,
what a throw, Silence.
Yeah, that one toss towards outside the obelisk might have wasted just enough time, if that even matters. They get taken out. A little bit of plasma trail, but at this stage, it really is back and forth. Power-up spawns in 10 seconds. Miasma, they've got to make a choice. Do we push the obelisk or do we get the power-up? Last time they chose, and unfortunately it wasn't the correct choice in the end, but right now, yeah, looks like they're here trying to stop, but another frag. I'm not quite sure if they have the people here to stop. There's 2 of them here trying, but so much damage coming out from these rockets. 2 of them here trying to stop. Demon gets a frag. This could be the start. Lith gets another one, but Lith drops on the point, and so does Demon. Latromi defending with the shotgun, probably sealed it. He gets a triple. There's one more point in here, but quad damage too. That's the dangerous situation. They had a valiant attempt, but here comes a silent set with quad damage just to clean house. The second he arrived at that point, I mean, that was all she wrote. I mean, that was one of those situations of you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't. If you don't go for the power-up, Silent Semp gets quad damage and just wipes the entire team out. If you do go for quad damage, they just capture the point and win. I mean, ultimately, that was the only thing that Miasma could have done in that situation, really, I think, is just try and seize the obelisk back to just try and stall some time to stop the capture. Because even if they got the quad damage, they would have lost out by capturing points anyway. 2Z looking unbelievably strong. This was Miasma's voice, and another double from Silent Set. The strength of Sorlag, she's so
lethal on Sacrifice. DDK gets the soul first. Juvenile passes it over towards. And now they've swapped around the obelisks. This might be a lifeline they need. Juvenile here trying to stop Miasma. We're able to start things off at the very least this time, but we saw that last time as well, and it didn't quite work out. I honestly find Slash to be such a dangerous champion in this map, because now you've got not just Anarchy, who can make a run towards an obelisk really fast. Slash does the same thing, if not a little bit faster when she activates the Plasma Trail. And it doubles up as an attack and a defensive tool. Having both of them together looks so effective to make these runs. Juvenile got milliseconds away from getting to the teleport, but wasn't quite able to make it. DDK, though, ready and waiting with the railgun to intercept. Another one. Taken out there, but not for an impressive double. Very minimal percentage difference right here. 2Z with 5%, Miasma 7. Oh, a nice amount of tracking, though, coming out from Juvenile. Good use of the LG so far. It's going down to the damage over time, taking Silent Stepper's going to get himself a nice double, but it's going to go down himself, and another double coming out from Demon. Demon's frags have been on point, but he's going down to damage over time. One more tick. Oh! But it gets passed over to DK. Unfortunately, so many members of 2Z just waiting for him. Juvenile going in with the gauntlets, still chasing it down, gets 2. And that Anarchy Gauntlet is just a dangerous combination. How do you get away from that? But this is going to be a situation of we're going to see how 2Z can capture the other obelisk. They're forced onto B this time. How are they going to be as comfortable there? Remains to be seen. 4 seconds, 3 seconds until power up. Now we have the first big game changer. Your team has the protection. And it's going to be protection. Sounds like 2Z have the protection in hand, but he's completely surrounded. But it doesn't really matter. He's still so healthy. Not really particularly interested in doing much there, apart from just wasting time. And the time that he wasted really allowed him to allow the rest of his team to drop the soul. Completely uncontested, in fact. But again, protection on Latromi is just proving time and time again to be difficult. I like how both teams are just opting to give this power up to the Anarchy mainly, because I mean, it's working out for them well. Demon goes down. If that was any other circumstance, that Dire Orb would have killed 100%. Just like that, 2Z have the lead. And it's going to be slowly climbing as we go. Demon railed. And as these frags go down, this is going to just take a nice chunk. I mean, roughly 5% before they have a chance to get back here. All 4 of them got wiped. Also, when they're not dying at once and they're dying one at a time, those respawns are going to be slightly staggered as they come up. But fortunately, respawn timers aren't too punishing, so it's not going to be the biggest problem in the world, especially earlier on in the round. But Latromi almost just absolutely killed himself. He had 1 health left. Still alive, though. He's trying to sort of take the soul, but running in by himself, there's not much he can do to survive that one, not with how many members of 2Z are just sitting in that high ground. Especially against the super shotgun, the amount of damage, and especially considering that is spawning here with them on the point. This is a 4-man defense. Every member healthy. DDK going in with the dual wield, but unfortunately takes 100 damage and a little bit extra on top just to finish the job. Juvenile going to get that frag down. Is there enough for 2Z here to stop him? The acid's coming through. There we go, Claws with another gauntlet kill. I mean, that's Slash and Sorlag together. You're not moving against those champions. Power-up spawns once more, 13 seconds away. This is a power-up Miasma need. And, I mean, they can't really afford to now try and take the soul in this situation. There's plenty of percentage left. But here comes Claws, denying the teleport with... Oh, but he missed the jump! He missed the jump! Protection is still anyone's power-up to take. Oh no, he missed it as well! Oh no, he got pushed away by the LG. That's so unfortunate. Claws with the capitalization. Finally has it, but he's so weak he can't survive. DDK with the rail. Now goes to the way of Silent Step. He has been incredible so far. Quick gauntlet just to shove Anarchy out of the way in rude fashion. Just look at how much of that protection is left on Sorlag in particular. Like, what are they going to do to stop him? But there's 10%. There's going to be 10% left and plenty of protection left to go. I mean, this is a bit of a miserable situation for Miasma to be in. There is just a few percent left to go. A protected Sorlag who's on the point, but it's taking a lot of damage, but it's all lightning guns. It's taking so long to burst her down. And she's still got the acid spit, and it did so much in that last minute situation. I mean, there's 1% left. There's 1% in this. If they deliver the soul, it's pretty much going to be game over. They have to kill him right now, but they weren't looking at him. He got a last minute injection as well. And that's it. Game over. 2Z, move on. Miasma going down 2-0. I mean, that really was a set that was predicted to go either way. First map was very demanding. Second map, less so, but still looking good for 2Z. I think this lineup, and obviously Sorlag being there, I think Slash and the 2 Sorlags being on that lineup is kind of appropriate to really how that map went. And I think Slash might be a bit of a sleeper hit this weekend. It kind of looks to me very much like 2Z have been, they've done a little bit of innovation here. They really have been innovating the way they want to approach this game mode, and I feel like their champion composition on top of just their natural skill, their awareness, their teamwork, their ability to pass the soul. Even if they take the soul and they go down, before they go down, get that one crucial throw of the soul out of range so that someone else can follow up. And even if they die, the soul is still going to go away. And in that essence, everything worked out for 2Z perfectly. So, huge congratulations to them. We'll be seeing Miasma within this tournament because they're now down into the losers bracket. But while we prepare the next match, we're going to throw guys over to the analyst desk.
I'll tell you what, the one underestimated, unshouted out talent during that second map is production, because that stage looks absolutely gorgeous, does it not? That looks incredible.
I've got no words for it. We're definitely one of the best stages I've actually seen. They've done such a great job.
Yeah, that looks absolutely incredible. But less about the stage, talk more about the games. 2Z, they move on after a 2-0 sweep. Dan, give me your thoughts on 2Z. They're looking good.
They looked super good. I think you can see the actual time invested paying off there, the analysis they've been doing, the VOD analysis, their homework paying off in the fact that they had different picks, exceptional coordination, incredible combat skill. And I honestly, from what I've been speaking to other players, from speaking to Miasma, I felt Lockbox was slightly in their favor, but it just wasn't even close.
Yeah, definitely. On this map especially, I was quite impressed by Claws because of the fact that when they would get the Obelisk at A side, he'd always hold the right side with Sorlag. So if anyone came up from the passage, he can basically spit on the acid on the floor. And then if anyone came past, and he would just literally rail him off as he comes up to him. And he's got the pillar cover anyway. So I was trying to wonder exactly how their full set will work. But at that time in the first map, when they got full set up, it was really hard to take him off, which is why he got such a huge lead.
Yeah, you mentioned the Sorlag. We're seeing her, in fact. We're seeing her play quite a bit now, looking across at Sacrifice. Do you think that's to do with the amount of health she has? Obviously now she's the most tankiest class, tankiest champion inside Quake Champions. Do you think that just comes down to a survivability being a viable option?
Yeah, definitely. And the spit is also great at zoning out, particularly in Sacrifice when you've got multiple people running through it. It's insane DPS. I know 2Z have favoured the tanky champions in the past, and their Sorlag is obviously showing how well they practiced that and used that. So it is a very big thing. Plus the movement as well is quicker than most of the other tanky champions, so you can get him around the map and it suits that team atmosphere.
I thought Latromi did quite well on this as well, because when they were holding B, he would always be at bottom mid looking for info, or if he couldn't find anyone, he'd be sitting back with rail looking at top mid to see if anyone's coming across. The thing about Miasma is the fact that sometimes when they pushed in, they kind of panicked, and what they'd do is, even though they would coordinate really well going in, they would focus on more getting the actual soul back, rather than actually taking out the people who are actually sitting there up top with height advantage, rocking them. So there's a couple of mistakes here and there, but end of the day, we didn't do too bad.
You mentioned about speed. I've got to say, I mean, this game is 1,000 miles an hour anyway, regardless, and obviously in Sacrifice it plays even quicker, but Clutch, we're not really seeing him come out. Is that to do with him being a little bit sluggish?
We will see him.
Yeah?
Yeah, it's just team dependent. There are certain teams that favour him and he has his uses, but again, it's limited to the way in which you want to play the game.
Okay. I think like picks like Anarchy and Slash, it's going to be very common. It's like we spoke about before. It's like, you know, you need that one champion with the speed and the ability to actually get back. And even if you don't, like I said before, you can throw the Obelisk, so the actual soul, into a position where, you know, if you get in a bad situation, then, you know, make it harder for the opposite team when they respawn. So, you know, we are going to see some picks which are going to be very, very common. But, you know, I don't think we're going to see many which is unlikely. So, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised, if we did see a clutch pick at any point.
And the other thing is that the whole tactic around Clutch is generally based around his shield, and as we spoke about at length yesterday with the duel, the increased time, duration, cooldown on that makes him even less viable. So it is very, very specific. He hasn't, and as I said, he does have his uses, and I know there is at least one team that will pick him today. So we will see him, but he's not the best at the moment.
Obviously, he's had that recent balance and that recent update. He's now no longer one of the tankiest. I mean, before he was pretty much the tankiest.
Sure.
Does that come down to why he's potentially not being used as much? If he was previous now, if he wasn't applied the recent balance, you think he could be used more?
Yeah, definitely. but it's not so much the health rebalance, it's just primarily the cooldown. So that's the major reason we're not going to see him as much.
Really quickly then, Harry, on the weapons that we've been seeing. I mean, me personally, I'm just watching this, and I'll leave this one to you guys to go dive into a bit more. I'm seeing the lightning gun being one of the, the main focuses that people are going for. Is that just because you kind of line them up and knock them down, so to speak?
You can do, yeah, because a lot of these maps are open at Ting. So, you've got Barrel Chamber as well, it's also quite being open one. But especially with Lockbox as well, it's quite close, and you seem to be relying on the LG a lot more. But the only time they'll use the rockets is normally if they're defending their base, because normally when you're on B side anyway, you've got the height advantage all automatically once you've got the soul back. So you've got no reason to really use the LG unless you're in a certain bad situation. But yeah, the LG will get used a lot more. Normally in duel, you normally see more rockets, but yeah, it doesn't surprise me at all.
Again, it's the map dependent. The two maps we've seen are quite close and enclosed. Ruin's a little bit more spread out, but the LG favours those environments. And it's usually, the railgun in particular is usually reserved for at least one position on your team who takes up those vantage points to try and pick players off. But it almost goes so fast, and there's so many people coming in, the lightning gun usually ends up being the most effective weapon choice.
Well, there you have it then. Game 2 is over and done. But one person who will be able to tell us just a little bit more about that map is going to be Latromi. He's down on the floor with Red Eye. Gentlemen, over to you.
Yes, thanks very much. First of all, congrats. That was a very good win over a team that many people sort of look at and think they're quite good. They've been practicing hard. Obviously, you guys have too. Talk to us about the first map, because it looked pretty hard from your point of view.
Yeah, it was really good. First of all, my computer crashed on the second round, so we had the flu, So we had the flu, and this team is also there are legends in this team, so it's pretty hard. Also, we lost one mate before the trip because of visa issues. So we were not really confident about our power. That's why we were a little bit nervous on first map, and it was also our pick. So we had to win this. Because Lockbox is, we thought that Lockbox will be more harder, so that's why we try it, and it happens.
The second map was much easier. Why? Why was it so much easier for you?
Maybe we calmed down first of all. The second, maybe enemies started to nervous also. Yeah, but it was not so easy. It was we were struggling a lot, because it's our dream to win it. Yeah, and yeah, it was pretty easy.
In the end. So, do you? Obviously, all four of you are dreaming about going to QuakeCon and playing in the Quake World Championships. How much do you have to kind of just ignore that?
Yeah, I think all my mates are dreaming about this. Also, so I play in Quake almost for 20 years. I'm so young, but I'm playing really from the childhood. My father taught me to play it, and I'm in the childhood I was looking for Polosati, Cooler, Unkind. It's famous Russian stars in duel. So I can't believe that I can be on the stage with such legends, and I am so glad to meet them and to cheer up. So I really want to thank you to all of you guys, to the ID, to the Potato that make it happen, also to my team, and also to the all audience, Russian audience and Europe audience, to all the people who make it true. So it's really nice. And also to my girlfriend who let me to play.
Always important.
Yes.
Always important. Thank you very much indeed. And well, there you go. They've won their opening match, just one game away from going through to QuakeCon and playing in the Quake World Championship. Shout out to Unkind as well, legendary Russian player back out there. We're heading to a break right now. When we come back, though, don't go too far away. Still plenty more sacrifice to come from the Quake World Championships Europe Finals.
The original Quake was the very first game that allowed dedicated independent servers to exist that people could connect into. That was something very new. What it did is it allowed people to have one place that they could go to compete. What we found is that players would go to the same servers, play against the same people, teams started to form, clans started to form. We planned none of this. And because Quake by itself is very skill-based, it takes a lot of dexterity to play it, it did lend itself well to who is the best Quake player, who has the best skill, who could beat the top guy in the US or the top guy in Europe.
I was a player in the late 90s and the early 2000s. Going from state to state, country to country, you saw how much passion there was, how much fun people were having playing and spectating. Something was happening here.
Competitive gaming back in 1996 wasn't really a thing. So we were just excited that people were playing Quake together. And even QuakeCon, which was a convention started by our fans to see who the best Quake player was. We were really excited by this.
You would see a line out the door of people trying to get in, and everyone would be holding their giant computers and their huge CRT monitors.
Put them on tables that would compress because of the weight.
You would have to take multiple trips because there would be so many wires and so many computers. And
they were all on LAN, so they were right there. They'd yell back and forth. It was much more unruly than it is today.
And after everyone was eliminated, there'd be two players, and everyone would be hunched behind them, watching them and seeing what was happening, and they could only see one point of view.
And that sense of community and being together and playing together has just grown and grown and grown. And yes, now our communities are millions of people, but we never imagined 20 years ago that the esports industry and the size of what it is today could ever have been a thing. And we are very blessed and fortunate that Quake really started it. Every esport game today can trace its roots all the way back to Quake.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Quake World Championships European Regional Qualifiers, live from Leicester and brought to you by AMD. It is my very great pleasure to welcome to the stage, we do have No Too Fast taking on Euronics Gaming. Now, this one is a big one because No Too Fast is quite possibly the biggest, bestest, most badass team to come out of Europe when it comes to Sacrifice. On the desk, I have Harry and Jake. Gentlemen, this is going to be a big one. Jake, let's talk a little bit more about No Too Fast now. The vibe that I'm getting from you and every other caster, that this is pretty much pick your best players, wang them together, and just make an absolute monstrous squad.
It's just one of those dream teams, and it's based on multiple things. It's like individual achievements, individual skill level, ability on team modes as well, and just general fundamentals of Quake.
And from what I'm understanding is, Not Too Fast basically comes from Noctis, Toz, Faz, and Sturm, basically. It's just the letters of all the names put together, and lo and behold, you have a team name. Toxic yesterday, a little bit of a struggle at the end. It was quite, sad and disheartening to see him on there. Obviously went 6-0 down to lose out qualifying for QuakeCon in the duels. Had a couple of issues with the mouse, we've mentioned that, and we'll just kind of pass by on that one. Are you looking for a bit more of a different... Are you looking for the real Toxic today?
I mean, Toxic in qualifiers and Toxic we saw yesterday was not the same person. And I don't think it was just down to hardware. I think it was like attitude and general sort of like composure, I think was the main thing. But now you're playing in a team. You've now got your teammates to sort of help you keep composed in the situations, your team to stop you from getting in that same situation again. And provided Toxic is feeling better today, he is known for just sheer godlike accuracy. His champions that he plays work wonders in Sacrifice, so I'm expecting a lot more of a tidy Toxic today. And
Sturmy's also been a player that we've seen some quite nasty things from. I mean, yesterday he had a good run also, but certainly it's just... there's no other way of kind of putting it together. Legends of the game coming together. Expect extraordinary things, especially when it comes to the aim and exquisite team harmony. These guys, will settle for nothing less than first place. Is that pretty much the singing song of this team?
I mean, that is it. This is a team of players that are more than capable of getting first place, not even just in this regionals, at QuakeCon. This is potentially a team we will see take first place should they qualify for the World Championships.
Okay, let's take a look at the opposite end then, their challengers. Harry, Euronics Gaming. Now, there's a bit of an interesting thing about this one because you've kind of got this little team of three plus Kilson, and then you just say, oh, just plus Kilson. It's plus a monstrous player.
This is right. Now, I was talking to Kilson earlier, and he was saying how great these guys are, specifically in CTF. Now, we don't know, obviously we know about Kilson, how well he's done in duels, qualified on the winner's side, which is all well and good. But also with Absol, he's also a really good TDM and CTF player. But with Phoenix and Mastermind, they're not actually too known to the scene. They've known quite well recently in their CTF matchups. But this is the best thing about it. They haven't got much information on Mastermind and Phoenix, and it's going to make their team quite unorthodox. But don't worry, you've got four of some of the best duelers in the team in the world versus another team who are objective-based specifically. Now, this makes me think now, all their CTF matches up in the past and their tournament and how their placings, how it will go to Sacrifice, because, end of the day, this is not CTF, this is Sacrifice. It's a brand new game type. So I'll be interested to see if they bring in any kind of like CTF strategies into this, because as you know, it's not exactly the same. But I'll be curious to see what kind of like, not just champion picks of variety, but just to see how they counter-attack, counter-strategy, and what their full setups are like when they get the soul.
Quote me if I'm wrong here. This is also the same as round one yesterday. Wasn't it Kilson versus Sturmy round one yesterday in duels, and it's the same again today?
It's the run back, just maybe not quite in the same fashion.
Yeah.
So now, if you still lose the 1v1 in the Sacrifice, it won't matter, because that's no longer the objective of the game.
Yeah, doesn't matter whatsoever. But it's certainly going to be an interesting one. I'm looking forward to get this one underway. Anything in particular? Is there any? I mean, there's a lot of names out there, and I'll take a name from both of you here. Ryan, I'll start. Excuse me, Jake, I'll start from yourself.
Why do I get the impression that won't be the last time that's going to happen?
Well, you do look alike. Let's be honest.
I did it once yesterday.
There is that kind of thing there. We'll just go with. Yeah, we'll stick with it. I've been doing well today, Jake. That's literally the first time all weekend I've done it. So don't throw me under
I'll
a bus
forgive
already.
it this time.
Just
but
once.
Just this time.
Just once. Give me one player each year. They have to be different as well. In particular, that you're looking out for that could do amazing things.
Mastermind.
Okay.
Was one of the most impressive players. Correct me if I'm wrong, I believe he was Anarchy in his qualification games we saw weeks ago now. I mean, but that really is one of the most important things, is the fact that the week 1 and 2 of the Sacrifice qualifiers were a while ago now. And the champions have changed, the game has had a few patches here in between, so what we're going to be seeing has already been dramatically different to what we expected. But I know that Mastermind really was one of the star players in his qualification games.
Now, with Euronics as well, like, I know how these 3 CTF players are going to play out and how they're going to do things, but I want to see exactly what Kilson adds to the team. Now, I'm assuming Mo's going to take more of a main slayer role because of the fact that his rare abilities and most of them are absolutely flawless. But again, you know, going to the other side, when I see Tox, I want to see if his mentality is back to normal compared to yesterday. Yeah, he had his mouse issues and all that stuff, but I want to see if his teammates can help him focus back on track and see if he can help his team forward.
It's a fresh day, right?
Exactly.
Reset,
So.
come into this one and make your way to QuakeCon. Try and get some tickets and book it to the World Finals of the Quake World Championships 2017. Now, we do have the map picks just in, so we're going to throw them up on screen for you now. Jake, not too fast, coming in straight off the back with Lockbox.
Lockbox is something we're going to be expecting to see a lot this weekend. It was, I believe, the newest added Sacrifice map. I know I say newest, it's still been around for a little while now, but regardless, we didn't know what to expect from it going into qualification stages, but clearly has become a favorite for teams between then and now. Sorlag being just super powerful on it. A lot of other champions that we just saw. Slash was great. Anarchy is amazing. Ranger can be great. Blaskovic. All the champions you see picked in Sacrifice work wonders on this map.
It's funny from Euronics gaming as well, because you've got Burial Chambers, one of the larger maps in this pool, and it's quite funny because of the fact that with Kilson as well being one of the rail gods in this scene as well, that it's going to give him an added element to his main slaying abilities. But also with Sarnath as well, you know, we've seen plenty of Slash and Anarchy. Anarchy is very good on this map, but especially Slash. So I'll be curious to see if I use both, one or the other. I'll just see how they crack on from there.
I mean, you kind of touched on it yourself, Jake. You mentioned the big, beautiful lizard that's been wandering around and kicking ass. She now is the most tanky champion. Are we going to kind of see this through this entire Sacrifice tournament, do you think? And even progressing on into QuakeCon?
I think it really depends on the team, because we've had 2 sets right now on stream so far, and the first, neither team picked a tanky champion at any point in either of their maps, and then we saw Sorlag on both teams in both maps in the second series. So I think it really comes down to what the teams have been practicing with. There was a patch just a few days ago that adjusted a few things, like Slash got a little bit of a buff, Clutch got a bit of an adjustment, really, you know, fixes here and there, a couple of downgrades, but still fundamentally quite powerful. But because all the teams have had a few days with that, it's going to be a question of what teams are comfortable with their existing strategies and which ones think, okay, right, well, we have to dramatically change it now. Well,
this is the thing as well, especially with a map like Sarnath, where when you actually look, it's quite hard to hold a B-side something because it's so open. But you see Claws and how he uses Sorlag, where he holds the right side specifically because of the fact that he can acid spit on the floor if someone tries to flank him, and if not, he can stop him from the other side of the map and rail, and he's got the pillars for cover, so he's got plenty of cover, plenty of space, and he's basically trapping all on one side of the map.
The one thing that I was speaking to Ryan about, and he was mentioning into this, we were talking about kind of setups and stuff, and various other games when you look at people picking a tank class, you know, a defensive class, an attacking class, things like that, all these classes and all these champions, they have their own strengths and weakness. And he mentioned Galena, and potentially, obviously, having, you know, that healing that she can put down and heal the teammates. No one's gone for that yet. That's not really been something we've kind of seen.
I think Galena right now seems to be one of those things that on paper sounds like an amazing pick. And early on, it was sort of almost like the flavor of, oh, wow, you know, this champion can heal? What is that? And, you know, you've got to put that on your team. But ultimately, whilst that is still useful when you can do it, totems can easily be destroyed. Normally in duel, Galena gets away with it because if you destroy a totem, it lets your opponent know where you are. If you've destroyed it, you're clearly in sort of vision of it, and Galena player can now instantly go to where you are. And Sacrifice, that just doesn't matter. You see a totem, you shoot it. The area denial doesn't work quite as much because the sheer amount of just... We've already seen how prominent rockets are, right? You shoot a rocket at a point, the splash damage will take out a totem even if you didn't know it was there. So whilst it can be good for denying opponents from running on the point, because if they just try and, you know, just throw everyone on the point and they all go into a totem and they take damage. Ultimately, like, there are other champions that can do that themselves. Like Sorlag can area denial with acid. Slash, we've seen, can do it with the plasma trail. And that's just a few examples.
Yeah, I was going to mention that about Galena as well, especially in duel. It's like with duel, it's a lot more situational, so you won't see that much. But don't be surprised if you don't see barely any Galena in this Sacrifice, because she's not really required in a lot of the matchups, in a lot of the map picks as well, because there's some elements to her which is just not necessary. So you will see a lot more like of the faster champions like Anarchy and Slash. Even Slash on certain maps like Lockbox, who's very good. even though it's very close quarters and it's like, you know, quite fast paced, you know, she's absolutely vital because even though it's a very long, narrow, close quarters map, you need her speed to get that soul back.
I say, you mentioned putting the turn down and healing. It's like when you look at how fast and how hard people hit in Sacrifice, is there even time? You know, it's just, is there any point? It's so fast, and I am now being given the all clear that the match is about to go. So, that's enough from us. We're going to throw it over to your casting team to get this one underway. Gentlemen, over to yourselves.
Thank you very much, Sims. Yes, it's myself, Zoot, joined by ZSX. We'll be taking you through this game. We have got Euronics Gaming and No Too Fast about to start us off over here. Initial thoughts on the game from yourself?
Not Too Fast going to win 2-0.
Yeah?
Yeah.
That was pretty quick.
We're done.
Rapid, done. We can leave now, can't we?
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm quite scared of Euronics. I mean, their picture, they look like a bunch of convicts. They're quite scary. But I kind of have to root for them as underdogs, particularly Mastermind's cracking beard.
Yeah.
Beard envy going on.
It's better than your beard, for sure.
My beard's crap compared to that. But I just can't see them doing it, unfortunately. I mean, today in scrims, I've been watching them not been performing particularly well. And at the end of the day, Not Too Fast have some of the biggest names in the game.
Do you think it might be because a lot of these players, I mean, okay, Kilson obviously has got LAN experience, but a lot of the other players have minimal amounts in comparison. And do you think that's part of it when you get into this kind of environment, you're just feeling a little bit more shaky?
Yeah, I think it's definitely part of it. We'll see how they do on the stage. Everything changes up there. But for me, they've got too many similar players. Like, everyone's been talking about these great rails that they have, and every one of their players has incredible rail, but it too similar. Like, they haven't got that diversity, haven't got that TDM background, the control, the rockets, etc. So it just doesn't merge well into a team.
Yeah, and I've been hearing as well that Kilson, although he's an amazing dueler and he has played team games in the past, still his communication takes a little bit of time to get in there. But when he's on form, then he is a high fragging master in the team. He can do a lot of damage.
Yeah, his combat skill's sick. But again, if you're not communicating with a team, you're running off and you're killing people on your own in places that doesn't matter, it's almost irrelevant what you're doing.
Yeah.
So it needs to be coordinated.
Now, when you compare that though with No Too Fast, you see these massive names within the scene, and you compare it to a team like 2Z, which I think a lot of people right now are saying, okay, which team is better? These guys are the legendary names. These guys, you expect to have sort of methodical approaches to everything they're doing within a team game. Do you think that's going to be reflected well in the matches that we're going to see, or do you think it's always going to be invisible behind the organized chaos that they're crushing in this 2-0 prediction of ours?
I think their background, you'll be able to see coming through now a new level of that organization. Today, we've seen some great matches. 2Z last time, another 2-0. But their outright aggression makes it seem like it's a bit chaotic, even though for them it's very organized. But I think it's far more methodical looking when I've seen No Too Fast, which is probably the worst name in the tournament, play. It is a lot more methodical, and you can see their roles standing out a lot more. Like Tox and Sturmy obviously have a very, very different role to play than Noctis and Faz, and that does shine through.
It was a team that I was expecting to see all four of them qualify in the duel as well. Yeah, Sturmy and Tox going out early on. I know that Sturmy, busy guy, and he really focused so much on the sacrifice, but it looks like we are getting into game right now. Euronics Gaming versus No Too Fast in this first map in the Quake World Championship EU qualifier.
Scale Bearer, that's a new one.
I like it.
I love his Scale Bearer.
Yeah, give me some more of that. We were hoping to see a lot more of that in the duel, but getting that in the sacrifice can be really useful, actually, to try and control the soul early on, and also to run with the soul once you've done attacking. So we are going to be having No Too Fast getting the first point on this side of the map, and Faz on the Sorlag, holding the defense. And at the 2-minute mark is when you're going to be seeing the power-up, so they're going to hope to set up to that point. I'm interested to see just how much strength we're going to be getting from Euronics Gaming. That passes the soul quickly, trying to get out of there. And that's what he's trying to do with the bull rush. He throws the soul because you can't use your ability when you have it instead. So he throws it in front of him, uses the bull rush, walks through the soul, and carries it as close to his base as possible.
Yeah, and it does take a lot of concentration and to pull that off effectively. I've messed it up many times. Trying to pass the soul or something like that.
That's a really nice throw there by Absol over the map and managing to actually get themselves their first bit of percentage on the obelisk. Now, can they deal with the aggression that is coming out from No Too Fast? actually, they did a really good job just then.
They did, and I think it's definitely in their interest to try and make the map as chaotic as possible to force No Too Fast to come out of their roles and position.
And a bit of attack. Faz there manages to get the Soul off, but can they walk it away? Nyx there just sneaking on by, trying to go through the lower areas. And in about 20 seconds, we are going to be having the power up. And it looks like Faz, he wants to set up in this room and just hold ground and make sure that Euronics Gaming aren't able to do the same. But he's losing so much health. Finally gets rid of them, but 20 HP.
But yeah, they seem to have solid control of the room, so that's where you can see the coordination coming through. They came in, picked up the heavy, which has probably been timed.
Oh, whoa.
But it's been stolen.
I think Euronics Gaming just managed to claw away with that protection just then. And, oh no, my bad. It was actually Sturmy getting hold of that, and he's going to be accompanying the Anarchy comfortably and getting himself that percentage. They were down for just a moment, but not for long.
And now you can see this is the methodical play we're talking about. Everyone's got their set positions in different corners of the room, and it's going to make the life of Euronics Gaming hell to try and get in and break this.
Yeah, just holding a little bit of the higher ground now supporting the teammates around the outskirts and clearing it away. And while you've got that protection up, it makes it so much easier to defend and really highlights the importance of controlling those power-ups.
And this is something I spoke about on the panel with reference to Miasma, but this map, you can lock down, I mean, proven the name actually, you can lock down the rooms, but you can play a very TDM-oriented style with this control factor. And just look how hard it is, they can't get in. And this is slightly more of the chaos we see coming from Euronics Gaming in that they're not having particularly coordinated attacks.
I'm loving that slash movement. And while there's so much time till the power-up spawn, which is one of the tools that Euronics Gaming could use to leverage their attack to get the soul back, it's just full-on defense focus from No Too Fast.
Yeah,
and they're just lock them out.
Job. Yeah, absolutely perfect.
So a few rails from Absa there. He is going to be with Blaskovic, looking to get some damage down. Can he pick up the soul and throw it away? Not quite going to be able to make it. Tox taking down a whole bunch. All right, Phoenix. And is he going to try and throw it again? He's actually got a really nice stack with Scalebearer, and they're looking for a way. Okay, what part of the map are the enemies on? Here comes the Bull Rush. Oh, he's just walking into a whole load of enemies, and he hasn't got the Bull Rush to go far enough to get the damage going. And he can't quite get a kill. So he's going to go down, and that's... Okay, Absol's managed to pick it up. This isn't so bad, but look at the attack. Look at the coordination from No Too Fast.
That defense was awesome because Phoenix tried to assess this situation, but No Too Fast realized that and all pushed back into a much deeper defensive position rather than all rushing in and dying one by one.
I think we have got it in the middle of the map. We have got the Sol. Has just been grabbed by Phoenix using the end of the quad to get a bit of damage going. Mastermind. Finally, can get a few more percentage points going. Not make it too easy for No Too Fast. And this is it, where they need to coordinate themselves. Again, they've got the opportunity, now that the power-up's not up for a while, they've got to have a strong defense. Rockets, I think there's Slash just running onto the point. Fantastic aim we're getting from Mastermind. But the pressure that is on them, I don't think they're going to be able to hold it that very long.
They came in 2s and 3s, again from different angles, which just shows a slightly higher level of coordination than we saw from the previous attacks by Euronics Gaming. And it was just stripped back very, very simply in the end of the day.
That's a very, very easy run for Noctis in the end. Didn't run into any enemies whatsoever. He was very low. Oh, he's going to get pummeled like Pilsen. They actually wiped the team just then. Anarchy's weak. He's not actually going to throw the soul at all, even though he could probably have boosted his health up a bit with the injection. Did he just miss? I think he missed the soul. Oh, the detour. Need to take a detour, but running into the plasma trail at the same time. Abso, he's going to get hurt by the acid, but he wanted to throw it up, and instead Noctis is going to run it. He's going to run past their point, and he's going to go back. And, oh, brilliant rocket jump. Oh, no! Kilson is right in the way with the pummel. And Noctis just fed that to him, and this is going to allow Kilson to bring it back to base. He's only got 12 health. He's got a teammate next to him going, you can pass it if you need to. We've got it safe.
He wants that XP.
That was a perfect pummel placement from Kilson, just locking down that choke point. We have got the next power up. This is going to be the quad damage. And that is going to be Phoenix getting it. So this is nice for Euronics Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, not too fast, set up extremely well for all these power-ups, but it's a very delayed attack by Euronics Gaming, and I don't know how deliberate it is. I think it is a tactic because they're coming in after it's spawned and
Here we go.
clearing up the mess.
Quad bull rush. Not going to find it in the right direction. But he will turn around and pick up an easy kill, slow down that run. Noctis is going to grab it instead, but there are a lot of Euronics Gaming players right in front of him. He's trying to get his teammates to support him in this fight. They're so weak at the moment to the damage that's being done. I think we just had dual-wield pummel from Blazkowicz as well.
Pain coming out.
That's a lot of damage that happens, guys. That's 150 damage. Most champions aren't going to be able to withstand that without like additional stat going.
You can see this coordination coming. There are 3 of them there, 4 of them now.
Got to say that Euronics Gaming are actually putting up a very good fight against one of the tournament favourites.
That plasma trail on this map is a pain in the ass.
Well, that was a nice clear of the team just then. Oh, I think Mastermind running into an opponent, but it's only a Nyx, not much health. Can just run past comfortably, especially when you got your teammates supporting him.
Beard power.
Gives extra percentage points to damage, or something like that. I don't know. Okay, I think there was almost a self-kill just... Oh no, they killed each other. Just got him in time. But look at that, Euronics Gaming have now got more percentage points on their obelisk than No Too Fast.
Yeah.
Is that something you had expected?
No, that's why I said easy 2-0.
Okay, I like that. I'm happy that we can get these sort of surprises going. But you know what? One thing is having more percentage. The next thing is actually getting to that 100% and forcing those players away. They are coordinating themselves excellently at the moment. Trying to get himself the die roll frag, won't quite make it. And that is a team wipe for Euronics Gaming.
What you say is 100% right. There has been multiple times I have lost from going up to 99%. All it takes is one great coordinated defense and you will lose.
Yeah. Completely, and there we are. They have managed to throw it back, but only 12% remaining for Euronics Gaming. No Too Fast needing to catch up a bit and to block these attacks. What Euronics Gaming need to do at the moment is they need to attack us 3 or 4 to really lock things down.
Protection there.
That protection, the power-up is going to be completely worn out in a moment, so at the moment it's just going to be...
yeah, protection's probably, well, it's a lot more effective than the quad, so it was ideal to get at that point in time.
Did they just get the point? Oh, they just got taken down on that. There's only over 90% at the moment for No Too Fast.
Unnoticed, doing significant damage.
Oh, what a read. But they have to attack now. They have to just get themselves on that point. We're seeing a great lockdown of the obelisk. That's 99%, and they just made it. Euronics Gaming, phenomenal effort, but it is going to be No Too Fast sneaking by with that. I think, though, that I don't know if concern is something that I'd have as I was No Too Fast, but realize that wasn't as easy as we perhaps expected it to
be. No, 100%. Just at the end, it was a little bit chaotic, and I think Euronics Gaming forgot about the power-up because it was a very easy take by No Too Fast, and that's what won them the game. But this is No Too Fast's pick, and as you say, it was a struggle against perhaps one of the weakest teams in the competition, so I would definitely be concerned in their shoes.
Okay, well, we're on Noctis at the moment. In about 3 seconds' time, we're going to be getting that soul appearing. And that is going to be Sturmy picking up comfortably, but Phoenix rushing in with the bull rush.
Sacrificed his life for the team.
He was a little bit delayed, though. He needed to get there earlier. They'd already thrown away the soul, and Noctis was able to get back to base very, very easily and picking up that percentage immediately. Nail gun. Oh, well, it's doing work if you combine it with a shotgun, a Sturmy, and a rocket stocks.
Now they're all full. They've all got weapons. This is where Euronics Gaming needs to reset and try and attack this good.
He's hitting a sweet nothing.
Yeah. Interesting.
All right, shot.
Zoom nail gun.
It doesn't matter. You just, it's almost like spray and pray at some point, but he is eventually going to dispatch them, and they haven't managed to get that soul yet.
And this is where you can see the rolls coming in. We've got Tox and Sturmy pushing out with a hit scan in the mid, and Noctis and Faz playing that defensive TDM role.
I'm taking that sort of very light champion, Anarchy, and keeping it in base, because it's too easy to die you if you're up the front of all the madness. And what a rocket!
You can zip around the base, hiding yourself extremely well. It's a very, very powerful tactic. I think I saw the guy on point. You did? But it doesn't matter.
Just for a moment, a very brief second, and immediately it goes back. We're almost at 50%, and Euronics Gaming, they touched that soul. That was the first time they had done it that game, but it went nowhere.
What do you do as Euronics Gaming now when you have probably the two best aimers in the world in Tots and Sturmy, standing in mid, stacked, railing you down.
Power up is up in just a few seconds. They have to make that work for them. At this point, I would stop attacking the point, and I would just get as many men as possible over to the power up. Here they are. There's Nyx going to be on there. That's going to be a pain. He throws them up. Kills them.
What timing.
And I think that's the trump card right there with the Dire Orb.
And it's the protection.
So here it is. He's going to say, okay, Faz didn't even know that he was there. We're going to have to get some rocket jumps out. And finally, 69% taken from No Too Fast. Kilson's going to have to get himself to the other side.
Yeah, and what No Too Fast did is they used Sturmy on the Nyx to try and sneak the power up without committing anyone else. And when it failed, then the whole tactic fell apart, essentially.
They only just made it there, actually. Even with the protection, there was so much attack. There was this Sorlag just standing in the way right in front of the point, and they only could barely make it. But that's going to be a relief for Euronics Gaming not to get 100 zeroed. Yeah. And they can start getting something from this point. But again, they got 13%. Soul is taken by Sturmy. He's got 15 health left. He throws it away and to try and get it as far away from their base as possible. Okay, brilliant movement. Let's see how much further he can get it. Oh, not he's passed it over to a teammate, but there's 4 of them right in front of him, and that is the nightmare you don't want to see.
Oh, the telefrag.
Again, Kilson. These are really important moves by him, actually, but can he get away? He can see almost enemies every direction that he faces, which is in the direction of his base.
We have a bull rush.
I thought he was going to bounce pad it there somehow. Oh, no, he manages to hit him. I would have done about 150 damage, but that wasn't enough to take down the slash.
Yeah, Tox just stood there like a man.
Yeah.
Come at me, bro.
And Faz. Oh, did he just get onto the point? I think he may have just made it.
Yeah, I think you're right. That's quite big, actually, because it buys you more time to get back.
Yeah, it's just going to take that 3 seconds to begin with. They're seeing a lot of frags at the moment, though, for Euronics Gaming. Kilson. All right, hasn't taken any damage. He's got Sorlag to deal with, and maybe even Nailgun up behind him to get closer to the point, but he's not gone with that. Oh, the pummel! He saw him coming towards him and is like, this is too close. What can I do? It's panic stations there.
And the battle, the protection is now up.
And it's for Mastermind, which is really important.
This is perfect, yeah. This is exactly what they need.
At the moment, move. He's giving it to a teammate. They should pass it back to him, I think.
They should, but Gilson doesn't want to.
Is that like a distraction technique? I think they might have overthought this a bit.
It's more the fact that because he has the protection, he can push out and defend.
Okay.
So he doesn't need to run back with it. He can use that as far more offensive to zone out enemies.
That worked out very nicely for them just then. And Mastermind, well, he's lost that protection now, but he's got a bit of a stack, even for Anarchy. And he's got to try and keep these No Too Fast players at bay. Pressure is just mounting constantly. And I think we're over the 20% mark, though, at least for Euronics.
It's a long way back, but as we saw in the previous round, all it takes is a really solid defense, which is tough, but always doable.
So there's a lot of attack from the higher ground. Faz is coming in. He's got Sorlag so much stack. He's picked up the Soul. He's got player up at the top who can quickly escape. But there is the bull rush in front.
You saw the basic tactic there. We had 3 No Too Fast at the top in the obviously more offensive position, and then Faz coming in, stealing the orb and chucking it back up.
That was a good defense from the mid on this occasion. Though they respawned and managed to collect the weapons, well, as many as they needed, and got rid of that attack that was moving out with the Soul to drive back to the base.
Great scenery.
I do like it's a pretty map.
Yeah, it's very pretty.
And we just saw Noctis fly by as well.
Thank you, yeah. That was good timing.
And he's pretty weak, but you know what? When you've got the speed of Anarchy, then sometimes it doesn't matter how much health you've got. We've got to have another attack because we're on 83%.
Yeah, this is last chance saloon for Euronics Gaming. You must be feeling a little bit annoyed at the first round. It was in their hand.
It absolutely was, and it's like they managed to wipe the whole team. Then just a handful of seconds later, they had just a spectacular attack from No Too Fast. It's quad.
He's got away with the quad.
Oh dear. Rip.
They're chasing the quad, but they need to get the
They need to get to the point. Screw the quad at this point. Get yourself. And then they haven't got it. They're focusing on the power up so much.
Yeah.
Like, you're on 95%. You've got to attack it. Map 1 goes to No Too Fast.
Damn it, boys. You're so close.
That was a good effort from them. It was No Too Fast's pick.
Exactly.
So I wouldn't feel too deflated from that.
No, I mean, and as we saw, when they got into their position, when they had that solid ground, we saw how powerful they can be as a team. And this is why they take map after map in practice, because of how organized they can be. But at the same time, if you can cause that chaos, then every team is vulnerable. And that should give you hope.
What was really cool though on Euronics Gaming's team is that actually it was, I believe it was Phoenix top fragging for them with Scalebearer.
Yeah, and
Scalebearer getting a highlight right there for their side.
The few, I'm so excited they picked that again. It wasn't as effective. I can see the theory crafting, and obviously throw it, bull rush away, you're pretty much invincible. But outside of that, I just felt it very limited compared to a Sorlag, for instance, which is quick around the map, better dodging, has a zoning ability. There were a few cool ball rushes. One of the impressive things I think watching Phoenix was you could see his CTF mind at work when he took that soul. A player like me would have just rushed into mid and died, but you can see him weighing up the situation, staying there for a few seconds, just thinking which is the best route, getting feedback from his team.
He's waiting for his teammates. He's like, guys, I've got the soul.
Where should I go?
You give me the ideas of where to go.
Those little things that can win you games. Unfortunately, it didn't today.
Yeah.
But it can be. Oh, look at Sturmy, he's beautiful.
So the question is really, Sturmy or Hal? Who's got better hair?
Definitely Sturmy.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm not sure. Well,
are you a Hal fanboy?
A little bit, yeah. I think he's growing in. His hair's really coming a long way.
Both Italian models.
I know he's in his sort of brother's shadows, as I mentioned before, but I think that's one thing he's got going for him at the moment.
Shouldn't be allowed on
just
stream to show us mere mortals.
Maybe if you put him in Sturmy's place, I wonder if they'd notice. Are they that similar in their game?
In their game?
Yeah. I mean, Hal's got some pretty good aim. I guess you haven't got the breadth of experience, but maybe the similarities.
I could see it working.
maybe they could get a podium finish with him. I don't know. But
it's like swapping mustard and ketchup for the day, isn't it?
But yeah, on the side of No Too Fast in that game, that was actually Tox top fragging. So, and there was a lot of mention earlier on that, is Tox going to be feeling comfortable after what was slightly disappointing for him yesterday? Obviously, frags don't say the whole story, but if he is getting the frags in,
well, yeah, I mean, he's always been, like, he's obviously a great jeweler, particularly in Quake 4, but in Quake 3, he's far more known for his team achievements, and he's a monster in these situations.
And I know that he just enjoys playing the team games a lot more now.
Burial Chamber.
Yep, this is Euronics Gaming's pick.
It can go two ways, which is, again, a very obvious statement. But
it's a game of two halves.
Yes, it's a game of two halves. But what I mean by that is this map is extremely open, and you can cause chaos. You can't get set as easily or really at all compared to the previous map. You can cause that chaos, which does suit Euronics, but at the same time, it's an extremely aim-heavy map, which Euronics have a lot of, but so do No Too Fast.
No, I think that the point as well, closer to the heavy armor, I expected that to be much more favorable in terms of where you defend from, because you've got the high ground within the base, and you've got the walls around you. But I remember watching Rush B versus Defendants. Rush B was still able to pull off a lot of spectacular attacks, even though they had what would be regarded as a slightly weaker point to defend themselves.
It really depends on the team. Like, I know, for instance, Maestro, when they have to play this map, they would prefer that because you can try and consolidate that advantage. But at the same time, when you're stuck in that little kind of room area, you can't really judge what's coming into you. And if you get into that room and it just goes, it's anyone's game at that point.
Yeah. No, completely. I wonder, though, if we can actually get something from Euronics Gaming to show us even more of what they're able to do.
I would love to see.
Kilson bottom fragged on his team last time round.
There we go.
Now, we expected him to beast it up a little bit and be one of the heavy fragging powers.
I think he should be on this map.
What I think is amazing, though, is that we are seeing some good fragging, and again, the ability from Phoenix with Scalebearer. These guys who I think Absol, this is his second LAN ever. He was at an Eindhoven LAN, which was back in 2012 or something like that, and that was the last time he did it.
You're like the Wikipedia of Quake.
And he's the amount of times I've seen him hitting like 90% rail in the CTF game for sort of the first 5 minutes, it's just absolutely staggering. And it's great to see that these guys are able to deliver here to some extent.
They're obviously not phased at all, as I said earlier. Practice it wasn't going well. Put them on the main stage, it seems they're rising to it, and that's exactly what you want to see.
Now, another point is that these champion picks, you think, okay, Scalebearer, I'll just keep using that point for the time being. You pick him and say, this could be really good for when the soul spawns at the beginning, or it could be really good for when one of us captures the soul, and then I can scale, I can
scale out.
Bull rush. I can bull rush into it and take the soul home. It's like, okay, great, those are two very specific circumstances in which that champion is going to be good at.
Yes.
Now, what's it going to be bad at? And then what other champions, what can they do more of, if that makes sense?
I mean, the general play, they're all, I feel they're all relatively even, and there are ways you need to look at it, but it is those defining moments that wins games, and if you can execute that tactic particularly well, for instance, on this map, if you're going to bull rush up the chat, whatever it's called, the Bridge of Glory, where the power-up spawns, that's a particularly effective tactic. What's going to stop you if you come charging through at 300 miles an hour?
No, indeed.
Requires you time.
Just get the damage onto him. Just stop him.
Look at him.
Somehow.
He's a machine. Look.
Absolute machine.
Get
up to 200, 125.
Like that one day.
Pardon? You aspired?
Yeah, it's like if you crossed me and Vu.
Where does Vu come into this?
The baldness.
Oh, right, okay.
Just baldness.
I see.
I apologise, Vu.
Are you going to go cosplaying a little bit? Maybe you could get a good sort of skill going. Yeah, I think so.
So should we start donate ZSX to QuakeCon?
I think I'd maybe be a good...
Would you pay for that?
Pardon?
Would you pay for me to do cosplay at QuakeCon?
Would I pay?
Yeah.
No.
Why?
I mean, I would be happy to, and I might enter a charity raffle for it, but I'm not going to pay you for it. Maybe I could do a good Slash cosplay, do you think?
You?
Or maybe I'm a bit too tall for that.
I'm trying to think of all the champions. What would you be?
I mean, hopefully not Slash. Hopefully something more like, a Visor.
You'd be a really ugly Slash, I'm sorry to say.
An ugly Slash? I mean, granted, I probably
I wouldn't want
to
see you dress as... No, that's just not an image.
I'll go with Visor. That's a bit more rugged.
Sorlag?
I've been.
I could see you as a Sorlag.
I've been doing sit-ups in the morning now as well. Sorlag.
Yeah.
No.
Sit-ups in the morning. Sit-ups and badminton.
Only like
Don't strain yourself.
3 or 4.
3 or 4 sit-ups.
Yeah, something like that.
That called coughing or something.
All right, guys, we're going to be getting into the game in about. We've got in just a minute. I think they're going to be picking through their champions relatively soon.
I'm telling you, this is no too fast. They are all so like Sturmy is like, oh, there's a fly on my screen, I can't aim. They are so particular about their setups, it's almost infuriating.
Finicky, these tiny little details that they need to get.
I'm a Simon Blaine here. I don't know actually what's going on, but I'm gonna.
I was actually very surprised how not phased by the setup. I kind of adjusted to the computer fairly well. It wasn't the setup that I found was a change. It was just the environment around me.
Yeah.
I found that I put the mouse pad. Okay, great. The mouse pad's in the position I like it. Blah 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 blah. But it's like, why are there people everywhere?
They're so particular.
Oh,
we're in.
Crazy.
Nice.
That's it, guys. We're getting started on map 2 between No Too Fast and Euronics Gaming on Faz to start with on Zorlag.
Zorlag.
I've been hearing Zorlag. I think that's what Paul could say.
All right.
It took a heap of damage up at the beginning. We've got 5 seconds until that Soul spawns, and we've got the Nyx ready and waiting. Oh, we've got double Nyx. Who the hell picked it up just then?
Yeah, that's obviously their standard tactic for pretty much all power-ups / soul, is just to have Sturmy go and try and invis it up while everyone else defends the outside.
They were trying to mimic that strategy, though, I think. But it works out very nicely for Euronics Gaming. They managed to get their point first, and I think they decided to go to this point to begin with because they knew that there were fewer enemies there.
Yeah, and this point is very good at bunkering down at, particularly with the rail game. I played many sacrifice games where the opponent has 3-4 rails. I even played No Too Fast, and you just can't get in because they're just picking you off as you're coming in. It's so frustrating.
Oh, that was a clean run there by Nox to get himself back. And a lot of pressure though. Immediately, Euronics Gaming are there. There's 3 of them at the doors to the base, and they're going for it.
They just exactly. They all backed off to obviously we're going to go. Let's just go wait for you there.
Nice jumps here from Kelson. He's going to get the Mega, which is going to steady him off a bit. He throws it just in case, but that is Faz grabs it just in time, and that rocket jump. Look at the movement as well.
That is one fast lizard.
And that's what you got when you've got such a stack with Sorlag. You can only exceed your speed cap if you are propelling yourself with rockets, and that's exactly what he decided to do. So just as it looked like Euronics Gaming were going to get back to the point, 5 seconds later, it's back to No Too Fast.
But you can see how chaotic it is, and this definitely favors Euronics.
You think Euronics do you think they'd take a map on this? Or
I wouldn't see why not from the beginning. They seem slightly more comfortable so far, and double Nyx.
What on earth
this time?
He got a double one.
How is that?
I don't even know how he managed that, unless a Phoenix decided to go through the teleporter on the other side of the map, because that's where it takes you to.
You're completely right.
That is unbelievable that they managed to do that. But Stomy's just going to be like, well, great, I got the protection.
And this is the problem now, is how do you stop fully stacked, no too fast, and a battle suit.
Battle suit.
Battle suit.
Well, we've got 50% already, and it takes 2.5 minutes in total to get to that 100%. The power-up is gone. So right now, Euronics Game, we've only got the players to worry about, none of the power-ups.
So yeah, this point A is where we were talking about earlier, where it's very hard to push into because of the close combat nature, that you can do a lot of damage as people try to come through those doorways.
Kelson trying to make a play, get rid of that Anarchy. Injection going to be used by Noctis, and not even able to take him down. It's going to be all of the Euronics players going down eventually. Absol gets a machine gun frag, but he's in there on his own. He hasn't got a teammate nearby. I don't know how he's going to survive it. He's getting the dual wield out. He's actually doing a remarkable amount of damage. Not a single frag, but they all would be relatively low at this stage.
That's sometimes enough if you have them 3, as we see now. You've got 2 or 3 following up. Abzo pretty much single-handedly won them this soul.
Well, let's see if we can do it, because it's crunch time at the moment. 15% remaining for No Too Fast. He's got a teammate with him, Mastermind. Ooh, nice snazzy jump, but that is a great rail, actually. It is pretty challenging to hit Anarchy when he is twisting and turning in the air. But look at that, Noctis. He's going to be crouch sliding back to base.
The great thing about using a Slash and an Anarchy is that you suddenly have 2 exceptionally powerful runners. And not a lot of teams can play Slash well, so...
Oh, the Nyx just out of time. Protection is on, but there is the Gaunt's only going to do a limited amount of damage. And the thing is, it's going to No Too Fast. I do not see a single way for Euronics Game to take the round.
They have to try and buy time while this battle suit is up.
He's trying his best at the moment. Anarchy, he manages to get out. Is there any rails to worry about? No, he's got to try and juke the opposing team. And oh, he's going up the bounce pad. Very brave, but actually the throw is good. If there's a teammate there, there is.
Fox taking it in for the win.
I think that was a bit of a desperate move. It's like, I'm going to throw it this direction because there's literally nothing else I can do. I'm about to die. And the teammates are like, well, we're not there. We can't support you in this instance. And that's just showing that there's a bit better coordination from No Too Fast, but maybe even a little panic from Euronics Gaming.
I think a bit of both. It was that was a beating at the end. It was such a promising start.
It was. That's the thing. It started off great, but even when we saw that Faz sneaking in with the Soul and getting it back before the Soul could return for the second time,
we saw the differences in aim. We saw the differences in coordination. I spoke to Maestro this morning about these types of maps, and they were telling me how this map in particular would be definitely favoured for No Too Fast. So it's still not a surprise that they did so well.
And we are going to get the Soul up in just a moment, actually. Let's see how the setup's going to pan out. 3 seconds remaining. Mastermind's trying to get an upper, and we've got the Nyx. They're going to be hugging each other, and Kilson this time, he's going to win the battle.
Surely one that you know what's going to happen. Just sit back and spam it. I don't know.
So, what I'm finding interesting is they're going to this point again. It didn't work out very well for them last time, and I feel that they're going there because the enemies are on the other side. It might just be worth finding a way to battle and get to that side of the map, because they clearly were having a much easier time defending on that point.
But it doesn't necessarily mean that Euronics would have an easier time defending, because it does take a different play style to defend that room. Again, that's the more TDM oriented room where you can have certain positions with your rockets, etc. Whereas the other point is extremely rail heavy, which definitely favors Euronics.
Oh, got a little bit of a plasma trail to watch
Just
out.
can't get there.
No, that's it. Now, this time they're looking to get it back to the point for the second time, which is something they failed to really do much of beforehand. He's got a rail in. There's a bit of support from Kilson, and he's going to get it back onto the point nicely. And maybe we'll see a little bit more success from them now. Now, Kilson, we haven't seen loads of him, to be fair. We've seen bits and bobs of every player, but he's kind of been sitting on the sideline, so I wonder if we'll see some good effects from him. He's usually been that Nyx guy who's been basically challenging against Sturmy to see if they can get those Ghost Walk runs done well.
So now they have a relatively solid setup. They're all there. They all should have a decent level of health, armor, weapons. It will be tough now.
The thing you've got to worry about, the rail spawns outside of this room. So although it's quite open and you can defend with the rail, you can also attack with it as well.
For sure. And that's what you need to do. You need to hit 1 or 2 rails and then coordinate a rush in. Perhaps using a Swarlag or a Slash to get in fast.
We've got power up in a moment. I think that's Kilson setting up. He's even going to be able to get the quad, in fact. So risky when it is a quad. And I think that's Sturmy just managing to take him down right at the bottom. So he finds the health bubbles, and that's actually massive, massive help for him. He's going to be looking to, well, attack's already been made, in fact. Brilliant shot.
So much damage.
He'll find it though. Next is a little bit. He's going to be able to find an opponent.
He throws it off. Good.
Wow, okay, so that means that it should respawn in mid in a few moments. And that is actually Noctis who's going to grab it.
Yes, so it's a great tactic, because if you're not set up to get it out, you're just going to die and get a return. So just chuck it out, get it back into mid, reset the game.
I think the plasma, Toxic actually just got a plasma kill.
That ability.
Plasma troll kill.
Jeez.
I think, how's he going to get out? Oh, he managed to get the kill on Toxic. That's big, but he's got opponents everywhere. Sturmy is going to be able to grab him. He's just looking for some information from his teammates. They're like, sorry, Phoenix, we can't help you right now. You've got to survive on your own. We're 7 HP. That's, well, good luck.
Yeah, I think you're right in that Euronic should have taken a shot to try and get to point A, because as we can see now, when No Too Fast are defending here, it's just so difficult for Euronic to do anything.
They look so comfortable set up in their positions, but this is a fair enough from Kilson. He's done really well. Nice. Sturmy was a little bit slow to support his teammate. He's like, oh, don't worry, mate, you've got it covered. Oh, you don't?
You don't, no. We've got 30 seconds to the power up.
Well, we're definitely going to be seeing that.
Looks like they're taking it back now, actually.
Let's have a look. Well, I think they're trying to get on the point.
It might be that they just wait another 25 seconds, and by waiting for the power up, they either force No Too Fast out, or they get to take it for free. So either way, it's a win-win.
They need to get to the point, to the power up almost on their way back. Well, actually, 10 seconds. They've actually got back a lot faster. I thought they might have some more obstacles in their way. And now straight away to the power up. Almost let them do that. Just get over to the power up at the moment. It's so important. So, oh, Noctis has got it. Doesn't matter. Power up is important. Got the pummel out.
Protect again.
Okay, that was, yeah, Sturmy once more. And it's very nice when you get the protection, all of a sudden you can breathe a sigh of relief, you can survive for a little longer, and here comes the attack. Just as they tied up the percentages, Sturmy, he's going to be grabbing the soul. There's a lot of pummels coming towards him because it's actually such an effective use of damage.
Oh, tried to telefrag him.
Wow, okay, he's even managed to get the soul and the protection on himself. Look at the damage. They were all focusing him, and Fazza's got it, but it's like, oh guys, where's the soul gone? It's back on their point. God damn it.
Tunnel vision, pummel, scary lizard.
That's it. Well, you tend to look at the power of the thing, and let's focus on that. That's the game. But it's the objective. You want the soul. That is exactly what you're trying to go for.
But LeBron managed to throw the soul well far away.
What kind of defense are we going to be able to see here from Mastermind? We've got a plasma shot to worry about, but it's not covering too much ground.
I love that attack, actually. It hasn't worked yet, but the Slash charging in with the plasma trail just zones out the entire enemy team and allows your team to follow up. And that's what they've been looking to do, but not successful.
Yeah, and of course, Tox's role from his Quake 4 background is going to be an absolute god at using that crouch sliding. A bit of an attack there. That was actually very decent from Phoenix. As he passed it back to a teammate, no, he's passed it to an enemy instead. And they could essentially play beach volleyball with that soul.
Managed to work out.
And an attack straight away. Look at Tox, he's just trying to get that plasma trail working somehow. He doesn't quite get the soul back. And we're looking for some stack on someone who can defend that soul.
Yeah, and you can see them almost working in pairs. Tox normally leads the way, and then Faz and Sturmy tagging along together, and Noctis following up at the end. So it's just some pretty remarkable coordination a lot of the time.
It's nice, but there's 25% behind Euronics Gaming. We did see an advantage in Euronics Gaming on the lockbox, but they lost it in the end. Let's see with that power-up happening. It is Kelson. He manages to get the pummel onto Sturmy, and they've got the protection. This should be a strong attack, and actually, this is at such an important point in the game.
I think those players need to stack this and sit back now. They really shouldn't be pushing in, and they're not, which is extremely smart.
Alright, Kelson, let's see what the run back. He's got a pummel to worry about. It's so much damage against him. He's found the Vega. Wow, what a savior that is. And Noctis goes down. He gets the point back. He's got about 5 seconds left on his protection. And where there's enemies, he needs his teammates to support him. He's the only person in base. And that soul's going to get chucked away. This is actually pretty devastating, but Phoenix is back to return it. Look at the Anarchy. He's just closing in with the gauntlet, and there's panic stations for the Ranger, who's a little bit slower on the movement.
Yeah, great interception by Ranger. That's a tactic that's often not discussed and overlooked. Nice round. Is that interception positioning, which is obviously crucial.
Now, if you don't know much about Phoenix, he was actually one of the best, if not the best, CTF defender in all of Quake Live. Guy was just an absolute monster, and with a team with good coordination, it just worked out so nicely for him. and almost managing to secure the win on this round with that defense.
So much chaos.
Can he bring it back before he dies from any of that acid? I think he may have barely survived with 5 health.
Yeah.
And they got it. We actually see a round win for another team.
Have a game on.
And that's, is that the first game we've had
2-1?
Not 2-0, 2-0? Yeah, okay.
That's one of the day.
So, well, they've got the chance to tie up the maps at least, but
that would be remarkable. I'd love that.
That would be really good. Euronix Gaming having a very nice performance there. I wonder if they can do it once more, because otherwise they are going to be dropping down to the loser bracket in this. Mastermind on camera first. Looks like he won't be on camera for long. And he's not going to he decides not to use injections straight away.
Would you have used it?
I would hope to respawn to get to the soul in time and then have it to work with.
That makes sense.
But it is going to be
And now they're changing obelisks.
This might be really good for them actually, because I know they would have struggled in defending the point beforehand. That's your teammate. It'd be nice. I know you want to frag everything that moves, but he's trying to help you. No, actually, I like this position from Phoenix that he's taking. It's like this is the Robbing case. You need to have that mid presence. You can't all stay in the base because otherwise you got no information.
Yeah, it's true. You do. It's also very risky because if they just rush you, then you're extremely exposed. And you can see the patience from No Too Fast. They're not pushing in one by one. This is exactly the way you need to attack this point.
But you're also thinking at the same time, like that percentage is slowly ticking up. We need to get there soon.
That's the risk reward. If you just have to coordinate attack, it's better than giving it up and having to reset again and then you waste another 20%.
They did fairly well to get it. I think there was basically a 2-man attack that managed to do it, but Abso done very well. The rail misses him. That's actually an important shot to miss.
He doesn't miss twice, Hold Sturmy.
Yeah, that'll be payback, and it's going to be Tox with the slash. Good timing from Mastermind to turn up with the attack. He is going to manage to kill Mastermind and pass it to a teammate, but a lot of them are so weak. There's the Blazkowicz. Abso trying to get some damage down, but Noctis will eventually manage to kill him. Rockets, they've passed the soul to the point, but you can't throw it on the point. You've got to walk over it, holding the soul.
Technicalities.
Oh, that's absolutely it. Otherwise, it's just like goalposts, and you can just throw it in.
Golf.
Some weird
No Too
bloodthirsty
Fast
version.
completely forgot about the power-up. Yeah, it's only a quad which is lucky.
That's flustering. They normally never forget about that. They are so meticulous at ensuring that they're present everywhere, but it's not happened.
Exactly, because remember, it's all timing by yourself, so...
Mastermind's got it. He really needs support from a teammate. He needs to get to that mega as quickly as possible for some kind of security. Now he's waiting for the teammates. Where's safe? Tell me what to do. He chucks the soul away. He's got a teammate, but he's following him. And he let the Anarchy just sneak in behind him. Maybe that was just a minor detail lacking in the communication that made that happen.
Yeah, but big error.
And we're finally seeing a few more percentage points on No Too Fast's point. They're just trying to get rid of all those opponents that are attacking. The soul has to be taken off the obelisk for just a moment. And look at that, 3 of them attacking.
Nice, yeah.
It's decent. Phoenix has been given it, but no. Oh, he's been railed. Soul still on the obelisk, but are there any Euronix Gaming players left? No, Sturmy's going to be able to come back, and they're going to have to re-coordinate that attack. And they're going to want to do it very soon, because that power-up is going to be spawning in about 35 seconds approximately.
This is why it's so tough. When you have someone of Sturmy's caliber, it's just sitting at the back, hitting 3 rails in a row. Anyone that tries to come near is almost going to take 90 damage.
And this is his favorite thing in the world. Just being able to zoom
this is what he was born to do. I think he plays more time in zooming out of it.
And this is absolutely perfect.
Even though it's
missed
tough,
way too much.
This is what, that's worrying. But this is what Euronix needs to do. They needed to sit back a bit, and I think they were just waiting for the power up now.
Yeah.
Here's Chris Sturmy.
Sturmy's on it. We've got Nick Battles. He did manage. He's going to bring it back to base as well. He's only got 28 health. If there's any support, the soul actually has been taken by Abso. Maybe trying to throw it off the edge. That could have actually been quite helpful if he even walked off.
Yeah, he probably should have, but hindsight 2020.
That's
all that jazz.
And how long? We've got about 10 seconds remaining on this power-up. And as soon as that goes, Euronics Gaming, they are going to launch themselves at it. We've got 4 players very close, in fact. And Sturmy, all of a sudden, he's vulnerable. But we need him to do something. Mastermind, he's going to go down to the pummel as well. He had to be there to kill Sturmy. He's been alive for God knows how long.
I just had a woohoo from Sturmy after.
Here they come again. Coordination, I've got to say, fair enough, Euronics.
Yeah.
You've been doing a great job at it, but the defense so good.
Now. It's getting desperate as it
Very desperate.
They really have the chance for one more big attack.
Otherwise, they're just going to be sort of clawing away at getting onto the point and preventing them from getting that 100 from 99. I think he managed to throw it away and throw it back. And away. And, oh, still away.
What is going on?
And Noctis manages to get the return. Still, there's a lot to defend against, and this could be it, actually.
This is it, yeah.
Pivotal frag.
That they need. 90%.
Is there an opponent there? Where did the Soul manage to fall off to? Fast got it, though. He's going to return underneath and try and throw it up. Oh, he's missed it. At the top, and he's died. Have they figured out where the Soul is? Oh, no, it's going to be Noctis who's going to be able to grab it as well. He needs to find a way to throw it through the cracks of the map. But you know what? He's happy to be patient, it looks like. Oh, there's a frag, though. Massive from Phoenix. And with 28%, there's plenty of distance to go until they're really competitive in this last round.
Yeah, they can't afford to now have a bad defense. It will almost certainly be over.
And there's the power-up spawning right this moment. It just got grabbed. Sturmy has it, and he's just picked up health.
Yeah, and it's a protection. Again, he's got exceptionally lucky with these.
He just gets the timing just bang on with the Ghost Walk, and when you're using that strategy and they're both using the same one, I kind of almost preferred what Demon was doing with the Ranger and trying to get that dire orb to really be the deciding factor.
I completely agree, because I mean, it ended up working in the end when Euronics a bit disorganized, but they had the upper hand for the majority of the first couple of rounds anyway.
Okay, that on the 99%, they managed to get something going for them.
Can we see a 99% comeback?
Oof, that would be absolutely huge. We really got no room for errors from Euronics Gaming.
See you later.
Otherwise, they're going to lose. Oh, he saves himself! What a move there by Phoenix. Unfortunately, it's not going to amount to anything. And we've got Noctis just sitting on the top of the obelisk. All right, now time to figure out a way to get out of this base. I'm trying to get that coordination from his teammates. All right, where are they? Where can I go to? They're almost going to be camping out their base so that they can just attack.
Euronics all camping the enemy obelisk.
They're all
getting absolutely beaten up.
Has Noctis managed to return with it?
Yeah.
No, and Kilson's got it back though. He's going to be returning again. We've got volleyball simulated between these two teams, and now Noctis, he's got the 100 health, which is good. We've seen so many weak players, but there's an opponent coming right towards him. It's only going to be a Nyx, and he's going to go down to the lower areas of the map. Vulnerable to a rail. There's a player right in front of him. Oh, he can't do it, but I think there was a teammate behind him somewhere. Oh no, is he taken by Sturmy? He would have fragged the supporting player.
Still tough to get back. He's weak.
The die rob, what a play. Just as it was being thrown, he decided, I'm going to die rob to it. I absolutely love that move. And now Mastermind, he's got the Anarchy. Surely he can get somewhere. No. He's got an injection, he's got it, and he's managed to get the armor as well. Now Noctis trying to fight, but he's struggling at the same time. And he's going to go down to Phoenix. Now Sorlag, tanky champion. This is absolute chaos. And I think they got it on there. Have they got any players to support? They managed to get the Soul again, in fact.
That's GG.
But that's it. Are there any players anywhere? It looks like that's going to be a no. No too fast. Win their first round game here in the Quake World Championship Sacrifice Regionals.
I mean, if I was Euronics, I'd actually be feeling quite good.
Yeah.
I spoke with Abso this morning. I was like, how you feeling? How's it going? He's like, not too great. I was like, what's wrong?
Really?
He goes, yeah, we've got a death loss incoming. Those were his words. Like,
That's no way to look at it.
But that's the attitude. Like, everyone knows the caliber of No Too Fast. They've obviously scrimmed against them, practiced against them a lot, and they were resigned to the fact they were going to get their asses handed to them, and to take a round off them, and to put them on the edge for numerous other occasions. I would be relatively happy. Whenever they got set, obviously we saw when they got set in their defensive, like they're almost immovable. They're just immovable objects. But when you can create chaos, you can see the vulnerabilities. There are cracks in their armor.
Yeah, definitely. But I think the coordination bodes very, very well for Euronics Gaming. So we'll find out what's going to be happening on that end. But for now, we're going to chuck it back over to the analyst desk and see what they make of that match.
you very much, gentlemen. Yes, indeed. No Too Fast getting the 2-0. But just to kind of touch on what our casters mentioned, still, you know, when you look at the opposing side, Euronics Gaming, they did at least manage to take a round, which in the first map wasn't happening, let's be honest. Let's talk a little bit more about that game number 1.
Yeah, not at all. It's a shame because they did get completely demolished in the first one. But what I love about the second one is that with Euronics, you saw a lot of their strategies coming into play. So when they were on A side, when they actually had the Soul, they'd have 3 of them on height advantage and just make sure they rocket anyone that actually comes in. But also the good thing on the B side as well, you would see a couple of them basically spam the nail gun in any open area, because sometimes you could use the rail in that kind of situation, but in these team games like this, you may see like a 2 or 3 of them going into one area, and that's when the nail gun really comes into play, because it will literally spam straight through them rather than just railing one person.
That map, I think, really was a testament to how an adjustment can be made, and potentially when an adjustment is made a little bit too late. So the first map was a complete wash. That was just as one-sided as it gets for Not Too Fast, and I mean, I believe that was their map choice, so it's not a huge surprise. Lockbox being a comfortable map for them. I believe we saw them in the qualification stage do that too, which is, again, expected when you have players this good on a map that they feel that strong on. But in map number 2, the way Euronics Gaming were starting to pull it back, they took that round, and even in the final round of the second map, they were looking really good. But it was that moment where Sturmy was there with the railgun on the point. It was Obelisk B, and he had just adopted just like almost like he was a human turret. You know what I mean? He was sitting there with a rail, and he was just playing tower defense. He had his 3 lines of sight, and he just wasn't letting anyone get close.
This is the problem though. With Euronics, we saw their kind of CTF-esque kind of plays in terms of how they set things up, because I did say their strategies will be a lot more different, and it's probably the only thing they'll need to rely on. But I think one of the main things 2/3 into that game was the fact that they were coordinated until this point where they started to panic and they started running one at a time. So every time one of them tried to get in, it would be a 1v2 situation, and they were hoping they'll just pick one of them off as they go in. But their teamwork was so good by Not Too Fast, it just wasn't happening. So after winning 1 by 1, they gave him too much of a lead. Don't get me wrong, they fought back right to the very end. But sadly, after they get that quad damage, that was basically game, set, and match.
Yeah, GG, no reason. You mentioned Harry, and kind of when we look back on that one, fair enough, it was, coming into this was always going to be a great thing here for No Too Fast. We've been speaking about this is the European God Squad, it's the European Dream Team. It's the team, when you look at it, the composition, you say, okay, these are the guys that have a very good chance of winning the whole thing. Not only the regionals, but QuakeCon as well.
But also you have to keep in mind the fact that some of these players on the team, they're all duelers, they're all top level duelers, but some of them have qualified for the World Championships and some of them haven't. You know they're not going to want to be split up on their way to Texas in a few weeks' time. They're going to want to be going as a 4, all knowing, okay, right, we entered this together, we're going to make it there together. And they're not going to want to have to split up, going for what is basically going to be the last leg of this Quake Champions journey that they've done over the last couple of months.
I think this is well with Not Too Fast as well. They don't just want to be the best team in Europe. They've got to take into consideration that with the NA side, they've got Rafa, ID, Dahang, and one other player. And the thing is, though, they're not just practicing for Europe, they're practicing against them because they're a very, very good NA squad. So, you know, this is practice for them until it comes to that matchup in the future.
Well, one person who will be able to give us a little bit more insight is an actual player from that roster. I believe we have Sturmy down on the deck with Mr. Red Eye. Gentlemen, over to you.
Yes, thanks very much. Yes, with Sturmy Alessandro, a good solid win to start the day, which is very important. Obviously, you come into the stage and you play well as a team. Was it difficult in any way, and which of the 2 matches was harder?
I think they played very well. We didn't expect that, but at the same time, you know, it's the first match for us, and you know, it can only get better. We have a very experienced team. All of us has been playing most of the Quakes. I think maybe Faz even played Quake 1 or Quake 2. So I think we are, you know, feeling pretty well.
Yeah, we added up your experience across the board. It's more than 50 years between you.
Yeah.
That's astonishing.
Yeah, long time.
So what is it like being back and playing in the stage and, you know, coming to something that's a world championship for Quake? It's what we always talked about back in the day about, you know, we always wanted one of these big world championships for Quake. It's finally here.
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing. I think it's something the whole community and, you know, all the Quake fans really wanted for a very long time. So we're very grateful that, you know, Bethesda and id Software, you know, they're pulling this off. You know, $1 million tournament at QuakeCon, it's amazing and everybody's excited. So I think everybody's practicing very hard for this, and you know, I'm looking forward for the next matches.
Okay. Any bad feelings left over from yesterday? It was frustrating from my point of view, watching you and obviously Tox not being able to go through the duel. But how much time have you had to practice 1v1s? Considering I know that you put a lot of focus on Sacrifice.
Well, me personally, and I haven't really focused much on duels. I think even as a team, we focus a lot on Sacrifice, and we practice basically every evening for the last month and a half or two. But I think, you know, everybody, Faz and Noctis qualified for duels, and they're very happy. Tox is a bit disappointed, and I'm disappointed too, even though maybe I didn't put the same amount of time, because, you know, I also have other priorities, but Sacrifice for us, it's very important. So, you know, I'm a very competitive guy. You know, if I play in a tournament, I really, really, really want to win. So even if I maybe didn't put 100% of myself, I'm disappointed. But, you know, we have to look forward to and sacrifice what's important for me and also for the team. So we're ready, and we're going to try our best to win next games.
Okay, added bit of pressure. Obviously, you guys have a lot of experience now between you've had focus and pressure on you before, but as a team, is it harder to cope with that pressure, being the favourites here?
We're favorites?
Well, one of.
I didn't know we were favorites.
One of.
Well, I don't know. I think we all have played, I don't know, 50, hundreds, 20, you know, hundreds of tournaments together. It's quite common for us to, I mean, get in that mindset. At the same time, me and maybe, you know, even Toxic, maybe even Faz, maybe they played some online tournaments. I haven't played for like 3 years. So it's great. At the same time, you need to get into that mindset. It's like riding a bicycle. When you sit on that stage, it's nothing compared to when you play at home. So, you know, it's step by step. We're going to get everything together. And hopefully we're going to be able also to play the same way that we played, you know, when we are relaxed at home, because I think we have a good team play. So,
all right, thank you very much, Sturmy. Great to hear from Sturmy and the boys from Not Too Fast. They have won their opening match, of course, in the upper bracket. We're going to have our final match in the upper bracket, where 2 Brits are involved. Doesn't happen very often. We're going to enjoy that one. It's coming up after the break.
You take a top-line product, and the price to performance value there is just amazing.
With 240 hertz and FreeSync on, it felt like I was in the game again.
You should choose Vega if you want to make sure that your games are being played the way they were meant to be.
Turn up all your quality settings. Get a glass with FreeSync. And the best GPU to drive that is Vega. That's it. That's the simple answer.
The original Quake was the very first game that allowed dedicated independent servers to exist that people could connect into. That was something very new. What it did is it allowed people to have one place that they could go to compete. What we found is that players would go to the same servers, play against the same people, teams started to form, clans started to form. We planned none of this. And because Quake by itself is very skill-based, it takes a lot of dexterity to play it, it did lend itself well to who is the best Quake player, who has the best skill, who could beat the top guy in the US or the top guy in Europe.
I was a player in the late 90s and the early 2000s. Going from state to state, country to country, you saw how much passion there was, how much fun people were having playing and spectating. Something was happening here.
Competitive gaming back in 1996 wasn't really a thing. So we were just excited that people were playing Quake together. And even QuakeCon, which was a convention started by our fans to see who the best Quake player was. We were really excited by this.
You would see a line out the door of people trying to get in, and everyone would be holding their giant computers and their huge CRT monitors.
Put them on tables that would compress because of the weight.
You would have to take multiple trips because there would be so many wires and so many computers. And
they were all on LAN, so they were right there. They'd yell back and forth. It was much more unruly than it is today.
And after everyone was eliminated, there'd be two players, and everyone would be hunched behind them, watching them and seeing what was happening, and they could only see one point of view.
And that sense of community and being together and playing together has just grown and grown and grown. And yes, now our communities are millions of people, but we never imagined 20 years ago that the esports industry and the size of what it is today could ever have been a thing. And we are very blessed and fortunate that Quake really started it. Every esport game today can trace its roots all the way back to Quake.
Every esports can trace something back to Quake. I mean, is that video just not incredible? When you watch it and look at where that kind of things have come from and where they've evolved. And when we talk about grassroots community, about, starting from the bottom and working your way up. And, even Paul said it 20 years ago, this game it's legendary. It's a name. It's a staple game that everyone knows, even if people haven't played it. And we're still here today.
It's crazy because when you look at it now, it's like Quake and also CSRC, the earliest in the scene. And watching those bark areas at the time, like 20 years ago, it was crazy, making multiple trips back, like just to get wires and everything. It's crazy stuff, how things have changed from 2017 to back then.
In a competitive sense, I think it really puts things into perspective.
Yeah.
Of how far the game has come. But on the flip side of that, the games have been evolving across all the Quakes and Arena FPS in general. But the players, some of them have been there since the absolute beginning. And I can't imagine how it must feel as a player to have had that big gap in between Quake Live and now, to being able to not only return to Quake, but actually play for life-changing money. Reasons to really go, I mean, a professional Quake player in 2017 playing for serious money is something that many of these players could only really have dreamed of, and now that is the reality.
Definitely, because you see some of these players who come from still 2001, and it doesn't matter how the mechanics have changed for each Quake, they still seem to have that natural talent to actually continue from where they left off from their skill base on Q3 CPMA or Quake Live, and they still manage to bring it even now. But what's great thing about Quake Champions is the fact that the meta is extended now with the champion variety.
Obviously, you've got new stuff, and you will always get new things as you evolve with the game. It's just the way the world works. But when we look back at some of these things, i.e. the rocket jumps, some of the characters, the maps, you still know that there's Quake at heart, and they're still been able to at least not move away from it. It's quite refreshing to see move away from what made Quake great and what the community kind of wants to see. And you know what? Well, we've got a World Championship, and that's exactly what we're now here to qualify. This, of course, is the European Regionals, and we're about to send one team to QuakeCon 2017 who will be at that Grand Finals, facing up against 3 other European teams and 4 NA rosters. Gentlemen, good match ahead of us. Let's have a quick look at these rosters as we head on in. It's going to be Alliance taking on Maestro. Ryan, give me your initial thoughts about this matchup.
So Maestro are going into this with, I don't want to use the term a lot to prove.
But unfortunately, a couple of these Maestro guys didn't quite qualify. I know Hell was a big one within the Duel Cup, where he entered every single week. And in its own right, the fact that he made top 16 basically every single week through any bracket and any opponent was really impressive. But he didn't quite get to the regionals. And then you have Garpy and Vu, who got really far in the bracket, but unfortunately also fell just short of that World Championship spot. Now they have another chance today to make the World Championships at QuakeCon, and it's going to be a different mode, but instead of them having to rely on themselves, they now need to rely on each other. But they have a lot of history. These guys go back a very long time, and even before they arrived here, they were still doing the best they could to essentially boot camp and land together. Like, this team has been doing as much preparation in person as physically possible.
Good to see UK players as well, playing at the very top level.
Agreed.
It's a bit of a, let's be honest, it's a meme. UK esports, in the greater grand scale of things, especially within PC, can be a little bit of a meme. But when we look at Quake, you've got some absolutely fantastic players.
Well, this is a great thing. It's actually UK versus UK, because you've got Bus Driver X, who's also on the opposite team from Maestro. So you've got 2 versus 1, technically. And what you got to remember now is that with Alliance themselves, it's actually quite an interesting team, because as you know, we've had Strengths, who's already qualified for that grueling loser bracket run, where he pretty much made 2 potential QuakeCon finals happen in loser bracket round 1 and 2. And obviously, no, with Sparty as well, he does have work commitments due to his shift work, so I'm not sure how practice is going. Sometimes he can be a little bit fatigued, which is quite understandable when you're in that kind of situation, when you're trying to practice at a really high competitive level. But with Sparty himself, you know, he's away from all that now. He's not fatigued. He's ready. He's come to these regionals, so he won't be fatigued or have any worries about anything like that. And obviously, Strengths, we've already spoken about him just now during his dueling past. And Bus Driver X and Syndrome, basically, they did try and qualify for a duel a couple of times, missed out just on the top 16. And I will do my best to try and not make as many Bus Driver jokes as I did before.
Once again.
What is good to see is when we look across, you know, the opposing roster, you've got these 2 UK guys that have played together in the past. When we look here at Alliance, you've got ex-Fnatic players in the form of Sparty and Strengths who are playing together. You know, so there is this kind of harmony of ex-teammates coming back together once again. This is all the makings of a cracking game, to be honest with you guys.
Because we just talked about the history of Quake. I mean, the players in this match in particular are a complete example of history. Like, so many of these players go way back across different Quakes or different, I mean, no, Vu himself, the Painkiller in particular. There are many different games that bring both of these teams together. And I like the fact that they are sort of like collecting into this brand new, hot off the press, AAA arena shooter in Quake Champions. It's going to be nice to see what kind of chapter will be set here, you know, because every game has its history, every game has its top players, the legacies that are created through that. Quake Champions is another one of those games where history is going to be made, and it's going to be made today.
So 2 players, we keep speaking about history, we keep speaking about legends. Let's talk more about Strengths and Vu. These 2 guys have been there, they've done that, they have got many T-shirts, and now they're about to go head-to-head once again, this time in a sacrifice team environment. I mean, what are you expecting from these guys? We've seen things kind of in the other matches where individual talent in sacrifice, it doesn't shine. Well, it does shine, but on a grand scale of winning the map, it doesn't kind of hold stand. This is first and foremost a team game.
Oh, definitely. I think the last game kind of proved it with Euronics, where, you know, they're not the greatest at duel, but you could see from their strategies and how they do setups, you know, they can easily put up a good fight. And it was actually quite unlucky in some of the situations they were in. And as you can see, Vu there, as you know, one of the Painkiller legends, you could say. And also another person was Garpy as well. He's been at the top of the UK since 2004. Even one of his first events being back to I-19. This guy has been around for an extremely long time. So it's not only just Vu with a huge history, it's most of these guys, not just one or the other.
A big thing about both of them too is that I think everyone in this building felt really bad for both Vu and Garpy, because Garpy, I mean, it was one life in it. You know, in that final round where he had the champion lead and Vishal made that unbelievable comeback. I mean, it shot straight into the hearts of every UK player in this building, and he's got another chance. Vu with an unbelievable series against Cooler yesterday, and he took it to Cooler. So if you have the skill and ability to take it to Cooler, now you have a chance to do it in a different game mode.
One thing I want to note as well, that both Garpy and Vu got knocked out in the final 16. So, you know, this is their you could say their last chance to actually get to QuakeCon. So now this Sacrifice team really need to put in a lot of work and effort.
I know we mentioned yesterday that these players may have had a chance to qualify during BYOC, but I actually think that that's incorrect. I do think that the Sacrifice goes on while BYOC is playing, so this literally is
final chance.
Last chance saloon if you want to see QuakeCon. Simple as that.
Small little observation. Just checking out those screens while the guys are doing their tech tests. Hell, he was playing Slash. People have been talking about that. So obviously, Hell playing Quake 4, Slash being the Quake 4 champion, which we've said many, many times. We have seen Slash today put to very, very good use. And we did not see that in either week 1 or 2. She just straight up was never picked ever.
Speaking of picks, here comes the first initial maps, and it's going to be Alliance who pick first. Harry, they're going to take Lockbox.
Yes, it's going to be interesting. We've seen a lot of weird things in terms of, like, you know, I expect a lot more top-mid control and how they do things, but, you know, I've seen a lot more of coordination. So the difference is with Strengths' team, it's going to be quite interesting to see how they pull up, because I know Syndrome and Bus Driver are more team-based players. They've had a bit of history with TDM and CTF in the past. So I'll be curious to see how they actually strategize going into it. And obviously, DM6, you know, been around for a very long time. And there's obviously a reason why Maestro have chosen this. You know, they're all veteran players. It's only natural for them to choose an old map.
Blood Covenant is a map they all sort of individually play well on as well across both game modes. A big part of these maps as well will absolutely come down to the champions that we see, because throughout the course of the day we've seen champion selects have a major impact on how some of these games have gone. And I mean, let's just take one champion, right, Slash, into account. She's going to be great on Lockbox. We've already seen her do fantastic stuff on Lockbox. Ruins of Sarnath is very much a Slash map, and even Blood Covenant. On Sacrifice in particular, where you're making those constant rounds from obelisk to obelisk and different, you know, twists and turns that you can take, all 3 of these maps, she is going to be a serious headache on if we see her.
See, that's what I'm quite surprised with as well, because Lockbox is very close quarters, and then I can understand, like on maps like Sarnath and DM6, I'm not surprised at all that Slash has been chosen for these maps. But it's great to see that finally we see Slash on Lockbox, a map where, don't get me wrong, it's very narrow and large, and the thing is, over close quarters, I wasn't too sure about Slash, but obviously they've proven me wrong, and it's nice to see that, you know, all 3 of these maps are compatible with her.
I think we can all agree that this is the one matchup that could 100% go to a map 3.
Oh, yeah. I think that's almost, like, without a shadow of a doubt, definitely a possibility.
I think with all these 4 matches, I think these 2, or this match in particular, will be the closest you'll see today.
Okay. So let's touch a little bit more on the champs. Like we said, that definitely in Sacrifice, it comes down to the champions more than it does the map. Now, don't get me wrong, map still plays a greater part. But in order to take that map and to break a setup, you have to have the right configuration. Still not really seeing these huge tanky classes come out. Fair enough. We are seeing the big beautiful lizard kicking ass and taking names, but no clutch still.
It's really surprised me because, again, early on, Scale Bearer was super, super popular because it was damage reduction, it was mobility, it was the fact that Scale Bearer was both a very, very good defender, but also a very, very good soul carrier. You know, the technique of, yes, you can't use an ability while you're holding onto a soul, but what you can do is drop the soul, pop your ability, and then pick it up in the middle of it. So Scale Bearer would throw the soul down, activate Bull Rush, run over the soul, and now he's got really fast mobility. He's going to reach his location much easier, and he's taking less damage, and he's going to splat anyone in front of him.
Yeah, don't be surprised in all fairness, because it's also all great with the soul, which I completely agree with as well, because Scale Bearer I thought I'd see a little bit more of. But now with maps like DM6, where you can actually charge for the power up for the teleport, these little things will cause a massive impact. And if anyone uses Scale Bearer on DM6, we'll probably see a lot of these kind of situations happen.
Well, we'll soon find out. We'll see if Alliance are going to be in the bus driver's seat, or if we're actually going to be seeing Maestro send them to hell and back.
You've been thinking about
I have been writing stuff down, and it's appalling, but enough from us. It's time to get on with the show. Gentlemen in the caster booth, it's over to you.
It's good to know that you hit a couple of your pre-planned jokes coming into that one there. I know you wrote those down and really wanted to get those out there soon. But yes, we're going to get underway here with Maestro up against Alliance. We did hear quite a bit on the desk about the 2 teams, but you know, Zoo, we should talk about maybe the behaviors of the team a little bit more, because obviously you know quite a bit about Maestro, and you also know quite a bit about Alliance at the same time.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Strengths is a name that the community will be very familiar with. He's someone that people love to see win, but at the same time they love to see lose, just because of the reactions you often get from him and the dramas that has been caused over the years in the scene. He's someone who will be very vocal about whatever it might be. It might not even be to do with the game, it might be to do with just how he's sitting or something like that, and he's going to vocalize that to the team, which can just really bring down the morale. Now, it makes it sounds really negative from the start. That's not the case. He's also equally got that power to really lift the team spirits and make them feel united in that kind of regard. So depending on how Strengths is feeling, I'm guessing better rather than worse, considering his successful qualification yesterday.
That is true.
Should be very good for Alliance. And also Maestro, a bit of an emotional team as well, but it's more, it leaks through the players a little, just because if Vu gets a bit frustrated, and you might start seeing Hypno getting a little bit frustrated, maybe it'll spread to Hell or something like that. And it's really going to be down to Maestro to keep that sort of team composure together and to see the success that they're hoping for.
Well, we did get a chance to talk to the guys from Maestro, and particularly Garpy and Vu, because unfortunately, like you heard on the desk, they did not qualify for the duel yesterday. And I believe the general response we got from them was that's in the past, they're only looking ahead. They're only looking towards the future now of what's coming up today. And with them being emotional players, like you say, in the team in general, you cannot let what happened yesterday really affect you, especially at such a crucial time.
Yeah, and we noticed, we saw some of the pictures after the games, and Garpy looked really disappointed. We see Red Eye, I mean, giving Garpy a hug at the same time. It means a lot to the players. And I know they were feeling actually fairly deflated after Vu lost to Cooler in the final game. They really had to collect themselves and make sure, all right, guys, we're going to let's get some practice in now before the morning and make sure we can get our sacrifice game on point. Because it was honestly, it was very close to being like, let's just chill out for the night instead. But I'm very glad for them that they came to the practice and actually started looking stronger and stronger in the games that they were playing all the way up until this morning. So very excited to see what we're going to be able to see from it. And it looks like we're going to be getting this game underway.
All right, let's kick things off. As Alliance going to be on the red side here, Maestro on the blue. Get underway with our first round of games on Sacrifice. Looks like off the bat here, Syndrome going to be running the Anarchy. Taking a hell of a lot of damage, not able to pick up really any guns just yet, but that Soul's going to be spawning any second out. Switching out to the Gauntlet too, looking for Garpy. Initial control, going over to Maestro here, I'd say.
I love that Garpy, he's actually rocking the Soul as well. He's managed to pick it up, he's used the shield defensively, he's got teammates right next to him at the same point, and it should be fairly easy for them to get to Obelisk A, and they've done it. The whole team united together. That's a good start, but it's now, what is the follow-up?
You can already see he's looking to push it up here as Bus Driver is able to secure that kill onto him, allowing them to have a man advantage as they push onto the point here. Bus Driver again on the sword, like doing some decent damage. Asking if it's going to come through, but not really land at the right direction. In the meantime, Maestro still putting up this percent, still picking up these kills. Garpy going off here on the clutch as he got the respawn back in. Another kill for this man, that was 3, and I think he's looking for some redemption, finally being taken down by Bus Driver.
That's actually very, very good coordination from them. There were so many of them at the top parts of the map. Syndrome just managed to take the Soul himself. He's so tremendously weak, but he's going to try and run it back to the base. Are there any players in the way? Not at all. Looks like it's home clear. Just people behind him doing small amounts of chip damage. There's no teammates at all next to him. This should be fairly easy for Vu to get the Soul back and bring it, return it to the base.
Yeah, Vu's got it. He's got teammates in front of him to protect him too, but instead of going the direction they are, maybe trying to throw them off by going a different avenue back in. Picks up the Mega on his way here. Yeah, really well timed with that rocket jump. And they should be bringing it back in a few seconds, but there's still going to be a little bit of contention. You see the Anarchy off towards the left-hand side. Syndrome, Bus Driver all picking up these kills, and this Soul's going to immediately be taken. But will they escape? And Hell comes through with the Gauntlet kill to the face. Looking for the follow-up. Hypno's going to be there, and that Soul's going back to Maestro.
Now, what's looking amazing for Maestro at the moment is the coordination, the communication we're getting from them, and for Vu to get back to that base to begin with and picking the only route that didn't have any Alliance players in it. If they can continue that cooperation, that looks good. And we have actually got the shield that was used to try and get the power up, but it is actually going to be Strengths who gets protection.
So what is he looking to do here? Is he looking for some kills? Is he looking to pick up a couple of frags on people running away? Is he looking to pick up the Soul?
He definitely wants to run the Soul at the moment, but they're doing a lot of damage actually, even with protection where you take 4 times reduced damage. That he's still in the base, he's on the Obelisk, and he's got the Soul, but he didn't go anywhere. I don't know why he did just try and move instead of fighting.
Either way, that's what's going to be happening here. And they do pick up the Soul, though. In the meantime, they do throw this one off as well. Giving it over to Sparty, who's just taken away in damage down to 27 HP. Really heal back up, and he realizes he's been caught. The Soul's been thrown off. Garpy immediately on retrieval, pretty much channeling his inner golden retriever here to pick up that and look to run away yet again here to get back towards this obelisk.
Just a small detail on that, the acid spit from Sorag would have been ticking, so they would have had perfect knowledge of exactly where he is, because you can see the damage that's being dealt to him, so Sorag would have been critical for him to just communicate to his team exactly where Syndrome was moving.
I'm definitely digging the way that Maestro's going about this too. They know who to throw the soul to at the right time, but more importantly, they're running like some feint attacks, sending 2 people off, and they do have the soul to get it back to distract, to allow him to get there. They know the respawns are going to be quick enough. The attack is coming back in towards A. Alliance is looking for the retake, only at 4%, and Maestro's up to 71.
It's building up and it's building up, and they've managed to get it. They've had a successful attack, but it's whether or not Syndrome can get out of it. Beautiful frag on Dewey. He's turned around and looked away from the explosion like an absolute boss. Now, can he make it all the way back and increase on that 4%? It looks like it. Garpy there with the clutch. He's got on it with the shield, but they're going to try and get behind him to do damage. He manages to pick up the soul, and his job is, he doesn't even have to get frags. It's just get the soul and throw it.
Really well played by him to use that active just to make sure to secure the soul and bring it back to Maestro yet again. 75% and taking Alliance are not looking strong here. We talked about the emotions of teams and how they can affect, I imagine, in the camp of Maestro. They're going crazy. They're screaming things off. Looks like we're going to have the item spawn back in again. It's going to be quad this time, and it's going to be in the hands of Strengths.
There wasn't a single Maestro player there, but they've got so much percentage. They're going to be hoping to just go all in on the defense, and second by second, things are improving from them. If this was a protection, it might have been actually a little bit harder for them to defend. Strengths can't really get in because they're all in the upper levels.
He's gotten really no damage, so finally able to get a frag out of hell here, but 97% built up. They have to make something happen right now, and that's going to be Garpy killing Strengths. The quad is now down, but the quad doesn't matter. It matters that the soul's at 99%. And it looks like it's finally been taken away, but where's it going to go from here? You can see Bus Driver trying to pick this one back up, trying to run it back towards his teammates. Sparty isn't the one to pick it up and secure it. Throws it back towards the obelisk, but it's been taken away. Boo! He's grabbed it. He's heading back to his own obelisk here, looking to close out this game.
Is he going to have to do it, though? There's still a lot of players to deal with, and at that point, I might have been waited just to clear out the enemy team first. It's just Sorag, Bus Driver hiding there. They've got it on the point. Is that going to be the first round to them? It is. And there's going to be some relief. We've definitely got some Maestro supporters here, and they're going to be vocal about their success.
I like what they did there, actually. So instead of contesting the item, which ended up being the quad spawning, they realized, yeah, we're at like 80%, right? It's going to take them another 5–10% to actually get to us. Then they have to battle us on the point, and then look to hopefully grab it and escape. Where they know as, you know, we can force them into this awkward situation of, even if we get to the 90% and they take it away, it means they're going to have a really scrappy defense, or the potential to retake it's going to be really low.
Yeah, and actually Strengths, when he had the quad, he was fairly indecisive exactly what he was going to be able to do with the quad. He wasn't really happy to push in, and then Garpy just turned up and everything was over. That was when the round essentially ended for them. Now, I think I heard that there's a couple of issues that were for Vu there, so we will move away for just the time being. But again,
there's some sound problems in there. You obviously need sound quite a bit.
That's it's helpful, especially for Anarchy when you're going to be dodging and ducking everywhere you can to try and get out. But I just want to sort of firmly establish that I'm proud of the Maestro guys at the moment. Obviously, I'm trying to be not biased
at all.
Trying my very best not to be biased.
You got your Maestro under your pants today.
But there's something they have actually struggled with, is making sure that everyone's communicating, because Hypno is actually, even though he's done a lot of team games, he's also a UT champion, very focused on the duel mind, and it can be very, I don't know, difficult, it sounds a bit patronizing, but he really has to push himself to be vocal, to have those team comms going out and telling the information to his teammates. And you can sometimes see that coming out with some of the others as well who have got that dual pedigree.
So you're speaking of the dual pedigree, and since you're so close to Maestro, I guess we can talk about them in particular. How hard is it to change your mindset of TDM, 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 duel, to, okay, I need to play around a team. I need to not pick up, you know, this weapon when I'm already fully stacked because a teammate might need it, etc. Like, how hard is it to make that transition mentally?
It does take a bit of practice, and it takes a bit more presence of mind in order to be able to work with the teammate. But then that comes down to the communication. If you're talking about what you need and what's going on, sometimes if you're not getting the items you want and you feel like there should be more sharing, then it's probably your fault for not actually communicating that to the team. So you've really got to be vocal about that and ensure that the talks before and after the game, you're able to strategize. At the end of the day, if you're playing a team game, you're not going to get better by just playing. There has to be that moment where you're analyzing and strategizing what you should be doing in the game as well.
So also, you know, the fact that since a lot of these players come from duel and duel only, there's a little bit of selfishness, I think, that comes into it. You want to be the star player of your team, right? You want to be the one that stands out, that has all the frags. But going into a team game, like transitioning that whole aspect, that whole way of thinking is really difficult. And I think we've seen that sometimes of, oh, I'm at 2-17 and my teammates at 18-5. Like, I want to step up. I don't want to be bottom of the scoreboard, But what people don't realize, and maybe what they don't realize, is people know that yes, because you're 2-17 or whatever, doesn't mean you're not doing your job and you're not doing it well.
Oh, exactly.
You have to sometimes be that guy who's not fragging, but because you're doing other roles.
No, indeed, and in Quake Live, CTF, for instance, you'd have the offensive role, and you would be the one who didn't have items to work with. You'd have minimal weapons to work with. Your job was to get in, get the flag, and get out, essentially. So you could see some of the best offensive players in the world getting, awful negative kill-death ratios. Right. And you look at that and go, oh, that's terrible. Why is he like that? But it's not. He's doing an amazing job, and things that people who might think otherwise, maybe, the online egos that you get, say, oh, I'm getting every single frag, but you're not playing your role correctly. So it's, honestly, it's not all about the frags, and I think that takes it. It's difficult for that to sink in with Quakers sometimes, because obviously you want to be getting all of them, but it's, again, role aspect.
Exactly. Well, we'll be getting back in here in just a second, guys. We will be resuming at 1-0 for Maestro so far on our first map of this best of 3. We're going to see how things will be kicking off now. Looks like Vu, me tagging along with him in the beginning to get things going. We talked about as well, the emotions, one more time to bring it up. I wonder, Alliance, how many maybe map losses or mess ups or errors will cause them to start to get down on themselves.
And I feel like they're a team that need to get off to a good start, because otherwise it might become worse and worse for them. And also got to note that they've got 2 people who've got very little LAN experience playing with them. So this stage, playing for such an enormous tournament, the Quake World Championship, you've really got to get your A game out.
I like how they're already turning things around. I was going to say they picked up the 2 frags of the round, but Vu and Busdrive able to respond back into this one. Sparty, again, a man who's tried to qualify in duel in the weeklies and unfortunately was unable to. This is his chance to really show what he's got here for the world and show that he's still a highly skilled player. We know he is, but to show everyone else that he's still a very, very highly skilled player and deserves to be at QuakeCon.
Definitely. And Syndrome getting a good early start, managing to run the Soul back to the Obelisk A. But now we're getting the attack. Vu coming in, and what a little jukey play there. And he's looking at their health. I don't know if he was pointing out to a teammate or just pointing out to himself, but he gets back on a very, very clean run to start off the percentage point in their Obelisk.
Needs this kill in Syndrome, though. Strength is going to come in to support Alliance to take this Soul back yet again. Being contested, looks like he'll be able to secure it in a few seconds and just tosses it off potentially to a teammate, but again, Garby jumping back in with the clutch, looking for the return. There just keeps being daisy-chained here across the players of Alliance.
And they're passing it back and forth up this little walkway. Strength has now got it, but he is so weak. Syndrome, not much tougher at all, and there's actually a lot of Maestro players right in front of them. I like that little pass, that was nice, but the information's already been passed across.
They don't have a lot of health to work with too, because they're taking so much chip damage actually getting to this point, which would allow Maestro some very easy kills. 2 frags, now 3 going their way, and it looks like the Soul
they're delaying it to the power up. I think they might be delaying it to that power up. Sorry to interrupt you right there.
All good.
But, there's a stack that has actually been collected by Sparty at the same time. So 150 compared to what he had before. It's a big difference. Oh, and I think Strength did manage to get the telefrag just then. And he's even going to be able to result in him getting the protection, so eventually they bring it back. And that was a lot of patience demonstrated by Alliance to get themselves back on the point.
So now with the protection, we're going to see what Strength is going to do. Maybe just try to go for the defense or maybe try to get aggressive. But either way, he's going to be doing a hell of a lot of damage here with the rocket launcher. Again, here, 2 more people to find. They have the Soul, and he gets sped away here. Vu, great job using that injection, get that extra speed he needs to get around this map as quick as possible and return the Soul back towards his own Obelisk.
That's actually going to be quite disappointing for Alliance, because they had the protection, they had all the ingredients they needed to create a strong defense, but it somehow snuck through, and Maestro have been able to increase their percentage a little bit, and this keeps holding on. Vu's now picked up a mega health. Sure, that's only limited effect to an Anarchy, but every little counts.
Keep in mind, this was a map chosen by Alliance too, and maybe Alliance are just feeling more confident when it comes to defending that A Obelisk, because on the first round of this match, it wasn't even close at all. Currently, Soul still being held onto by Syndrome.
Wow, was that nail gun work?
I mean, the thing is, like, Garby, this is a redemption for him, right? Because he got so close yesterday and just failed at the last round and was so down on himself. He had such a long series, too. He was exhausted. And this is a chance, again, to show everyone that he deserves to be there at QuakeCon. And
it's business time.
Exactly.
And he's been doing really well as the team's clutch player. And one thing you want to remember with clutch is, like a lot of the champions, I guess, you want to be so careful when you're actually using that ability. It doesn't matter if you die sometimes, like, he's actually going to be using it defensively. He's expecting a coordinated attack, which is why he did that. And doing some initial damage, there to Bus Driver. See what Bus Driver can do.
I like how Bus Driver just backed away. He's like, all right, you have your shield up. I'm just going to wait for it to actually go down and then kill you. Vu gets a nice little kill there. Power up's going to be coming up in 10 seconds. Let's see what's going to be protection or quad. In the meantime, Vu is looking to transition around the map, pick up some HP as well. Is he going for the contention? I thought maybe he's going to go for...
He's going for the power up here. Wow, just chaos ensues. Looking over there at the teleporter exit, and that was Strength. Again, been very good at grabbing the power up, but what I don't think he's been as good at is actually playing the objectives as well afterwards. He needs to make sure he focuses on the right thing here, and he is going in for the jugular, getting involved, getting messy, and trying to get that soul out of here.
Force use that Ghost Walk here. Does have the lightning gun, but he's sticking to the rail for the most part. No, it's still going to be sitting on the obelisk.
Have they not got it?
No, they've not picked it up, and with this protection yet again here, Alliance has failed to really do anything. But again, as you pointed out, you know, Strengths, second time able to pick the power up.
Yeah.
But you see a lot of people miss those jumps, but Nyx can just hop up there with the wall jump ability.
Well, another thing he did is he used the Ghost Walk while he had the power up, and you can't get the soul while you're in Ghost Walk.
Right.
And he didn't even need to really do it. He had help, he had protection. He should have just gone in standardly. Syndrome getting a frag with 1 health to go. They have cleared out the Maestro guys and they're starting to pick up their percentage a bit, but they've got a fair way to catch up before they reach the 74 of Maestro.
Yeah, they have a long time, but this is a chance to make that happen here. And with some good frags out of Syndrome there, getting around the map quickly. Might be able to lock this one down for a little bit more time. Again, Garp is looking for the pickup. He's got the shield popped yet again. The attack from the backside going to drop this one off towards the low-hand side. But the problem is, there's no one there. There's no teammates to protect him. And again, Strength uses his Ghost Walk. But I don't know if Vu can escape this one. Just toss it off again towards the teammate. And frag after frag after frag. It looks like Sparty will be the one. No, it's not even going to be him with the soul to escape. Bus Driver again tosses up towards the Mega. And they're looking for these frags. They're looking to hold them off. But again, Maestro is still picking up these kills.
Strength is making some very questionable decisions at the moment. He's using the Ghost Walk at the wrong times in order to do so. I can maybe see what he's trying to achieve, but it's not working out maybe the way it would in Duel. And we've just had their Hell using that Plasma Trail.
86%, and the item is up in 5 seconds. So now, if you're Alliance, you cannot afford to go for that. You have to fight over the soul. You have to secure it because you're going to be missing out on too much time. It's going to be protection, but there's no one there Alliance to pick it up. Finally, it looks like Strengths again is going to go for it. But now this is coming down to crucial time here. Maestro already up 1-0 in the series, or 1-0 on this map in rounds. And 98% already built up here on the soul. This is dangerous.
Making 99 even. And Strength has a last chance saloon. He's had, again, power up play. Been very good at getting it. Not so good at following up, but this time he's got a chance to actually make a run with it. Even picks up the Mega on his way out. I think that's absolutely great. Going up against the pummel a bit, and it's slowing him down. He needs to forget about fighting and just get over to the objective. And there's not even long left on the protection. He might even die very soon. He's only just got it back in those full 30 seconds. And now we have the attack immediately from Maestro.
Oh no, Vu, his direction he was going to go was cut off. He drops the soul off to pick up that injection. And he's still going to get around the map here, showing the mastery of Anarchy. He's going to at least be able to maintain the soul for a little bit of time, waiting for his teammates to clean up these kills so he can, in fact, get this down onto B. And they only need 1% to close this out. We're going to need to sequence some contention right away at Alliance to prevent this one.
He's so
being
far
a
ahead of
victory.
them. Is this enough time? They're going to try and jump on the point. Are they going to be able to make it? The defense is amazing from Vu at the moment. Still on that 99%. They keep on running at them, and Sparty's gotten 3 frags so far. Life-saving work for the team. And there's 2 of them on point.
They've done it. Off the back of Sparty, able to somehow hold them off here. The soul's going to be picked back up. Now Syndrome looking for the return. He's got a lot of frags to find on his way there. The team is ever around him. The Aspid's going to come through. Hypno's going to take him down. But Strength is the one with the soul. Looking to return it back towards A. Because again, the wall jump to get up on the high ground. And you can already see the defense is going to be there.
He's weak and he hasn't got a Ghost Walk at all that he can use defensively. Injection going to be used. Vu going to take him down. And now Hell, he is going to be slipping and sliding with that crouch movement. That was actually some decent rockets just then. I believe that was Syndrome working on them. Hell isn't quite able to kill him. And Syndrome, very important frags then.
He's got the HP to work with here, but he's got 3 men in front of him. But he's got some teammates to make this one happen. It's going to be a little bit of a 3-on-3 skirmish as he's instead going to go, you know what, I'm going to head towards the obelisk. There's no point to fight this one out. Let's build up some percent as we're going to hit that 50 mark. But again, the pressure is on Alliance here. This is so dangerous. The quad has spawned in, and Vu is finally going to be the one to be able to pick up a item for his team on Maestro.
I don't know how Syndrome managed to do the work that he did beforehand. It just seems like his stack would never end at that point. But yeah, as you say, we've got the power up now. Hypno looking to cause some damage here with this Solag. Syndrome though, he's still running around with the soul himself. But where is that soul? We've killed everyone on your team, but we cannot find the soul carrier. And Syndrome just ninjaing around. And he's just wasting time at the moment while the power-up is ticking out. And it's gone now.
Again, dropping the soul, using the injection. Great little kill there onto Hell. And it's still getting around this map so fast, trying to make its way back towards Abe. There's more members of Maestro there than his own team. Still big battles happening as Sparty and Strengths again do chime in to clean this one up. Looks like the Soul will make its way through here on towards the Obelisk. But the question is, will they be able to maintain it? Hell gets himself a double before Strengths is able to finally return that one. And Strengths, on the last man on the point, is able to defend decently well.
Who picked up that Soul just then? I think it was a Vu for a moment, but Sparty, he's returning far nicely, and they've held off for a moment. They've now actually built up the percent in their Obelisk. It's over 70. This is decent, and it's so close for Maestro. If they don't manage to win this round, that is definitely going to cause some stresses. 2 frags go in favor of Maestro.
Oh, that's 4.
Whole team is gone.
All right, so now can they get this across the map in time? They're obviously going to have another fight against Alliance on towards that Obelisk. But if they win that fight, they win the map. They're up 1-0 in the series here. Vu does get sniped out of the air with the rail out of Strength.
It's a questionable rocket jump, in my opinion, from Vu. He wants to go flat across the ground more than he wants to go in the air. He'll be much less vulnerable and pick up more speed. Here comes the attack once again. There's 3 of the Maestro players, and we had Garpy there who had the clutch. Now Sorlag trying to do some work. I think he got a acid spit frag. He's going to run into the other Sorlag. Only 19 health remaining, and Bus Driver, he's going to get it.
Great position out of Bus Driver there to cut him off too. The power up coming through. It's going to be protection again. It's going to be over onto Hell this time on the slash.
That's pretty big, actually. And now what they're going to do, once they've got the Soul, they haven't put it on the point. They're going to wait for that power up to run out. And what Maestro are going to desperately look, they're going to want to find him, and they have. They've located him, and they need to make sure they do not lose track of that Soul carrier. Hell, at the moment, this is his objective.
He's on the chase, but he's just not hitting the kills. He's not doing the damage. Bus Driver's been able to escape with the help of being shot from behind in particular, and also using those rockets to give him some extra speed to get across this map. And he's been able to do just that. Yes, it hasn't been capped. It hasn't been brought to the Obelisk, but like you said, protection's not going to be gone.
That's really impressive play by not just Bus Driver, but the whole Alliance team as well. Look at that. All of the Maestro players, bar 1, just like, nope, make that all of them, all 4. And it is on 92, 93%. There's one last attack from Hell to make this happen.
Well, let's see if it's going to be able to work here. 97%. They need to contest this Obelisk as soon as they possibly can. 99, finally, it's going to be contested here. But the kills are all going to matter. 99 to 99. Looks like Hypno's able to get that first frag. That's going to be Garpy falling as well. Syndrome and Sparty.
They've done it. I think they've done it. They've managed to get onto it, and they've managed to tie up the rounds. Unbelievable. Maestro were on 99% for what felt like forever.
It was forever. It was 99 to like 20%. Alliance were down a good 70% there, and yet they're able to hold that off because of some great individual play. Garpy, I have to give him credit, though. He did fantastic on the clutch throughout that entire round, but I think Strengths and Sparty really came alive towards the later half of the round.
Yeah, absolutely. And just to note, guys, it is actually 1-1 for both of the teams because we had a slight technical restart. And it's now whoever wins this round will take map number 1.
Correct. Looks like Vu and Hypno up to the initial frags here. Garpy, I don't know why he was staying in that. He took so much damage, and Sparty was able to get a big kill onto him. Able to follow up with the second as well.
The frag there, Strengths, is he going to be able to survive? Not a chance, but now Bus Driver's got it. He's doing some good rocket damage. Doesn't in the end get the kill, but he's done an immense job. Now Sparty looking to return, he hasn't done it. Now Vu, he's going to get himself on the point, just about sawing out his jump, and his teammates are behind him to protect him.
Curious if B was the desired Obelisk for him, or if it was just kind of a, well, that's the closest one I'm to, and we need to start building some progress.
I think this is an Obelisk he'd be very happy to defend. You've got those outer walls, you've got a higher ground that you can use when the enemies come into base. There's definitely room to work with here.
They got room to work with, but they don't have the men to work with. They lost all 4, and so just going to look to pick up Soul in a few seconds, maybe even toss it off over to another teammate here, as it looks like it's going to be over towards Strengths on the Nyx again. Strengths had some questionable plays sometimes with his Ghost Walks, or lack of using Ghost Walks. Meantime, throws it over to Garpy, and Garpy now is forced to use that shield with no HP left remain. That's a big cooldown now gone.
Yeah, that's actually going to be a horrible pain for him. He's going to need to find some Hourglass to reduce that cooldown as fast as possible. And it looks like Bus Driver is slowly going to bring it back. But they did it. The Soul's on the edge. Hell's going to have to throw it away. Bus Driver would have wanted to move a little faster. Hell dies, and Vu, he returns into force. Get out of here.
That's not where he wanted to go. Immediately going to be dropped down
the hole.
into the pit again and looking to escape here. Still not really being taking too much harass towards his direction in the meantime.
One person in the way. He can't quite snipe him off the rail, and he might back off a little bit. We're seeing some much slower rounds at the moment. And I like it. This is a strategic level to the game that we're seeing, and the power-up has been taken. Is that Strengths that took it?
Yeah, Strengths picking it up again here on the Knicks. Really coming alive for his team in terms of picking those up time and time again.
Constantly he's getting the power-ups. And he's going to have to go in for the attack as well. Vu does return, but they need to hold off this quad damage. Great rail. Excellent shots. Garpy holding on.
That's scary. A clutch with the shield, with rockets, and a quad. Like that's going to be so hard to deal with here, and maybe Garpy will pick up a kill or two. But they have the obelisk. They have the soul there. They have the percent building up, and you can see that the Alliance are immediately respecting this. So not really trying to commit to it just yet. Looking for a couple, maybe overextensions out of Maestro, which they've been able to pick off Vu and maybe Hypno in a second, and then push in. Then take that soul away and finally get some percent on the board.
Is not bad for him, but he still doesn't have his shield up, so he could go down soon. When he respawns, the shield should return. But again, he's going to need that weaponry, need that rocket launcher to really get the full effect. Hell, good defense, using that plasma trail to just create that circle of damage around their obelisk.
Love the nail gun. The amount of damage he did there was allowing Garpy to secure the kill. They're still building this percent here. We've not seen the soul picked off in quite a long time. Maestro to 55%, and just as I say that, looks like Syndrome's been able to secure it, looking to escape with help with Bus Driver off towards the side. See this two-man squad pushing back across the lines.
Can they get it back in? There are some opponents there who are looking to defend, but they are going to have Alliance getting their first percentages on their obelisk. But immediately the attack from Maestro. They dropped that second round, but they do not want to drop this third one. He's going to go down, but he's got a teammate. I think it's Hell looking to slide down, but he's just walking into the chaos. They just chose not to return and find a better path.
Tried to slide into those DMs, but only slid into his own death. And then Syndrome again, not able to hit these shots. The LG is going to be a little bit too strong at a Vu. Don't worry, I know it was a pretty bad joke. Anyway, Bus Driver does get the kill, though. I believe Bus Driver, well, he did fall. I was imagining him to pick up that soul and run it.
I believe there was Hypno there that was running the soul. Wow.
Prince used the Ghost Block, sits on top of the item, on top of the power-up. Garpy jumps directly on top of him without it realizing it, and then just gets telefragged.
Jesus. And where's that soul carrier over there? Bus Driver, he's got it. Is he going to try and hide from the power-up? Oh, he's just run into Garpy. He's got a clutch. He is going to put it back on the spot and try and get something for his efforts. But Hell, with the protection, he's going to go for an attack. He's actually got a decent amount of health and still a couple of seconds remaining. He's going to look to slide away. Oh, that wasn't the best rocket jump. That was a bit better.
I like the use of that too, realizing he's not going to take too much damage from himself. 11 HP, he's going to get the turnaround. He will die, but they'll be spawned in soon enough. Maestro have lost 3 people. I think Alliance is going to secure Soul in a few seconds. Yeah, just be tossing it back into the high ground to look for this escape. Garpy, though, looking to shut down Bus Driver. Looks like we might be having a little bit of lag on the server side, but we're good to go. Back into this one.
Yep, Soul return. Everything good. And Vu's actually, he's going to get, he's throwing it away in case he's going to go down, and actually goes behind. Bus Driver still has a stack, and he's got the other Soul to deal with. Frags returning constantly, and Hell, look at the stack that he's got. He's taken a big armor, he's taken a mega health, and he's still got health to spare.
I thought we were on, I didn't realize we're not on duel. I thought it was for a second there.
You don't normally see a stack like that with a slash in Sacrifice, but good job to Hell for controlling those items well.
73% and counting here for Maestro. Nice little push-in's going to come in. He gets pushed directly onto the point where there's 2 people on the high ground ready to fight him. They didn't pick up the kills, so Syndrome somehow stays alive. He has Bus Driver to help him out. He has the soul. He's going to toss it back up to his teammate over towards Bus Driver. He's looking to run this across the map again. Give it over to Sorlag, a little bit tankier. There's not that many people there to stop him anymore, too, especially when he has 3 teammates off to the sides.
That nail gun hurting a lot, and it's actually going to be Strengths with the Nyx is going to take it, but he's so weak he manages to jump across and gets a soul onto the point. 80% to 20%. Power up. And they're barging each other out of the way, and I believe that's Hypno taking it in the end. Got to be careful a little bit on the coordination, and this is going to be a big attack.
Doesn't really have a lot of guns to work with here, just the machine gun and the rocket launcher. Maybe it would have been best to put it over to someone else, maybe Garpy, who's been fragging like crazy, but there we go, Hypno showing he's got what it takes. He gets 2 kills, eventually going to fall, now giving Syndrome over to the squad. But the soul's still there. It's still in the obelisk, 80% to 38.
Huge defense.
Are Lions going to do this again? Are they going to turn this one around a second time?
I do not doubt that is a great possibility. Rocket return, though, onto Syndrome. He is tremendously weak. Vu will eventually take him down. Coordination will give you the best success right now. And there's another. It's gone up to 50%. It just seems so rapid that they're able to make things work. Syndrome trying to get back into the action. He's picked up actually a few weapons on his adventures.
Did a a lot of damage there. Just again, wasn't able to solidify those kills. It seems like Alliance might be playing better together at this rate. As every time we do see a kill come through from Maestro, I feel like Alliance are immediately returning onto it with another teammate there. Sparty picks himself up a nice 3-4K. And now 66%. It's still going here. This is Alliance catching back up, and again, Maestro are struggling to take the soul back and get any sort of percent.
And Garpy's walking there, he's got no weapons, no shield, and things just aren't working for him, and Syndrome is just making a mess of all of this. Brilliant fragging power from him, and we're about to get tied up percentages. Maestro going to be feeling the pressure. They're trying to walk up this hallway, and nothing is happening. No one getting past Syndrome.
You're going to have Garpy there, I think, to defend. You know, use that shield to help your teammates push a little bit further on. Maybe get towards that soul. Maybe get these kills. You need the man advantage. But Bus Driver is going off. Your Syndrome's somehow still alive. And just as I said that, he does eventually fall to hell on the high ground. Sparty gets the telefrag onto hell.
Unbelievable. We've got over 90% at the moment for Alliance. Could this be happening once again for them? Hypno trying to get something done. I think that was Vu. Is he going to be able to slip across? He's made it. He's got to the other side of the map, and they're going to try and get what they can. But the power-up is up as well. I'm not sure who's taken the power-up. It is, well, I don't know if anyone has.
Bus Driver's got it. He's being juggled. He's got no HP left. It's still going to be committed, though. It looks like Sparty's been able to secure this one.
But look at the percentage of everything coming up again.
90% to 95. And Garpy with the quad. If he gets back to his obelisk, he can defend this so easily, but the kills are still coming through. Alliance,
that's what they're doing
they need the respawns back in. There's a big kill out of strengths on the obelisk, but he gets returned on by Vu. And now at 97, I think they might have been able to do it here. That's going to be the soldier coming back in. Smart immediately gets dropped. The squad is going huge for Maestro, and I think they've been able to do it. They picked up that one.
Wow. That was bloody close right there. And that says 1-1, but that is actually a map victory, giving it 2-1 to Maestro in the end, just about slipping away. Amazing first map we just saw between Maestro Gaming and Alliance.
You know, maybe Alliance towards the end there would have been better off not going for the power-up and actually just going straight to the obelisk. Because when they did get the power-up, all they ended up doing was, here you go, Maestro, have a quad. Give it over to Garpy. Let him defend with an LG on the obelisk.
I think always with the hindsight, we're going to say some things could have done differently if they were able to... What I think was very smart of Maestro is they actually pressured the quad. They could quite easily, and what we've seen earlier in the tournament already, is people say, oh, well, we've only got a few percentage left. Let's just get it to the point quickly, put everyone there, and we'll fight whatever comes at us. I love the fact that they challenged the power-up, even though there's only one person in the base, and someone could have snuck in and maybe even clutched the soul away. It really made sure that after they secured the quad, they could control anything they wanted. That defense was impenetrable at that point and solidified the win.
I mean, yeah, he's a giant robot. He's got a shield, and he's got 4 times damage. I don't really see any way of getting past that one. But let's talk about, I guess, individual players. Syndrome. He had a fantastic game. Even though they did lose that 2-1, he was playing amazing.
Great impact play from him. Always in the right place, it seemed, and getting the important frags and getting the runs. What I also love, just from Alliance as a whole, is the way that they were controlling the soul while Maestro had the power up. It's something we've not really seen much of. People are saying, oh, well, we've got the soul, let's get it back to the obelisk. Right at this moment, irrespective of what the other team's doing. There's a lot of strategic play that we're seeing at the moment, and I really enjoy how Lockbox was played out by Alliance. If Strengths maybe had a stronger game on the power-ups that he was doing such a good job at securing, yeah, maybe actually we could have seen a comeback in total, or the second round would look less close than it turned out to be.
And I just want to go back to something you just said about the fact that when Maestro did have the power-up, Alliance controlled the soul. And instead of capping it right away, they sat on it for a long time to wait it out, right? And if you're newer to Quake and to Sacrifice, you can't see the soul when it's being held onto.
Yeah.
Only when it's dropped. So as long as he sits in a corner and holds onto it, and the team with the power-up is obviously looking for him, but there's a lot of skirmishes happening, the guy with the soul gets told by his teammates, they're coming this direction, they're coming that way, so he can run away and stop the percent from building up from that power-up being secured.
No, absolutely. And what was good actually from Bus Driver X is that he was also delivering in this first map.
So he probably rename himself to like Taxi Driver?
I don't know, there's some kind of upgrade. We'll get to the Ferraris later on. But really, Bus Driver has got such an interesting background. And I say he's got an interesting background because we don't really know what it is. And when I say we, I mean him as well.
Right.
I asked him, so where do you come from in the scene? And he says, I come from FPS. I was like, yeah, but which one? I was like, I don't know, all of them. And I was like, okay. So which one do you play the most? And I was like, I don't know. I was like, this is really helpful for me at the moment. I'm trying to provide some beautiful insight into the show and to talk about the players, and he doesn't even know where he comes from in the scene.
Well, even to take a step further, it's like, where'd your name come from? I don't know. I'm changing it soon, so it doesn't matter. Like, come on, man. Where are you going on? What's going in that mind?
You know what? I think people will be absolutely gutted if he does change his name. I think we should actually start a petition to prevent him from changing Bus Driver X. I think he's going to be recognized as that from now on. And going back to his gameplay, he obviously has been in FPS for a long time. His fragging capabilities are off the wall. Maybe sometimes all he needs to do is slow things down a little bit, but you can't really criticize much at this stage when we've seen some such high-level plays from him.
So looking at Alliance, we can easily point out Syndrome as being like a real standout player, but looking at Maestro, the last 2 rounds, I couldn't pick one to stand out, and that's not necessarily a bad thing. It just meant, like, to me, everyone was playing really well on the team.
There was some very strong performances. I'm glad to see that Hell was making some good runs with the Soul. His Slash performance was very good. Vu, again, making the right runs and working with his team correctly, getting the coordination to know where am I going to make those Soul runs go. There was a little bit of a hiccup between Hypno and Garpy on one of the power-ups where they kind of jumped on the platform.
Right, both of them
and you know, when you got a Solag and you got a Clutch trying to jump on a tiny little platform, there's not enough space for both of them. And I think they both, a little bit just I don't know, strangeness in the communication.
Well, that could be back to what we talked about before of maybe the selfishness that could be there. Maybe they both wanted it. They both wanted to be the fraggers, right?
Yeah.
And in a team game, you cannot really afford to play like that. I mean,
exactly.
The thing is, like, most of these players come from just a 1v1 background, not necessarily a team play background. So, again, adapting your play style and realizing, you know, maybe you're not the focus of your team is something that maybe some players can't do because they're so used to being in the limelight. Or it's just something that they're not used to doing.
I think Garpy maybe feels like he's got a bit more responsibility in the team. He's the one who kind of, he has to really get everyone else, not necessarily to focus, but to build their communication. And maybe that just adds to the fact that, you know, a small level of additional selfishness, which is, you know, absolutely justified in my opinion.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're kicking off now onto Blood Covenant. It's currently 1-0 for Maestro. It's just our first round of games, so still a lot more to come up today. And let's see if Maestro can pull off a 2-0 or Lions can fight their way back here and equalize things. Some good rocket damage already coming through off the bat, sort of like the Sorlag. So far, it looks like Alliance have the kill advantage, and that's all 4 dead. That's a bite.
That is a huge amount of fragging happening, and that is going to be Obelisk B going into the hands of the Alliance. And this, against Note Guys, this is a Maestro Gaming map pick.
Yeah, funny enough, Maestro ended up winning on Alliance's pick, and then maybe we can see the same thing happen here for Alliance on the enemy side. But meantime, it's a lot of damage being done. Strengths, that nail gun, doing some serious work, picks himself up 2 kills, and Strengths is trying to look for the up close and personal fight against Garp. He was able to secure it. But again, Syndrome on the high ground, coming up big first team, does return the soul back up to 18%. Looking good here for Alliance.
The pummels, I can see they got the gauntlet out and they're trying to get that cheeky extra damage in, but not working so far. Alliance with a good start here.
And Syndrome's pushing up close. He has a rocket launcher, but he's feeling like he's suitable with the nail gun, which he's been able to adjust
Definitely.
Doing some serious work. 31%, pretty much uncontested for the most part here. Every time there's a man jumping on top of this Obelisk, Alliance is there to just stop it.
Yeah, they're a little bit sketchy at the moment from Maestro. They can't get any of their attacks to work, and in about 10 seconds, if they see that their offense isn't working, it's time to then focus on the power-up. This is really the last rush we'll probably see from them before the power-up spawns.
Well, they could try. Syndrome unfortunately kills himself here, but still has done a good amount of damage.
And Garpy not using Clutch anymore. He is down to Nyx. Oh, gets the Mega. He's got damage coming in from the enemy Nyx, and 10 seconds now to the power-up. Garpy's got to get up to the Mega health and at least be around to do some rail damage. This is the spot we want to watch. Where are the players? Aniki's turned up. We've got Alliance in there, and Strength picked up the quad damage.
You know, Strength's not done this only once, he's done it twice. His timing on when the power-up spawns and when he needs to come out of his Ghost Walk is fantastic. Because typically when you see the power-up come up, it's picked up instantaneously. And his Ghost Walk finishes right after that. So you can completely catch someone off guard, get the telefrag kill, and then pick up the power-up yourself.
What you find sometimes with that, if it's a quad damage and a lot of people are firing rockets at it, you don't have that protection, all of a sudden you can die. But if it works so well when the protection spawns. But it's definitely a strategy that a lot of teams are trying to adopt at the moment.
All right, that quad has fallen off Hypno, 31 to 44%. Looks like each team has been able to, on this map in particular compared to Lockbox, it's been able to build up, you know, a good 30–40% each time they do take the soul. But the problem is now Hypno on the low ground, not able to get back up there quickly enough. Looking for that 1v1. So like yet again, it looks like Strength is able to get the better of him. Sorry, Bus Driver able to get the better of him.
The whole Maestro team just fell just then in that fight. And Strength's passing it across the Syndrome, got the Anarchy, looking to get across on the rail ledge. And he's heard that it's not a pretty picture over there.
Well, again, he's not rushing the soul in. He's waiting for his teammates to pick up the kills. Finally able to get here, but he's almost by himself. 19 health. Hypno secures that kill. The soul didn't really even make its way there here. Now it's all in the back of Vu to run this across the map. There's going to be so many people around him here. The lightning gun's going to actually do a hell of a lot of damage, and he's not able to pick up the kill here. Garpy able to pick up the torch here as he does secure the soul in his hands. And the Alliance is there waiting.
Did he get on top? He didn't get the soul there. It's going to be passed across to Hell, who's got the slash, but he's trying to figure out, should I throw it up if I were him? He's not going to do that. It's down by where the health bubble spawns. He needs to chuck it. He chucks it back over to the obelisk. His teammates aren't there, but it's that extra few units away that Alliance have got to walk.
And also gives Maestro some time to respawn back in and defend this point. Hell, a little bit overextended there. Does get 1v2'd.
I think Maestro have got to focus on the power up now. They say, screw it. Okay, you got it. That's fine. We're going to get the power up, and we're going to make sure the next 10 seconds we pick it up again. What the hell just happened there?
Sparty rocket kill, then a telefrag kill, then Vu is finally able to respond with 2 himself. The production's already been picked up by Garpy, and just like you said, focusing on the power-up is now going to be focusing onto this obelisk. He's got his teammates here just pretty much absorbing the damage coming his way. 30 HP remaining, and he's using the rockets as well to look for the escape. A nice connection to initially start that one off. Strengths, they want to finish him off before they do finally secure, at least pick up the soul off.
Did they manage to get the soul at all? I think one of the players had it. There's support coming out.
No.
Thought it was going to fall out of her for just a second. And they're still trying to pick it up. The attack didn't work out so well. I think what Garpy was trying to do is make some space for his team on the obelisk, rocket jumping away and collecting who would have been attacking back from the middle that was respawning. We've got a throw, but it goes right into the hands of the enemy Solag, and it will return to base.
You call that interception in America.
Absolutely.
I'm not sure if there's a football term for it here in England.
I believe so.
Oh, interception?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, there we go. Works both ways.
I'm all up with that soccer ball.
We watch, esports. We don't watch. Strength sitting on the back point here with the machine gun, still trying to hammer out. This rocket still coming through. He runs directly into one, but 91% built up here. This is Maestro's chance to potentially take this soul back. Very close to with the slash damage coming through. Bus driver again.
Wow.
He's going to be there for one, but he's not there for the entirety. Now Vu's going to have the soul and move it back across.
Uh-oh, there's an enemy right in the way. He just about gets the unbelievable movement. That was sick from Vu.
Doing it backwards as well.
Yeah.
That's the part. Through the doorways without getting halted. He's definitely practiced this quite a bit. Hell, Hypno able to chime in, able to keep the kills on the point.
Look at the percentages too.
Exactly. This is do or die time for Maestro.
So there's only a few seconds needed for Alliance if they want to get to that 100%. At the moment, we've got people going up to the high ground. I know this is something they've been thinking about very carefully. How many people to put on the low ground, how many to have on the high. You've also got to make sure that the health bubbles are being taken in the base, because if you start giving them to the opponents, and you're essentially giving them, just boosting their health points. Uh-oh, here we come. Who's going to win that one? I think that was Sparty, who won on that occasion.
He's got the quad. He's got really not many people here on the obelisk to defend this, but he's got a teammate towards the high ground, which allows him to create some distance, but he's still going to potentially run into some other people. The lightning do some serious damage against Vu.
Oh, I like
it. Passed off to a teammate.
That was nice. Oh, the jump didn't work out too well for Bus Driver. It shouldn't slow him down too much. He's looking for a way, and he's got the quad supporting him from the mid-level, and I believe they will get it back on. Hell, how did he intercept that? I'm not sure how he did that. That's insane.
Well, it didn't work out, unfortunately. He did get the interception, but there's just too many people around him, and it's supposed to be placed back in the obelisk here for Alliance. We need to see a contestant finally be able to come in. 99% built up. The frags from the side from Strengths doing some serious work. Gets himself a triple, and that's going to be a wipe, and that should be Alliance taking this first round here.
That's it.
Surprise rocket is the best rocket. They weren't even looking towards him, and he hits a nice midi. Sick midi.
I like it there in the corner as well, and not being able to seen by the opponents, and just as it's too late, as they see that rocket connecting with their skull, they know it's at the end.
The thing is, that obelisk is so hard to attack, I feel like, because obviously when you get on the obelisk, you have to watch in front of you on the high ground, you have to watch to your side. I mean, yeah, obviously you can talk about, the other obelisks, there's so much high ground around you, but you can attack from high ground, you can attack from low at the same time, but here you can't. You have basically one direction to fight from, and there's so many ways and so many positions that the defending team can be there.
Oh, he actually did manage to get the plasma troll down in time. So it'll be interesting to see who picks it up first. I think that was Hypno. And then it's going to get passed up to the top. It looks like Alliance are going to be able to get it to the point. They're waiting just to see, is the coast clear? It is, and all of a sudden they all turn around and wonder, where on earth was he hiding? We need to get that soul before the rest of the Alliance return.
look at Syndrome's having a great game here. 3 kills for this man. I actually want to see what his kills like were in this match. Seems to just always be going off, and he's doing it on an Anarchy too. He's not doing it like on necessarily a BJ, not doing it on a Ranger. He's just picking up these kills while moving around the map and still while running these souls across.
Definitely hear the tension a little bit more in the game at the moment, and the pressure that the Maestro guys are going to be well, resting on their shoulders. And the first attacks definitely haven't been successful, and they'll already start thinking about what type of strategy they want to adopt when this power-up forms. Definitely time, though, for another coordinated 3 or 4 man push.
That nail gun through that corridor is so deadly. You cannot even peek it at this rate. 130 through and 40% built up for Alliance. Finally spawning. Might go down as he gets attacked from the backside. It's going to be Garpy secure the kill. Garpy is pretty much on his own against 3.
Is there anything that he can do here? He doesn't want to use his Ghost Walk. He needs to save that for the power-up in the moment. Pressure not being able to put on that is 50% about to be on Obelisk B.
That's a bit comes through.
Just got thrown away. Now the soul is up at the top level, I think, but it was Sparty that picked it up again, and he just threw it back into Garpy, chucking it over to a teammate. Vu now looking to abuse this movement a bit, but that is going to be quad given to Alliance.
I'm not sure if I fully agree with them challenging onto the power-up with only 2 or 3 people when they knew, Alliance, well, they're not here on the point anymore because we either killed them or they ran away, and they just gave up a mana advantage here as we're finally getting to the Obelisk. Maestro do have it. The soul should be taken here in a few seconds.
Yeah, and Bus Driver is getting frags. You can see the shotgun on the top left. That is the damage that he's trying to do. They haven't got the soul. They've only just picked it up, in fact, which is fairly surprising. And that quad is now gone. No more use of it. And you can see all the blue players around the map. They're trying to block off the entrances to Alliance to get back to their Obelisk.
What we talked about, attacking into this. Defending team has an advantage, even though Maestro is the one defending it right now. They're not the ones who own that Obelisk at all. Just make it very hard for Alliance to push through. But again, the focus fire is coming through. Bus Driver able to get the acid spit kill on a Vu.
Frags. Syndrome Cam once again. Been one of my favorite to watch in this match so far. He's been extraordinary. Great pass though.
So it makes me that much more sad that he didn't get through into the duel qualifier, into here to play duel, only for Sacrifice. I'm really curious how he would have done in duel.
He had a good crack at it, but he's far more sort of Sacrifice focused. I know he's been lurking on all the Discord channels in order to get scrims up and ready to go. He's going to be delighted to be able to play for Alliance at the same time. I know that he used to play for Maestro, and Alliance clearly offered him something that he couldn't turn down.
Money. I don't know. Well, either way, I mean, they're still performing pretty well. Yeah, they're down 0-1 in the series, but they're looking very good here on Blood Covenant.
Uh-oh. Comes, it's all like, he can't get out of here, and Bus Driver is going to take him down. A little bit of a slow movement, and that's going to allow Sparty to bring it back. Only 30% needed, and then it's going to potentially go to a tiebreaker map.
We'll be on Runes of Sarnath if we do get there. Power up in 1 second. Looks like it will go the red-hand side for Alliance.
I think that was taken by Nick, and just went invisible straight after. Again, strengths, one of his biggest strengths, for strengths, for God's sake, has been picking up the power-up.
Still wasn't bad. I liked it. Wasn't bad at all. HMG coming through from the high ground. He does actually manage to get pushed off, but he gets dropped by Vu, who picks himself up a double. He maintains the soul control and now has quad control. We saw how important it was on Lockbox. See if he can do it yet again here. Nice little movement trying to get across the high ground, but the quad's about to fade. And it looks like Alliance's respect is waiting for it to finish off before they do go for the attack.
It's a pointless attack to go in when he's got the quad. They're just all going to get splattered.
But look at his health. I mean, he hasn't been able to heal back up fully. He's at 50 HP, which, yeah, that's, quite a bit, but it's not going to be enough. Finally, injection will be used, but he's still low on HP.
The high ground attack as well from Alliance has been really nice, and I know that Hell went down below in order to get that plasma trail going, maybe a little bit prematurely, but it would have slowed down Alliance somewhat. Hypno, though, he's on the point, holding back, and they've actually managed to get rid of all of the Alliance players, so holding on tight, trying to get all those resources now, and get ready for the war to start again.
All right, 60%, so Maestro again, proving that they can defend this point when they do need to. Oh, God. Sparty, that could have been the frag to actually turn this around and get Alliance further up here, closer to that 100% mark. They do have the soul picked up for Syndrome. Moving across the point. Does get a kill, actually killing a Garpy in the meantime. Returns the soul as well. But he's pretty much by himself. He needs some teammates to come back through. He's going to be Sorlag off towards his left-hand side to look to contest the point. But the damage is being done here. The rockets, the lightning, everything being thrown their way. And Alliance is going to defend.
That's it. There's a lot of the obelisk percentage for Maestro went up hugely, but they've now got to protect themselves from what Alliance is about to achieve. Here comes Hypno with the Solag. There's also a Slash right in front, controlled by Hell. And the Soul is out. It's out of the obelisk.
But the power-up, 9 seconds left to go here, so Maestro...
That's tight.
I mean, you're going to have a 3-on-4 fight if you do go for the power-up here, so maybe just try to go for the confirm. Maybe hope it's going to be a quad. They're challenging it.
Wow, Hell managed to secure it. That's actually enormous. He hasn't got much health. His focus at the moment is to pick up that HP.
Thing is,
he can defend.
Yeah, I'm about to say, it's not necessarily about him picking up to secure for defense. It's about keeping it away from Alliance's hands to use it to attack onto the obelisk and look to pick up the soul. 73%, he gets the gauntlet out, and they're going to hold again. This is going to hit up to 80, 85 before we see Alliance make a good next attack.
This is going to be very, very close finish because it's going to be in a couple of seconds. That protection is going to go, and then we're going to wait to see an attack. And by that point, by the time it's been successful, it's probably going to be closer to 90%. They've actually got the soul out even ahead of time. And that is Syndrome running it in the end. The Chaos.
Oh.
I mean, he's gone for the armor. I don't know why he did that. He just needs to get back onto the point. He tried to deny it from the enemy, and it might have turned out to be a very good move. But again, you've got to be so careful with time, as the repositioning from Maestro could have been massive.
95%. This is going to be Maestro's last attack here. They have to have a contestation on this obelisk as quick as they possibly can. Looks like Garby's trying to come through, but Garby's not going to be there.
Where are they? Where are they?
Alliance have done it. That's going to be a tied series here, taking a 2-0 on Blood Covenant. On a map that they didn't even choose, they take a 2-0.
That's it. They've switched on the map picks, basically. Taking each other's
Maybe our overlays are wrong. No, this was definitely the right picks, but Alliance really starting to come alive here. So the emotion that we were talking about, maybe not affecting them too much. Syndrome, 35 frags, 30 deaths.
Definitely, well, actually, Bus Driver X of 35 to 25, so
pretty good.
Both of the LAN newbies.
Thing is, like, we didn't see Bus Driver getting like 2, 3, 4Ks. It was more about just consistent kills over the cross of the entire map.
And that's absolutely what he's all about.
Yeah.
He's so good at damage, and we get frustrated online, or like maybe not me specifically, but I'm watching them, and at the beginning they're like, who is this Bus Driver X character? He's always dropping just massive frags, and you know, we don't know him from the historical lands or anything like that. Right. He's just turned up with his FPS skill and managed to really make an impact already in the sort of embryonic stages of Quake Champions.
I feel like a player like him, if we think about it, consistent, consistency, getting kills, so not flashy, but they're consistent. And I feel like that's more valuable to a team than having someone who can just go off every once in a while. Like, seeing Syndrome being like the star player for the team, has a great game, 50 frags, 20 deaths, but then the next game he's like 10 and 37. Like, you need someone who's consistent on the team to be that solid backbone, and I feel like Bus Driver's been able to fill that here so far for the team.
I think what's even more impressive is he's almost sort of shunning the haters. A lot of people say, well, hey, you're not so LAN experienced. You're going to turn up into the environment and you're going to crumble under the pressure. And that's actually not happened. He's showing a really good game. He's given his team a very good chance now of getting through to the next round, where I believe they would face against whoever wins this. I believe will go against No Too Fast.
Okay.
And
difficult match.
Really, yeah, very, very difficult match. But you know what? It puts you in good stead at least going forward. So win or lose, you're going to either go to the QWC at QuakeCon, or you're going to get only one game to play that you need to win in the loser bracket. So either way, this is a very, very important match.
We talked about Strengths being a very emotional player. When he gets down himself, it can maybe affect the team a little bit. But the opposite of that you also mentioned is that when he gets excited, it can make everyone else play really well. And you can see him there on your screen, and maybe that's what Bus Driver's relying on. I think Strengths is maybe keeping him powered up. Yeah, I think that's just, he's French. That's how he always looks. But no, I think that maybe his energy is helping Bus Driver stay calm, in the LAN environment with the nerves, helping him focus on these kills. And when you're Bus Driver, once you do put up a score like that, I feel like you can definitely calm yourself later on. And that maybe worries me for any team that plays against Alliance later. Because he's already had a good showing in his first game, he's going to be more confident in his later matches.
I think that's not just strength, but with Sparty as well. They've got this brilliant aura of confidence around them that they've had for so long. Just the way that they compose themselves in the scene and professionally as gamers. When for Bus Driver and Syndrome, who might be less experienced on LAN, being alongside that and being sort of under that aura is really empowering. So it's going to help them play their game even more so. It's definitely gone pretty intense though, getting to the tiebreaker. I thought for sure after the first round of the first map, I was like, wow, Maestro might even walk all over them, but it's definitely not the case.
And it's interesting to see how kind of back and forth it's been. We've seen on Lockbox how back and forth it really was, but then we go into Blood Covenant and it's like every time you get the soul, you get a good 30-40% built up for you, and teams kind of struggle to attack successfully. But then once they go back once or twice, I feel like when the power-up comes up is when things really start to shake things up, and you get the protection. You can rush someone in there to be a tank that's not necessarily a tank, or maybe quad. You get lucky with a couple of shots, then there you are at like a 4-on-2 man advantage, and it's really hard to kind of fight your way out.
I think part of it on the difference between Lockbox and Blood Covenant for Maestro Gaming is the fact that they are making such great decisions that we could see on Lockbox in terms of when they chose to defend, when they chose to attack, and when they chose that actually getting the power up is the most important thing at that very moment. And on Blood Covenant, they were almost sort of split in minds. They weren't a unit doing one objective at the same time. They were kind of trying to share the responsibilities a bit too much. And when you do that and you're outnumbered on both the points you're trying to control, you're probably going to be dying there and getting team wiped or something along those lines.
And the lineup that Alliance is running too can be very scary to even try to contest a power-up because you have a Nyx and you have a Ranger. So you have two opportunities of being insta-gibbed.
Yeah.
And you're not going to want to sit on the power-up. Like, you're not going to want to maybe run through it because of the timings they've been pulling off. Like we mentioned it before, Strengths. He's using that Ghost Walk at the perfect time that when the power-up spawns, he comes out of that form.
Yeah.
And typically, when you're trying to steal it, you try to steal it right when it spawns in. So he's already been able to do that before against Garpy on Lockbox when he's playing Clutch. We saw Sparty doing it there as well on the Ranger with a couple of telefrags with the Dire Orb. And, if you're Maestro, you want to contest the power-up, right? But also knowing in the back of your mind, we could lose 2 people instantly off this and then potentially lose a soul, or they build up another 10-50% because of that. It could be a mental block of some sorts.
That's it. I think you raised a really interesting point, actually, which is something we talk about right at the beginning of the show, but that champion composition.
Right.
You make a point with no Ranger, actually, for Maestro Gaming. We saw such impact moves from Sparty with the Dire Orb that I think that could be one of the differentiating factors with it. There was the Nyx, the Slash, and the Anarchy, and the Sorlag for Maestro Gaming. And on reflection, I mean, I'm not sure which one of those I'd get rid of and which one of them I'd maybe add with a Ranger. But I mean, it shows that I think even as the tournament goes on, the way you pick the champions is becoming so interesting and important.
So you have Alliance. You have the 2 champions who can insta-give, right? But on the side of Maestro, you have 2 champions with Sorlag and with Slash that can zone control. The thing is, I feel like the zone control hasn't really been affecting too much because obviously you could jump over to his Nyx, you can Dire Orb through it, and the avenues that I think Alliance have been attacking haven't been from the same direction to allow the Acid Spit or to allow the Plasma Trail to really do work. So we see like 2 kind of styles, right? The instinct style versus the zone control style, but I think so far, for the most part, minus on Lockbox, the insta-give style has been working out.
Yeah, that's it. And I wonder if this is going to make them think about what their champion composition is going to be on the next map, because going into Ruins of Sarnath, I would expect a clutch pick. This is something that's very important, particularly the way that you can attack the lower obelisk is very important. So I think it's going to be a given that Garpy is going to be playing that. And I'm also aware that Held would be very much favoring the Slash on Ruins of Sarnath, and Vu plays Anarchy on no matter what the map is. So I wonder what's Hypno going to add to that. Yeah, that's it. Anarchy, that's his bread and butter. Hypno, I'm guessing he's probably going to be playing Sorlag again. Interesting thing with Alliance in terms of how their players and the champion picks came around. When they took Syndrome from Maestro Gaming before Vu joined the team, he was the Nyx player.
So he changed roles pretty much.
So yeah, he changed roles and he became Anarchy, and that was because Strengths told him to, no, sod off, I'm the Nyx player. Welcome to the team. You can go on to Anarchy now. Which he wasn't comfortable with initially, but he's grown into it, and obviously very well by the the fragging and just the moves and just the playing that we've seen in general from him today.
Well, since you do have the insight into Maestro, and I can see that everyone on Alliance does have their headphones on, can you kind of give us an insight to what Maestro is going to try to do here as we go to Ruins of Sarnath?
Well, one thing you can do with Clutch is the offensive capabilities when you're trying to capture the soul are
Garpy did that really well on Knockbox, actually.
He did incredibly well, and it's something they're definitely going to try to do on Ruins, and they're going to try and make sure that they take the top obelisk on the map. That's something that they'll desperately want to do. Slash, again, we're probably going to be seeing a lot of zoning out from them at the same time, but at the end of the day, you've got to be very reactive as well as proactive in trying to make your tactics work, but reactive because obviously you're not sure what the opponent's going to do, and you've got to play that sense and respond accordingly to what they're going to be giving.
It's kind of weird too, because we think about TTK. It's a term used in a lot of FPS games. It stands for time to kill. How quickly you can kill someone in a game. And the TTK in Quake is really fast, especially in this game mode. So I'm trying to think. You can obviously have tanky characters. You can have your clutch. You can get your Sorlag in there. You can get a Scale Bearer even. But the time to kill can be so high that it might actually just be better off going for the smaller models of like your Slash, of your Nyx. So that way you're inadvertently taking less damage and you're making yourself tanky at the same time. In that kind of sense, right? It doesn't make sense on paper, but in the way the game works. So I'm wondering, do they need to go for, you know, we saw them running 3, they had the Sorlag, they had the Nyx, they had the Anarchy, and they had the Slash. So they had 3 small model champions. So I'm wondering if they're going to continue to go that route.
Makes it very vulnerable, actually.
Yeah, it makes you very vulnerable, but at the same time, it can make you very tanky, with air quotation marks, because it's hard to hit you, right? But then that puts more value on the rocket launcher, and obviously Alliance is going to know that. So I'm just curious, are they going to go for more of a traditionally tanky lineup with a clutch in there with Sorlag?
I'm pretty positive that's going to be the case, unless they really try to throw curveball in there. And you know, sometimes it happens in the duel. You say, "Oh, I've not been winning these rounds." You move to the next map, and you've got the composition that you've got every single time, and you know you're going to pick it 100%. And just because you lost in the last map, you're like, should I do something different?
Right.
And should I try and catch my opponent off guard? I don't think that Maestro is going to be doing that. I think they'll stick to what they know they're good at, and what I know they've been practicing for the last week, basically. But that could be something that they're second-guessing.
That's something really dangerous to do in an environment like this. Switching up to what you've been doing and what you know to something that might counter the enemy if you haven't practiced it. But we are finally in, guys. We did have to switch out a monitor, but we're ready to go. It's tied at 1 apiece here between Maestro and Alliance. Maestro on your blue side, Alliance on the red. And let's see how things are going to kick off here, as that Soul will be spawning in any moment.
Well, I can see a Sorlag there on Hypno. I saw the clutch of Garpy as well, and I believe we got 2 small champions.
I don't remember that champion.
From
that's the giant eye jumping around the map.
Oh, he's managed to actually grab it, and he's got the shield up as well, trying to pass it over to a teammate. Let's see who's going to be able to carry on with it.
It's funny, I've seen so many times over the course of today where the person carrying the Soul is like in a 1v2, and he's most certainly going to lose this fight, right? But what he does is he throws the Soul away, and the 2 people that were attacking him ignore him. Like, all right, we're after the Soul. It's like throwing a tennis ball with a pack of dogs. They completely ignore you and go for that. But whereas you could just send one to kill him, and the other one picks up the Soul and runs. So really interesting to see, you know, a little bit of a difference here. Lions did finish off that frag before they did eventually pick up the Soul. But Maestro are the ones to secure it first, getting that B obelisk.
And this is what I was talking about at the beginning of the game. They wanted that upper obelisk because it means that their offensive strategy down for A should be a lot stronger. We're going to see some defense at the moment for another 30 to 40 seconds, and then we'll go over to power up.
You're not coming up that jump pack, son. Why? He did it too. He went back up, used the acid spit, got the kill, did eventually fall for it, but there's no way you're going to survive jumping up that with rockets being thrown your way.
That's it. Last driver at the moment. He's got a whole bunch of weapons, and they're going to try and go in for one last bum rush to try and make something happen. He's got a lot of health, and there's going to be Garpy calling for his teammates. He goes, "Where are you guys? We need to get here." Throws the orb to the middle, so the Soul to the middle. Strength is going to pick it up afterwards, and this should be them getting onto the point.
Oh, Strength doesn't hit that first shot. He does have Ghost Walk against his teammates there. He's taken away. He's going to fall. He knows it too. Hypno gets that kill with the acid. Hypno gets the respawn back in, but the Soul has finally been taken, 39-6.
We've got to focus on the power-up as well.
Yep, 5 seconds to go.
They're going to let that stay, and a whole lot of plasma trail damage there to watch out for. I believe it's that Hell that's managed to grab it. It is. And now he's going to look to get a little bit more health and make an attack here on this point. Ooh, a lot of damage being taken. He's not hitting too many shots at the moment, but he's getting himself onto the point.
Oh, I don't. Yeah, I was gonna say I don't really like him taking that Soul. I think he realized he kills himself.
Yeah.
Gives it over to Garpy, who now has quad. He's a tank. He's got quad damage, and he's got a shield up to get back onto the. A smart play by Hill, I'd say.
Oh, he goes down actually. Syndrome picks it up, and he manages to send the Soul back to mid. And what Garpy did there is he really didn't want to use his shield. He was so focused on not using it so that he could put it at another point when he wants to attack or go for another objective, or defend later on. But it didn't happen, and now Garpy, he decided to use his shield, but Syndrome making it back. Oh, not in time. And Hell, he's coming in, slipping and sliding.
And rollerblading through. I still say...
I'm going to stop saying that right now.
I love rollerblades. I really want to get a pair. They look down upon when you're 29, but you know what? I don't care.
These are like plasma blades.
That'd be even better. It's like a laser show. It's like going to a Daft Punk concert there, as it's going to be a lot of rails being thrown in the direction of Hell. So the soul will be picked up by Syndrome, who's just trying to get away. Does get stopped by the pillar, which has allowed, I believe that's a Vu, to get there in time to potentially stop it. But either way, it's going to be captured, and there's no ways to survive this 1v3. But they're ignoring him. He's somehow still alive. Finally, Vu's going to clean that one up. And the soul has been secured, but it gets caught by Bus Driver, I believe, midair.
That was insane. He went up the bounce pad, and they threw it right at him and managed to get it back on the point. Alliance still holding on to the soul on their obelisk.
That's called goaltending. Basketball reference. Not sure if you can...
Beyond me, I'm afraid.
Okay. Anyways, but it's going to be the soul still held onto by Alliance. Hell's going to pick up a nice kill with the LG. And looks like they will be able to return it here in a few seconds. Oh no, Hell, 9 HP. We'll just barely
Hell
escape.
is going off right now with his movement, and he's just playing the soul excellently. Look at this, getting as much of this plasma trail all over the quad as he can, or the protection as it might turn out to be. Let's see, what did it turn out to be? Strength yet again. We're not even surprised at this point. I'm curious if there's a stat to see how many times Strength has picked up the power-up as it spawns over the course of the series. He's actually going to suicide and give it to a teammate who's got a nice stack.
Smart gets him in towards the point, has the armor too to survive this one. There's 3 people focusing on him, and yet he still steals the soul under their noses, throws it across the map as well. Somehow he's still alive, 23 health, they're able to finish him off, and it looks like this is Alliance able to return this. Well done by them, such a smart play.
Hypno running in, he's got the acid, he's done a lot of area damage on the point, so we're going to see a bit of defense at the moment. Just as that offense didn't work for Maestro, Garpy dying there, falling, the robot exploding. And I'm curious if he's got the shield up as well, because that's where they could really use their tactic, enforce it correctly, and try and get the soul from that obelisk.
It's the first map in the series we've seen people, actively suiciding just to be able to give the power-ups to the rest of his teammates.
This is what he's doing. You can just see what he's doing with the shield there. Did he manage to get it away and send it across? He did. Perfect execution of that tactic from Maestro.
Well, there's a plasma trail down, there's a shield. How the hell are you going to stop that? How are you the hell going to get any kills? Be on top of the point, on top of the obelisk, you're going to die eventually here. But Vu coming up big here at the LG, gets 1 kill, looking for the second. Injection going to come through, and Hypno's going to be there to help him out. The soul still be contested, but the soul has been taken and been thrown across the map yet again.
They're going to chase. Bus Driver's got a really strong stack. They're just going for the chip damage at the moment with the machine gun.
Oh no!
No, he didn't. The 2 slow champions saw like a little faster than Garpy on that clutch.
I've had that happen way too many times in other games with knives. Just running at you with the knife or with the gauntlet here, and there's just nothing. You just know you're going to die. Either way, though, the power up at 5 seconds. We're going to see both teams.
That's it. It's up any moment right now. Got a good view of it over here. So far, Maestro have been pretty good with the power up, but they're going to be giving it away on this occasion to Bus Driver. And what he wants to do is nothing but defend.
85%
at this time. Wow, he even gets a frag just then.
I love that sound. So it's so intimidating to hear when that quad is just going off here. But like I said, trying to defend 93%. So quad's going to stick around for a little bit longer. It's going to be up for long enough where that Maestro's going to have to run into this quad and somehow deal with it. Maybe pick up this kill. He's got his ass spit up to zone now as one of the point. You can see him using this one to keep them back. So will be taken by Garpy, and he throws it right to an enemy. And I think that was like Syndrome who picked up and threw it back up to the point.
Hell's managed to get a kill though with the plasma trail. It's on him at the moment. If we've got that soul carry, we can see exactly what's going on, but I believe he just died. Strength is going to get it. Is there any more teammates? We've got Vu, who's trying to make it in. Have they got onto the point? They just about made it before it goes to 100, but they've got the kill. We've got Hell now. He's trying to make sure that that timer keeps on ticking back up, but it looks like Alliance are going to make that first round of this last tie-breaking map.
Still so close between the two, and that timing of quad.
Yeah, that
could not have worked more against Maestro, to be honest.
No, but again, it came at that critical moment where there was little enough percentage left for Alliance to gain, that the timing remaining. They knew they were going to get to 99%. It was just whether they could hold from there.
Right. I like the way that Syndrome played that too, because he didn't sit on the point. He knew, okay, well, they have a clutch, right? So the chance of them taking the soul away from us is really high. But he sat in the path that they knew Garpy would throw the soul. He just caught it midair, threw it back to the point. It's like, all right, you spent all that to get our soul, and I just caught it and returned it.
No, that was absolutely perfectly read from him. But at the moment, we've got Strength. He's going to pass it up to the rocket launcher area. Can get the jump up. Have we got any opponents in the meantime? No, Strength has got it.
They're still locked in, though. It's going to be really hard for Strength to escape. This one is being pressured. I think the Mega was picked up by Garpy there. No, he actually, sorry, that was Strength who did secure it. Gave him the HP left.
I don't know how he's alive.
He got the Mega in the midst of that.
That's insane, though. But there was so much potential damage that had come out. And now what's horrible is that Maestro do not get the obelisk they would want. they're going to have to fight an uphill battle, no, almost literally at the same time, to win this round. And it is match point for Alliance.
Look at that angle Strengths is covering too. He's got the jump pad, and he can see every other way that they can come in towards that obelisk. So he has so much freedom to get these kills. He's going to use that Ghost Swap to get aggressive here against the Sorlag. He gets the kill on the Hypno. 3 great rockets thrown out of this man. And I think his attack on the Maestro's already failed.
Yeah, that one not going to work too favorably for them. No, Strengths, that's your buddy. You can try and get the middies, but not on him. All the work. The Strengths is going to return. I think that's Hell just falling through. It's like, oh, I messed up my jump. Damn it.
That's what happens when you lose like one crucial person, right? Yeah, you get the soul, but you don't have the person to grab it or throw it to return it to your own obelisk. And as we get Strengths picking himself up a double. Hypno again. Respawning back in, does have the soul, but he's not going to have a chance to get there with the LG. No, finally, teammates able to come in to help him out.
I got to say that was slightly lucky. I think it was that Vu that passed the soul just then. I think he was trying to pass it on the upper side of mid, but Hypno was down below, and it hit just a little clip or a corner of the arch, and went down to Hypno. So, but he'll go with that. You make your own luck at the end of the day. And the soul was taken by Syndrome for just a second. Is it being passed around at all? Oh no, Lance has got a, sorry, Maestro's got it back.
He's got a quad.
He's going down though, at the same time, and Vu, he's got the Mega up in a moment. He's going to kill himself. But what? No, he didn't tell his teammates in time. He had it all perfectly thought out, but it didn't work out. This is that's a bit of a mess, and that is a possible set costing mess up to make.
For Maestro, hopefully not. Well, that's a great shotgun. 160 damage to Vu. Not going to survive. That still has been taken away, thrown off. Against Spartia on the Ranger. We haven't really seen a lot of kills out of him, but I've been watching the kill feed, and every now and then he's getting these telefrag kills.
He's present.
Yeah,
he's
exactly.
Definitely there. It's just not been the showbot on stream. He's not been so much on the objective. He's supporting in the sidelines, getting important kills, and empowering the other teammates on his team.
Oh, Hypno, nice little shot there. Soul, not sure exactly where it has been thrown off to, but it has actually been put back into the obelisk here for Alliance. 25%. Well, if Alliance win this round, they're one game away from going to QuakeCon. A lot of pressure. You don't want to be dropping to the loser bracket right away. This attack is coming from Maestro, but not really going to do much when you're 1v3.
Okay, we're going to try and get an attack at the moment from Garpy. They've managed to secure the point. Oh, it's going to drop to the bottom. It's an absolute pit. They're trying to use the injection at the same time while dropping the soul, but it's not going to work. And the pummel coming out, causing a huge step. What just happened?
Boo! He was waiting by the teleporter. They got the kill.
Unreal.
He's going to get away as well. Look at this movement out of this man. Picks up the rocket launcher as well. There's going to be no one else behind him to attack. And he returns it. Great timing, great positioning out of him, and great awareness in general. Oh,
beautiful.
What a shot.
Amazing work out of Vu just then, and coming in just as they need. This is this is a player that when he's delivering and when he's performing well, he can change the tide of the game completely.
And you're going to see 6 seconds on the power-up here. We haven't seen too many protections. I think double quad so far. It's got to be protection.
What?
No, another quad coming through. Syndrome picks himself up 1 kill. Strengths gets 1 as well. The quad's going to be in the hands of Hypno, who needs a little bit of help here.
Some good damage from Hypno just then, but it is going to be Strengths in the end who does take the quad. And there's probably only 15 seconds or so left, and there's a lot of percentage being taken by Maestro. If Garpy's got his shield up, he doesn't. He's not going to use it. He's going to save it for an attack.
I hope he doesn't if he didn't use it there, because that's going to be Strengths picking up a triple with the HMG. Soul's been taken away. But luckily for them, they bought a lot of time. Like, the quad that was being used took a little bit to actually get on towards that point to take the soul away. So the quad's not going to be as present anymore. Oh, I say that, and we do see Strengths pick up another kill, and they do wipe Maestro. But now it's their time. I mean, 64 seconds. Or sorry, 64%. It's a lot built up for Maestro when it was already looking so bad in this round.
Yeah, absolutely, and I'm wondering this 30 second or less than 30 seconds, Garpy is going to go in for an attack actually. He's got to be careful not to show his back because that would cost damage. But he picked up the soul, he's given it across to Hypno, and Hal is just trying to support his buddy. Oh, this is close. The missed shot though from Syndrome actually allows Hypno to get onto the point. That rail, if it connected, again, could have been critical. You talk about some of these shots are so important. And this usually doesn't mean that much, but sometimes it can really change the game.
Considering the pace that we have seen been going so far on this map, and considering how these teams can react to a nice kill or a miss, so he's able to return with a shotgun. Yeah, I mean, he completely zones out this entire staircase. Unless you're Sorlag and you don't care.
Yeah, that's it. With Sorlag, you don't take acid damage as it's on the floor, but you do take direct damage if it hits you in the face.
Great job by Garpy. Does have a shield up this time. Does pick up 2 kills to continue to build percent. 94 so far for Maestro. Alliance have to be careful. This is one of their last attacks. Power-up's not going to be up for a little bit of time. Here, Strength somehow gets a kill for Hell. With 99%, they have a contested, so at least have that chance to take it away, but I think they've lost all the people.
That's it. Maestro have done it. They are 1-1 on the third map, and it's coming down to the wire. We have seen almost all the rounds we possibly could get in this series at the moment. The second map was 2-0 to Alliance, but otherwise we're getting 8 rounds.
I feel like whenever we cast together, we're destined to have these really long matches.
And they're always really, really good matches at the same time. We are at the beginning of the third round. Syndrome on cam to begin with, and 10 seconds until the first soul spawns.
Some good rocket damage being done here by Syndrome on 12 HP, somehow still alive, and charge directly into Hell. They finish him off here. The soul now spawn back in him. We got Strange to pick one up and toss it back to a teammate. He is taken away on damage though.
Oh, he's down. I think there's a lot of kills there from Maestro. They're going to be able to find it. They are, and they've also got their preferred obelisk. This is a very good start to this last round for Maestro. They need to be absolutely focused at the moment. It is so pivotal that they remain composed, and they remain coordinated, and make sure that all the players in the team are using their comms appropriately. Ooh, that was close. A stray nick. What else could we do?
Shotgun was able to finish that too, so very weak. Hell though. Does get the kill on a Syndrome, at least return that one. In the meantime, there's still a lot of fighting on that obelisk. Maestro up to 21%, so they have the obelisk they want. They have the early percent. They have the position too. Somehow Garpy falls from this though. I wasn't expecting Syndrome to be able to push in like that and pick up that kill. There's not a lot of HP left on the targets of the defending team here for Maestro.
It's not too bad at all for Garpy because he can respawn. If he used the shield recently, he can get himself some hourglasses and weapons on the way back to the base. And by this point now, he should have been able to return. There he is. We just saw him darting across, and that soul got a little movement on the map, and we have got it passed over to the next obelisk. Wonderful. But pressure immediately going to be on there. Hypno getting a frag, and look at that. We had about 5 frags in a quarter of a second, and Hypno returns. Little rocket jumps to get himself across, and just about made it. Power up in 3 seconds. Well, what are the Maestro guys doing? They need to get there immediately.
Well, and these kills that they're picking up right now are so crucial too, but it looks like it's pretty much an equal trade. It's going to be Nyx there sitting on it, looking for the spawn. What's it going to be? 3 seconds to go on this one.
There we are.
Nice use of the shield as well, or potentially using the shield as well to secure it, but they actually do lose that ban. The quad's going to be picked up and dropped immediately. Syndrome picks himself up a triple 2 LGs and the rail, and now he's got the quad for Strengths to use.
What do you know? Strengths has got the power up.
So not only does he play the Nyx for the team, he also gets all the power-ups.
Well, when he's your strongest aimer on your team, you're not bothered by that. Yeah. You're quite delighted. So, but it's almost sort of comical just how good he's been at with it.
Let's see, Soul has been taken away. 6% for Alliance. Can be thrown back up to Strength, so he could pick this one up and run it back. Looks like he will be doing that, but I think that's a move off to the side, not able to hit the rockets to stop him from doing this.
All right, Alliance in this round now themselves. They gathered a little bit of percent earlier, but otherwise Maestro have been very dominant for the time being. And we've still got a long time until that power-up spawns. So by the time it spawns, I think Alliance will probably be on the best part of 60%.
Strength's using that Ghost Rock to get aggressive, trying to catch them out. Still has been taken. Garpy leading the charge of his team.
This is what it's all about. He's got that shield defending his entire team there. And he's going to be able to get across. No, he's going to go down. Syndrome's back, but he's going to die as well. He just throws the soul away just before he dies.
I think it was taken, though. Yeah, Hell has been able to secure it, used the plasma trail to get a little bit of distance, but he's juggled in the air.
He should have thrown that soul, I believe. That could be a small error. Just get it near the base. Now Bus Driver, he chucks it away, and look at the aerial battles we've got at the moment. We've got a Space Simulator as well.
I never knew
what a rail Garpy.
I never knew they could grow wings.
Boom, he's just taking it.
Today.
Huge. He's trying to get some extra speed, but that's Sparty with the shotgun work. Syndrome as well. He's returning. Now Bus Driver with 77 health. He could take a rail, but he will return the soul to point.
Still so bloody between these two teams. Just non-stop action. Vu gets a great shot on Bus Driver before he does get killed off by Syndrome. Maestro just looking to somehow attack this point back. It's still relatively close on percent, 55 to 28. I mean, yeah, it's about 30% difference, but that's still ridiculously close to how much percent you can stack up. Strengths again gets a telefrag kill onto Hell, but this time, finally, protection does spawn in, and Garpy on the clutch has it. This is going to be tough for Alliance to hold.
And he's got the rockets as well. We're going to see Clutch go absolutely mental now. He's on the point, dishing out the damage. He's not, but look at he's taking a huge amount of damage, actually. This is insane. Hypno's got it. but that was unbelievable focus fire from Alliance. I was expecting guaranteed success from Maestro.
I think Maestro might have rushed that a little bit. He was kind of off by himself, feeling immortal as they proved to him, you're not going to be immortal here. And that there's just 3 people attacking the entire time. There's no one picking off those targets on his own team. They lose control, they lost the protection. And they lost the soul, most importantly. 51% now for Alliance. They've been able to tie things up. It's 1-1 in the series, 1-1 in rounds here on Runes of Sarnath.
Oh, this is big actually from Vu. He's just managed to get the Mega, but he's going to find a lot of people coming his way, doing some damage to the Nyx. He's going to fall down below. Do not want to focus too much on the frags at the moment. He needs to find the way into the base, and right now he's trying to coordinate that with his teams. He's so worried that someone's going to come up behind him. Huge frag. He's got to move now.
There's one behind him. He's going to miss that rail, tosses it onto the point immediately. I'm not sure. Bus driver, why did you turn around and look for the soul? He turns around for the split second, allowing for to secure the kill onto him. Keep your eyes on the target, son, not on the ball. Not on the soul this time.
Maestro are just holding on to the lead at the moment. We've got 40 seconds until the power-up is back. They are going to try and milk this for as much as possible to get to that 100%.
70%, and there's still 2 people left. It's a Nyx, it's an Anarchy. And now finally Garp is able to come back in, and they do get the kills. Vu coming up huge with the rocket launcher when they do need it. 77% to 52. Maestro are getting ever so close to advancing through into this bracket and the winner bracket side of this and knocking Alliance down. Maybe an unexpected result for some.
These are moments like this that you become a professional gamer, because this is the tension that they're looking for, that they want to play with. And they've managed to secure that soul now for Alliance. 14% remaining for Maestro. And we've got a battle on the protection. I believe that's just been taken now with Alliance in favor of it. Sparty has it, but he's weak. Alliance with the soul.
Alliance able to return it too, most importantly. And Sparty's he's getting focused down quite a bit. He's trying to get some healing through. Does blow off Dire Orb off. Does get the kill on the Garp, but the soul's finally going to be dropped though. Bus driver looking for the return. He's going to do just that, 57% and counting now. And I don't think Maestro have the people here necessarily to go for this fight. They need to wait for a respawn back through, but Vu ties things up in terms of med.
If we had Hypno in mid who had the soul, he should have immediately thrown it back to sort of general direction of his base. Vu, now he is someone you'd expect to be calm under pressure with his level of experience. He is indeed hitting some very important shots. Now, Clutch, look at that. Was there some focus fire at the same time? All right, Clutch has got very, very fast movement, but they are looking to hunt him down. Teammates beside him working in unison. Looking, where do I go, guys? Tell me. Give me the information.
He's not passing off to Vu to run it back in. He's trying to do himself. He's able to get on there, but will they have the kills off the back of that? No, Alliance pick up 3, and that soul will be turned around.
Team wipe.
90 to 70. Maestro, I mean, it was a decent attack. I still don't know why they just didn't wait a little bit longer. Maybe try to pick up those frags before returning.
Yeah, as soon as they got the soul back, their entire team just exploded. Hell, he does get the soul for a fraction of a second. And now Clutch is back on there with Sorlag. Trying to do some work. He throws it away a little bit, but his strengths will return. Return the soul to base at least. Hypno, what's he going to be able to do with it?
Vu coming up big with that kill on his strength.
Oh,
Syndrome.
got it.
He's holding under, and I do not believe they know where he is.
No way.
He's waiting for his teammates. Maybe pick up these kills. They have 18 seconds on the power-up, most importantly.
And now this is actually big because information is so important. They're going to see that happen. And now they've got to come in for the frags. Hypno trying to bite very quickly, but this might punish him as he needs his teammates to be around him. They're going for the power-up.
They have the time to do it. They definitely have the time, and they have protection, and they have it over to Garpy, most importantly. So this is going to be a second chance for Maestro to go on.
They got the soul as well.
They stole it away during this, so they had a disadvantage on the power-up. They still secure it. They also get the soul on top at 93% clutch. Played by Garpy. If he can hold on to this one, he's going to be very tanky, very hard to do it. They get the kills, 97. We're going to see this hit into contention.
Oh my God.
They have to touch this point. Is anyone even close to it?
He's
No,
done
they've done it! Maestro have upset Alliance, and I picked up the victory.
Sorry, I couldn't breathe at the end there. That was.
I see you shaking there. That was, I mean, considering Maestro had some bad luck yesterday in terms of the players of Garpy, of Vu, not qualifying for duel, to pick up this victory here has to give them so much confidence back. And look at that Hypno, 65 kills and 43 deaths.
What is that about? Garpy, you could see his role of clutch. I mean, that's amazing. What I want to say right there, what Garpy did, getting the lowest frags on the server, is the best thing that could possibly happen to Maestro. That might sound wrong, but
no,
he
not
played
at all.
the objective exactly like he has to. And Zakibus, I know that he's the sort of player manager on the team. He's going to sit back with a sigh of relief and go like, Garpy, you're an absolute god for performing like that. So that'll be a delight. Guys are going to be shaking hands as well. A really, really tense series for them just there. But happy days for Maestro Gaming. I've got to say that last moment where they calculate, okay, there's about 85% on the Alliance Obelisk, but the power-up is coming up in about 5 to 10 seconds. This is our chance to get on it, and if it's a protection or quad, we can make a huge play here and secure the game. And winning that power-up, it was all about that. And I think that Alliance maybe just lost sight of it. Not all of them did at all, but as a unit, they did a tiny bit. And that's possibly what cost them those last moments of the game.
Before we do head to the desk, I want to ask you one last question. Do you think if that was a quad instead of protection, would it have still ended the same way?
They would have had to attack differently, is the thing. And the fact is that Garpy didn't have the massive stack we saw him have earlier with the protection. They would have had to manage who picked it up a little differently. So it's very possible, but at the end of the day, it comes down to how are Maestro hitting the shots then, rather than how are Alliance hitting the shots.
All right, well, thank you again. Congrats once more to Maestro to pick up that victory. In the meantime, let's head to the desk and see what they had to say about that last match.
The memes of the future are here. My word. Garpy going clutch with clutch at the end. Gents, exactly when it mattered most. The boy pulled through, and what an epic win.
I was really worried at a certain point, close to the end, but not at the very end, when the exact same scenario actually happened, where Garpy, with clutch, collected protection and then got Mega. And we're all sitting at the desk going, I mean, like, he's going to take it free. I mean, it's a clutch, he's got Mega Hair, he's got protection. What are they going to do to stop him? And he just died. Like, he lost protection, he lost every ounce of stack he had. I was like, is that going to be a mistake that cost the entire round? But then, wind the clocks forward a little bit, the exact same thing happens. He stays alive, and he just stays alive long enough to defend for that final piece of percentage. What a ridiculous series.
Yeah, because with clutch, when you've got a stacked clutch, you worry, and you worry hard. But with protection, normally, you just think, well, he's going to get the soul, absolutely no problem. But the thing is, he got triple teamed in that point, and it was incredible. But especially in this lockbox game as well, Alliance made some fantastic plays. When there were 3 members down, there was still one guy with a soul left, and he'd hide in the middle of the map somewhere, just in a little spot, and wait until his teammates respawned, and then bring it back. And there was so many opportunities where Alliance could have actually won and carried on, but they made some fantastic plays on lockbox.
It's just, I mean, taking a moment to take some of these replays in, but honestly, you wouldn't have asked for a better way for that match to end. Coming back and coming all the way down to the final map, the final round, which kind of, in essence, it's a little bit repetitive of what I said yesterday, but it does just emphasize how much talent is in Europe and how close these teams actually are at that upper end. And honestly, what we've been hearing from casters and players alike kind of about the American scene and about the level when it comes to sacrifice, if all the Europeans are playing to this standard where they're taking each other down to the wire like this, I do worry for the North American rosters.
You think they could be going into QuakeCon in absolutely full force?
Yeah, I really do. I think if, you know, when you're looking at this level that they're literally playing to each other's standards. That, I mean, how close was it? 13%?
It was like 90-something, it was like 100% to like 80-something. It was something ridiculous. And the big thing is the fact that we've got teams in NA like Rafa and the Hanks team, where they will make notes and watch these teams and maybe even learn. And meta might actually be different in NA compared to EU. So, you know, those kind of situations are going to clash to see actually what happens over there.
It is one thing that we do tend to see sometimes in games as they are evolving, because this game is evolving. Game by game, we see it's still a new game. We're still in the beta. We're still watching how things move on. Champ select, map select, pick, ban, all these various different, excuse me, just picks, not bans. When you look at them, the Americans will be watching this. And when all this is all said and done, the European players, they'll be going back home, they'll be watching the North American side. Honestly, what a fantastic match. There's no real other way to describe it. It was back and forth, back and forth. Any final words before we throw it to an interview?
Well, Mustard and I definitely said that the sacrifice we're going to see today is going to be nowhere near the sacrifice we saw a month ago. And that 100% is what's happening. The teams are different, the champion compositions are different, and the way the game is being approached is night and day for what it was. And this is still early days. Who knows where it could go from here?
With these two teams as well, we did say to begin with that it was going to be close. I didn't expect to be that close, and especially after the first map, I thought to myself, well, on DM6, you know, Alliance have the bad side. We've all spoken about it before, where, you know...
That B for bad.
Yeah, yeah, that's probably an understatement on that map especially. But for Alliance to win that 2-0, not only on the bad side of DM6, but it wasn't even their pick. It was Maestro's pick on top of that. And also on top of even more than that is the fact that when you're on B side, when you spawn underneath rail, you're basically in front of them with just an MG. So there's so many bad situations they could have been put in. But when I saw them take game 2 so well, I did think to myself, Alliance are going to in a good running here for game 3, but Maestro made such a good comeback afterwards.
Good turnaround. Lots of momentum going into the rest of the bracket for sure.
Well, commiserations to Alliance. They will drop to the loser side of the bracket. They still get another crack at going to QuakeCon. Ken, you still got to fight through. It could become like a potential thing that we had yesterday when we were looking at Jules, where that lower bracket just becomes super, super stacked. But one young man who's going to be very, very happy with his performance, especially after what happened yesterday in the Jules, will be Gappy. And I believe we have an interview with him with Red Eye down on the stage. Gentlemen, over to you.
I don't know about young man. He's getting on a bit these days. An old mate of mine, well done. That was good in the end. But, my goodness, this is like yesterday. I stood behind you watching your 1v1s, and then today, why do you guys make it so hard for yourselves?
We like to make it entertaining for the crowd. That's what it is.
Okay, just entertaining.
It's boring if you win 2-0 to so.
All right, okay, joking aside, that was a tough match to be in. Talk us through the last part, because that was, like, we were watching it, which this is so good right now. You guys gathered really well. You were waiting for protection. You were hoping, let's grab it and then finish the game, and it worked perfectly.
Yeah, we was just like, we need to get power up. It's so close if we get protection. The nice thing was, I think Boo got the skull back as well, so it was like, guys, Franks was dead, Ranger's dead, the base is clear, I'm coming back, just defend, and we've got it, so.
So, Tyre, how do you stay calm?
Experience.
He says experience now. So what happened yesterday then?
I don't know. It was just bad.
It was rough in the morning, because you've never been a morning player. I remember back in the day, you turn up and you're like, oh, I don't know if I can play very well in the morning, I'm not very awake. And same yesterday, and then late, as the day went on, you seemed to get better.
Yeah, started off bad yesterday, but yeah. Again, my games, 3-2, 3-2, really close. Like I say, I like to make it entertaining. And then the last game to qualify was, it was heartbreaking. But it was a good game, very good game. So.
It was a good game. We enjoyed it in terms of watching. It can't have been much fun to play. Today, though, much better through the upper bracket. So one game away now, one match away. So what do you guys talk about now? What do you change, if anything?
Nothing really. Hopefully just, like I say, work on our power-up play. Just work as a team. When the synergy's there and we're working together as a team, I think we can beat anybody. It's just sometimes teams put more pressure on it, don't work out how you hope it to. So hopefully everything goes all right for us and we can get through. So.
Yeah. Communication, how is it now? It's been a bit up and down.
Yeah, definitely. As you can see, we've got 4 duelers in the team. We've not actually got anyone who's TDM. So when we first started, no one talks. It's like, I'm timing this item. No one's coming this area, boys. Forget the obelisk. And then we went from that to just TDMing, and like I say, as an objective in the game, and we needed to get there. And it's coming together. The more we play, the stronger we get, and I do think we've got huge potential with our lineup. So hopefully we can make it.
All right, well, good luck. Thank you very much to Garpy. He is safely, along with his team, through to the next round, one match away from making QuakeCon and the Quake World Championships later this month. Still plenty to come, of course. We're going to dip into more matches as we go through. Plenty to come from Sacrifice today to find our 4 teams that head off to the World Championships later this month. Heading to a break right now. When we come back, though, we have more of the same, and hopefully, from this point of view, not as close next time.
One of the things that's great about working with AMD and this new partnership we have is sort of recommitting ourselves to bringing the best out of Vega cards and unlocking all the things that they can do for our games. For a gamer, stepping up to a Vega card is like having terrible vision and putting on a pair of glasses. The level of fidelity and performance you're going to get out of a Vega card, it's like you're playing video games again for the first time.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Analyst Desk here at the Quake World Championship European Regional Qualifier. My name is Sims, this wonderful man is Lethal, and that is ZSX. Gentlemen, first of all, I mean, we've spoke about it, but Dan, I want to get your thoughts. The match that we just saw on main stage was spectacular.
It was incredible. They made it look very difficult, and it was incredibly tense, and I was pretty speechless in the end. I couldn't be more happy for the guys. They deserve it. They, on paper, will probably look like one of the weaker teams, but they've just come together so well, and everyone respects them. And I think Alliance obviously wanted. I think they felt they went into it as the favourites. So to see the UK underdogs come on top was brilliant.
I think yesterday when we were watching the duels, we were all a bit gutted.
Yeah, and it's obviously redemption. Well, partly, they're not there yet, obviously, but Garpy's match was heartbreaking for everyone at home, and obviously Vu as well just got so close to beating Kula in the final seconds, so they want this probably more than anybody.
It makes me laugh, really, because with Garpy as well, it's like, in his duel game, the final one he had against Vistal, it was 3-2, final round, final game, final champion. And again, they've done it again, final round, final game, and this time it got to the point where it was like 100 to like 89%. This guy, you know, he's quite a good entertainer, to be fair, isn't he? Yeah, exactly. And it's like you said, you know, no one wants a bit of a 2-0 washout, do they? They don't want a really close series. Yeah. So, but we did expect that, in all honesty.
Unbiased away and everything, is it a good thing to see old friends and old teammates go through like that?
Yeah, I'm like I said to you in the break, I've known Garpy for probably longer than anyone on the scene. He mentored me when I was coming up and taught me duels, so I think he deserves this. And it's I don't know if anyone knows, but he took a year off work to kind of commit to Quake Champions. He's helping run this team, so it's I mean, he's taking it seriously, and this is his thing.
Okay, well, let's talk about this next match on stream then, because this is where it starts to get a little bit big.
Spicy.
This is where we qualify our first team for QuakeCon. So let's talk about this next matchup. Defendants earlier on put on a damn good show, but it's this 2Z lineup. You know, we'll talk about that in a second. Let's look and force ourselves now
there's
on the
cracking
defendants.
Faces in that photo.
There is.
I don't know what they is doing. Yeah,
is amazing. Like, you know, I've never seen someone such a cheeky jabby with a cracked up smile. It's brilliant.
A quick question then with Deus. Is this the guy that's literally for you who's just kind of come back for Quake Champions and now he's kind of putting on a show? So how it's kind of been with him.
Yeah, he's just a team-based player. He kind of fills a void. He's always come back for these team tournaments, and he's incredible at it. Like, he's come out the wilderness, and he's upgraded the team from when Cypher was in it.
Really?
Yes.
Okay, I like that. And obviously, I was watching earlier. Obviously, I was sat behind James downstairs. Like, you know what? If that's how you, we stood together.
Yeah.
And I watched his POV, and I tell you what, the man can bloody shoot. He's got a cracking aim on him.
James in an arse, but he's got a good aim on him.
Quick breakdown then of the defenders. Collection of dominant forces from different parts of the European and Quake history. Scotland-based Deus covering in for Cypher at the regionals, further enhancing the team coordination. That's no disrespect, you know, to Cypher. But Deus, as you mentioned, he does add quite a bit to this roster.
Yeah, and I think we saw in the last match Alliance lost, partly because they were a collection of individuals rather than a team, and Deus really makes them gel and understands chemistry and where he fits in that. So it's definitely a step up from Cypher, and everyone you speak to who's played against these guys, scrimming against these guys, says they are a new force with Deus.
Okay, so let's take a quick look at their opponents, and it's going to be the CIS region favourites 2Z. Now, as we're looking at this roster and we're breaking it down, Latromi, Luminous, Claws, and Silent Seb. Harry, who's for you on this roster? Which is the player that they need to kind of take out? Which is the player that needs to be kept in the death screen as much as possible?
If it was anyone, I would have to say Claws. I was going to say Latromi at one point because of the stuff he does, but with Claws, just in general, he's been very consistent. He's been one of the biggest aim stars in this team. And the great thing about him is the fact that he doesn't just go, you know, trying to improvise quite a lot. When you've got a full setup, he always holds the best angles at the best times. I spoke about it numerous times before where on Sarnif, when he was playing Snorlax on the right side, he would stay there, he would hold his position, and when he was playing Snorlax, he would make sure he'd at his spit if anyone comes at him, and if not, it would just rail away. And the thing is with Claws as well, he's quite young, and, you know, one of Cypher's previous students as well. But another person as well, Latromi as well. He's one of those guys where in a team, if he's trying to figure out what's going on and you've got a full setup, he'll be the guy to actually have a look around and try and find out information before they push.
One of the QWC favourites, all unbelievable aimers with incredible team play. Luminous supporting, while Zron is absent. Watch out for Latromi's Anarchy. Does that pretty much best sum up this team?
I would say definitely because of the fact that Rizron as well, Domingon is a very good player, and as we know, he's already qualified for the duels in the winner's side. And, you know, Luminous, the thing is about him is the fact that people would think, well, is he quite a good replacement in terms of Rizron? But the thing is, though, there's not been doing too bad. They showed quite well earlier on. But the thing is, I think they were playing against Rush Beast, so I would be quite interested to see how up we come against this next match, but it wouldn't surprise me if they took it again.
Dan, we saw Clutch doing impeccable things in the previous round. You did say earlier on that we could definitely see it come up. We didn't see it in the earlier games, but moving towards the further as we go down the bracket, in the previous match, it really played a vital role. Can we potentially see the Clutch pick again?
I don't think so. 2Z play a very fast, aggressive style, and they prefer the smaller champions, particularly since there's the slight tweak to the hitboxes, and they just like to push their team with speed, and Clutch changes that dynamic. It doesn't fit into that. Maestro have molded their tactic around the Clutch. I haven't seen Defendants play it, and I don't think equally it would use their style. They are again heavily based around Creases Anarchy and play to that strength with Avec and filling up on the Ranger usually is with Deus, and Too Good just sitting in the background railing away. So I don't think either one of these teams fit that style. So not today.
I think you're right as well, because I had a very brief glimpse on their screens at the time, and you're talking about speed. They've got Anarchy and Slash on the same team, so yeah. You were completely right.
I think we should expect Anarchy, Slash, Nyx, and probably Rangers. So just like full aggression in your face, you can't move type Quake, which is pretty cool to watch as well.
Well, it's about to get underway. This match is ready to rock and roll. Make sure that you're tweeting the stream, and also tweet Harry, because he did say Snorlax several times there, and we both laughed at him. So make sure you tweet the stream, use the hashtag QWC. Gentlemen in the casting booth, over to you.
Thank you very much, Sims. I mean, we've all been there and done that. I do believe Mustard at one point accidentally called Clutch Crutch.
Let's not live in the past, yeah?
Insulted Clutch
Let's live in the now.
everywhere.
Let's go to the future. Now is the future.
The future is the map picks for this match. And as you can see, the first pick is going to be the Defendants, of which they have selected Burial Chamber. 2Z opting to go for the Ruins of Sarnath, and the final map will be Blood Covenant.
Ruins of Snorlag. How about that?
Snornath.
Let's just ruin all of it at the same time. Now, back to seriousness.
Clud Revenant.
I feel this isn't even smart anymore. This is just
reverse
nonsense. This is chaos.
Just swap the letters around. Now, what really interests me about the series that we're about to see is going to be a distinct difference in the champions that we're going to see selected.
And one thing that I hope we see that ZSX pointed out is the potential maybe to see that full aggression composition with maybe Anarchy, Nyx, and Slash on the same team. This has been the Slash show this weekend. Really, it has been today. Slash went from being never picked whatsoever in, I think, literally any of the qualification games at all in the first 2 weeks.
We've
almost seen her every single time today.
We did not see Slash selected at any point during the qualifiers. And we even pointed that out in week 2. We're like, man, I mean, we've gone all this way. Do people just not have any faith in this champion whatsoever? But I think as we sort of wind the clocks forward, it's looking heavily likely that the players just needed time. They needed to revise the game mode. They needed to find an approach that worked for them. And it just seems to turn out that Slash seems to fit many approaches like a glove. She has so many different tools that work well on almost every single map. Burial Chamber being that first map is going to be very interesting for Defendants, because the small agile champions, they've got lots of room to fly around on this map and dodge rails because they're going a little bit quicker than normal. But I think all 4 players go with that then, you know.
I think the Anarchy and Slash together, though, really could be. It looks like we haven't seen the draft at all. We're just going straight into it, so we'll see who they've picked as we move along. But I think really that a Slash and Anarchy combination together really is that efficient, you know, throw down. If they're both running the Soul, you throw the Soul, pop your ability, get that ridiculous speed boost, pick it back up again. And both Anarchy and Slash do that to an insane degree. Oh, Cheeky goes walk, waiting for it to appear.
Here comes a Ranger. Backed up by Nyx, and already the frags are flying through. Luminous with that Soul on deck. Gets head off, and an amazing rocket, actually, really well placed, kept Luminous out of the way of that entryway.
While we are stuck to the early stages of this match, do remember at home, guys, this is a Quake World Championship qualification match. The winning team is going to secure their team spot at the World Championships in a few weeks' time. This is all or nothing now.
Here comes a dual-wielding Blaskovic trying to run in. All guns blazing does more than enough damage. Silent Sep gets that double LG. So Silent Sepp has been running the Sorlag today for the most part, but is now choosing to go to the Blaskovich. They're almost like a good defending role champion, but also just good at just straight up fighting, especially if you're sort of fighting over that soul. And at the moment, it looks like 2Z were able to secure a little bit of percentage at the start. Defendants now, Latrobe trying to find safe passage through to B, but we can see already that 2Z have plenty of people there waiting for him.
I also feel like, on the other hand too, that the Blaskovich might be a direct answer to the
Latrobe, he threaded the needle completely, but he missed the actual obelisk. Oh no, he went straight past it. Well,
Claws catches him as well, but as I was mentioning, Deus with that Blaskovich.
Avec now holding on to it, 8 health left to go, not going to last very long at all. Latromi now has it again, passes it over to Claws, who's quite close enough, but only 45 HP left to go. There's one member of 2Z. Wow, Too Good is there waiting, gets a double kill with the rail. Too Good's accuracy has been on point.
Very impressive stuff, and his immediate change is going to be a third one. But Claws going in for Ranger instead of Slash, so that might be map dependent, it might be champion dependent. There's going to be an element of trying to sort of predict the champions you're likely to face also. But here comes that power up, it's going to be protection.
That's a point, actually. Do we not have a Slash on either team this time?
Maybe it's just Burial Chamber. Slash may not be seen as useful on the map. It's a bit more open space, less room to get, I guess, stuck in between the Plasma Trail.
A good start, though, coming out from Defendants, 25% and climbing, and they have access to the protection, which once again is on the Anarchy. Very dangerous combination. Or tries to pull out the gauntlet for a nice cheeky frag, but isn't going to get it this time. Fuso is not going to make it that easy.
Defendants have a good lead so far. I mean, 30% climbing right now. 2Z yet to take a single speck of percentage. I mean, Defendants, they've been looking really good all day. Very confident play style, too.
I mean, confidence is clearly something you need across all competitive games, but if you can do so as a team in a very skill-based game such as Quake Champions, I mean, how do you overcome that morale if the enemy team is just feeling themselves that much?
But now we've reached the territory where it's like 50% and half the job has already been done. You need to worry because the power-up's not going to be up for 50 seconds. That is still a long time. And right now, I guess the power-up-less approach hasn't really been working out so good. So how long will the percentage climb until something game-changing can occur?
Not quite sure, but Defendants still holding on to it. Creaser manages to keep hold of the soul, throws it straight back in again. 2Z were able to touch the soul, but really couldn't get it too far. Defendants did this last time, though. They're almost like defending outside of the obelisk, just not letting them in the room itself at all.
It's definitely an approach we're starting to see more and more, where it's you can defend the obelisk room, but really, if you can catch some good spawns and prevent them from even being in that position, then it's going to be even better. Power-up spawns in 10 seconds. Latromi has been able to seize the soul, but a big part of that might be because Defendants have closed in to try and take the power-up instead.
Oh no, Latromi! Latromi taking the long way around to the obelisk. It was pretty much uncontested to get there, considering the power-up, and actually, yeah, power-up was quad damage, and it goes the way of Defendants. This is going to be difficult for them to deal with, especially considering the machine gun, even by itself, doing so much damage.
Now, this is going to be the issue they've had, is that they kind of got an uncontested soul drop-off, but a big part of that was because Defendants had sealed the power-up, and that was a really crucial frag there, but now they've been able to sort of uncontestedly just go in with the quad damage.
And Crease is just going to swap in once again just to get on the point and get all that damage coming out of the quad damage. Still half of it left to go. Dies again. Quad damage. You obviously become the big target that everyone wants to take down, but if you can get a good amount of frags in the meantime, Defendants are able to use that quad damage to then get the soul back to them. 2Z managing to get a little bit on the board, but there's still quite a lot of percentage separating the teams.
I mean, if that were at the start of the match with 17, then it's not so bad, but as we dawn almost the 5-minute mark and 75% for the Defendants, 17% just isn't gonna be enough.
Especially if they're trading frag for frag, and we have to remember that if you are trading constantly on the point, whoever's holding onto the obelisk is going to come off better in those trades, because they're just going to be raising percentage. The injection is popped, and Latromi definitely didn't really have the equipment to get out of there. I think all he had was a super nail gun.
That was just really violent.
Deus is just super shotgun. He is holding the line. Oh, completely.
3 of them. He has just been an impenetrable brick wall. Is he going for a 4th? Doesn't even need it because Avec going up behind. But this entire time, the percentage has just been climbing steadily. And I mean, they've got like 5% left to go now. Well, make that 2% and going.
It looks like 2Z do have a few people around, but no, they just actually weren't able to get on the obelisk in time. I think they were concentrating on fighting, and that slips right through 2Z's fingertips, and Defendants with a very comfortable map. Well, round number 1, or map 1.
That was dominant. Like, that was assertive. And a huge part of that is also going to be the location on Burial Chamber. Obelisk A is in many ways, a very popular holding point. And if you're going to be that team that can drop it off first and you've given yourself that choice, you've immediately got that advantage. As the Soul is about to spawn, we're going to see who can grab it this time. 20 seconds, so a few seconds away from it coming back. Ghostwalk is popped. Both of them have the same idea. Mistimed a little bit, but Luminous still manages to get a gauntlet regardless of what happens. Unfortunately, history is going to repeat itself. Avec with the drop-off. Oh, Avic's tracking on the LG. That is a frag waiting to happen. It's like enough damage. Silencep is here trying to stop him. He does manage to get the frag in time. Only 5% on the side of defendants, so Silencep getting that early steal. Importantly for them, though, they've been able to seize the Soul way earlier than they did in the previous round. Good awareness there to throw it to Latromi. Now, that's going to be a straight-up 1v1, but Claws up behind to make it a 2v1. But here comes the rest of defendants in force. Avec pinching in, but Luminous frags him from behind. Deus has the Soul, trying to get away, but just not strong enough to survive. Fumbles the throw. Yeah, this is a very back and forth situation going on right now. Tuga unfortunately committing suicide, but taking out Claws in the meantime. Tromi's really trying to drop this off, but he's just surrounded all 4 members of defendants and now looking to make passage back. All 4 of them together. And as you can see, Anarchy actually, it looks like the rail may have connected, but he's sort of sneaking away on the side. Yeah, the sheer amount of distance he covered. Positioned himself. There's the injection. Oh, wow, and Too Good is here just to support his friend to get him on the point safely. The injection was huge. The injection was huge because it just kept Anarchy alive long enough for Too Good to run in and then just surprise from behind. And then they got the drop-off. Really good coordination there. A minor lead for defendants, but, I mean, it really is the most important thing that they were able to hold onto the Cathedral, which is the one they like. Nice frag coming out. Luminous going to be falling down. Latromi has managed to steal away the Soul, but dies immediately. Power-up's going to be up in just a few seconds' time. Now, which team is going to be focusing on controlling this? Well, we can see Nyx, the preemptive dual wield just in case, and Nyx appears, and she does. Oh, wow, do you see Avic's timing on that Dire Orb, teleporting just as the power-up spawned? That was immaculate. That's what these top Quake players do. I mean, their timing is good as is, and then when you take these really small things into account, where I know how long I can teleport to my Dire Orb, I know how long it's going to be until the power-up spawns. I would be very surprised if Avec was to be intercepted on the way here. I mean, you've got a protected Ranger, he's got teammates around him, he's got the Soul. I mean, can they stop him from dropping this off? This is definitely a much better round, though, for 2Z. It's going to be just... Accuracy. Yeah, that was disgusting. But, I mean, the difference has been very minimal here. It's 19% versus 25. Yes, it's climbing, but this is nowhere near as dominant as we saw in round number 1. Also, the power-up has run out now, so we're sort of just back to the good old-fashioned standard 1v1s, but there's a lot of 2Z here trying to steal this back. Actually, all 4 members, in fact, and they've just scored a bunch of frags, too. So they're going to go for the drop-up, but again, it causes the respawns to change a little bit. As you die within your base, you'll respawn a little bit closer towards the enemy obelisk, which pretty much is exactly what you want. You know, you want to head them off. You don't want to be chasing them. You want to meet them in the middle. Oh, nice follow-up. He's going to take the frag. And Deus was left alive and shot him in the back for not finishing the fight. Again, here we go. Towards obelisk B, but just as fast as they're able to deliver it. That's a nice airborne super shotgun. As fast as they're able to deliver it, they've just seized it back, and now Too Good trying to find his way back towards the obelisk. Managing to slip past, actually. I must say, Too Good just has been that reliable fragger on the side of defendants this entire day. He's just been there ready to defend the point 9 times out of 10. He's supporting his teammates in the right way, but his just reliability to be there to get those crucial frags has been so important for defendants' success today. Now they've got a lead, but Latromi trying to find a safe way to get away. The problem is he's pretty much surrounded by enemies at this point, and Deus, no troubles at all landing that rail. Here comes the power-up. We're going to see which one it is. Who's going to get it? Oh, Nyx up behind. Out the Nyx 1v1. Oh, wow, that was a telefrag. Both Nyx is having the same idea there. I mean, that is bound to happen, and it's definitely not the first time we've seen it today. Too Good now with the protection on Nyx. Or, you know, how difficult she can be to take out as it is, let alone when she's taking so much reduced damage. That was a lovely little rampage right there, where you got the telefrag, and then you got a couple of super shotgun kills, still alive because of that protection. Problem is, actually, they haven't been able to really get any frags, so almost no percentage gained. No, none at all, unfortunately, and now defendants find themselves with a 60% to the 19 on 2Z. This is exactly what they need. This is a strong map for them, but can they hold on? The wield, I believe, has popped, but not getting too much out of it. Oh dear. Deus unfortunately committing suicide, but taking someone out in the meantime. Claws answering back, and it's been a massive back and forth. It's kind of funny, really. It's been a massive back and forth game, but the percentage only really climbs for defendants. 2Z do a great job of seizing the Soul. They're able to sort of take it back towards the obelisk, but the second they drop it off, they either die immediately or they lose the Soul immediately. they've safely dropped it off. They need to make sure they keep it for a lot longer, because so far the percentage they have has not been sufficient.
Well, a big part of it actually has been rails. It's just that consistent long-range damage that defenders haven't really been dropping.
That was really nice. Havoc point blank. I'll say that. A couple of rails coming through for 2Z.
Too good having it, but having to throw away, severely outnumbered in the situation, but Tuga's going to get a quick gauntlet kill. Wow.
That was actually a really good decision for him too, because he had 4 HP coming out of the invisibility, so he thought, well, if I go for a gauntlet kill, I'm going to trade 1 for 1 here. That's still going to be a victory. Trying to pass back Krissa.
Too good has it again. Can see if they get it around. No, definitely not. Hasn't quite got the health. There's been a stuff to forget. Both teams having a very squishy lineup here brought to the table, so not much life whatsoever for either of them. So these are going to be quick and brutal engagements.
Once more, in a few seconds, this power-up is going to appear. Defendants, the lead is slowly closing in for 2Z, where they're starting to even things out. It's going to be quad damage. Avec has the quad. Issue with the quad is
taking out Avec that quickly was crucial, though. Avec has been one of the most important fraggers, I think, today, period. His accuracy has been ridiculous, and giving someone like that quad damage can be disastrous if you don't deal with him quickly. But fortunately, 2Z were able to do that.
Through all the chaos. Oh, that was disgusting. But through all the chaos, they were able to sort of get away with the soul. Unfortunately, because they had the quad, he wasn't really able to sort of position himself safely, trying to get out there with Krissa, but he's got taken out.
All that quad damage machine gun putting in work. Only just ran out, but quite a rampage Luminous was able to go on there. And just look at how much the percentage is closed in on that one sequence.
It really puts things into perspective and just shows how vital the power-up will be per map. Because that entire duration of the quad damage is what allowed 2Z to just score those frags before defendants even had a chance to get close. And because of it, I mean, they're very, very steadily closing the gap. It's now 62%. Defendants stuck on 68. And it's been quite a long round too. I mean, 7 minutes and counting.
Here we go. I mean, 2Z actually completely tied things up now after that sequence. Very impressive.
How many members of defendants are currently on the location, but none of them particularly strong, and that's why the rails come through. Too good, actually scoring 2 rails, and he's still nice and healthy. That was a lovely little sequence. He's now trying to find his way back safely, but the airborne rail followed up by the rest of the team.
He has his boys with him. The squad is here, ready to assault A, get it back onto its home. Silence steps in, but Avec is there ready to clean him up. Can we drop it off safely? He has enough health, but how much of 2Z here to stop? Now we find ourselves in a similar situation. Yeah, 30% left to go for both of these.
Now this round is definitely a lot closer than it was, and Tromi surprised from behind. But again, I want to bring attention to it. That power-up's going to spawn in 10 seconds, and at this percentage, this could be the game-changing power-up. Absolutely.
It's likely to be the last power-up we see in the round unless we really go down to 99.99, but oh, it's going trading out now.
It was
but Deus has it now. This is disastrous for 2Z.
But when it was quad damage, the fact that I think 2Z had put so much emphasis on trying to seize the power-up as it spawned, because it was quad damage, they just got peppered by rockets. Defendants getting those free frags, cleaning up.
Oh, but Luminous is there to stop him. They do have access to the quad damage now. Can they use it to get out of this situation?
Well, they've managed to place the soul. It's looking likely that's it, and it is indeed. Defendants taking this first map, and one more map could send these guys to QuakeCon for the World Championship.
We find ourselves in that, I suppose, stressful realization again that now there is just one map separating defendants from having their work finished for now. But obviously they do still have a whole map left to take, let alone, I mean, if we do go down to a map 3, depending on how 2Z now retaliate, but still, defendants looking so strong.
And what really surprised, I don't want to say surprised me, but what I found particularly interesting here is it was very much like what we saw in the absolute first map. Not a single chunky champion in sight. Throughout the course of the day, we have seen specific champions be really useful because of their ability to tank damage, because these frags do go down so quickly. Right here, though, I mean, that it's just all about speed and all about the ability to kill people quickly.
But that's a lineup that both teams went for, though. Like, both teams went for that hyper-aggression, no beefy champions, very little in terms of, like, I suppose, designated defenders. But still, you've got 4 champions that are all capable of fast mobility and just constant fragging. then if you have that momentum and you are managing to hold your ground the way that defendants were able to do, then you can see it working out. Now, the fact that 2Z, we saw them have, I think the slash they chose in the first map today had a huge impact, and now we're going to be going on Ruins of Sarnath, I believe, is our next map, which is a map that we've seen Slash have a lot of success on across both Duel and Sacrifice this weekend. Perhaps we might be seeing him go back to Slash and perhaps making a difference.
We've talked about Slash a lot today, but I think a really big part of that is because of how prominent she's been in comparison to the absolute lack of seeing her at all throughout the Quake.
We went from her never being picked to even yesterday, rarely, you know, a few of the Quake 4 like true loyalists were picking her, but today in Sacrifice particularly is a mode we just never saw her until today.
But I think we didn't see her on Burial Chamber because, and in many ways even Sorlag, because it's close quarters is what greatly benefits Sorlag and Slash together. So when you watch something like Ruins of Sarnath, of which there are loads of different sort of twists and turns underground, even Obelisk B, and actually no, A, both Obelisks in particular are super prone to the area denial that both Plasma Trail and Acid will bring to the table. And then Lockbox is the same kind of thing. Let's take a look at this champion
so
selection.
it looks like we are going to see Silent Step going back to that Sorlag, and Claws is going to be going back to the Slash that he was the first Slash we saw today. So it's going to be 2Z on the left in the blue and Defendants there on the right in the red. Now, Slash, Anarchy, Nyx, and Sorlag. That is, again, a very aggressive hyper-mobility composition. Even Sorlag, being a very beefy, tanky champion, still has quite generous mobility options.
Now, when Claws has been using Slash, and he's gone for the pick again, it's not just the champion and the tools that she brings to the table, it's the player behind the champion.
And that's always also the map that they picked as well.
And it's always going to be a massive element it's not just the tools that are given to you, it's how you use those tools. And Claws with Slash today has been one of the absolute scariest players for a champion, like by far, free. It's barely even contestable. His Slash today has been scary.
To the point that it actually really is surprising that he didn't go with it on Burial Chamber, unless maybe that's just not a map that he thinks she does very well on. Maybe
very well could be.
Maybe he just preferred other options there, but Ruins of Sarnath 2Z really was a map that they dominated earlier on, and whether they'll have the same success here, we will find out very soon as we get into what could be the final map of the series. Defendants, if they win this map, they go to the Quake World Championships. If 2Z win this map, they tie things up and keep their winners bracket dreams alive.
And this is, as you just said, winners bracket. It's going to be ultimate comfort zone. It's going to be a great position for you and your team at QuakeCon. But if you lose, you're still going to have a chance within this tournament. There's that Plasma Trail.
Wow, Latremi was able to just swoop right in and take that soul right from the underneath the noses of Defendants.
It's the combination of Anarchy and Slash. When you combine the two of them, it's just, you've now got two champions that are going to be phenomenal at running the soul. They can both sort of just zip in and out, be an absolute nuisance to both hit and keep pinned down. It used to be just Anarchy, but now Slash does the same job.
A bit of a bad situation here, yeah, pinned in the corner, nowhere to go, and actually was holding onto the soul too. Claus is going to pass the soul back over. Latromi and Slash and Anarchy, BFFs for life, working together to get the soul where he needs to go. Silent Step getting rocketed from behind.
Already a much better start. They were able to get the soul early, and again, I think this team composition is really effective for securing that soul at the start of a match, because now you've got Sorlag and Slash, even at the very beginning, when you will spawn in with that ability. You're both going to have the area denial. It's going to be so risky, almost a complete death sentence going for that first soul. If you get that first soul, you can pick the obelisk that you want. In this case, it's going to be A.
Now, this is what we saw from 2Z in their first map today, in their first series, was just this control when they were able to get an early lead and they were able to just plant themselves where they needed to be to just hold the defense. But as I can say, that Defendants completely fragging all over the point. And now they get a, not an uncontested way to the obelisk, but Silent Step is here ready to stop them.
We've only just sort of barely gone 2 minutes into this map, and already the 38%.
Did you see that?
Quite chunky lead. Yes, I did.
Claus literally just swooped in and stole the soul right under the nose of Defendants there, just out of nowhere.
I think in many ways this is why we see Slash picked on this map, and as you can see right here, the power-up spawns. It's going to be quad damage.
This will be dangerous to contest. Usually we see the
no!
Suicide via quad damage rocket. You don't want to be seeing that.
Unfortunately, yeah, but at the end of the day, he was still able to keep quad damage for his team. How much they can be able to secure. A couple of really, really good rails.
Look at these frags, they're just racking up, and another one! He'll stop eventually. As long as Quad is here, he's probably going to be unbelievably lethal. Avec has been able to steal away that soul. Now, this is good for defendants, even though, I mean, there's a massive difference. Hang on, as I can say, that Claws is ready with the gauntlet to not even let him capture it. 2Z, that was completely just smothering defendants at the moment. It was crazy how we saw that many frags happen in such a short space of time, yet defendants were still unable to actually deliver the soul. Like, Claws at the last minute showing no fear, surprising him from behind with the gauntlet. I think a big part of this has been positioning. Silent Sep has just been there to deny any and all momentum from defendants, but just beyond that, the defending is just been incredible. Oh, that was a really good trail of LG, but Avic's aim on that shotgun just one step better. Oh, not a lot of health left at all there. And you were talking about Silent Sep being there to defend at any given moment. How about a double kill on the point again? One of which with the tri-bolt. Now, when you're even defending with the tri-bolt, you know you just have this match under control. In many ways, the tri-bolt is a rocket launcher until you get a rocket launcher, but on a game mode like this, where there's not as many, the weapons are all there, but there's way more heads to share it around, the tri-bolt becomes a little bit more useful. And again, Latromi is able to just stop them getting any points whatsoever. This round has been a complete one-sided story in the favor of 2Z. And this is the map they picked. So not a huge surprise that they are so comfortable, but still, I mean, 100-0 round is 100-0 round. Still, defendants are in a position to maybe get some percentages back, but things are not looking good for them in this match so far. Oh, Deus is looking to change it. Even though he got fragged, he was able to sort of deliver it to Krista. That's the important thing. Even if you go down, getting that pass is really important. Looks like Too Good has access to quad damage. How many frags will he get beforehand, though? 5 HP, that's not a huge amount. And throughout, while getting the power-up, Silent Sep was able to run in and completely steal it away. And there's that tactical suicide. Passing on the quad damage. Avec needs to make something happen. 98%. This is going to be one hell of a comeback. So definitely go count him out. We can see Avec is quite low on health. He is going to drop. Drops the quad damage in the 6. And there we go. Luminous is there to stop him as well. And this has been a complete just destruction from the side of 2Z. Avec has no choice but to teleport towards that Dirob just to waste the time. But either way, he was dead, guaranteed. And one of the first 100-0s we've actually seen today. But I actually think that even the few situations there that defendants were able to bag a power-up or they were able to get the soul, 2Z they reacted with the right thing every time. Immediately, without hesitation. And it would always pay off. It's very little mistakes. It seemed like a very night and day difference, where 2Z looks so confident on this map. But Burial Chamber, on the flip side, I think they looked very uncomfortable. Do you think there's a chance that Burial Chamber is not a map they like very much? It's always a possibility. And every team can practice for every map, but at the end of the day, they are different. Going in with the Plasma Trail into Gauntlet, wasn't able to get any frags, but it's not going to stop Latromi from being able to secure the soul anyway. And I touched on this in the previous round. When you have so many champions that have game-changing abilities, when they're all used at once at the start of a match, how do you even risk taking the soul without just dying? But it is such a crucial time as well. Like, you start the round, and within 20 seconds, you have to decide, okay, what obelisk do we want and how we're going to approach this? Because as soon as one of the teams decides what obelisk they're going for and they capture it, the other team is forced with what's left. And we saw 2Z effortlessly defend obelisk A in round 1, and they got obelisk A again immediately in round 2. Are we going to see another sweep? It's a lovely point-blank rail. It was good patience, actually, from Krisa. Actually tried to sort of read the entire team, doubled back, and he was successful, but he just didn't have the health to take that Silent Sep when he caught him. Go again, already 20% on the board. I mean, you want to break it down, that's a fifth of the work already done. A minute in, might only be 4 minutes left at this rate. Here we go, Krisa with the delivery. They finally get a percentage. Actually, funnily enough, the first time they've got an out of percentage on this map so far. But it is short-lived as more the frags are racking up in the favor of 2Z, but now we can see Darius is here a little bit better now with this lightning gun trying to defend the Latromi here too. But the soul has already gone in the way of 2Z again. Is on the floor currently. Oh, is that missing the throw? Oh, missing the throw back to back. I was never good at basketball either. Oh. Unfortunately, actually, those two fumbled throws have allowed defendants to keep the soul in their location. But so that you can never really talk about it too much because within the blink of an eye it gets delivered. But here comes the power up. It's going to be quad damage again. Very little protection has appeared on this map so far. Almost 100% quad damage. Too Good with the quad. He's done amazing magical things already with this power-up. Has to do it again. Luminous goes down. Too Good looking for the rest. A lot of damage coming through though. That shotgun really doing work.
Absolutely. Important thing about having the power-up is also not making sure that you have it, but that the enemy team doesn't have access to it as well. Don't give them that chance to make the lead bigger. Heavy armor going the way of Too Good, it's going to help him secure it, but we can already see that it is, in fact, Silent Zep there again. Silent Zep really has been that designated ambusher waiting at the enemy obelisk every time on this map. Oh, here comes Claws heading off Too Good. I was about to say, Too Good's his patience has been really impressive throughout both of these maps. Right there, Claws, kind of like almost the opposite of that, just rushing him. Silent Zep drops Too Good, getting these frags, making them count now. And Defendant's able to slowly but surely creep up this percentage. Two of them here ready to stop though. I actually find that Too Good's accuracy as well, when it matters, his accuracy is on point. I mean, speaking of which, 2 back-to-back rails as well. Havoc is waiting at the bottom though, ready for that soul to come through. Quick rocket jump just to get him on cleanly, but 3 members of 2Z are here. One of them has already dropped, and Havoc is just completely surrounded. Silence once more gets one, but the difference between percentage in this round is so much shorter. Almost like shades of what we saw on the previous map, but just completely reversed. This time it's Defendants that are making a comeback. Will 2Z pull ahead? That's what Defendants did last time. But again, this normal shotgun putting in so much work for every player. Here comes the power up. It's been quad so far. That was no roller skates for you, my dear. There's an instant denial. I think he was just trying to surround that point, but the power up is up now. And it's protection. Oh, but Defendants have it. Too Good has it too. Silent Zep drops. In this situation, he's got low health. He's actually got to be super careful. Claws tries to get one final kill, but no! Nix with protection and mega health. And this entire duration, I think, is going to be some free percentage. I don't see them being able to take out Too Good for the duration of this protection. They're going to have to wait it out. He's stuck in the corner though. Claws is going to be guaranteed dead in that situation. Defendants now with quite a healthy lead and climbing. But again, it just has been. Defendants are just working so much better now. You can hear Claws is trying to take the obelisk. It's going to drop down again. Defendants, I mean, it's the accuracy. They haven't been fumbling any of these shots. The fights have counted. I mean, there are so many talented duelers on Defendants' team as well. Oh, they're trying to stop it, but again, they're here in numbers. Yeah, wasn't able to capture it either. Defendants, this entire time, the percentage just hasn't stopped going up. I mean, 5 minutes in. Soul gets taken Silence. Can he get away? This has been the issue they've had, is they're able to fight for it, but once they see... with a valiant attempt, but Silence up with that quick defensive rocket. Here we go, for the first time in a while, 2Z now have the obelisk back. Defendants, though, only 15% left to go. If they can seize it away, that's only going to be about 30 seconds left of defending they need to do. He's going to go down, but the important thing there is that he was able to sort of deliver the acid and just deny that entire right-hand side. Very much will limit the way they can approach this obelisk, but Avec really on the warpath and looking to control. Oh, the injection was popped as it flew through the air. There's the coordination we need to see. Unfortunately, missing that rail means he's no way going to out-damage Silent Zep, who is back on the objective. Speaking of objective, power-up's going to be spawning. Avic's going to avenge Too Good instantly. The Soul really needs to go back to Defendants if they want to take this round, but it looks like at the moment, yeah, 2Z were able to secure it amongst the chaos. And it's protection. Sorlag on protection. We've seen this champion do magical things. 3 versus 1, and Sorlag will happily take those odds. Still on so much health, looking for an extra frag. And now they have the Soul delivered. And plenty of protection left to go. This is a great situation for 2Z to be in. If they can take this round, they're going to tie the series up 1 map apiece, but Defendants need this just to tie things up in the map. Defendants are still going to be a match point if they can do that, but right now Silent Zep just has been their unsung defender. Unfortunately, because Silent Zep opted to go for that teleporter approach and come up from behind, 2 of his teammates had just gone down there, so he wasn't actually there to try and save them or fight with them. 4 kills back to back. I mean, that's going to be a free soul. At least they're going to take the soul at the start of this. There's the injection back. The Tromi are doing well for themselves. The back and forth, though. Oh, even so many frags from Claws. I think Claws got so many frags there, he'll just take that suicide all day. Sacrifice was not in vain. It did buy his team valuable time. The closer we come to the end of this round, the more important it's going to be to make all these frags count. There's another drop-off. So consistently today, we are seeing players, when if they're in a bad spot and they know they're going to die, they'll just throw the soul as far away as possible, make the enemy team work for getting it back, or at the very least, maybe a teammate will pick it up. Claws is in trouble. does manage to get a consolation frag, and in many ways actually still alive, so the damage was done.
Oh,
Doesn't
damn.
quite get a point-blank shotgun, only 6 damage on that one.
Retaliation shotgun, though, coming through strong. Now we see 2Z. They've tied things up, just a few % left to go, and we're going to be going to a map 3. But defendants, do they have what it takes to stop that from happening?
They need to contest it right now, only 1%
That's
left.
what they're doing. Too Good got a frag, but 2 of them dropped.
Too Good's up behind, though. Here we go. They've dropped off the obelisk. They've dropped it. This comeback is totally possible.
Avec is going to drop, but how many of the defendants are here to stop? And just to throw the soul away, it's kind of close to the door. He does drop, though, not enough health to last. Darius is here trying to stop him. The power-up is up too, we can see
it's quad damage.
If he can get there quickly, he can turn the tide immediately. Creaser is on the warpath. All 4 of them are here ready to stop, but is he going to drop down? He gets 1 frag, he drops the 2nd frag, and 3 of them from 2Z are here trying to stop him.
That's not going to be enough. Claws, complete safe passage. You can see how many members of defenders are there to head them off to try and prevent this. Claws stops it off.
Silent Step has the soul, and we saw Silent Step there with the quad damage as well. They have everything. He threw it away. That's bought them valuable seconds.
So many of the defendants just went down, though. At this stage, I might say it's going to be guaranteed. Even now, he's going through, but the jump pad might not be enough time. Completely headed off at the front. And there we go. That was a complete nail-biter, but 2Z pulled through.
That was until the very end. Now, I think it's safe to say that that is probably 2Z's strongest map. I think they really look like a completely different team when they're on Ruins of Sarnath. Their picks work, their strategies work, especially when they get that obelisk. They look strongest of all when they manage to secure that one there, but a good attempt from defendants. Let's not forget immediately that first round they played was a 100% to 0% sweep. And then the next one was 99 to 99. Like, that is an instant adjustment from the side of defendants. If they can take that adjustment and ride that momentum into this 3rd map, it will then be on 2Z to make that instead.
I mean, it was one end of the seesaw to the other. We saw utter destruction in the first round, and then the second round could not have been closer.
I think it speaks volumes for the composure of the players on the side of defendants. I know that many of the players here today have a significant amount of LAN experience. They're used to competition, they're used to being in the situation, but truly, the way defendants were able to keep themselves together despite that massive downfall in that first round could speak good things going into the 3rd and final map. But here we are again. Now we are tied up at 1 map apiece. You can see the composure on the face, the focus from 2Z. These guys, they know how close they are to qualifying for the Quake World Championships, and they are so close, yet potentially so far. The losing team normally then get sent down to the losers bracket where they have to win again to make it through.
Well, that's it, right? If you win this map, this is our final map. Whoever wins this is moving on to the Quake World Championships live at QuakeCon. And even QuakeCon in itself is not far away. But if you're the team that makes it now, you can rest easy. You know that you're going, you can start preparing. But if you lose here, you have an entire series left to go in the losers bracket. You've got to do a lot more effort. Blood Covenant will be our 3rd map today. Looks like some of the picks have started already. No doubt these guys are talking about what they want to be going for. Blood Covenant hasn't really been the first pick much today, but it has definitely been up there. But we'll find out momentarily who they're actually going to be picking in the situation, who these final picks are going to be. This is going to be crucial. You can't be making mistakes with who you want to play as this time. We know that they won't 100% go with a set composition. When I'm talking about 2Z here, of course, where the second we saw Burial Chamber, they completely switched it up. There was no Sorlag and there was no Slash, even though Sorlag and Slash combined was a massive difference in the series that we saw earlier today. But they're not afraid to change it when they feel necessary. So on Blood Covenant, do they switch it up again, or do they go with what we know they like to play?
I can imagine they'll be sticking to their guns. I mean, it was very much like looking at a completely different team. The map 1, defendants were in total control the whole time. Map number 2, round 1 was all 2Z. Round 2 very much could have gone either way. And I think that their chances are probably a little bit better if they stick to, I mean, the Soul Aggro is making a huge difference. The Slash is making a huge difference. And even the Nyx, right? You just had those 3 hyper-mobile, smaller champions than Sorlag, who by herself still has good mobility, just stuck on for good measure. I think it really works well for how 2Z want to play this.
But this is the big story, where you see the bio says one of the Quake World Championship favorites. All unbelievable aimers with incredible team play. Luminous supporting while Zron is absent. Watch out for Latrami's Anarchy. That's the big one. Zron is absent. They currently have a sub here, as do defendants. Both of these teams have one player subbing in for someone else.
But look at the level of their gameplay, even without the player they originally had. Still unbelievably impressive. I couldn't tell you who the sub is, honestly, and if we didn't know that they'd been substituted going into this, I don't think we would have known. They are playing like a unit. They're playing like a team that is used to playing together. I think that says a lot for how quickly these players can get adjusted. And I believe, yeah, 2Z going for the same composition we saw beforehand now, only the difference is going to be Blood Covenant, not Ruins of Sarnath. One big element here too, and we saw that from Silent Sep consistently in the previous map, was how much shred Sorlag will do to a small champion, and defendants are consistently having 4 small champions. Especially considering Silent Sep has equipped, you will notice, she has equipped the egg. Now must protect egg. Egg must live. I don't know how much difference the egg makes, but I will just take your word for it. You want to protect the egg, because if you lose the egg, what have you got left? Still probably QuakeCon. Probably. But also QuakeCon with egg is better than QuakeCon with no egg. A much better result. So Blood Covenant we've actually seen today, before this. How are we seeing people approach this map today? Because it's not something we see every time, but it's definitely there. Well, the big thing is that this is one of those maps that many people have been talking about, and they say that, unlike some of these maps, Blood Covenant is a map with a preferred side, and that side is Obelisk A. Obelisk B is kind of vulnerable in many places, even this location here where Railgun is. This entire domain where the Obelisk near Crystal was standing, there's a lot of open space for you to just get completely just ranged out by rails, by rockets. You can't really fortify that location without putting yourself at massive risk. Unless you just have that confidence to take those fights to crease. I don't think that health is going to keep him alive too much for the damage over time. Loomis gets that kill on Too Good. So much frags coming down at the expense of the defendants. And again, it actually looks like 2Z have been coming off way better in these initial fights for that very, very first soul for the last few rounds. But a massive part of that is the team comp. Like, they didn't have that, they physically could not have that start on Burial Chamber because they didn't have Slash and Sorlag. And they are the 2 champions that allow you to have a fantastic start with both of those abilities at one time. Here come defendants, completely seizing this objective. And the Blaskovic, oh no, Ranger, I should say, on the bridge. He's going to try and take this passage. He needs to win this 1v1, otherwise he's not going to get away. He does manage to take out the Tromi, but here we go. Silent Step lying in wait. Catches him out. I think it is just overall a very intelligent composition, though, because the first 30 seconds of Sacrifice are so important. That very first sort of fight over for the original soul, choosing what Obelisk you get to go to. And with 2 champions that are so good at just sort of just painting a death area around an area that the enemy team desperately needs to control. I mean, it works out for them. We were just talking about the 2 champions, Silent Sep and Claws, safely delivering that sort of 2-man attack. How many members of 2Z all surrounding the Obelisk now, trying to defend it? But 2Z, though, now having this, like you said, there's a lot of space over here for rails, but if 2Z themselves have the right weapons to deal with, they can defend themselves in that situation from a long distance, too. Oh, Creasy just completely ambushed from behind, was not ready for Claws to be there. Claws has put in so much work in this round already. Power-up going to be spawning in about 10 seconds now. Do we see defendants sort of prioritize that before going in, or does 2Z send a few people there to try and secure it? Actually, it looks like currently nobody's going for the power-up. They were 100% focusing on the soul right there. So it's going to be protection. Protection this early on. Very, very important. Many teams would probably prefer having protection because they can rush an objective. Minimal risk required, especially if you've got other people with you. They can output the damage regardless. You may not even need quad to do it. That's the best case scenario for the defendants. They manage to bag themselves the soul and the protection at the same time. So now they have all the momentum. They can hold on for as long as the protection will last. And it is on Avec, who has been a bit of a star player so far for defendants. Oh, Avec himself has had such an amazing result in the Quake World Championships. Not just for Sacrifice, but for Duel as well. Another 1v1, Too Good unfortunately misses that rail, so he's going to get punished heavily with a super shotgun. See how hard it must be to keep your focus in these chaotic situations like this. I mean, 4 versus 4, and they are all here trying to defend. And 2Z are able to sneak away. Latromi now has access to the soul. Armor to keep himself alive if he gets the right sort of escorts over there, but he is getting taken down. Davis with a double kill with a super shotgun. Definitely caught him off guard there. And you even see, like, he was trying to sort of be a little bit more patient and sort of just wait for the rest of the enemy to sort of run past, but Teus just lying in wait, really. Silence Up trying to go through, trying to get intercepted. Oh, he's got Sorlag, plenty of health left to go where that came from. He's been able to slip past. There's no one there to ambush him. He's probably going to go down. No, he doesn't. The super nail gun combined with the acid. I mean, that is damage that is almost unrivaled. Has a pin in the corner, but Latromi is going to win that 1v1. Super shotgun, or stay over that standard shotgun coming through strong there.
This is an unbelievably close round. It's a round that we were all expecting to see. Map 1, extremely dominant for defendants. Map 2, crazy dominant for 2Z, with the exception of that final round. And this final map, I mean, anything really can happen, and it's so close. 35% versus 50 in this first round.
Too Good really has just been a star at just helping his teammates get to where they need to go. Almost like that, almost like bodyguard role as soon as they're trying to transport this objective around.
3 seconds, and we're going to have ourselves a power-up. Here comes the ambush there. Teleports into the acid, so he's going to die completely guaranteed right there. Claws, looks like he has access to quad damage. He's hitting these crazy shots with Slash consistently, and now he's got quad. I'd be quite worried. He has only got a machine gun, though. A machine gun and a tri-bolt, so doesn't have the best weapons to deal with, but still, even this machine gun doing 40 damage a bullet, that hurts. Especially from this distance where it's going to be so consistent, and he's got plenty of bullets left. It's fragged anyway, but quad damage being on their side. Silence up getting 1 frag. He's going to drop and trade it out there. Quad damage is there too. Soul has been taken, but I assume all of 2Z are ready to intercept on the way. Defendants were able to take a small lead, but 2Z already undoing all that work. He's trying to deliver. Looks like Silent Sep is waiting for him. Catches him with the acid spit. He kills himself. But Silent Sep manages to actually seize the soul away. Still kind of healthy, especially with a teammate nearby to help him out. Unfortunately, though, fumbles a couple of those rocket jumps, so does a little bit of unnecessary damage to himself. But Claus is here, able to salvage, so we can see 2Z capturing once again, getting this climbing percentage as we go. Deus here trying to stop from behind. A pincer attack sort of coming in from defendants here. Injection popped, but definitely not enough to survive. Rockets from both ends. Silent Sep just securing himself 3 frags. He's been the ultimate defender from start to finish. Oh, here comes Too Good from behind.
Defending versus the defendants. Silent Sep really has just been this brick wall. A green scaly lizard.
The dual-wielding Blazkowicz, Too Good with the double kill. And they need to get the soul. Krisa needs to deliver now.
Doesn't look like there's anyone there ready to stop. There's one person waiting for him on the point, but no, only has a nail gun. That isn't going to stop him. Might still die here with the damage, but was able to at least drop it off. Latromi here is here waiting again to get that soul away. Minimal percentage increase for defendants and 2Z now.
Yeah, that's going to be the issue. Defendants were able to deliver it, but if you deliver the soul but get no percentage, then you might as well have not got it there in the first place. Power up, looking like Too Good's been able to sort of clean up. Has to make the attack with this quad damage. He's got to make it count. We're dawning on 10% left for Too Good to make this first round.
They'll see it as a sign of weakness.
Not Too Good. He doesn't want to overextend here. He's going to sit back. He's going to really sort of just pepper massive damage from distance while the rest of his team follow up, and they have actually managed to do it. Too Good gets passed towards. Now, if they catch it point blank, he's going to get a frag. Gets one on Luminous.
Here's that death laser, the quad damage LG. 2 of them here to stop him, but they don't. Oh, BFFs until the bitter end. They both die.
All right,
Too Good's here with Nyx.
That was a fantastic assault from start to finish. Too Good managed that quad damage perfectly.
Now, it's a good situation for defendants. They can hold off for 40%. They will be able to take the round, but I mean, it's difficult now because for every 10% they get, 2Z will need 1. The odds are against them for the next few minutes unless they can just hold this off permanently.
Well, if they sit here and defend the entire time, which actually looks like they might be able to do, that is a long time until the power-up spawns, so this win might come down without it. A little bit of body blocking there, so Claus doesn't take huge damage.
Oh, Silent Sep gets taken down from a rocket from behind. He's not ready for that one.
Consistently trading 1 for 1, and as long as they continue to trade, it will be in the favor of defendants while they hold the soul.
But looks like 2Z have a few people here, though. Nice LG coming through from Latromi. He's going to take the soul away. A quick rocket jump. Look at how fast he is just getting this distance.
Whoa.
That is disgusting.
I mean, that's Anarchy. That's why Anarchy is such a crucial champion in this game mode. The ability to go from Obelisk A to B or vice versa, just in the speed of light. And look how many frags 2Z clean up. Avik does take out Silent Sep, but wow. I mean, that again was a close round. It's going to be so hard to call this map.
That few seconds from Latromi's Anarchy in that one situation where he literally took the soul and a single rocket jump basically gave him enough speed to get from B to A immediately. That was the winning play in that round.
But I feel like this is why like the stress and pressure of this game mode can be so high, because you can defend really well for a minute and a half,
but you let Anarchy get through once in this game.
Exactly. He bridges the gap for half a second, and all of the work you've done is undone, and that's the round. But here comes the soul. Again, Claus trying to deny, going in with Silent Sep as well, and it's this classic start that we are seeing 2Z go for every single time. but this time, funnily enough, Defendants are able to take the Soul first. This is a nice change of pace for them. Defendants have been forced to play on the back foot at the start of the majority of the previous rounds. Now the fact they're able to secure the Obelisk first and clearly getting the one that they prefer is going to mean wonders for their morale, I should imagine. They've got over 10% already. I mean, we're not even a minute in. No, it's not quite hitting the mark even against the squishy lineup. Squishy Too Good quite hasn't been able to hit enough of them yet. Claws really trying to deny with the Plasma Trail. Very important element for Plasma Trail in this game mode is that even when Slash dies, the Plasma Trail doesn't disappear. It will explode anyway. Already 20% in. Dawning very close to 25, in fact. Looking to be a much better round. And the defense as well, using the sort of just the ranged control of those super nail guns, making it so risky for the 2Z lineup. Tries to go in for a telefrag. Can't quite achieve it. Luminous trying to contest. A couple of members of 2Z now trying to make the run back. And as always, it is Latromi ready to steal it. Defendants, I don't think they're quite ready to stop him in time. This is a fast champion here as Anarchy dropped it off. How much percent are they going to be able to get before Defendants can stop them? We're off to a pretty good start. Not a lot of people around, but I think a big part of that might be the power-up. Looks very much like the Defendants kind of sitting towards that power-up location. I reckon they're probably going to try and seize that first and then use it to seize the next Obelisk. A lot of damage coming through. These nails are actually going to mean wonders for just denying this power-up. Look at that rain of death. But here comes Claws from behind. No one ready. And Claws has the quad damage. Very weak, though. But just raining hell down. Goes for a suicide. There we go. It allows Latromi to collect the quad damage. So at least 2Z still have it. Avec destroyed. We're seeing that more and more. The tactical suicide to make sure that you can just simply pass the power-up onto your teammate. Avec again destroyed. Just wanting to waste as little of that quad damage as possible. Super Shotgun being a really good tool for that. Minimizing the amount of shots you're wasting so you can make every hit count. Latromi looking to sort of take to the fight a little bit. Vegan ambush people with the Super Shotgun. I mean, a point-blank Super Shotgun with every pellet will be 120 damage. And with the lineup that the Defendants once again have, these squishy champions will get deleted by a point-blank Super Shotgun. Despite the strong start for Defendants, though, 2Z have been able to demand a lead again. 55% approaching now. They're here trying to stop them, but we can see that again in force. 2Z are here to stop. One thing I found really interesting is how many people were sort of mentioning how this Obelisk in particular was quite a tricky Obelisk to defend at one point, but every time we've seen Blood Covenant, this has actually been the far preferred point when it's delivered to and easily defended. I think it's when you defend it as a team that already has all of your equipment good to go. It's when you don't have much to work with and the enemy team can start to shoot those rockets at rails at you from a distance when you can't really compete with them, but at the moment 2Z have just been controlling all these weapons to such a good degree. It's kind of crazy how the flow of the map will change with just 1 month's experience for these teams to really learn exactly how each Obelisk location works. I mean, the proof is in the pudding. These teams have been putting in so much effort and practice. The Quake World Championship means so much to them. And another
as it should. There's a like life-changing amount of money for every team that's going to place well at the World Championships, but they have to still finish this off. 2Z are 10% away from securing themselves there. And counting.
Defendants had such an amazing start, like an extremely dominant start, but 5%. He's gone in for the quad damage. Avec, he needs to run in. He needs to make something happen. They only have 2% left. He needs to make something count. Oh no!
Not quite. Latromi is able to stop him in his tracks. The quad damage is sitting there, but they can't focus on it. They have to just keep people on the Obelisk. Oh, they've managed to stop it. Wow, Creasy with that clutch steal, 99% to 34. Now, Defendants, they cannot lose this Soul at any point already, round, or it will be game over.
Already 2 players lying in wait. They're starting to close in. This is going to be a massive fight towards Obelisk A, and it needs to be a fight that Defendants can win.
But they have started it off, though. They have a few seconds to collect their thoughts. A few seconds left of quad damage. No, it just expires. Oof. Heavily
believe that quad damage was used very much to sort of just prevent 2Z from taking its Obelisk. Now it's down. There's nothing to stop. Silence goes down, but it looks very much like Creaser might follow.
No, another one. 2 are left, but they do get one of the frags. Latromi is coming through strong to try and keep his team alive, but Deus gets a kill. Deus gets another kill. Luminous drops 2. Super Nail Gun. Double kill.
Dual wielding a Super Nail Gun, in fact.
I mean, that is a vicious, that's a brutal way to defend. Defendants now 60%.
Here comes the attack. So many heads on this location, but the Plasma Trail detonation. Deus goes down because of it.
Still contesting. So they have stolen it, and it's Latromi. This is disastrous for 2Z. It is the Anarchy. They need to stop him now. But can they? Do they have the time?
He's very weak.
If they tag him with one rail, it's going to be good, but he's going up from behind. Are they ready for him? Too Good gets taken out point blank. Too Good had to try and defend that. And that's it. 2Z pull off their big win. They've qualified for the Quake World Championship Finals for Sacrifice, and that was just a great display, Mustard.
That was such a good adjustment. I mean, the big one that really reigns true was the champion choice. Map number 1 was just not a composition we're really used to seeing from them. However, now, completely different story. When they got the Slash, they got the Sorlag, it was a completely different team, and well played to them. But I mean, Defendants played out of their mind to make that adjustment in the second map, and still very much in the tournament now, just in the losers brackets. They still have a chance. They've just lost that safety net of the winners bracket.
That was a great display of Sacrifice. That was a great display of why maps are important, why champions are important, and why straight up team communication is important also. I mean, the thing is, we can't take away from Defendants. They played unbelievably well, but everyone said this going into the tournament. 2Z are not only the favorites to qualify, but they have been very vocal about how much they've been preparing for this tournament. Sacrifice is their forte in Quake Champions.
And also, let's not forget, this is going to be a team that is not only capable of qualifying for QuakeCon World Finals for Quake Championships over at QuakeCon in a few weeks' time, but you might have just watched the team that could be winning QuakeCon this year, the World Championships first place. That might very well be the best Sacrifice team in the world in a few weeks' time.
Well, only time will tell, and that is one of our qualified teams. While we prepare to find out who else will make it, we're going to throw you guys over to the analyst desk.
Congratulations to Z. They are heading off and they are moving on to QuakeCon World Championship Grand Finals live from the floors of Dallas, Texas. That is it. That is number 1 of 4. Commiserations, of course, to the Defendants, but it's not over yet for them. They will now drop into that loser bracket. And I've got to say, guys, they put up a hell of a fight.
Yeah, I mean, like we said at the start, they're no slouches. They're full of exceptionally good players, should I say. And particularly on that first map, I was concerned our predictions would have been smashed to pieces because they really, really took it to them and showed them that they were here to play.
Yeah, with 2Z as well, I was quite surprised because there was times they were playing really, really consistently, but I feel like their comms was a little bit, they probably were communicating, but probably not listening as well, because I saw a couple of times where even Too Good at one point actually got behind him in a 1v3, and because he killed one, I thought 2 of them would at least turn around and, like, you know, finished him off, but he killed, like, all 3 of them from behind as well. So I'm not sure what the comms were like at that back then, but it seemed like 2Z seemed to step up, especially in game 3.
I mean, when we were, obviously you guys at home can't necessarily hear it, but us here in the audience, we were listening to these players, and from the 2Z side, it was certainly the more louder side, you know. They were getting hyped, they were shouting, and yeah, I have to kind of agree with that. The teamwork must have been certainly the one differential point. However, to kind of, and I'll throw this one to you, Dan, to track back on what Jacob Ryan was discussing on the caster booth, is how important champ select can be.
Yeah, and for me, the real great surprise was when they mixed that up, how well Silenson played when he got his Snorlax. Only kidding. Yeah, he was an absolute monster in defense, and that just shows the power of having the right setup of right champions. And they went back to their super aggressive style, and again, once they got entrenched, they're also exceptionally coordinated. Silencer was able to stack up and just become an absolute monster on defense.
One day I will get that champion right. I'm not sure when, but one day in the future I will. So give me time.
This week. You've done all right with it all day yesterday. And
36 hours of not actually saying it incorrectly.
And then back to back.
Yeah. See, I was like a bit inconsistent this weekend.
Is that what it is?
No,
Whips out your Pokeball.
I like that. I like that. One thing I want to really quickly grab from yourself as well, Dan. We were watching that game, and you mentioned, and this is something that we've not really explained in full detail, and as a player, I will let you discuss this more, but you mentioned over the on-purpose suicide.
Oh, yeah. It's just really simple way of making sure that the most effective person on your team has the power-up. We just saw Avak do it on the first map in Ruins, I think it was the first map in Ruins Sana, where he committed suicide because he was low on health to give it to an Anarchy who went and rushed the point and took it. So it's just really great coordination and awareness of who's around you, what kind of stack your team have got, and it's all back down again to team management and coordination and communication.
Does that just kind of emphasize, Harry, how important that quad is and the damage that it truly can do on a map, not just like Sacrifice? just in general.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Because in those kind of situations, if you've got 40 health, you've got to remember that, because the only time you shoot suicide is if your teammate's behind you, or at least, because, you know, most of them are quite coordinated anyway. But the thing is that you've got to remember that if you rush in and try and pick up a few kills, like 40, 50 health, you know, I'd rather suicide be in a 3v4 and let someone else have it and do the damage rather than give it to the opposite team and let them wipe you all out. It just makes perfect sense.
Incredible stuff. So, congratulations to 2Z, as we mentioned before. But when we're looking onwards now, Defendants, they drop down into the loser. That just becomes another team that still has every possibility to make it to QuakeCon because they did play good.
They did play very, very good. And depending on who they meet, I would definitely have to favour them, given the close running that they just had with 2C, who were, again, probably the favourites here, tying between them and No Too Fast. So they go down to the loser bracket and are looking to meet either Alliance or Euronics Gaming. And based on performances, I would 100% have to favour the Defenders to be going to QuakeCon.
And it's Not Too Fast versus Maestro I'm really curious about, because, you know, we talked about this, you know, potential God Squad and what they're like. But Maestro, you know, they're definitely here to play. And you heard from their comms, you know, them around, their confidence. They seem to want this more than anyone. So it's going to be quite hard to judge to see what these teams are going to be like, because, as you know, Maestro did beat Alliance 2-0 and Not Too Fast did beat Euronics Gaming. But that second game against Euronics Gaming was very close. So it just shows Not Too Fast aren't unbeatable. There is some holes in the floor somewhere.
Maestro did lose 2-1 to Alliance, so that is a typo, but it was an exceptionally close game. And coming through that, I think they will have renewed confidence. They've been going through the VODs, what's going wrong. And we saw earlier that there was definite cracks in the armor of Not Too Fast, just as there was for 2Z, even though now 2Z are qualified. So I'm sure they've worked on that. Even Not Too Fast were going over their own VODs and watching the Maestro game carefully because they were concerned about what they were seeing. So this one, again, is not a foregone conclusion.
And as you can see there on the lower bracket, Rushby was taken out by Miasma. They did leave the competition earlier on. Some of these games are being played off stream. Not that many. We are trying to keep as many games on stream as possible. Unfortunately, though, with the timings, we have North America playing after this, and these games are coming down to the wires. There will be the odd match that has to be played off stream, but we'll keep bringing you updates on screen with that bracket. But for now, we have an interview down on the floor with one of our recently qualified players. I believe it's Silent Sep. That's going to be down with Red Eye. Over to you.
Yes, thank you very much, Sinus. Well done. An incredible win, and you're the first team to qualify for the Quake Championships. Explain what that means to you and your team.
It means a lot because we put a lot of hours in it and we really wanted to qualify. So we're really happy that we won.
I mean, we spoke to your teammates earlier. They said that there's a little bit of nerves early on because you were playing, you know, these legendary names and everyone knows who they are. Again, you've got to play a lot of, you know, players like Avec in the team and Too Good have played Quake for years and years. Were you nervous this time around? Because again, the first map didn't look particularly good.
We were not really nervous because we're really confident in our abilities. The first map I expected to lose because we have a new player in our team and we didn't have much time to prepare, and that was our weakest map. So I just told my team, okay, we lose this one, but we take the rest. So that's what happened.
Yeah, it did, and it worked perfectly as well. What's the strength that you have amongst the team? What is it? Is it the team play? Is it the communication? Is it the practice? What is it?
It's team play. We talk a lot, and we always know what's happening, and that's helped us to make the right choice.
And you're very loud.
Yes.
That's good. That's going to help when you go to QuakeCon because it can get noisy at QuakeCon. So have you been before?
2 times.
Okay, so you've been to QuakeCon before. Has the whole team played together before, or have they all gone to QuakeCon?
No, this is the first time we are together.
So that's going to be fantastic, a really good experience. What are you looking forward to most?
Just the competition and just trying to play good.
And beating North Americans, surely?
Yeah, that's also cool.
All right, thanks very much. Silence and 2Z are the first team qualified from the Europe Regional in Sacrifice. 3 more teams still need to get there, though. And next up, we'll have another semi-final bracket to find out which is the next one that will join them. That's coming up after the break.
Making maps, I believe, is the best part of video game design, because map design is where the rubber meets the road in design. It's what people experience, it's what people play. So if you've played Quake Champions, you can see that we've borrowed a lot from some of the levels that we created, almost 20 years ago.
One thing we did early on in the project was try to find out how we could replicate early Quake 1 maps, but with a modern visual style.
They look amazing. They feel like you're in a space, in a world that's engaging and it's fun to play in. There is certain things that you can build in every map that if you add those elements, it will probably be a good map.
Give room for a player to build up speed, to launch attacks, to kind of sneak around.
The distances are good, the combat spaces work.
One thing we do is we have very vertical environments so that you always have to be aware of your surrounding, and it's very twitch-based.
Combat will come at you really from any direction.
Every room is identifiable, that it feels unique, so you can always know where you are.
So when you're in a Quake level, you know it. It's not a corridor shooter. It's not a city block somewhere in the desert. It is a true over-the-top arena.
What makes a good Quake map? It feels like Quake.
There's no real scientific definition of what makes a good map. It's really a gut feeling. You just kind of know.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Quake World Championship European Regional Qualifiers powered by AMD. My name is Sims, and we've got yet another qualifying match for the QuakeCon Grand Finals 2017. Joining me on the desk, I have Lethal and Kaplan. Boys, this is a nice little matchup we've got going on here. Let's talk about these teams.
Yeah,
kick things off.
It's going to be a massive doozy of a match because we saw Maestro, as we know with Garp, he loves a good 3-2 and he kept doing it every single time in duels and now in the sacrifice. But yeah, this is going to be very interesting because with Not Too Fast, we've already spoke about how they're kind of like, a potential EU God squad in that way. And we've seen the history behind them. You've got 4 really good duel players. And I've said it before where, it doesn't take 4 really good duel players to actually win something like sacrifice because it depends on the chemistry and the teamwork. But it seems like from what we've seen in the past, they're really up to scratch at the moment.
And one thing we talked about in the dust when we were casting Maestro is the fact that Garpy and Vu both did not qualify for duel for QuakeCon, and we wondered how would that affect them coming into this match. And we saw, in the match versus Alliance, that it didn't really seem to be on their minds at all because they came back really strong and probably one of the best sets that we've had so far today. I mean,
when we look at this matchup, then obviously it's kind of they've been playing. You can tell they've been playing together for a while now. Maestro, they've been putting the effort in, they're putting talent. It's still. There is the duel there. We have mentioned it earlier on. There were kind of, on both sides. There's been failure on both sides of the bracket when we look at that one yesterday. So it's kind of putting that behind them. If they want both of these teams now to get to QuakeCon, this is the last chance saloon. Obviously, we are in the upper bracket still, so one of these 2 teams will fall down to the loser. It's not over yet, but I still think that I see both of these qualifying today. It just comes down to, well, I'm going to open this to the desk. What does it come down to? Does it come down to the champions? The teamwork, the maps, is there anything in particular you think one of these 2 teams will really excel at in comparison to the other?
I think it's literally a bit of everything. But it's like I said before with previous versions, again, like UT, Painkiller and stuff, people would prefer to go with something they're used to in terms of mechanics. But, we've seen so much anarchy, so much slash in these events. And it doesn't, I'm not really surprised by that because you need the fastest people possible to actually get the souls back and forth. And it makes perfect sense. So, you've got people like Toxic, for example, really good Quake 4 players. So you may go for someone like Anarchy, and also you've got Vu, Painkiller, exactly the same method. So it will be interesting to see, not just the champion pick, but for the map pick in general.
I want to see, in particular, like how the teams are going to go about this. We saw with Maestro vs. Alliance that Maestro depended on everyone playing well. There wasn't like a super standout like Syndrome was doing for Alliance, picking up frag after frag. They all were playing to a really competent level. I want to see, though, if No Too Fast can maybe have that one man that's going to stand out. And who's it going to be in this situation? I feel like almost everyone on that team could be that guy, but maybe that's what they need to kind of push themselves a little bit higher. I mean, I think No Too Fast should ideally rank a little bit higher than Maestro, but I think they have a potential to be a lot better if they have people performing at the right times.
Yeah.
Well, speaking about performance, take a look at the actual team and show you guys at home the full roster of this Not Too Fast lineup. We're going to have Noctis, Toxic, Faz, and Sturmy. Now, in their own right, and we said this is you're chucking together 4 pretty much God-tier players. But the bigger question is, can they all come together on the day? We've seen it this has happened in many other games where 4 players that are known for their individual talent, you chuck them together, but it necessarily isn't the best option. It doesn't always go that way. I mean, personally, I think this could, given the, the standard that they're on and the standard that they're playing to, but it's not always the right way out.
No, that's right, yeah, because with terms of chemistry, it depends. Like, if you put 4 of the best players, like in Europe or potentially the world, together, either 2 things will happen. Either it will flop or it will be big. And when we're talking big, we're talking about World Championship big.
Yeah, but most likely it flops, right?
Yeah.
Because it's really hard. Like, there's beyond individual skill to make a good team. It depends on, like, how you synergize, how you get along inside and outside of the game with someone.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Like, there's been plenty of times in past in different games where you will see, like, all this individual talent in one team, and people are a bit confused why it doesn't work, But you haven't got the chemistry and the teamwork and the comms to actually, go ahead with it. This is the kind of thing that happens. But we can remember, like, with these players, they're actually showing that, like, that's not the case. They're showing that these 4 duelists aren't just duelists. They're really good at this sacrifice lineup. And I think after yesterday, with Tox getting knocked out and Sturmy as well, due to that crazy loser bracket that happened yesterday, I think they want to come back into this now with a different day, different mentality, and qualify for QuakeCon.
Okay, really quick, let's take a look at this Maestro roster then to remind ourselves who's going to be playing on this one. We have just seen them compete a match or 2 ago. It's going to be Hell, Garpy, Hypno, and Vu. Now, my big question to the table is, Garpy, he pretty much, no pun intended here, generally, he came up clutch with that clutch pick in the final round. Do you think that potentially they may call his bluff and now kind of read exactly what he's going to do and play against that to kind of stop it happening again?
I mean, the thing is, like, how do you stop a clutch sitting on an obelisk taking the soul away? Like, you have to attack from 2 different directions, but the most of the time that Garpy did go into the obelisk, he had protection from his team. There was, like, one time he had protection, actual, power-up or protection, went in and kind of killed himself. I think his Nyx pick coming to the second map against Alliance of Blood Covenant was like we feel really confident, and I don't want to be that guy on the team who just kind of gets the soul and then dies, right? You want to be an individual star for your team, but you can't do that in a team game like you can in Duel. I don't know necessarily if they're going to call his bluff on that, because I'm not sure how they're going to work around a clutch in a way to counter him that they couldn't otherwise. I just hope Garpy plays clutch and doesn't switch back to the Nyx, because it was like night and day seeing the two.
You made a really good point as well. So when he did switch from Nyx to clutch, everything changed. You know, their whole team in general just was on another level. Not another level in terms of like, you know, in terms of skill, but just that little bit better than him at the end. And you've got to remember, this team have been practicing pre-lands all week, constantly making sure. You can tell that from that alone, they want this more than anybody else in this competition.
Well, from champ pick, we will move into map pick. We'll see how this best of 3 is going to play out. Honestly, I think it's going to be a wild one. Make sure you're tweeting this stream and getting involved on social media using that hashtag QWCLockbox. That's going to be the first pick coming out of Not Too Fast. Any thoughts on that one, Harry?
Yes, in this map, I would say in general that you do see a lot of like Anarchy, but I do like the whole Anarchy and Slash combo because of the fact that, you know, you're not going to every time get an Anarchy there 24/7, because you normally have 2 tanks as well, like Clutch or Sorlag. See, didn't get it wrong that time, so wasn't too bad. But yeah, you know, I've seen like 2 tanks and 2 fast champions like Slash and Nyx, but I think, sorry, Slash and Anarchy. But it depends on the situation, and Sarnath obviously is one of the biggest Slash maps here on the game.
So, you know, also looking at Lockbox, something we did see with them versus Alliance, where Alliance went for like insta-give with like a Nyx and a Ranger, whereas they went for zone control with a Snorlag. I'm gonna say it just once, just get it out there, with a Snorlag, and as well as having the Slash, so you can zone control with the two abilities they do have, right? Lockbox is a map I think you can work well with that. There's a lot of high ground control you can use. You can also drop down zone out potential for like reinforcements, and they've already won on that map once. Then again, So has no too fast, but going into Ruins of Sarnath, Maestro beat Alliance on that in the 3rd map too. So like they have 2 maps out of the 3 that they've already played once, and they've already shown that they can win on. However, there's a downside to that. No Too Fast could have watched. Saw what they were doing right, what they were doing wrong, and counter that. One
thing I want to point out as well is that the final map is DM6. And the funny thing about that map is that when Alliance played Maestro, Alliance had the bad side, they had the B side of the map both times, and Alliance still won 2-0. So I think Maestro will want to try and win this 2-0 to avoid it going to DM6.
Right.
Well, I was going to get you predictions, but I've been told there is no time because the game is about to go live. So I'm going to go throw it over to your casting team. It is Zoot and ZSX. Gentlemen, take it away.
Thank you very much, Sims, and welcome to the caster desk. We're about to be moving into Maestro versus No Too Fast. Got many expectations yourself for this game?
I have expectations and I have hopes.
Yeah?
My hope is that Maestro win.
Oh, I like that. That's good. That works for me.
Not for you,
okay,
but my expectation is that No Too Fast win.
I think that's fair enough, to be honest. Yeah. And I honestly, I think Maestro know that they're an underdog in this, and they're not going to be around the bush. But they're going to try their very best. It doesn't mean if this is a game that they win, this will be a huge step forward for the team.
It'd be ridiculous.
Yeah.
It'd be just, they're going to QuakeCon. That's what it means.
Mm-hmm.
My brief analysis would say that they're the only team that has mastered the clutch. And that's relatively uncountable. It always gives you a chance to steal that soul back because you just, there's just nothing you can do.
Yeah.
And that in itself, if they can do that effectively, I don't know how well No Too Fast would have been adapted to that. So again, it brings that extra disruption into the game and gives you a chance to get No Too Fast out of their comfort zone. Because as we saw earlier when we casted them, they're able to clamp down zones and you can't penetrate it.
Yeah.
But if you're rushing in with a big fat fridge, then you're just going to break the door down. So that's exactly what you need to do.
No, I think so. What I liked about Garpy's clutch before, and I mentioned it at the end of the game that I casted, is that he wasn't going for the frags. He was bottom of the scoreboard. I thought, great, Garpy, this is a step forward. He loves to frag, and he's such a good damage dealer, but he focused on the objectives and made sure the shield was used at the opportune moment.
Yeah, that's exactly it. I was speaking a lot to Zach, who's their team manager, and the basic way in which you can go is that they're all TDM orientated, which is all about the frag. And you need to stay focused on the objective and stay focused on what your role is. And Garpy's role when he plays the clutch, it sounds really boring, but it's grab the time shards, get your shield up, and coordinate an attack. And if you can do that, you then have everyone on the same wavelength, and you can just break down these teams that should technically be superior to you across the board.
Exactly. Now, I'm looking. Well, actually, we're going to be going into the game in a moment. Has something to say about Notifast. I think there was a small ritual going on there between the players, but we are starting on Faz. We have got a few moments until that Soul's going to be spawning, but he, of course, is going to be the Sorlag player. I don't think I've seen any snail bearers yet, though, unfortunately.
I'm done with this card. I'm done with this card.
The souls come out. Let's see who's going to be able to grab that one. Oh, well, Dan recovers. It is Hell actually managing to get on the point first.
I apologize profusely. I'm maintaining my professionalism. We're following Slash.
Good job.
Thank you.
That's actually, I love that jump. Look at that. That was excellent from him. I mean, it's not giving them extra points or anything, but he gets style points. And those are important. Look at what Garpy's doing there.
No.
Okay, well, with the shield looked interesting.
Okay, either way, Maestro were doing well, but there was a 4-man very fast coordinated attack by Notifast, and it was exceptionally done. And then just before you pointed out, they did cripple Garpy.
And Tox, of course, is going to be the mirror of Hell using Slash. What's funny is that they're both using Slash, the Quake 4-like champions, and they've met each other at massive tournaments in Quake 4, so I wonder if there's going to be sort of a slash-off of some strange way between the two of them.
I would love to even know what that meant.
Yeah, I mean, just use your imagination at this stage. Wow, Maestro just got a whole heap of kills. Hypno popping off with the Sorlag himself.
This is pretty crazy, and again, like I said, I think when it's crazy, that doesn't favour Notifast. Their champions are not really built for that, and the way in which they play the game has to be strategical. So it's good. It's good so far. I'm confident for Maestro.
Well, Vu managed to snatch the soul for just a second.
Power ups now. Stymie's already there, and he's alone. That's really bad.
Yeah.
That's.
I mean, it looked like they weren't even present at all, but maybe it's just because of the work that Notifast did beforehand that helped them so much. And look at that, all the work with the protection. Faz is going to be able to get it in the end. He's got such a massive stack working as Sorlag, and will secure a few more percentage points for the 5 seconds left of that protection he's got.
Yep. Once that's down, then Maestro can start thinking about coming back into the game again, all based around what Garpy can do with his clutch and the shield. Until then, it's just objective don't die unless you're Vu, who...
He just wanted to get as far as possible with that. And he's like, I know I'm going to die from the Acid Spear. I've got no injection up or anything. I've just got to absolutely go for it while I can.
Exactly. The Anarchy is one of the champions that's not exclusively necessary in these attacks. It's the other 3 that has to do the groundwork.
But Toxic just got 3 rail frags, and I'm pretty sure he got 2 in 1 as well beforehand. So that was...
average.
Insane. Not a word that you associate with Tox.
Nice.
Tox is here, trying to get rid of Vu's Anarchy, doing so successfully, winning the Anarchy wards.
Yeah, that's an interesting one for me, because Anarchy and Anarchy, I mean, obviously look at it, it's not a straight one-on-one, but they both play exceptional, and I've been really impressed with Vu today. He did carry a little bit towards the end of last game, so he needs to be on form if they're going to win.
And there was Hell there, just getting the plasma trail out of the way as well. And Soul is actually on the ground. I was wondering who's actually eventually going to pick that up. And that looks like Garpy, but he actually ends up passing it to an opponent. He had so little health left, couldn't move away, and he's just a huge target himself. And eventually would go down.
And Notifast now getting set up. We've got the Sorlag getting set up, getting strong, and taking that mid-ground position.
Whoa, all went up. It is going to be Hell who gets the protection in the end. So they weren't so good on the first power-up, but much better work on this occasion. The air rockets that we're getting from Noctis, unbelievable. A stack is needed for Hell. 100 health, that will do something for him. But it's just a question, can he get away now? He's taken so much damage. Trying to slip out. Vu's going to take, sorry, Hypno actually, or should I also call him Gaspar Ferreira Gomez de Azevedo Machado.
MC Zoot.
Should be successful in getting out. The protection has just ended, but 81% taken by Notifast. Maestro finally sort of break that, and are going to be able to collect something themselves for about a minute and a half before the next power-up, at least, unless, of course, we get a crazy attack coming in from Notifast.
Yep, and it seems like that has been successful.
Yeah, there it is. And now Faz going to be taking it. There's a little rocket jump in. There is the Mega above, which he's definitely looking at. Oh, his teammate's just taking it. He's so weak as well. Tries to throw it away. That's Hypno getting rid of him. And Toxic trying to pass that away, but I think it bounced back from the door or something along those lines. It's still on the floor. Faz takes it, and Garpy missed it with his clutch.
How? He's got such a big hitbox.
Oh no, the pummel.
That's nice.
I think it's on the floor still, isn't it? Or did he manage to throw it back somewhere? Oh no, it's on the point. Faz snuck in on that. Oh my days.
Just to prevent it being ticked, and now Maestro in a little bit of trouble.
They need to get an attack going on this first round of the series if they want to see themselves.
There's not enough time for the power up either, so even if Garpy's shield's not up, they just have to push in.
They've got Garpy on there. Garpy's going to try and escape with this. He's got Sturmy. He brings it back immediately, so there should be little happening. We're looking for a team wipe right now. Vu is on the point, trying his best to dodge, and we've got Hypno coming at the top. He just about resets the timer. We've got a couple more seconds. Hell, he's going to get a touch on it. Are there any more champions from Maestro? Finally, Sturmy eliminates the attackers.
That positioning at the end there by No Too Fast, not in the previous seconds before, that was perfect. You had at least 2 on the upper level, just raining down damage, and everyone trying to get on the point. And when that's happening, you're just a duck, really, a sitting duck. You're just flying into damaging. It's just,
And at that point, though, they were just attacking one at a time, just because they had to reset it.
I completely agree, but No Too Fast obviously understood exactly what was coming at them and just set up perfectly.
Well, there's going to be round 2 here of Lockbox. No Too Fast's map pick. Let's see what happens here as we get onto the first soul of this round. And that's Sturmy managing to pick that one up. He is so weak. He's trying to throw it somewhere. Does quickly pass over to a Maestro player. Hell taking it and does eliminate Faz, but there's more people chasing him. It's Tox, Anarchy player. Noctis eventually.
Sturmy's timing on the Ghost Walk into power-ups into Soul is always spot on. He's obviously got it down to the millisecond of how long that Ghost Walk lasts, because there is no inbuilt timer to see that. So it's all down to your own intuition and natural timing ability, which is just perfect so far.
Now it's just kind of load up the defense for the minute before the power up. This is actually a fairly good tank from Hell.
Very good.
They've actually eliminated a few players here. The others are playing in mid, and we've got Vu. He's got to try and find a route out now that he's holding the soul.
And we've seen today that the Slash has been the revelation in Sacrifice.
It's been very good. I don't think it's played on every single map. You might see a little less of it on Burial Chamber, but the other maps are a very popular pick. And Noctis, they've only managed to get a couple of percentage points on Maestro before No Too Fast are straight back on it and are bringing the soul back to their base.
Yep, but they're all pretty low.
Whoa. Vicious rails there.
Very vicious. Pretty chaotic at the moment.
Yeah, and I think that's Tox in the end getting it. Rails coming out. Oh, he's going to miss the next one. Trying to do a bit of damage. Vu eventually gets the pummel, but is taken down by Faz immediately. And that attack will be dropped dead there. We've got a couple of seconds now to the first power-up of this round. Oh, Hell's just pushed off. Who's going to get it?
It's the clutch.
Nice.
And it's a tanky clutch at that. But it is quad, and quad is not the most useful of power-ups. It's better than having no power-up, particularly on a clutch when you're just going to die like that. It's really not that particularly useful.
Yeah, if he maybe had a different weapon.
Yeah, if he did a different weapon. But it's very good on champions like Anarchy that are quick, difficult to hit, so you can fly around the map and do insane damage and not lose it, which is the most important thing.
Yeah.
And they're just using it for defense. You can see that they're not particularly worried about actually using their power-ups as potential. But this is how they play. You can see them set up 2 in mid, 2 in base. How difficult is it to get in?
Vu manages to sneak in.
This is the tactic.
But where's the teammates?
Oh, it's no one's
he
there.
Went down fast. He was on his own, so there's not much he could do, and he's just used his shield. I mean, there's going to be nothing there.
I was about to say that puts you back about 45 seconds to a minute, and that could almost be game because it was just a wasted attack. They just needed to hold on, and it's tough when it's ticking up so fast, but they just needed to hold on and use that shield properly. And now that again, it's a mixture of frustration and desperation as they're just running in one by one, and we have 3. and we have 3 of No Fast sitting in mid. They're all backtracked now, but there were 3 in mid. That's devastating when they're trying to push in.
Yeah, Toxic, he's pushing out, trying to make something happen. In the end, it's just his plasma trial, and it allows Hell to get in a bit. So Vu, maybe that over-aggression from Tox where he died, he lost position for the team.
Woo! That is star points.
That's it, because they're not getting many other points at the moment, so they need to get something right now. This hasn't been working out for them. Great rail shot there by Vu. And at least they have, there's no 100 zeros happening for them. Like we saw one on the 2Z game last time round on Ruins of Sarnath.
Maestro just get that out. That was actually a bit of mistime from Sturmy, using his Ghost Walk 2 earlier.
Unusual.
Yeah.
Now, Hell with the quad, he needs to get back. Looking good, actually, with his weapon selection as well. And rockets he would love to get at this stage. Oh, amazing damage.
Powerful, powerful machine gun.
Of course, you can't use the lightning gun, although he's got it at this range, because it's just not going to reach them at all. So machine gun will work well. And as soon as they move on to that point, is that right? LG out. Yep. Use that quad. Quad now gone, and they're collecting points slowly but surely.
This is good. There's no rush from No Too Fast. They can sit back. They've got a lot of time to play with, and now you can see all rushing in at once.
Wow, that move there by Faz with the Sorlag. The acid to get on the upper level was really nice, actually.
That was so well played from everyone. We weren't able to see it on stream from the pod, but it was Sturmy drew all attention away and then popped the Ghost Walk. And that drew all of Maestro out of position, and then Snorlag ran in and finished everyone off.
Don't say it again.
I'm not going to.
He does manage to bring it back, although it was an amazing attack. The follow-up down to mid wasn't as good. And look at that, Tox just moved past the plasma trial. Just seems to go on forever through the speed that he's able to get. Now Noctis does get the point, but he's alive not even long enough to get the throw. I think Sturmy follows up after him, goes through the teleporter to go to the upper area, and there's a load of Maestro players in mid. Sturmy checking the way, he's like, is it safe? Doesn't feel safe.
Nice and calculated, which is good, because he obviously has no communication from his team on where everyone is, and he's waiting for backup, so that's perfect play.
The sneaks into the upper entrance of the map. We have got some Maestro players moving in. They're on 83%. Wow, he gets bounced off. Ooh, he almost dies. Okay, Garpy making a move. He's got the shield, trying to block off a little bit, and I think they picked up the soul for just a moment. However, we have got, is it going to be protection or quad?
Okay.
It is, and that is big. Protection.
Flash, which is good. He missed the heavy armor.
I think he just wants to get in at this stage, it feels like. He's done some good damage with that shotgun, actually. He didn't get the kill himself, but he set up his teammate perfectly for himself. He needs to get out of here. He's taking damage, which is really slowing down his movement, and he can die. Protection's not invulnerability at the end of the day. Teammates are right behind. I'm loving the coordination at the moment. Oh, the movement jitters a little bit for Hell, but he does get back onto the Soul and is making this very competitive. You can see the Maestro players on the kill feed on the left, fragging nicely against No Too Fast and getting to almost 60% now.
They managed to clean up, which is nice, but again, because of that high level positioning, all of Not Too Fast are on the lower levels, which again severely limits the damage output and makes them vulnerable.
I think that was a little early on the plasma trial maybe for Hell, but obviously, you know, as nothing and no one attacked during that period, can't say too much.
Nice.
I think Garpy, he just died. He's probably going to want to save his next shield for any more attacks he needs to do. There's no point using it defensively at this point in the match unless they get to sort of 90-95.
Yeah, but at the same time, they can't afford to lose this point. If they lose it and they can't redeem it, it's GG, so...
And the 30 seconds till the power up. Yeah. I wonder if that's even going to be able to use it. Look at that, there's 3 players set up to going in. I think they've been given the information that Faz is going down the bottom. Immediately fragged Faz. Garpy, he's in, he's got the shield on. You can just see it in the corner, but he's gone down. 99%. Is that going to go to the 0?
No.
It absolutely will in the end. Now that's 7 minutes 50. That's going to be round 2 for No Too Fast and allow them to get map number 1 in this second round game for the regionals.
It was close. The second round was close. And again, that would definitely give them some heart to think about where they went wrong. And it was just that the way they lost that round again was right at the very start, just going in, after time without any really coordination. Just a little bit of silliness coming out of the side of Maestro, and it costs them in the end.
Yeah, completely. They really need to... Well, because when they do have a coordinated attack, there's no doubt that they've got the fragging capabilities to get stuff done.
We saw how effective they were when their clutch is busting in and they're following up. It's a hit and run, and they do it very, very well. It's coordinated perfectly, but if you waste that opportunity with, say, when we saw Garpy just going in basically alone, it just sets the whole team back because your entire strategy is pinned on Garpy playing that role well and everyone based around that. You can't do it without it effectively.
Yeah. And I think it's also the way that the positions set up by No Too Fast, they just seem maybe a little bit more secure, or maybe that when they are playing those positions, they're reacting well to the attacks.
Yeah.
Where if a No Too Fast player does something crazy to disrupt the positions of Maestro, they seem to fumble a little bit more, and I'm not sure what their sort of follow-up plan is from there.
I'm thinking about it now, the way in which No Too Fast defend and how effective they are at pushing out to mid. If you're pushing out to mid and challenging the attack before it even gets started, a strategy based around a clutch, if he goes in very weak, it makes it even more, it limits the potential even more. So that way in defending, again, puts even more pressure on Maestro to do it effectively.
Well, coming up next for Maestro's pick, we have got Ruins of Sarnath coming up. This was actually a map they ended up losing to Alliance. They had a great start on it.
Shouldn't have lost it then.
Yeah. I believe it's the one that they lost, and they went over and they won burial campgrounds or something along those lines. And
this is the one they won, I think, actually, 2-1.
Are you sure? You might be right. Excuse my...
I think this was the third map they lost.
You're absolutely right, actually, because they managed to get themselves in the right positions of clutch. Yeah. And that's what they took at the end.
Exactly.
They did lose round, and the last round was very close, is what I remember. Yeah. And Garpy, that's where he was the star player. Yeah. He got the clutch, and it's when it's attacking the lower obelisk.
And you can throw the soul, you can throw the soul extremely well from each point because they're so close together. That makes a tactic like this even more effective because once you've stolen it, you throw it. And then Vu, they coordinate it perfectly. Vu is always waiting, and you know where it's going to be. Map by lockbox, difficult corridors, constraints. So once you've stolen the soul, you have to go as a team together and escort it. You can't really just throw it and hope, and that makes a tactic that they want to use even more powerful again.
No, completely. And it's a slightly more open in some sense than lockbox, but you've still got that death trap area when it comes to the power-up.
Yeah.
The damage that you can take, it's a huge cess going on when you get to the power-up. The setup is very important. It's really, if you can get your 4 players there, and you can out-frag, and you can get the right sort of abilities used and the timings, then that's what can lead to basically securing that power-up. But then you've got to weigh it up with the priorities in terms of, well, have we got the point or haven't we got the point? How is our obelisk doing? And how close are we to losing or winning?
And on this particular map, again, No Too Fast is going to be obviously very, very strong, but they're pushing out and defensive style, trying to push into mid and really secure an area, again, isn't as effective because it is so constrained. You can't take those offensive positions as easily. There's too many attack points. They would obviously want the higher vantage point with the obelisk, but whether they get that is obviously dependent on the initial starting points.
Absolutely, we are getting into game right now. It is map number 2, Ruins of Sarnath, picked by Maestro. No Too Fast just need to win this map to send themselves through. Garpy's going to go down. You know what? He's not going to be too bothered by that. He didn't use his ability, and he should still be able to get to the soul in good time.
And off it goes.
And Nox is very quick at getting there with the Anarchy. There's going to be a lot of players chasing, so actually, although they lost out on the first soul, this isn't bad because Maestro still have the point that they wanted to get.
This is definitely the point. I know for a fact Maestro prefers that defensive point on point B. It's much easier to defend, so they're more than happy with what just happened.
Completely. And let's see, the soul disappeared into mid. It got thrown away. We can see it down at the bottom of the map by the railgun spawn. It is picked up by Vu. There's armor up, but actually he is going to go for it first.
Yeah, he doesn't know who's up on point B because none of his teammates were there, so just buying time now.
You can see through the the X-ray that there's so many of them right there. And the Mega's up. He might ask a teammate to pick it up for him.
I think he's taking the clutch to get it. Yeah, and then he's probably going to bust him with a shield.
And I think he's been... They just saw him. They know
where he is now, yeah. And here comes Slash. Rocket to the face.
All right, there was just a ghost walk used a moment ago, and Vu, he manages to get back to the point.
That's actually, it looks simple, but it's a really difficult skill just to skid the soul on the floor like a footballer. Use your ability and pick it back up all in one when you're going 200 miles an hour.
Oh, exactly. And early lead, actually, for Maestro. Soul still there. There was a quick bum rush there from the No Too Fast players, but we've got the power-ups to be careful of in sub 10 seconds at the moment, the spawning. Let's see who's going to grab that, because Maestro, they want to turn their focus away from the Soul and to this.
Poor Hypno, all alone.
Who grabbed that in the end? Oh, it's Sturmy. All right, he is taking a bit of damage, and they're going all over him. They really want to take this from him. Garpy with the rockets, he's doing decent damage, just can't do enough.
Kill him. Power of the protection.
That's crazy. And then Faz, he's managed to grab the soul in the meantime. He is running into enemy players. Sturmy, he's got some armor, but that low health with not many seconds left. The protection, although it's important, it hasn't done a great deal of work.
All of No Too Fast are out of position.
Oh, the rail, just as he was trying to get on, he slipped with his movement a tiny bit. And I think that was, yeah, there's Tox now who's grabbed it instead. That's not going to work for you. Vu taking it. So much pressure coming out of Tox, though.
Now they should have secured the point.
It took a while, though.
It did.
No Too Fast are going to have to try and settle this down a little bit. There's a long time until the powers come up. Just trying to get some of that plasma trail to block off the choke point. And Garpy making an attack. He's not going to be popping the shield at all. We've got Vu trying to get things done on his own, waiting for Garpy now to get. He's got his shield up. I think this would be a really good person to watch perform.
This is where they need to coordinate the attack. Don't die. Try and get one major item and then push in as 4.
He's losing so much health. And he's go down. Still going to be someone important to watch. I'm sure we'll find him at the point in a moment. Grabbed very briefly by Hypno. Hell, good switch across there.
But this is what we mean. With Garpy going in slightly too aggressive and dying, the whole process gets set back now. And it turned into a bit of chaos, and they managed to now scrape it together, but it would have been a lot easier if he just sat back for another 5 seconds and waited.
That shield was used. Are they going to block him going forward? Or are they going to pick another exit?
This
no, he's on his own.
Man you want to have with the soul.
So I don't know where to go. He's going to sneak across the other side, and there's a lot of players on the left by the power-up that spawns in a moment. Garpy did just dive to Faz, actually.
I like how you say a flying robot snuck across the map.
Yeah, maybe works.
Somehow.
The damage to get that, you can see the plasma trail everywhere. Bye-bye, Garpy. He's done for, so is Hell. What kind of frag run are we going to be getting from Tox at the moment? And it looks like they're just trying to stay out of his way.
Yeah, there's they've got the soul, they've got the obelisk. Tox can just go around and just be a nuisance. Well, a bit more than a nuisance.
No, that's it. And power up are now gone. We are going to be looking at maybe an attack coming from Maestro once more. They need to coordinate though perfectly. I wonder if the shield is up for Garpy, as that's really what signifies the incoming attack.
It looks like it's now.
I mean, he's on there.
And he throws it up to Hell.
Oh, wow. That was good.
Is a very well-refined strategy. Oh, dear.
Uh-oh. He should. Oh, my God. It's close, and he's going to be attacked by Noctis. He's not got his movement bang on, and it's cost them something. Did they just get it on the point? They might have grabbed it.
That is the definition of a commentator's curse. Apologies, Maestro.
And Faz eventually swinging back to his base. I don't think Maestro just wasn't quite able to make what they wanted with it. The soul went down. I think he tried to throw it for a second.
Yeah.
The thing is, right in the early stages of Sacrifice, you could throw it back onto the point. And so I don't know if that's a habit that...
Well, I thought he used the ability, but it was not on cooldown, so I was completely wrong. Doesn't matter. Maestro coming back in now.
Yeah, they are getting a decent amount of frags. Vu lurking on the sideline needs to get this frag onto the Nyx. And it's only seconds away before something else happens. And Hell, again,
Nice
he
Hell.
gets enough time to throw it, but there's no teammates there. It's just going to be chucked back.
Bull of a robot flying up the stairs. And it's power-up time. And great, Maestro got this securely, and it's a battle suit.
Who grabbed it just then? I didn't get to see who picked up the soul. Okay, it's Vu who has it, but he's barely got any health at all. Vu, and he just walked into 2 players. No, it's the wrong way. Noctis takes it back. Now it's on Hell. He's got to get the frags and do something, but he's on 10 points of health. The protection's there, taken by Faz on this occasion. We've got 5% left, and that attack just went horribly wrong for Maestro.
It looks like the scoreline, it's not a flattering scoreline, but the way in which it was played, it was very back and forth. It was just a few mistakes in the mid game, like one, like Hell not reaching the point because of a bit of a mishap on his movement, etc.
Them happened twice, I think, in fact.
You could be right. And just small things like that against the best teams are going to cost you the map. And it would have been a lot closer. I'm not saying they would have won, but still.
Yeah. Well, we'll move on to round 2. No Too Fast looking for the clean sweep to get 2-0-2-0 in this series in order to secure their spot at QWC for QuakeCon. And it's going to be 1 second until that soul pops up. It's got Sturmy with the Nix.
Absolutely perfect.
Well, who's dropped that? What the hell? Hypno just went mental. He's going to be able to grab it up to the top.
Goes to their favorite point.
Give this man some health. He lands one rail, does a bit of damage before going down. He could be happy with how he performed just then. And it's on to Maestro, guys. How much can they defend here?
It looks promising now. They are set up, but again, not too fast. Keeping out until they are 4. So that again shows the
neutral frag just then between Hell and Tox.
Just the discipline of the team is what I wanted to say. Yeah.
And that's definitely important. It's part of the discipline, but also, are they going to be able to fend off the attacks? It's now, how good is that reactive game going to be? Tox moving away. They're not attacking the point directly just yet. They're just kind of trying to get the frags done first, and then they're going to move on. Now Faz, 29% got by Maestro. It is a decent amount. Nice little jump. I like that.
Well practiced.
But there's a lot of players in front. He doesn't know. Okay, he's going to assume that it's not safe, but he might try and sneak on instead. They haven't found him. That will allow No Too Fast to get themselves on the point and start knocking down that obelisk.
And here comes the shield play.
They're very quick on that, actually. He's going to be thrown to mid.
You just saw there from Vuzpov the exact strategy. As soon as Garpy got on point, Vu straight up the stairs, because that's where they throw it to.
And Hell maybe going below up the bounce pad is better, because the other directions he's been going, he's been missing a lot of his shots. This is nice from Hell. He's going to die, but he's managed to do some good damage and have the plasma trail. And that would have done something. But during that time, Tox has taken the soul back, and Sturmy, with the protection, he is going to be racking up frags. Shots being missed by Hypno onto Sturmy. But they might even assume that, right, we're not going to be able to do much for another 10 seconds while he's got this power up.
Yep, and
we'll go in next.
This time it's good if they're not dying. Probably waiting for Garpy to get a few more shards and now respawn before they make their next attack. So I'm quite happy with them pushing in, but it also shows the positions of No Too Fast are all prepared for this.
Sturmy, I think he jumped over that last rocket, who eventually takes him down. How much is he going to be holding on? Trying to dodge through staying behind that obelisk. And that was Garpy. I don't believe he used his shield. There weren't enough teammates just there. And I'm seeing some kind of like attacks one at a time. It's not really in unison at all.
Yeah, but the sword lag was just spamming rockets, and he hit a few really powerful ones.
Oh, interesting. Actually, Garpy did manage to make that work for just a moment. Noctis, the amount of damage with that pummel.
Noctis was just waiting for where they were throwing the soul. It's a common tactic, so the defensive opportunity to let them do it and just stand to where they want to throw it as well.
They're getting fortunate with some of these attacks, in my opinion. But they are generally attacking 1 or 2 people at a time, and gradually more players kind of chip into the fights. They really need to make sure that their attacks are super coordinated. They do eventually pass the soul over to Vu, who's able to bring it back, and we're seeing a defensive use of the clutch shield.
I'm happy with that. I don't know if you saw when Vu came up, there was the slash ability being used. That was Toxic knowing where Vu was coming and trying to prevent him from doing it. So again, just all these little things are just smart things that the players know what to do at the right times.
Protection's bad, I believe that's Faz who's got hold of it. And Noctis during that time has brought it back. Faz is going to be back for defense as well. Who is going to be able to kill him?
This is painful now. They've got another 20 seconds or so just to hold out with the protection up.
Maestro's basically halfway on their obelisk percentage points, but Notufast is quickly getting to that top end of the requirements.
And they are 30% away from QuakeCon.
But you know what? People might be expecting a sort of emotional reaction from players making it to QuakeCon to compete in the Quake World Championships. But for No2Fast, I mean, this is a kind of an expected for them. What they're looking, they will be unsatisfied unless they win the whole event.
100%.
That's the type of players that we're looking at, and what they see in themselves and what they see their capabilities and potential being. I think it would be a huge disappointment from them not to get first place.
They're still, Maestro's still in this. We've seen a lot of 99.99s today, so...
Oh, Vu, you're a beautiful human.
You're an Anarchy lover. I think Vu just scared Garpy, and that's why Garpy used the shield.
Oh, what?
Yeah, he popped it with no enemies around. I'm pretty sure something like that happened.
Yeah, that's got to be careful of that. Ooh, the Ghost Walk just comes out. That's Sturmy. He's managed to get the soul. He's going to throw it over to mid. Is there a player who can pick it up? It's Faz. And actually, Maestro did manage to get over to 77% to No2Fast 76, but that is quickly changed. And Noctis suiciding in the end just then.
And then you've got a very healthy Tox with the lightning gun just cleaning up.
Question is, can this power-up do anything for Maestro? Have we got enough time?
But he's alone.
Oh, wow. Good use of that. I don't know if there's really going to be much time. The power-up comes up in just a second.
I don't think they can even afford to even think about that, though.
They've just got to get on there. There's Hell. He's grabbing it, but he needs to hope that his teammates... Oh, they can't do it. That is the round that is going to be going over to No2Fast in the end. They've done it. They've made their way. They're going to be going over to the Quake World Championships. And actually, in fairness, they do look pretty chuffed. They're content
I would
to
hope
get it out of the way. Oh, they've got.
I know it's an expectation, but it's still an amazing relief to know you've done it.
I think
after yesterday, with all the big disappointments when they were almost certain they were going to qualify.
I think players like Tox and Noctis have a bit more stern and a bit more kind of, you know, flat-faced. Their emotions. Yeah, that's a better description. I think they're waiting for the grand final to QuakeCon.
Yes, exactly. I mean, as you said before, in their minds, that's the only thing that matters. Everything else is just a blip on the way they need to overcome, really.
No, indeed. Any highlights for you for No2Fast?
It was just solid. As we said earlier, everyone knows their roles. They're all performing extremely well. Amazingly disciplined on the defense once they've got set up. And that, for me, is the scariest part, is how they can control the map and really choke out any other teams that are wanting to attack that obelisk.
So definitely got something that the other teams are struggling against at the moment. Guys, we're going to bring it back over to the analyst desk to break down that game a little bit more. We'll send it over to them now.
Noctis, Faz, Sturmy, and Toxic. They are going to the World Finals at QuakeCon 2017. Congratulations, No2Fast. A second team advances out at the European Regionals. Gentlemen, 2-0-2-0. I mean, signs of both life, power, and honestly, the spark that we said. This was a team that was coming into this kind of as the best European team. We said if we put these individual skills together, and honestly, we can get something magical. And what we just witnessed was a magical thing.
Oh, definitely. Like, I spoke about it before, about when you have 4 top duelists, it's either going to go wrong or they're going to go big. And for them to go out like that in 2-0-2-0 fashion, that's fantastic. And going to QuakeCon now, going through the winners bracket, they're going to have a nice seed going into it.
Well, talking about, the teams and how you can take a lot of individual players, put them together, and they might not perform well, and they might play selfish. This is something we, talked about in the desk earlier on. It's really hard to get out of that mindset of playing for yourself and be like, oh, I'm bottom of the kill table right now. I want to go out and get some kills. But we saw a lot of individual play, for instance, out of Faz, playing support for the team, the one who's playing really defensive. He realized, we need a defensive player. We need a guy protecting instead of trying to be aggressive and be the guy to get all the glory. He realizes, I'm going to put myself, my own pride aside. I'm going to play selfless and make sure we can pick up the victory. And they did just that, which I have to give credit to the whole team of, growing as players in general to fit the roles that they need without having to feel like they have to be the ones to really perform and shine to get, you know, the glory.
Oh, definitely, especially on this map as well. Tox had some fantastic rails, and I think we've seen the Tox we know and love. I think after yesterday, after he had a bit of a blip, I think he's come back with a fresh mentality. It's a new day, and I think we definitely have seen the Tox, which we, like I said before, we know and love. But the things though, like before, like if we played how we did yesterday, it would have been a little bit more, you know, not one-sided, but the thing is though, like with Maestro, it would have given him a little bit more of a chance. But that's the best thing about Not Too Fast, is the fact that not only have they clearly qualified, they're going to be really good against NA as well.
I mean, when we look across though at the team that hasn't qualified in Maestro, it's still scary to think that Vu doesn't yet have a seat over at QuakeCon.
It would be an unfortunate thing, wouldn't it? It really would. Yeah. I mean, at the same time, there is positives that I did see out of Maestro in that game. I love their soul control that they started to do towards like the later half of the actual match, where, for instance, they had the soul and they realized, yeah, well, we know they have the spawns on us. We know they're all back in. They're actually sitting around our obelisk. So what they did was they would sit in the mega room on Ruins of Sarnath, where the rocket launcher is, wait. Just literally wait for them to come to them or try to bait them out or hope the rest of his team can pick up kills. And Vu sits there. In the meantime, his teammates bait them in, they pick up the kills, then they turn it in. Like little things like that, little nuances that haven't necessarily fully been discovered within Sacrifice, the actual game mode, since a lot of these players are still new to it, is really cool to see. And I think that's something that they did extremely well.
You're talking about small things as well. It's like little things as well where Hell like just barely missed a jump to like actually put in the soul, and he did it twice as well. So the main thing is about that, you know, it was only lost by such a small percentage, but it's that small percentage which could have actually possibly cost him the game, because as well as dying as well, if he did die and he scored it, it could have helped and defended it.
I think I'm speaking for the Death here. Maybe we were just hoping for that game 3. I would have expected something a little bit more. I mean, it's hard to throw them under a bus, especially after they just lost. They're going to be into that loser bracket, but it was just no too fast. We're just playing too damn good.
Well, so, okay, yeah, no, I 100% agree. And I feel like, you know, now that people have been able to qualify for Duel, and now that teams will know, especially for No Too Fast, know, yeah, okay, we're in for Sacrifice, then they can only get way better from here. Because obviously, like, people have a priority as, like, I'm going to play Duel first, so I'm going to put a lot of time into that.
Okay, yeah.
I'm curious to see where the game is going to be. We saw the month difference between the qualifiers to now. Where's it going to be in this 2-3 weeks time before QuakeCon, when teams who have people who didn't qualify for Duel can only focus on Sacrifice? They're going to have to take it to the next level.
And you're talking about Vu as well. It's also Garpy is also the same boat, because like I said before, he also got knocked out at the very end, which is unlucky. So, you know, you've got Vu and Garpy, who are just, it's probably a bit of an understatement, I must say. But I don't think they should be disheartened or demoralised in any way, because, you know, Not Too Fast, we talk about how they're the potential EU God Squad. So, you know what, I don't think it's going to affect their mentality or their confidence anyway going into loser bracket.
And of course, they would have that second life, as you mentioned, Harry. But for now, we're going to throw it down to the stage. We do have an interview with Red Eye and Faz. Gentlemen, over to you.
Yeah, thanks, Rich. Yeah, with Faz, another old legend, friend of mine from many years. Great to see you back as well. I know you don't like the old legend thing, but congrats, first of all. That's a great win. Very straightforward, it seems. You guys have a lot of discipline in that. How have you managed to transition to Quake? It seems to have suited you well.
Well, I played it for 15 years. Yeah. Well, it seems fine. Yeah. But I don't know. We just play our game, and it seems to work out.
Yeah, but it's very organised already, and I guess you've played a couple of months together. I know you've played with a couple of the guys before a long time ago, but it just seems to have gelled so well, much better than other teams. Why?
I don't know. I think we just built a team based on good TDM players, because we thought the mode felt like kind of TDM, kind of CTF, and seems to have worked out pretty fine.
You've played a bit of CTF in the past.
Yeah, I played one tournament.
One's more than enough.
Yeah.
I mean, I think I'm right in saying you've played every version of Quake, so how is this one for you?
It's very... I mean, in one way, it's very similar. Like, in Sacrifice, it's pretty similar, I would say. In Duel, it's quite similar, but also not very similar.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, how do you, because the extra meta in Duel is that you have different champions now, and then that brings with it some slightly different versions. Because the meta always before was just who found what and what route you had and timing and everything else. So that's still there, but you've now got the added champion level. So has that made it more interesting for you?
Like, it's interesting because it feels new, but I personally still prefer the old one, I think. But like, I don't think it's that much about control anymore, because the champions' health pools and stuff, it's very different. So like, it suits my playstyle more, this. but I still prefer the old way because I've played it for too long.
I mean, I looked at this and you watch how people play, and I thought, oh, the kind of players I think might do well in this. Faz would do well in this, and maybe Fuki and maybe Fox. The old Swedish boys, they'd love this version. Not all of you have come across, though. Why?
Well, they went on with their lives, I guess.
Real life gets in the way.
Yes.
Another QuakeCon, though, for you. So great to go back again. I know how much they're such an enjoyable event to go to. So try and put it into words what it means to go back with these three guys as well.
Well, it feels great, to be honest. Like, I think our chance is going to be really good. And like, I look forward to continuing to practice and win it.
Where are you going to be in 2 weeks' time in terms of practice?
In 2 weeks' time? Like, how do you mean? Like,
wow, just how much better are you going to be?
I don't know. Like,
what's the ceiling?
It depends on the next patch.
All right, well, thank you very much. Faz is through with his team. The team of legends are going to be at QuakeCon for the Quake World Championships for Sacrifice. And America, look out for them. They're coming for you. We're headed to a break. When we come back, we'll dip into the lower bracket as we search for 2 more teams to head to QuakeCon.
I will confess, I took the idea from a movie. I saw The Eraser, this movie with Arnold Schwarzenegger. I thought the gun they had was really cool. So I came into work the next day and I talked to one of our programmers and I said, hey, I got this idea. It's like a rocket launcher, but it's instant. We find that people either love it or they hate it. The game is fast, it is fast, and you can hit anyone, basically anywhere in the map, instantly. People that are really good with the railgun are very, very dangerous. You know, one lucky shot can change your life, and that is definitely something that you see a lot of in competitive play. Quake games have always been about cool ideas that we throw into the game and we see how they play. I never thought the railgun would be as iconic as it is, but you can never plan for iconic greatness. You just make great stuff and hope everyone loves it.
4 more teams remain, and only 2 can go through to the Quake World Championships live from the floors of QuakeCon 2017 in Dallas, Texas. My name is Sims. This is Lethal, and that beautiful man on the end, the same colour shirt actually, is Zoot.
Good colour.
Zoot, you've obviously been around for a while, I think is a nice word to say. QuakeCon, let's just put this into perspective. How important is that to any professional Quake player?
I mean, anyone who feels like they've cemented themselves over the last years is going to be very surprised to not be there already. You've got to be there. There's really no alternative, and to find yourself not at one of these international events is just something that's bizarre, and it's a feeling that a lot of these people will not be used to. And when the event does come about, and any of the players who aren't there that you imagine to be there, they're going to be twiddling their thumbs at home and wondering, what the hell am I doing? They're going to be lost and alone and afraid, and well, maybe putting it a bit too far, but you get the picture. It's something it's going to be unusual for them.
For people at home, Harry, that don't know what QuakeCon is, like, in terms of, are we talking a World Cup standard to a football team?
Oh, definitely. In terms of Quake, it always has been since 1997. So it's been 20 years this year since it's happened. And, you know, you talk about some of the players who won't even make it now because they can't enter the bark and stuff. Like, you know, people like Evil came second in the last 2 years on the trots, 2015, 2016.
Unbelievable.
I know, and it's like Rafa must be watching, must be thinking, well, that's some of the competition going on. So, and obviously people like Vu who couldn't still do it for the sacrifice. So, yeah, it's been a really weird day yesterday, but a good day the same.
Well, let's talk about our next 2 teams on stream. It's going to be the Alliance versus, just Alliance versus the Defendants. Now, Sparty, Strength, Syndrome, and Bus Driver X taking on Deus, Avec, Kryzer, and 2 Good. Three UK guys in here. A little bit of a UK war going on. Let's talk about Alliance first then. Sparty, Strength, Syndrome, and Bus Driver X. Give me your thoughts, Zoot.
Well, I think a lot of people will be surprised not to see Sparty in the duel already, and it's not like, sure, we had him to see in yesterday's games. He is someone who is known a lot for dueling already. He's previously played on lineups such as Fnatic as well, so we know he's great in team games, so people will be surprised not to get him in the 1v1 aspect. But bringing a good part of himself to the team as well. What I think is really impressive, though, is Bus Driver X and Syndrome, who have just been so confident in the way that they're playing and so strong and showing the talents that they've shown online and not been choking. Like, I think maybe people expect for someone on their first land to deliver in that type of way. So for me, that's actually what's made the team so strong this weekend.
I want to do something different. Now, usually we talk about all the positives and everything and all the teams. Obviously, this is a different kettle of fish now. We're into team mode, we're into sacrifice, we're into the objective. What's the possible negatives of this roster?
That this is crunch time right now, and that, you know, having a couple of people new to the LAN environment. Okay, sure, they've delivered so far and they've been very good, but they did lose their game, which is why they've been in this loser bracket. Sure, they won against Euronics Gaming to get themselves to this loser final part, but this is now where, you know, you go home or you're going to be going to the Quake World Championships, and it's really, I think that to me is what could really unsettle things for the team. Let's just hope really that Strengths is able to put the team together and wrap them up nicely.
Go hard or go home. That is pretty much the precedence of these next 2 loser bracket final matches. Now, in order to get to QuakeCon, they have to go through the Defendants. This is going to be Deus, Avec, Kryzer, and 2 Good. Now, got to hand it to these boys. We watched them earlier on, Harry, and they were playing out the mind. They were playing really damn good.
I was really surprised. Obviously, you know, Avec is obviously a household name. We know about his history and how great he is, so, you know, I don't need to talk about much about him anyway. But I'm quite surprised with 2 Good still. It's like I said, you know, he's had an 11-year break, but from what I've been seeing, his accuracy's been on point. It's like he never left, pretty much, so I was quite surprised about that. And Kryzer and Deus is basically giving him that good, nice team coordination, and I think they put up a really good fight in the winners bracket, and I feel like they should have already qualified for that good, so I've been really surprised. So I think they should not be overlooked, and I think you will see a close one between these 2.
Is the kind of overarching story of this team is that straight up, you cannot change experience?
To some extent, definitely. I think that Too Good would have been sneaking some offline games over that 11-year break, which is probably why we're seeing something. He's just not been very noisy about it on that level. But I think the names in the defendants are just so strong. And when the team players here, when you've got Avek, sure, his dual experience is almost unparalleled, but he is amazing in team modes. Kreiser, the best player in the Czech Republic, and one of the best players in the world when it comes to team games. And then Deus, just a phenomenal force who just crops up to these team events and performs amazingly well. They are such recognized names, all of them, within the scene. Going up versus this Bus Driver X and Syndrome, who are strong but not, but lesser known. I think, yeah, experience, in my opinion, would come to fruition when I'm talking about my own predictions.
That's fine, because the good thing is, at least we're guaranteed at least one UK player going to QuakeCon. Because obviously you've got Bus Driver of Alliance, and then you've got two of the players, Deus and Too Good. So at least we can send one. That's the main thing.
Finally, UK gaming represent.
Okay, so let's do the same question then. Let's talk about the negatives of this team. What's, if anything, what's going to hold them back? It's a hard one, I know, but I just like to try and get it from a different angle.
Maybe over expectations, because they would expect themselves to get to QuakeCon. I think Too Good would have tailored this team and want to be part of a team that's going to be successful. So they might wrongfully assume that they already deserve that spot at QuakeCon without having actually earned it yet. So we'll see what happens, and if in the game they're able to deliver properly, but they've got to make sure they go in there, assuming that nothing is there, nothing is assumed, and that they're going to have to play the game and react to what the Alliance is doing.
I'll say with the defendants especially, there's only a few things I could probably point out, and that's their coordination. When it comes to like a panic moment, they do start going in one at a time in 1v2 or 2v3 situations, and you can't really do that. Okay, fair enough, there's much time left, you do have to get straight in and not matter what the situation is. But this is your last chance, and any tiny errors such as that will cause you a loss to go to QuakeCon.
The next question I have to ask when we look at all 8 of these players, is there any individual champion that we absolutely are going to see? Is there any specific one that somebody is tailored to and is like a complete boss masterclass at that specific champion?
Well, I can probably say, and you'll probably say the same actually, because we've seen Anarchy in almost every single match. And I think even the last game as well, we saw Anarchy and Slash from both teams.
Yeah, no, Anarchy is that's a core of the team really, because the movement just works so well with the mode if you're going to be running that Soul. Slash can be map dependent, but fortunately for the Slash pickers out there, most of the maps are very good for him. So maybe you see a bit less of him on Burial Chambers or something along those lines. But generally, it works across all maps. Sorlak has also been a very popular pick so far. You expect Nyx as well with those Ghost Walk attacks on the power-ups and on the Soul.
And the picks you were speaking about at Zoot have just come in. So, Ruins of Sarnath will be picked from the defendants. How do we think about that one?
That doesn't surprise me too much because of the fact that their Anarchy and their Slash is really good on this map. But the one thing I do want to point out is DM6 is the fact that with Alliance, when they had B-side and had that huge disadvantage, they still beat Maestro 2-0. I brought this up before and I will bring it again. It is difficult, and since Alliance have chosen that map, they probably realise how good they are at it, and I don't think to them, doesn't matter what side they have, they'll just feel like they'll just win anyway, which does not surprise me.
Alliance will then roll into Blood Covenant. If we need a final map, and anything's possible here, the European Regionals, it will end on Logbox. But I want to just track back for a second. You mentioned that the Anarchy is the standard pick. Which players do we need to be watching out for those Anarchy picks? Which
Syndrome on Alliance.
Okay.
Definitely, he's going to be the pick there. I believe we're going to be seeing Kreiser, who'll be using it on the defendants. But Syndrome, he's been absolutely delivering this tournament so far with Anarchy, and I expect to see some, again, really strong things from him.
That's the thing with Kreiser as well. We haven't really heard too much about him. Like, we know he's definitely the best player in Czech Republic, no doubt. But, we haven't seen much of him, but, from what I've seen today, he's really impressed me, and he's one of those breakout players who really will do well. And if he does win, go to QuakeCon, I'm hoping he does make a name for himself.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting move. We'll be getting this game underway very, very shortly. Honestly, with how much... I think the next thing these guys have been playing for God knows how long now. Quake's been out for so many years. We keep touching base and we keep mentioning it because that really is the story of Quake. It's a legendary game with legendary players. But I do still have to ask the question. Even when you've been playing for so long, even when you've been to so many lands, even when you've been to QuakeCon, Does the pressure of not going still apply here to these players?
Yeah, absolutely. They almost think it's a given. QuakeCon traditionally has been, you can almost apply to it. And if you're a top player, then you don't have to qualify generally. You're just able to go, and then you're going to battle it out while you're out there in a larger player bracket of some sort. However, on this occasion, with these qualifiers in play, and there's no prize money right now, you're not part of that big scale event. To get there and to prove that you deserve a spot there is something that's unfamiliar territory for them, and there's definitely egos at stake when it comes to this.
I think that's the main thing is where you're talking about is the fact that, this is the biggest prize pool we've had for Quake ever. And literally, I'm not surprised where a lot of these tier 1 players are getting really pressured and worried if they don't make it to QuakeCon or not.
Well, let's find out. I believe we've got Kaplan and ZSX standing by. Gentlemen, take it away.
I swear in my contract I had somewhere that said I'm not allowed to cast with someone who's more muscular than I am, and yet they pair me with you, ZSX.
Yeah. Who are you? I don't know. I think we've
I'm the son of a developer of another game, but that's another hero there. But I'm glad finally you did realize that you were no longer relevant playing Quake, that you decided to actually come to casting, because you definitely would never have qualified.
Well, wow.
I was deciding if I should say that or not. But I'm glad I did, because you have nothing to come back with. Score 1 for Jason. Anyways, yes, this game, it's going to be Defendants up against Alliance.
Don't worry, I'm going to hurt you later. You didn't know that.
I wouldn't have it any other way.
Okay, cool.
That's back at the hotel, right?
Yeah.
This is going to be a crazy game, actually. Initially, I thought this was going to be like an easy 3-mapper, but you're leaning more towards one side, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I mean, Alliance are obviously a very gifted team, but from what I saw in Defendants against Not Too Fast earlier, they were extremely competent and extremely calm against such an organized team. And Alliance just didn't display that to me in their matches. It was quite chaotic, quite disorganized, and I know they've been going over the VODs, etc. But whether you can fix that and really come up against the power that Defendants have in their natural team skill, I'm not too sure. So I'm definitely going to lean towards Big James on the Defendants and say, homeless man, we need to give you some money.
Big homeless James.
Big homeless James, yeah.
No, yeah, so if we were to compare and look at both teams, Alliance, is there a man that sticks out to you? For me, it's personally Syndrome. He had a really solid game.
I think everyone looking at that lineup would say strengths. But again, put him in a team situation, yeah, he's got the raw skill, but someone like Syndrome just gels so well. He's in the right places at the right time. He's making the right moves. And this is the reason why Alliance bought him out. He was actually originally at Maestro.
Right.
And Alliance said, we need a player of this caliber. We need what he can do. So that skill was recognized, and he is the linchpin.
And then also looking at consistency, I feel like in a game of Quake, you can have a hot streak, you can have a cold streak. And obviously you want to have that hot streak as much as possible. But Bus Driver, the guy who has an FPS background from every FPS game, it seems, he was so consistent in their first match that we saw today that I feel like he's like the backbone for the team now. If he can keep constantly fragging like this, it's a good thing to have on your team.
Yeah, they have to play well. Spotting and strengths again are legends, but they're not the ones carrying this team.
All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Kicking off our loser bracket game. It's Alliance up against the Defendants. And at the moment, loser of this match will be out entirely. It looks like Alliance will be on the blue side here. Defendants on the red. Initially, the nail gun coming out of strengths here. Playing the Nyx, most importantly. He's doing some serious work as he gets the trade kill against Deus.
And with this spawn coming up for the Soul, we're going to see how they're setting up, because for the majority of time, people want to get on that B obelisk. It's a little bit easier to defend, and that's exactly where Alliance want to take it.
Tuga gets a kill to Bus Driver, but you did see his acid spit, right? He did completely block off the entire way to get in towards that Soul, so really well done by him. But it looks like Sparty might be taking it towards A. It's a great shot onto Avic to open things up. His teammate will fall, but they have the obelisk, they have the Soul there, and for the most part, Sparty hasn't been dealt with here. It's fine that he will fall.
And as you said, right, the Sorlax's ability right there is a great way to zone out any kind of priority area you want to be, and it's something not a lot of players are using. It is very effective though.
Syndrome, he's going to be playing yet again the Anarchy. Chrysler will take him down initially, and not to mention Too Good, he's supported from the back. This is something that I believe Sims and Lethal and I were talking about in the green room, is that Too Good doesn't, actually no, you were there as well, Too Good doesn't like to be the player necessarily that's up front in the front lines. He likes to sit back and support his team from range.
Yeah, he likes to take jabs at people, and he does it from range. He never gets up in their face in conflict. But it works so well around their style, because they have 3 other players that are more than happy to do the dirty work, do the hard work, and Too Good is really just in the back cleaning up, and he's just having some exceptional hit scan.
Well, so far, though, Alliance have held this obelisk for the entire time. 35% now built up and counting, and Defendants have been unable to put up a good defense. Though, with 2 frags happening, finally the third, it looks like they've finally been able to break some ground and finally take this Soul away. It's going to be in the hands of Krysa. He's going to be looking to obviously get back towards his own obelisk, but one of his avenues for, getting back for retreat has already been taken. You're going to see that's going to be another man waiting there. Syndrome going to be the man to try to contest out on this one, maybe pick up this kill. Gauntlet's even going to come out, but either way, Syndrome will secure that one. That should be point turning.
Yeah, really great play. Unfortunately, the defenders could not get set up in time. It might have been wiser for Chris to slow down a bit and just wait for his team to get there, but the most important thing was to get it back to the base.
Great little shot there to Sparty. Does take down 2 kills, does get the soul back and put it back in the obelisk they have chosen. So far, I mean, you were saying the defendants, like, this should be a relatively easy 2-0, but Alliance are honestly putting up a fantastic start at least.
Yeah, like I said, it's not a given by any means because Alliance were very unlucky to be in this situation in the first place. They could have quite easily beaten Maestro, and they do have natural skill, so they must have looked at their VODs again, analysed it, and fixed some of the problems for this first map anyway.
Well, Strengths is used to be in the lower bracket just from yesterday alone, where he did get knocked down. I think it was actually against Avik, so a little bit of a rematch here for those two. And so far, it looks like Defense having a couple of initial frags. It seems like they can get the kills, yes, but they just can't get that like final moment. It seems like the attack on the actual obelisk gets a little bit sloppy, even with the picks they get prior to the push, and they just can't seem to steal that soul away cleanly.
And it is also credit to Alliance, who are playing with more organization. The way Maestro played early with the clutch, I think definitely threw them off, and that's why we might have seen a bit more disorganization coming out, because now once they're set, they actually have more solid positions, and we see clean defenses coming out.
That's a great jump, but Too Good with a fantastic shot as well. Actually, sorry, Strength's able to hit that shot with the rail, is able to secure the kill and also turn the soul around. They don't let any extra percent go. 69 built up for them. The Gauntlet's going to be coming out. Avik picks himself up a triple kill. And Krista is able to escape here to finally give the defendants some extra percent, but
they need to get that quickly. 69% already, only in 3 minutes 30. It looks pretty dire.
Actually, an easy kill for Krista, and does secure that one with the nail gun yet again. 3 minutes and 50 seconds in, and defense have finally built up some momentum. They've finally been able to get the obelisk. They have finally gotten set up in a way that they can control it, but the power-up, that's where things are going to potentially turn here.
Yeah, and this is a big power-up coming up. We're wanting to see a protection, but the quad comes out.
Yeah, Too Good gets the telefrag on Sparty. Sparty gets the telefrag on Too Good. There's a little bit of different, but they still get the kills nonetheless, showing that they're being really aggressive around this power-up. Quad going to be in the hands of Bus Driver, who is a major fragger for the team. Not very often we see him on this. Usually Strengths is the one to pick up these power-ups.
At the end of the day, when it is just chaos, you just take it and run. Doesn't matter who gets it.
Plus there's a lot more pressure on you if you do get the quad, and then the protection to perform. You also need on the right targets at the same time. So I guess it's that call you have to make in the heat of the situation.
Great communication coming out there. We see a double back by Syndrome because he gets the call that it's not safe on point. Doesn't matter because they knew exactly where he was and they were able to push in, but
not safe there either, it seems.
No, nowhere safe.
You can run, but you can't hide. And that's going to be another kill coming through as Avik's able to chase him down yet again. Avik really coming up big, I think. He's definitely a big fragger for the team so far. Yeah, proving he's already qualified for duel, I believe.
He's one of these just multi-talented players that, again, whatever he puts his mind to, he does so well, and he's a monster when it comes to team games.
Well, again, he's able to secure another one. As you can see the kill feed, even a second on top of that. Alliance have been able to take the soul, but finally defense are coming alive. They've been able to turn this one around. They didn't give up. They gave up, what, 8% there?
Yeah, this is more like the defenses I expected to see when I said, oh, what a throw through the gap.
Throw into the obelisk will be good, but not good enough. Bus Driver picks himself up a double with the acid spit, and Strengths is able to get, well, at least the soul towards the direction he wants to go. He does hand it off, I believe. Over to Syndrome is able to secure this one and run it back. Again, this is something I was saying before with Zoot. Syndrome has some of the sickest movement I've seen on Anarchy when it comes to this mode in particular.
Yeah, as I mentioned, he's almost exclusively an Anarchy player. Well, he is in this mode and just does a great job on it.
A lot of fighting breaking out on the point. Looks like kills have majority of the side gone over to Strengths & Co. Power up in 1 second. You can see they're a little bit late to get to this one, but that's going to be potential telefrag coming through out of Nyx. It's not going to land though, and it's a protection on the Strengths again. This is the man that usually gets the power for the team.
Yep.
And on this Nyx, he does have that Ghost Walk to use, but he also has a soul in hand, so he can't use it just yet.
And it's a battle. It's a protection, which means this could be the defining defense because it's so difficult to bring it down, even with just a machine gun.
Even a machine gun, a rail gun, a lightning gun.
Doesn't matter.
And Tigers, oh my. Not able to secure that at all. But they have 90%. This is where things are getting really risky for defendants. They have that many attacks left, and even going in here, that solo man's not going to be good.
Exactly as you say. This is the desperation push. It doesn't matter who's alive. You just got to get on that point to really prevent it from getting taken.
Daisy on the BJ too, trying to pull up that dual wield, but Swarty does catch, throw, gets the interception on, gets the obelisk, or the soul planet back in the obelisk. We see Contestion coming in. Finally, someone's going to be there, but you have Bus Driver live, and Bus Driver can do some serious work. Syndrome is able to kill on the Avic, and I don't think there's anyone else left to come. And that's going to do it. Alliance do pick up the first round here on Ruins of Sarnath.
I'm impressed. Like, I didn't say they were a bad team, but I did not expect that level of coordination coming out from Alliance.
Yeah, and if you were to kind of point out a player, maybe on both teams, that was really performing well, can you kind of single any of them out, or do you think it was just overall well-done team effort from
I think
Alliance?
we saw Bus Driver make a few huge plays, particularly in the kill feed, just coming up time and time again, using his abilities at the right time, and obviously Syndrome with the parries. Defendants just need to just click a little bit more.
Click a little bit more.
Click a little bit more.
Wise words.
Thank you.
it's true. They definitely need to get a little bit more damage in. Seeming something to be that they're lacking, and not to mention controller on the map. They just, I don't know, I'm trying to think about how the engagements are going for them, right? Are they getting like the 2-on-1s? Are they getting the man advantage when it comes to forcing these fights? And it feels like Alliance haven't been allowing that. The communication really seems to be there, as you pointed out before.
Yeah, once you get set on a map and defend well, it's very difficult to break that, and defenders let that happen in the early stages, and it's good that they haven't done it so this time.
Alliance has been able to get the A obelisk yet again here, force the defenders over towards B. But again, you mentioned before, right? Isn't B the obelisk that generally a team would want to take?
The teams I have spoken to about playing this map prefer B, and again, it's very dependent on the way they like to set up, so it's just that Alliance prefer A, it would seem.
Well, Alliance is also running an not an insta-kill comp, but they're running 2 champions who can pull off an insta-kill, and then they have Bus Driver with the assist that just block off a lot of directions they can come through, and this is the man we were talking about before, doing some serious work. He gets another kill onto Avic. He's going to defend. Enough. He's the defendant here on the A obelisk.
What we've seen Bus Driver do in previous games is that he normally goes on the upper level and he times the Mega very well, and then he gets this insanely high stack and is able to pressure anyone pushing in from the high level.
Look at this, pushing back in with the help of the Acid Spit. Does connect at least one of those hits and do some decent damage. They do get, again, they get the soul, they throw it away, but it seems like there's not a guy there waiting to receive it, to run it across the map quickly. It seems like there has been some miscommunication, or maybe Alliance is flanking. Maybe they're queuing that person who's supposed to be retrieving the soul when it's thrown to them.
It would seem it's definitely the latter, because there's always a strength up there usually, just harassing either Creaser or Too Good, who's waiting to receive that.
Again, another great rail comes through. Protection, again for strength, looking to push this advantage. They do have the soul.
Another sign of just slight miscommunication, disorganization, because there was virtually nobody there from the defendants.
There's little health wards as well. They pay dividends when you do have that protection. It's actually like worth 4 times the value, if I'm not mistaken, because of that. Yeah, man.
Look at this lightning and basically doing no damage from Dares.
Anyway, 35% now. Defendant's looking a little bit better so far here, but again, you have to kind of wonder how are they going to change this up. Like, obviously, you know, being a pro player yourself, at least in the past, you know, now I still consider you it.
Thank you.
More than Zood. I will say that. You're definitely more of a pro than Zood.
Okay, if that hadn't been said, then I would have probably left the cast.
I'm hoping to consider that one. But, you know, excuse me, what do you do in this situation when you're kind of down around and you kind of need to figure out the plan? Do you need to have that one calm voice in the team to be like, guys, let's change things up?
That's a huge factor, and the most important thing on an individual level is to maintain your calm, because you see the clock ticking up, you see the percentage going away, and in your mind you're like, I have to make something happen. You just want to go and do damage, but you need somebody to stop down and say, guys, this is what's going to happen.
I feel like that's what Bus Driver's been doing. I mean, he's first playing like Faz was before from No Too Fast. If you didn't see any of the earlier games from Alliance, he's sitting back.
Yeah.
He's sitting back, he's relaxing. He knows his job. His job is to defend this area and that only. He's not getting too aggressive. He's not getting caught out.
And I said Syndrome's a linchpin, but he is just as important, if not more important, on defense. Because as you said, as you see here, he marks that upper ground, and anyone trying to get in is just absolutely butchered by his incredible aim and usually high stack as well.
Yeah, seems to be pretty happy to with using the LG for the most part. Does get a great kill in the rails, doing some serious work. You keep seeing them just being popped up across the map, and every time we're spectating someone, it seems they just fall down to that.
But the most difficult part of this game is definitely coordinating an attack into a set defense. And this is why I quite like Maestro's style, even though it was very all-in with the clutch, because it gave the team that knowledge and indication of what's going to happen.
We have a focus point too.
Exactly, we have this timing, we have this player who's going to coordinate our attack, and we can base every decision we make around that. Without that, you need to have significantly more discipline to make sure you coordinate some level of attack. Without that, just focal point, as you say.
It also helps, I believe, like with the shield, it buys you the freedom of not dying, but getting the information without the threat of dying, most importantly, so you can make those calls.
But on the flip side, you have to be majorly coordinated, and it's also a definite all-in play. And at the moment, Alliance are doing a really great job of making sure defenders cannot get into this and cause chaos on this obelisk effectively.
So either Alliance are really playing up here so far in this match, or defendants are really playing down, because I watched scrims yesterday, the defendants versus Alliance, and they won pretty easily in quite a few different scrims. So
credit to Alliance.
Yeah.
They're taking their positions well, and they're controlling the map. It might... Don't know what's going on with defenders, but Alliance are definitely playing well.
This is the map, if you guys are just showing us that defendants did choose. Either way, 88%, one round on the board already, switches to the common for some easy damage there.
And look at that. Communication, they knew exactly where Anarchy was going to go, and then 2 guys to meet him. They are playing exceptionally well.
90%. This is the last chance saloon almost for defendants. Definitely. They do have that range picked up to look for some frags. I believe it was Tuga before was playing. Actually, he was playing Nyx earlier when he did get the telefrag. Nice position out of Syndrome. He's just sitting back. He's letting his front line be the front line, and he's getting the rails.
Good game.
There you go.
Spotty's happy.
I'd be too if I were Alliance. I mean, again, you know, we have to remind you guys at home what's on the line for these two teams. This is the loser bracket side. This is a very crucial match. Where this does go to QuakeCon.
And just look at the guys who are in this tournament. These are stacked full of players that, again, would have come into this tournament thinking, I should be making this. This is where I need to be.
Look at Bus Driver, 37-31.
He played out of his mind.
Yeah, and the thing is, 37-31. But what was his role in the team? He was support. He was playing defense.
He was, just the front line, the tank to protect the carrier and to get in the faces of it and anyone trying to get into the obelisk. And so to come away with a positive net is quite remarkable.
So that's one thing that I really like about this game mode Sacrifice, the fact that duel can be really hard to get into if you're a newer player because you're constantly going to be smashed and destroyed, you know, time and time again, right? There's a lot you have to learn.
From experience.
Yes, yes, from my experience. Don't worry, you're going to carry me later on when we do play. So it's a game that can become quite frustrating, right?
Yeah.
But I feel like in Sacrifice, it's more TDM oriented, so you can play and not necessarily rely on your individual skill of knowing the map and knowing the game mode. You can listen to your caller, you can play with your team a little bit better. It's a lot more lenient when it comes to the true Quake style of duel.
I completely agree. As a starting point, it's ideal, particularly if you come in with a sound FPS background. Look, as you mentioned, Bus Driver. He's not a substantially great jeweler. He's a good jeweler, but coming into this, he's one of the top players now. He comes in with a solid FPS background. He's got great mechanics, and in his role, in his team, he knows what he needs to do, and he's putting them to amazing effect.
So I'm curious about this with you. You know, obviously I cast quite a few other games, and in some of these games, I do talk about the fact of if it's a team-oriented game, sometimes it's worth playing around one player. If he's that good, if he's an all-star on your team and he's a star, you can play around him and let him perform. You can support him, right?
I mean, yes.
Do you feel like in Sacrifice you can do that? And if so, do you think teams are doing that or have the potential later on to figure that out?
I definitely think it's an option, and it is done to a certain degree. The Nyx role is usually that more or less superstar of the team, the guy that roams around, does damage on his own, the guy who usually gets the power-ups. But at the end of the day, if it's not in Sacrifice, that's not going to win you games. Everyone has a very important run. We've got the Anarchy, he needs to run extremely well. We've got the Clutches, the Sorlags, we need to break that defense. And without those guys doing what they need to do well, you can't shine. And that's why we see people on the Nyx such as Too Good. In maps they win, they will be outstanding. In maps they lose, it's exceptionally difficult for them to actually have a real big impact.
It seems interesting to compare the styles between Alliance and Defendants, because it seems to me that Defendants rely on their support play as Too Good, as the Nyx.
Yes.
Whereas Alliance use Nyx to be a little more aggressive, get more information, and they rely on that Snorlax to be the anchor. Now you got me saying it, to be the anchor for the team to play support.
I didn't even realize we said it so much it's become normal.
Is that different in style, or is that difference in play,
it's
or
just
what?
very different players. Like they have, for instance, Alliance have a vet who is aggressive, get in your face, do lots of damage, and then you've got Deus who plays around what the team needs, and he will follow Ravek around. He'll be doing some cleaning up, he'll go around the corners, and then around that, like we said at the start, Too Good is probably sitting in a corner, holding crouch with zoom on and hitting his rails. And as long as the guys in the front are doing their jobs properly, Too Good can have a free reign, he can pick people off, and then Syndrome clears that up and runs back to the base. But again, if Alliance is set up well, and Avec is getting shut down, Deus is getting shut down, the whole team then just falls apart.
So you're saying they need to create that space, that real estate for Too Good to work with.
Exactly, he needs that space to work with. Otherwise his life is very, very difficult. He can work in it, particularly if he's able to get on the power-ups, and they just need to make it a little bit cleaner around that to make that happen.
Okay, and then looking at Defendants here and what they've been running, another big difference is BJ.
Yes, it's again just personal preference. They found that it's in a different way, but similar way to the clutch. It's just a character, a champion that has an ability to break that defense. So once that's up, they can protect him. Maybe he gets a quad. If he gets a quad and then he pops a dual wield, Jesus. I mean, like, who's stopping him?
That's 8 times damage.
Yeah, something along the lines. I don't do math. But
I'm guessing.
It's a lot of damn damage. It's pop that and you've got trouble. Same if you've got the protection. You can just run in, pop the dual wield, and then things melt. So it's another unique moment in the match to break a defense and to turn it in your favor that you wouldn't be able to do with any other champion.
See, that's what I'm worrying, is that BJ can obviously do a lot of damage and he can call a lot of attention when he pops his dual wield, but with like a clutch. If he, for instance, let's just, imagine.
Theorycraft, let's go.
Yeah, it's Theorycraft. If he played clutch, wouldn't that alone, without having dual wield, call for a lot of attention towards him to give the freedom to Too Good?
Again, it's just another variation on the same thing.
Isn't it more so that's the thing, is it more reliable?
I think
of creating space than a BJ, do you think?
I think, yes. I think in those particular moments, yes. But I think the BJ offers more outside of that because the clutch has to spend the rest of his days collecting the time capsules. And it's just easy cannon fodder when his shield is not up. So outside of those particular key moments in the match, the clutch does not offer as much as a BJ would.
So going into Blood Covenant, do you think we're going to have any sort of swap-ups coming into the picks?
Quite possibly, but from what I've seen of both teams, these are the comfort picks that they like. If I had to put any money on it, I'd say no.
Okay, see, that's actually, since I mostly work with team games, I'm really interested to see how the meta progresses. I would imagine down the line, once teams have had the ability to focus on sacrifice more and more and more, and you get those teams that are sacrifice oriented, then you'll see people changing champions and styles depending on certain maps.
I think so. I mean, the recent patch changed it slightly. It made Slash a lot more viable, but I don't think either one of these teams has a Slash player. That would be the one I would say they probably would need. Outside of that, it might be that, for instance, you should change a Sorlag for a Scale Bearer. They fulfill a relatively similar role, and it's just you need certain roles in each position. So again, each team must have an Anarchy. Like, you can't play this mode without an Anarchy. You're just going to get whitewashed.
Have you been surprised that we haven't seen Scale Bearer at all? Because
we saw
a distinct lack of him.
We saw it once again, and it wasn't particularly effective. It's good for a few kind of niche moments where you just chuck the orb and charge through, and he's quite good on burial grounds where you just run up the ramp, maybe stealing the quad. It's just quite hard to time. And again, I just think the Sorlag offers more with the zoning out ability, slightly better movement, and he's quicker, etc. So again, at this point in time, the meta, if you want to call it that, is very set because these are the best champions that fill the best roles.
And in terms of maybe metas in this, we've seen some really aggressive teams. We've seen the way that now defendants are playing, to create space. We see Alliance where they have those two kind of roamers. You have Syndrome there to roam. You have Strengths there to look for some kills and opportunities. Do you think there's some potential metas off the top of your head that haven't necessarily been tapped into, or do you think the play styles we're seeing here now are the ones that are here to stay until there's some changes to the game, some tweaks?
Yeah, I think that's right. These are the safest ways the teams can go. Before the recent patch, we've seen a tank meta where there might be 3 tanks, for instance. And it go great. Okay. We've seen 2Z go with a full small champion meta. They've played a Nyx, Ranger, Anarchy, and Slash, just to get right in your face with all that speed and aggression to get round the outside. If they've set camp well, you can just go flying past them, and then you make them go out of position, for instance. So there are definite ways to approach it, but how much practice and how comfortable these teams are in adapting on the fly, I don't know, because 100% they've played in practices with these comps and they've won with them against their opponents. They're saying, I've won with them before, we just need to do what we're doing and make it better.
And then in power-ups, that's been, you talked about BJ as being a champion that can kind of break open something, break open a fight. Well, the power-ups can do the same. Obviously, we have the quad and we have the protection. Do you have a preference of what goes to where? Or do you think, obviously Strengths is the focal point of the team for Alliance, he's been constantly getting the protections and quads when he can, but...
It depends on what the situation of the game is. For instance, if you have the Obelisk, if you don't, if you have the Soul, if you don't. Again, not really, as long as you get it. The protection is generally regarded as much better than the quad. These teams, if a quad pops, is it protection? No, well, who cares? That's pretty much the attitude. The other side of the coin is, you can go super aggressive with Anarchies with a quad because you're very difficult to hit. You can fly in and do significant amount of damage, and so it's probably better on an Anarchy. But at the same time, as we said, if you've got a Blazkowicz, then you would probably want him to have it if he's got his ultimate up. The other side of the coin is the protection. It can be used offensively or defensively, depending on the situation. So if you've got the Obelisk, you'd probably just want to park it in your base and just fend off everyone that comes at you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be loading into game here in just a few seconds. Had to restart the game for a couple of players. It's going to be Blood Covenant, and again, it's Alliance up against the Defendants, with Alliance currently leading 1-0 with a nice 2-0 sweep on Ruins. Going into Blood Covenant, this is their choice, Alliance.
Yeah.
I think we're going to have a 2-0. I would hate to see it, honestly. I want to see the third map, because this is such a crucial game. Winner goes to QuakeCon. There's so much on the line.
It is. I hope Defenders pull at least one map back.
Okay, well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Blood Covenant kicking off. Off the bat, Strengths, the man we're going to be tagging along with, as he does have the HMG. Waiting for that soul to initially spawn back in. But you can already see the aggression come into Defendants. And do you have a preference on Obelisk, actually, when it comes to this map?
I think it is so team dependent again. I know that it's very team dependent. That's all I can say, because I think Alliance prefer the Obelisk nearer the Mega, exactly where Avic's going now, Obelisk A. Just because you can get up on that high ground around it slightly better than you can on the other one, where there's just the bridge. Whereas here, you have 3 different sides to protect them. Being on the high ground is where you want to be.
Well, it looks like they won't have a chance here, as Defendants have been able to grab that soul right away and grab A and go for that early defense. We did see them doing this earlier on too, in quite a few of their matches against 2Z. And they actually put up a decent fight on this map too, if I'm not mistaken. Too Good did a great job of defending back. But again, like we talked about, giving him space. This A Obelisk gives him tons of space to work with. He only has a couple of entry points to really watch.
Exactly.
And he gets to sit really far back and hard to get to.
He can just sit in the back there and pick people off. And as long as Deus and Avec are doing their job and getting in the right positions, his life is very easy, and you can see him do a massive amount of damage.
Well, we also see the Scale Bearer and Bus Driver actually want to pick it up. So pretty much being a tank player for the team, I guess we can call it. A tank specialist, is the word I was looking for.
I'm surprised he swapped out the Sorlag, but again, it is quite difficult to zone with the acid spit on this map, so that might be one of the reasons why. At the same time, again, they must have some work something up.
We already talked about, you know, the pickups for the power up with him. I think it can be very viable, you know, on this map as well. Just run straight through the pool, grab it, gets away. Nice little shot of Too Good there with the rail. Again, a rail player for the team likes to pick up this gun, back away, and use it to its distance that you have, obviously.
Exactly. 5 seconds to go for the power up. We can see Too Good stealthing, and he's in. Oh, he's the one that got the telepag.
He got a kill to Sparty, then he got gauntleted.
Again, well, that was absolutely perfect timing. Sparty flying in, a whole host of players flying in, but Too Good with the pinpoint timing. He can do math.
So he might be homeless, but he can do math.
Yes, exactly.
Nice.
Man of many skills.
All right, well, now 3% here for Alliance today. I've been able to take the soul towards the Obelisk, towards the high ground. Krissa is able to do some really good work, pick up some kills to allow him to grab this back. And so far, Defendants, complete 180 from the match we just saw in Ruins of Sarnath. They are off to a fantastic start here. Great little juggle as well.
You see the brief power of the Anarchy with the quad damage there, flying in, doing massive amount of damage. This character is just so frustrating and annoying to hit that.
So when you play, who do you play? Who's your champion of choice?
I'm a Scale Bearer, man.
I mean, you're a Scale Bearer in real life, pretty much.
Got to skip with my homies. Anything's Anarchy, basically.
Can you guess who I play?
Nyx?
Nope.
You're a little weasel.
Oh no, I play Sorlag because Boo's pretty fast, pretty easy to move with, and he's really tanky, so I can make up for my mistakes.
Smart man. Think about it.
Yeah. Plus I'm really bad, so. Anyways, Sparty is able to pick up the soul, pass it over to Syndrome. He's trying to make the run, but he's unable to get the jump, but it doesn't matter. He gets the rocket to the face of Too Good.
That was a rather poor throw, but we see Defendants just position themselves very aggressively on point B just to protect the orb.
I thought Avid grabbed that and then was going to like throw it off the map potentially, or just try to zoom away with it.
Yeah, I mean, throwing off the map there would have been absolutely perfect because he would have been alone and it would reset the game.
Oh, this pressure. Look at that. So we talked about Defendants maybe not having the man advantage when they forced these fights. What they did there, they had a nice 2-on-1. And again, they've been able to get the majority of kills when it comes to attacking these points. Feels like they may have been able to change things up. Even though they did choose Ruins of Sarnath, they played a lot better here on Blood Covenant.
Yeah, they do seem a lot more comfortable. They got a quick start. They picked up both of the oh, sorry, I thought that was Too Good that picked up the power-ups. They picked up the first power-up, which is very influential.
All right, well, Strengths now, he has the soul and protection. And you can see the rail just helping him out. It does no damage to him. He's in the face of BJ, and I don't think he's going to care too much. This is going to be a really uneventful BJ for him. He's able to get Soul back onto the obelisk and get away.
This is solid. They do have a long way to go. Only 20%. So from defender's point of view, the key is now not just throwing away lives because it can tick down quite quickly, but Creaser got onto the obelisk unspotted.
And he's looking to escape too, here too. He's able to get some good distance between them.
Yeah, so I mean, while you don't want to be standing on the obelisk, you do want to have eyes on the obelisk, and he just crouched behind it and was able to steal that away without anyone noticing.
And Bus Driver, again, we talked about Scale Bearer before. Doesn't have his bull rush this time. Can use, obviously, when he does drop the soul and, pop it off. But 25 HP, peeks again, trying to get around the corner too. It secures that kill. He's definitely 3 good for me. That was terrible. Krista doesn't get the soul back. I'll go back to not talking.
No, this is bad because defendants are relatively set up here, and there's not a lot of time for Alliance to come back into this now. They have one last chance. They want to try and coordinate something because just throwing away lives is not going to do much.
90%. This is pretty much the last attack here. Projection's going to be up for Krista, but he's not able to get off in time. Gets Syndrome, hits a double rail shot, picking up 2 kills. They should easily be able to grab the soul and run.
That's ideal. You had 2 champions rushing in and 1 following up, so 3 men pushing in just to clean up.
Oh my gosh, the LG damage is insane. Bus Driver does fall. Soul's picked up for Syndrome, immediately dropping it too. Krista now is trying to get away. A great little toss off the wall to bounce back to him in the middle of an injection, but it's not going to matter. It seems like the kills happen on the way here.
And there's a flying Scale Bearer.
And the charge does quad damage as well.
Yeah, it does. It's a scary bull, man.
Running with the Scale Bearers. I would love to see a video made of that. Running with the bulls, running with the Scale Bearers. Or maybe have a Scale Bearer have like a cosmetic with horns on his head.
Yes.
Would be great. Let's
do that. Let's get Red Bull involved.
Yeah, I didn't say wings, I said horns. I don't know where Red Bull came from that one. Chris does have the quad and does have 2 kills. Does have the soul too. He's looking for an escape here. Does pick up the heavy in the meantime. Nice little steal away too.
94%. Priest is stacked. He's not pushing in because, well, he is pushing in. Even though he didn't have any information of what was there, but he had enough health and armor to get it onto the point.
He has his teammates there to help him out too. It looks like Avik on the Ranger this time. He's going to clean up quite a few of these kills and able to hold on. 99%. They have to contest his last chance. Nice little kill on a Syndrome with the Dire Orb. It's not over just yet. They're still able to chime in 1 by 1. That's going to be Strength's. The last man there is going to be finished off by Too Good. And Defendants will be able to take first round here.
And now we see when defenders are in control, Too Good can play his game, and he was just picking people off left, right, and center.
So coming into the second round, do you think we're going to see Defendants, if they can acquire the soul, keep that same obelisk?
I think, well, looking at that, yeah, definitely prefer that because of the fact that, as we said, you have the 3 levels of high ground around it, and it makes it so difficult to penetrate.
We'll have on Ranger, able to get the HMG and the rocket launcher. Again, looking for that soul to spawn in, looking for, I don't know, he's kind of off doing his own thing here. He's off looking for a solo frag, and yet he gets caught by 2 people.
It's not that fast. Because of the fact that, wow, that was a bull chasing an Anarchy and he caught up with him.
Don't make the bull angry.
But this time...
Oh, I see where he got it from now. I totally got the Red Bull reference.
Slow.
Holy crap, I totally just got it. He's got horns, he's a bull.
Yes.
Just make him red, and he's a Red Bull.
Oh my God, what am I working with?
A terrible commentator, clearly. But, and a guy who's got much sleep.
Alliance this time got point A, and that's a big change because he's obviously the one defenders used last time, the one they want, and so let's see how well Alliance can defend this point A.
At least I got it in the end, right? Does that count?
No, you're like 15 minutes past the time.
Story of my life, 15 minutes late every time. But Alliance do have the control. They do have the obelisk. And they got Syndrome here with the nail gun, spamming through these doorways, and making it so hard actually for defenders to push through.
Yeah, that's pretty annoying. Please stop that.
Kind of like casting. They don't have a clutch here to actually provide the shield to give them that protection to push through, but it doesn't seem like they need to. Savik and Deus able to pick up some kills and grab the soul.
39% to 0, but the soul has now been stolen by Deus, who is slowly making his way through the underpasses.
BJ's going at his own pace. You know, it doesn't have to be too fast, doesn't have to be too slow. It's however he wants to make this one work.
We can see his dual wield is on cooldown, which suggests to me he busts through that door again, using it and showing why they have selected it.
Thing is now, this how this would be is going to be really hard to defend, especially when they have to overextend now to get
power up.
Exactly, they have to overextend to pick this one up, and you can see again Strength's going to be waiting, but if it gets taken away from him, it looks like he had mistimed it, and whoever did pick it up, I think it was Avik, he was a little bit too low in HP, even with the help of the protection.
I'm not sure why Too Good's not there. It's just, maybe it's not a tactic that they favor, the old Nyx stealthing onto the point. Maybe his ability was on cooldown. Either way, it's a big missed opportunity because, as you can see, Strength is putting it to great use by just beating everyone up.
I have heard, when I talked to Rafa before the event, just to get his thoughts on it. Yeah, no big deal, Rafa. We're just like best friends forever. He did say to me that sometimes, if you're the team who doesn't really necessarily have the control, which in this case Alliance did, you can send off your Anarchy to steal away the soul while the enemy team goes for capture. So maybe he was expecting Alliance to do that, considering they didn't have control of soul, and he was staying back to protect it.
It's again, it's entirely team dependent. As we saw it in Not Too Fast, use Sturmy to do that every single time, irrespective of anyone was. Sturmy would be there invisible, and that for me is safer. But either way, they didn't get it, and it cost them 46%.
Yeah, quite a bit here. 30% for themselves. Looks like the Soul on Too Good. Going to run this one back here. Should ideally be able to, but still got a man in front of him, a man above him. He will be able to touch it, but still have his Ghost Walk to use if he gets in a bad situation with the his strengths. It's like he's playing slots here. Able to pick up those kills, and I think they've been able to hold it here now.
And they've stabilized, yeah.
You know, to me, it's weird. I wish in the kill feed I could see if Deus has killed someone with dual wield, because I see his name keep popping up, you know, time and time again. That's but I want to know how impactful the dual wield has been for him.
I like that idea.
Like, obviously, you know, with Telefrags, you can see it with Diorb, you can see it with the Ghost Walk. Yeah. With the Acid Spit, you can see it on the kill feed. But I want to know, like, because we're not really, you know, spectating too much, but I want to know what he's actually doing for the team.
I like it. 0-4, are you listening? This
He's probably asleep for my casting. After the last cast I did with Zoo, I walked out, he's agreeing with me, he was asleep.
Quads up, and Strength commits suicide. I don't know how much I agree with the manual. I don't want to get into a debate, but with
you want to kill yourself with a rocket, you mean?
He didn't have a rocket, that was my point, so he wasn't able to. So I don't know how much that is an intended feature. Either way, he wanted to pass it on to
Oh my 60s. Ridiculous. Sparty doing some good work.
Oh no, they messed up the throw.
land.
That could be huge. Because it's still back at the original obelisk.
You can see defendants don't realize that though. But either way, they're actually going to collapse around A if they possibly can. Oh, nice little rocket jump. Does get the soul there. Does get percent. The LG is going to be coming through, and it looks like Avik won't be able to have the damage done.
Yeah, it didn't matter too much because Alliance did a great job of clearing everyone off the map, so he did have time to get out and get back. Whoa, look at them coming in pairs. That's what you want to see when you are attacking a coordinated attack with multiple people.
You know, I know it's like it's going to be a common thing for like most, you know, higher level players and FPS players, but I like the way that we are seeing the nail gun being used in terms of he's not shooting too high, he's not shooting too low, he's shooting at body height, at body width height.
Yeah.
Like shoulder height to make sure.
Aiming?
Yeah, just to make sure that he can hit as many targets as possible.
I'm glad you know, finally learned the concept of how to aim.
I play with the controller. Isn't that how everyone does?
If it's muted lethal.
Yeah. No. I think I'd be better at lethal than in this game.
Either way, 20% to go, and now defendants, even though it's on their not preferred point, again they stabilized.
They have, and honestly, we need to see Alliance maybe turn things around. They got two frags that should be enough for them to push back in. Yeah, ideally, but the thing is, defendants have the respawns to get there in time to stop it from actually capturing.
We just saw a nice attack there. 3 went bridge from Alliance, and I believe it was the Anarchy that went in from behind. Extremely difficult to attack that if you're all there at the same time.
Oh, they didn't actually even steal it away. They've been able to maintain it here, 95%.
Did.
This is the last chance. They have to do something about actually contesting this at the same time.
Double kill by Too Good. That has to be, yeah, round and game.
All right, so it looks like we will see that third map here, defendants, on the map of not their choosing.
I'm not entirely sure what happened because I was almost positive they had stabilized, not stabilized, but had a successful attack and taken the obelisk, taken the soul away. Apparently not. Didn't see what happened. Interesting game, but defendants looked solid on that map. Really, really good play.
So I'm not so sure if I agree with the scale bear for Bus Driver, because that was his lowest frag game yet. Typically, he was like at higher ends of the scoreboard.
Again, I'm not a big fan of it. We saw him use the bull rush through the power up number of times. He mistimed it once, but they also had Strengths doing his invis to get it as well. So it was, from my opinion, quite overkill if that was the actual intent. To have two people using abilities for a power up is just not worth it. And outside of that, as you say, it wasn't really effective. We didn't see it used at all, really, apart from trying to get a power up. So I definitely feel, again, the Sorlag would have been a much more viable.
Maybe even clutch. Do you think?
I don't think they would have worked on that tactic, and from speaking to them, I think they feel it's quite weak.
Okay. I mean, also, you know, going up against BJ with double LGs is a little rough.
There is that. I mean, you just don't miss the fridge man.
We'll be loading onto our third map, Lockbox. Any thoughts coming into that for these two teams?
Alliance
did lose on it earlier on.
Alliance did lose on it, and I said earlier I prefer the way in which defendants play when they get set up. And Lockbox is a map which is great for that. You can secure the rooms extremely well, either one of the obelisks. And that will, from my mind, favor defendants. But at the same time, Ruins is difficult to secure. And we saw Alliance do it amazingly well, particularly with the Sorlag. And Sorlag is great on Lockbox. It really is great. You can zone out in so many areas with the acid spits. Tight corridors. So,
and you're also immune to the acid that's around the map too.
So I'm going to say probably 2-1 to defendants.
See, I'm going to go the other way, because we've seen Alliance play Sorlag quite a bit for Bus Driver, but we haven't seen defendants play it at all. Which in the current way they're playing with Too Good playing support, he would have to be the one to pick it up, right? Or if not, who would
be Too Good. Too Good will play next no matter what. It would be Avec or Deus, and I'd probably say it would be Deus.
I'm not sure. Did we? I'm not. Off the top of my head, I can't remember if Deus did play it earlier on.
I'm pretty sure you're completely right, and he hasn't. But again, it's not mandatory to win.
Right. Yeah. No. You're right.
We've seen 2Z win without a Sorlag.
You're right.
It allows them to go more aggressive. It allows Avec and Deus to go in at full frontal speed together and really just destroy what's in front of them. Whereas a Sorlag, although it's quick, it takes more time to build up a stack. It's a little bit slower behind the team. So it's, again, different playstyles. There is the beautiful creature.
She is hot.
Yeah, she's not bad. I believe we're just having a few restarts.
Couple drinks in me. No, I don't know. I believe we should be loading in momentarily.
Awesome.
They're just talking some stuff over. We should be, definitely hopping in shortly. But, I'm curious in terms of, like, the potential way to play Sacrifice. Deus and Avec. Do they... well, obviously, Deus won't because he's playing BJ. But I'm imagining, do they want to push in together? Like, do they want to be like a two-man... not Suicide Squad, but two-man squad that push through and kill people? Or do they like to split off? Because I haven't seen them actually attacking like targets necessarily together.
I mean, Avac's always going to be the one to try and go in first. Deus plays a bit more of a strategical passive game, but it's their role to almost roam around together with the Anarchy and create a bit of havoc, get Alliance out of their positions, out of their comfort zones, and then it should be Too Good following in to do the finishing blows. And that's why we see such high damage coming out of Too Good, because he's, again, left untouched. It's these guys that need... Their main job is stay alive, deal damage, but priority one is stay alive and get Alliance and whoever you're coming up against out of position. And then hopefully Too Good can do the damage that will finally finish them off. So yeah, I mean, it's their job to go together, but if they have to be able to survive, they have to do that.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, we had like a nice little talk. With Deus coming into the team, he's like basically told, yeah, you just frag. No, that was Cypher coming to the team. Cypher, you just frag and we'll do everything else.
Yeah, exactly.
And Deus has to fill that kind of role for the team. I think he's been doing a pretty good job of it, but...
I mean, like, I think I mentioned it on the panel earlier, he's been an upgrade from everyone we spoke to. They look a lot more coordinated, he's brought a lot more experience to the team, and he plays his role more effectively.
All right, well, here we go. Kicking things off on the last map. It's Lockbox. Currently tied at 1 apiece here between these two teams. Winner goes to QuakeCon. Loser doesn't. Well, at least if you're on the side of Alliance, you still will with your strengths. Guard 15 seconds in, and we're going to see that soul spawn here in just a few seconds. Already, the red side defense have been waiting for this. Looks like Too Good wants to go for it. He gets the kill on strengths with the telefrag. Maybe he timed it a little bit better than he did.
And Krisa flies away with the soul.
For defendants, with the A obelisk, I already have 5% built up.
Again,
there's a lot of high ground you can defend from here,
that's
too.
Exactly what I was about to say. You could see the high ground in a very similar but more enclosed way to the Blood Covenant obelisk. it just allows you to defend so easily because you have to get on that point to take the soul, and then there's going to be people from above raining down on you. So this is why you need to go in a pair.
Chris is doing some good work here. The nail gun being used as well as the LG. Picks himself up, I think, 3 kills in that attack.
And as you can see around the map, if you don't know it, you can see all of these tight corridors are easy to shut down. Lots of nail gun spam, rocket spam, lightning gun spam. You're almost certainly able to do a significant amount of damage to any of the attackers.
You think that, but when I try it, I seem to miss my shots.
Because you're using a pad.
Hey, didn't 0-4 start with a gamepad originally in Quake?
A ball mouse.
Yeah. No, actual you use actual like Joy-Con.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Wow.
And then he learned one day that you can use mouse.
0-4.
Hey, he's our boss now. So.
I know. I've lost.
You're very handsome, 0-4. Yeah, so defense have 40% built up off the back of like basically that first engagement. Finalites have been able to grab it and turn it around, but with 20 seconds left on the power-up, we could see defenders picking up another 20-30% if they're able to capitalize off of this.
Yeah, 40% is quite a big chunk to take for the first minute because after that first soul spawn, they just got perfectly set up and was able to defend it extremely well. And now it does seem that Alliance haven't been set up as effectively quite yet.
See too good, he backed away because of the assets been coming through, but you can't pick up the soul when you do that.
Bus driver's back on his soul lag if we hadn't noticed, which I'm happy with.
He's just sitting on high ground, picks up these health orbs, picks up some armor every once in a while, playing very passive, but
we see here
he's
the different play styles. When we saw Not Too Fast earlier, it was the soul lag standing in mid on Faz, standing in the doorways, whereas obviously for Alliance, he's sitting right at the back to, if anyone comes in, I'm going to jump on you.
Yeah, that's always really hard to fight from the low ground, but Sparty, even though they do not have their 4th man there for Alliance, are able to take the power up. It's going to be protection.
Yeah.
And it's already faded away.
It's been hit or miss how defenders have played around the power-ups, and it has cost them from time to time.
47%, we talked about, first caps. It's been 40 for defenders, but 50 now for Alliance, and they're showing no signs of stopping. Defenders have to come in, but they just keep losing man by man. They keep going in with a man disadvantage, but finally Avic's able to turn things around with the nail gun from the sky. 55% is what Alliance is going to get, over halfway there. I like this nice little throw. It's this little relay race coming through at defendants.
Yeah, I said that Alliance earlier looked a bit scranky, but on Ruins, obviously, they were extremely strong when set up, and it seems that they've brought that back into this map.
Ghostwalk going to be coming in out of strengths. Looks like he will live for now, and then should be taken down by the Gauntlet. And now Krista, yeah, I mean, we talked about Too Good, right? He's a support player for the team, but we don't really see him playing from high ground much. Actually, I haven't seen him playing really defensive at all so far. He's more of like an aggressive support, isn't he?
Yeah, he loves to get out and do damage. And so he will be probably sitting in the mid because we haven't seen much of him so far on the defense.
And Bus Driver is very disciplined.
Bus Driver is extremely disciplined. He's probably the player I've been most impressed with coming out of Alliance.
Deus, Avic both going down.
Is your nail gun that you love so much?
It is an amazing gun. It does so much damage. It's insane, especially if you can just spam down a corridor.
But 70% now, and I think definitely the power-up is, particularly now it's Battlesuit Protection, should I say, that this is the key for defenders to unlock the Obelisk.
So they get the power-up, and they get the soul at the same time. Krista, can he get it across the map? No, Syndrome's going to be there to shut him down, but accidentally suicides. Suga gets the soul, throws it away to a teammate so they can run this one back. It's still going to be very difficult because Bus Driver, he's going to be there again, transitioning himself from defense to attack when they realized they lost the soul, and he was there waiting to stop them. But in the meantime, defendants now finally building a percent from 49 up to 55. They can't really afford to let the soul go too much more.
And we see the importance of the power-up, not in its actual use, but just in its existence. And the reason I say that is because Alliance was so concerned in trying to secure the power-up because they knew how important it was for defendants. They left their base unchecked. And that's when the Anarchy went in and snuck the soul away while everyone else was fighting with the power-up.
And then you would assume if you're going to do that, you have 4 men there at the power-up, you better sure as hell capture it, right?
Exactly.
Not let that go.
Yeah, this power-up is a death trap, and Alliance just failed to do it properly.
Good damage being done by Too Good yet again.
Nice.
He's actually going to suicide.
Somehow.
Yeah, oh, you can do damage to yourself with the nail gun.
Yeah,
that's how you do nail jump.
He must have been like 3 health, so
yeah.
quite unlucky.
Alliance are still attacking away though. 86% now for defendants. It feels like just a minute ago they're at 49. And we're still seeing Sparty and Co trying to retake this point back, and they already lost Bus Driver, and Dyrup's going to come through. He's not going to get the kill. Chris is eventually going to suicide, but they're defending it.
This is where you see Too Good's defensive tactic. He was just sitting in that back alley, the same way we saw Noctis do earlier, doing incredible damage.
Oh, nice little, again, relay race with the soul. able to turn around, pick up those kills. Too Good does take it back.
Waiting for the Mega.
He's got 98% on the board already here.
Nice Rocket.
I like how he's not just trying to rush it in. They're looking for damage, looking for kills before they do this, because if they do get any sort of kills, any sort of man advantage, and they secure the soul, it's going to be so hard to retake it, and they're doing just that. There we go. Defendants now going to be up 1-0 here on our final map.
That was incredibly close, actually. It was back and forth, and every time each team took control of the soul, took control of their relative obelisk, they were able to set up, and that's why we saw such dramatic swings in the game from one high percentage to another, because they secured it extremely well.
Would you say from personal experience that maybe Lockbox is one of those maps that you can do that on? Or do you feel like every map you can is just a lot easier to here?
I think every map you can if you play well, but this map is definitely a lot easier to do that on for sure.
Do you think they got the obelisk down on lock?
Yes. I'm sure they did. I'm not rising with my life.
Too Good does pick up the soul, does use the Ghost Walk to secure it and throw it away. Sparty's able to pick it up, but Avic's there to clean up some kills from behind with the rockets.
And here comes the flying lizard.
Not saying it again. I'm not doing it again. I give you a shout out once. He's been able to secure it again.
It seems he plays, as we said, a very similar role to Too Good, sitting behind. Again, when you're in that role, you're firstly protecting the back channels, but you can't be really touched by anyone else except the guys coming through that corridor.
The thing is, like, I'm assuming if you're playing Nyx here, you're depending on these rail shots to hit because you can't fight up close. Whereas if you're playing Sorlag and you're Bus Driver here, you want to fight up close. Your Acid Spit works in that situation. You're playing with rockets, so you don't have to rely on the rail in the long distance. He wants to fight you up close.
He really does. And that's the problem with the Nyx on this map. You have to be a skillful player because there isn't much room to use that rail, so you have to get in with a much smaller stack than other opponents.
Right there.
Outskill them. Yeah.
Well, that's still 36% built up for Alliance, though. It's still being contested. Looks like the soul was taken away for a second, but returned right after. And Alliance, they're coming back strong here. 40% in the first minute and a half.
And now they will have secured. 25 seconds is quite a long time, but that does seem like the next big opportunity to try and steal away the soul. And that's when the power-up is up.
So if you're defendants here, you kind of maybe, do you hope that it's going to be quad and not protection, you run for the soul, or do you try to contest both, or just the power-up?
Power-up's going to be up as it goes past, so it might be that they wait for it, or at least have one person waiting for it where everyone else chases the soul, and it will be Anakin, and it's a quad.
It's a quad, and it's picked up here by Syndrome.
But the key point is Defendant has the obelisk, and it is a quad, it is not protection.
And he easily can be railable too, just do a little bit of chip damage
but
to him.
Anakin has it, and you can see there his team strength that was reserving the armor for him, so he can push it now.
Well, he's trying. He's only at 56 HP though. Quad's still going to be there, but he can still drop immediately fast. Krisa going to go down. Syndrome is not able to do a lot of damage, but again, even if he's not getting kills and not doing damage, the attention that's called to him is very important. It allows the rest of his teammates to push in a little bit more free.
And we saw the patience coming out from all of Alliance there. They were all just huddled around the entrance and waiting for the quad to make the first move. But at the same time, defenders were set up extremely well, which is why it was a difficult attack.
And now Sparty does get railed from behind, does throw it off, does get railed again. Deus coming up big here with the BJ. Deus is actually no, he's playing the BJ still. Gets soul, throws it away. And he's going to give it over to his teammate Krisa, who's going to go for the return. 52 to 20%.
The free obelisk, which means they can now get set up.
Well, they could try, but you can see already knocking on the door. It's going to be Alliance looking to push this one back in. Too Good's not able to get set up with his rails, not able to do that long-range damage that they might need onto this point. Chris is trying to get in the face of Nyx, but Strunks gets the kill, and just like that, the door has been kicked down, and Alliance do secure the soul.
All defenders dead. All that means is there is a good chance they might spawn on the other side of the map, which allows them to get set up for the defense. This is why they're all rushing in now, and there's that dual build you want to see.
And it's doing some
so that
really
was the one
damage.
problem in doing such a good job in killing everyone, is that now they all spawn on the other side of the map where they need to be to get their soul
back. Good job, Too Good.
Yeah,
hey.
Exactly. You're pulling them all out the stops today.
I got to. It's my last cast ever. Any game. I'm getting fired after this one, boys. 41%.
Feels bad, man. 3 seconds till the power up.
Strengths again, waiting on top of it.
And it's this time protection, and defendants are not there. And as we said earlier, they have been a little bit sloppy on trying to get those power-ups.
I don't see them having any chance of killing Syndrome here. It's going to be so hard with protection, and the soul now is picking up health orbs on the way. much have to almost give this one up at this rate. Look for kills on the rest of his teammates, and then try to keep a man advantage going into this protection, finishing off.
It's a good point, and that's exactly what they need to do. Clean up the team, try and almost wait for it to tick down and steal the soul back, which is more or less what they've done by the looks of it.
59% though. Protection is now gone. Defendants have been able to clean up Bus Driver again. Deus coming from the high ground with the BJ. Get some decent damage. Syndrome has 14 health. He picks up a kill.
Dead?
He's still alive. Finally will fall to Deus with the LG. But he's bought so much time for Lions to hold this one off. Sparty comes back in.
Cleans up.
Just as we say that though, Krisa does secure the kill onto him, and Bus Driver is there to protect as well. Using that HP to his advantage, but Tuga is able to sneak this one away just barely.
So incredibly close.
Yeah, very close. 72 to 51. This is the last map of the series. Defenders are up 1 in the round. 10 HP left for Tuga, who will fall.
3 guys blocking the exit. This is just the importance of just having a well-communicated team, so they all know where they need to be at all times.
Right. It's just a bloodbath here. Finally, it looks like Avik might be the one to return it.
There's a
man in
big
front of him
scary
again.
lizard with a pummel.
Oh god,
and
Avik
runs over him.
Not too good. Gets the return though. Does use the Ghost Walk to buy a little bit of time.
I thought he wanted to go for the teleferic, but just instead double rocket.
Oh no, they actually run directly past him here. He's gonna fall, doing the splits as he goes down. His teammates are going to be there, but Avik only able to get one of those kills. Tuga gets the respawn back in, but he needs to quickly hurry up to his team. He uses the rocket jump to get back up there. The soul still has not been taken, but he does get strikes down. He's looking for Bus Driver. He does have the soul, gets thrown to him. He's thrown to his teammate just in time. Perfect play to Tuga. Krista gets the recap. 70% now for them. We're at a tied percent here.
This is getting stressful. 2 seconds, and defendants are not there again. They're late.
It's a quad, though.
It is a quad, but it's still an opportunity missed. Because this quad is on an Anarchy, which is, again, like we said earlier, perhaps the best champion to have it on, particularly if you're on the offense.
I was going to say, he hasn't done anything with it, but does get a nice little kill onto Deus. They still have not been able to take the soul away, 86%. They got to make their move now. He doesn't have armor, but he has the damage. He's looking for the soul. He gets a kill to Krisa, and they've been able to open up this obelisk.
That rocket was so vital from Krisa. Just took him down to 1 HP.
Bus Driver now, he's the one to look at. He's got the soul. He's looking for kills. He's doing it all for his team. Yeah. But look at this. This is what I love about it. He's playing it slow for his team because they know the respawns are going to be an advantage of the defendants.
Look at them.
He's not rushing it down.
This is just a nice, simple way you need to play. If he went off on another way, he might be dead by now. So
see the pressure they're under too, because if they lose this, they're out completely, and he's going to lose his teammate. He throws the soul away before he does drop. It's a 3-man squad. It's a 3-man kill squad.
Both of these teams now have their coordination down. It's impressive to see.
He gets the soul thrown off. Chris is going to be the one to pick it up. He is taken away in damage. He's going to get the return, though.
3.
And Tuga come up big. Bus Driver's going to get that kill. He gets a second onto Avik. Tuga gets himself a double kill. That might have been enough to hold them off. The percent's at 98. Is anyone going to contest it? Finally, someone's going to be on there. They throw the soul away, but Deus grabs it midair, throws it back to Tuga. It's back on the point. Alliance will try to rush back in with 3 people. They might have been able to do it. Can anyone finally stop this? Chris is going to fall. It looks like Sparty with the soul will be able to get the retreat. A little bit of live to fight on longer.
Syndrome smacks his own player. Luckily, there's no team damage, but that could not have been closer.
Oh, it might not be over, though. You can see him throwing it away. Deus just comes in with the gauntlet to pick up the kill. Bus Driver now the one with the soul in hand, but he's got Tuga there who picks up the kill, who grabs the soul. He's trying to run it back towards me. He doesn't have a lot of health, though, to get back up there. Does he get the throw? No! He does. It looks like his teammate Krista picked it up, and Krista does have it. He does get back on the high ground. He gets the injection. He's looking for Bus Driver. He gets the knockback, not the kill, though. So intense here between these two teams, and it keeps being traded back and forth. Now Sparty the one to have it in his hands. There's no way. He's not going to get it back. This is going to be, again, Krista comes in. He gets the kill. He's on the Anarchy. He's running it back.
I think... Oh, no, there's 3
there. They got the defense.
He turns around.
He's looking for maybe Mega. No, it's not even up just yet. He's looking for some sort of HP. He's hoping his teammates here are going to pick up these kills he needs to get the return. I love how he slowed this down, considering how intense this game has been.
Battle suit up for Alliance. This map is not over. And they've got control of where Krisa needs to go.
That's 1 kill. If Alliance lose too many more people with the respawns and how they're going to work.
I think they have to wait out this battle suit. There's no way they can challenge without it.
Should be gone now. Chris is coming in from the high ground.
Has he got the word that it's safe? Because it doesn't look safe to me.
It's not safe, but they do have the people there. They do pick up the kill. Deus secures 1. Sparty, I think he hasn't followed just yet. Deus picks himself up a double. He gets a triple. He gets the last kill. And Deus, the newest addition to the team, filled in for Cypher, has gotten the defendants into the QuakeCon.
That was incredible. Look how happy they are. I mean, Avik's already going to QuakeCon, and you can see the ecstatic nature of how he... Oh, that's a great sight.
Deus coming up huge at the end. Again, the newest addition, filling in for Cypher here, being the fragger for the team. At the end with BJ, got a quad kill to lock that one down.
And the play at the end, the presence of the mind, you're on 99%, you are 1% away from going to QuakeCon, and you have the presence of mind to wait until the battle suit is played out, get your team reorganized, win back your base, win back your obelisk, and then cap it. I mean, that was like a full 40 seconds, minute that he was just waiting to win the game.
You have to imagine the adrenaline too. I mean,
exactly.
you've been a pro player, you still technically are in my eyes.
Thank you.
The pressure, the adrenaline, your hands shaking, knowing like you wanted to rush that back in, you wanted to win it for your team, the glory.
No better player than really Chris or Deus to do that. I mean, both probably the most experienced team players on the defendants, and both coming out with huge plays at the end to win that game.
But let's give a shout out to the side of Alliance as well. They played fantastic. We saw, like for instance, Bus Driver, a guy that's been relatively unheard of until these games have been played, having amazing games, really proving his worth here in Sacrifice when it comes to Quake Champions. Syndrome as well. We've had some great Anarchy play out of him. Strengths on top of that. Like every individual player on that team, and I have to also give credit to Sparty, had some fantastic telefrags, has performed.
Yeah, I went into this game almost convinced it was going to be a defense win, if not a 2-0. And Alliance definitely proved me wrong. It was, I mean, as we just saw, as you just witnessed, it was not going to be any closer than that.
Yeah, fantastic game from both these two teams. Again, defendants, congrats on getting to QuakeCon. In the meantime, guys, let's head to the analysis desk to break down that exciting match.
Oh my God. That final triple coming out of Deus just pretty much got a stamp out and whacked it on all 4 of those passports. They take the third, and it's not quite the final yet. We got one more match left, but what a way to go to QuakeCon. 1% left. It all came down to that final. I mean, we were going to have another round after that if Alliance would have been able to scrape it back. But Deus at the end, that was just unbelievable.
Definitely. Like you were talking about before with obviously Cypher not being here and Deus was the replacement. And my goodness, what a replacement to have as well of all the players, because it's a lot to make up for, Cypher. We know what Cypher's obviously one of the Quake gods and legends in the scene. And you know what, he's proved his point that, it was the right replacement, and especially for that last bit at the end, I was so surprised.
No, definitely. He's a solid player. You can always count on him for having an exceptional team play and coordination, but being able to come back to the game, actively get frags like that, I mean, those final moments were absolutely clutch from him. They had all of the Alliance players there, ready for the counter-attack as they just had the power-up, and managing to defend against it, and then realize, oh God, we've got no more players to send to the point. There's no time remaining, and you could see the relief on the players' faces afterwards for securing their spot at QuakeCon.
Yeah, it was quite funny because, when 3 of them actually went in and trying to actually secure it, the problem was the fact that they were already fully set up, so basically walk into a pit of death. It was basically said there and then, and it was perfect time as well. But the best thing about it was the fact that, I'm not sure it was on the defendants, but the great thing was they're always sitting at the far back, nailing every place it could happen, and every time they were doing that, they were getting at least like 50-60% straight, and it's little plays like that and little plays you want to try and make with a nail gun, and it just shows how much it's worth.
I mean, we still have to give a huge round of applause to Alliance because they put up a damn good fight. I think this is the story of this week. We kind of said that we have Europe's best, if not some of the world's best, and definitely the world's best teams here when we're looking into Sacrifice.
The world's best.
The world's best. Yeah, we're going for it. No beating around the bush. Zeus putting it down. We're at the end of the day, and we did say we'll just say it as it is now. Incredible stuff from both teams, and honestly, going out on a map number 3 like that, when you see one player like Deus just coming out of nowhere, bang, 1, 2, 3 bodies hit the floor, player walks in with the package, FedEx delivery, sticks it on the obelisk, and there's your final percentage. That is how you want to go all the way to QuakeCon. And again, dropping down into loser bracket, both these teams, it is being do and die. It was point blank, it was as simple as that. Hey, we don't expect any less. And honestly, the second game that's coming up on your screens after this one, I expect just exactly the same level as players. They both played absolutely incredible stuff. And honestly, this has been the story of this weekend. Now, we've only got one more spot, guys. We can only send one more team to QuakeCon. It's going to be do or die for these final 2 teams. But first, before we go there, we are going to get an interview with Deus down on the floor with Red Eye. Gentlemen, that game was wild. What do you think?
Yeah, thanks for it. Was wild. Dave, let's just talk about the end of that match first. James just came over and I said to him, what the hell did Dave do at the end of the game? He's like, literally, I asked, where are they all? And Dave said, I killed them all.
Yeah, well, I got into a really good position behind them, so and I used my double damage pretty well, so yeah, it was nice. They all sort of lined up for me. I don't think it was that great, but they all just lined up in front of me, so...
Bit of modesty.
Yeah, I'll take it.
All right, okay, all right. I think it was rolling back the years, frankly. It was like we've seen you like 10 years ago. What's it been like coming into this team? Because I know that you haven't had a huge amount of time to practice and you're very busy with real life and all that kind of stuff, so you haven't had a great amount of time to come in to the team, but we know how good you are in TDM in the past, so has that helped?
Yeah, it definitely has helped, and same with CTF. Obviously, I've been to a lot of Quake cons, so yeah, just team games in general. But it has been hard, just because I can't put that much time in. And really, the guys were going to go with Cypher, but he couldn't get a visa for here. So the guys were like, can you do us a favor and step in? So I really haven't played any games at all until this. So, you know, thanks to my team, I'm through, to be honest.
But how hard is it, though, just stepping in like that?
Yeah, no, the thing is the guys have been trying to help me as well, like teaching me stuff, going over things, just because I'm not that used to this game at all. So yeah, really my team have been helping me a lot.
You're a good man. What's it like playing with James? He's not around right now, you can tell us.
Yeah, well, he's interesting, that's for sure. Yeah, there's never a dull moment with Jay, so it's good fun playing with him.
So off to QuakeCon again, that's job done.
Yeah, well, yeah, we've still got to, hopefully we'll do well there, but, you know, I've never actually won QuakeCon. I think I've been third, second or something, so yeah, it'd be nice to maybe try and get a win this time, but yeah, we'll see. We'll hopefully do it. The guys want to take a month off, which I'm happy with, and then just turn up, so we'll see what happens.
That sounds about right. Thank you very much, Dave. Deus and the team, the defendants, have made their way to QuakeCon once more. For many of them, of course, it's a return trip, and we'll see how they get on against our North American cousins in a couple of weeks' time in the Quake World Championships. We're headed to a break right now. We've still got one more match to go, and as Rich said just before, there is one spot remaining. Who's it going to be? We'll find out after the break.
One of the things that's great about working with AMD and this new partnership we have is sort of recommitting ourselves to bringing the best out of Vega cards and unlocking all the things that they can do for our games. For a gamer, stepping up to a Vega card is like having terrible vision and putting on a pair of glasses. The level of fidelity and performance you're going to get out of a Vega card, it's like you're playing video games again for the first time.
The most difficult thing about designing power-ups is empowering the player without disrupting gameplay. The most difficult thing about designing power-ups is empowering the player without disrupting gameplay. Classic example is our quad damage. Back in Quake 1, John Carmack said you had to make anything 4 times as powerful for the player to notice the difference, which is where our quad damage came from. And so we're known for having very powerful power-ups that bring exciting carnage to the event.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Quake World Championship European Regional Qualifier. This, of course, is Sacrifice, and this is all brought to you and powered by AMD. Now, for the start today, we had 8 teams. 32 players entered this arena. Quite a few of them have gone out the door. Unfortunately, not in the right way. Some of them have gone home, and some of them are walking away with tickets in their pocket to QuakeCon 2017. We are now down to our last 8 players. 2 teams of 4. One of them will be cementing themselves amongst that top 4 and going to QuakeCon to play off against 4 North American teams to be crowned King of the Ring when they move into that grand finals matchup again at QuakeCon. Everything on the line here, and honestly, this is it. This is the end of the road. We started back in June for all the online qualifications. We've been down a long road. We've had online stuff. We then moved to here. We moved through regionals. After this show, the NA stuff begins. So we'll find 4 NA teams. So once this ended, guys, whatever you do, do not turn your computer off. But really quickly, let's take a look at who's exactly has qualified so far. I'll remind ourselves at home. We have 2Z, No Too Fast, and the Defendants. Gentlemen, first question before we get into our final matchup. Are they 3 teams that you all expected to be there?
I would say yes, and definitely with the Not Too Fast lineup, because we did talk about how great we were as a squad and questioning whether if 4 good duelists would be actually capable of taking Sacrifice as easy as they said, which, they proved us right, they did. And 2's in Defendants, again, that doesn't surprise me in the slightest.
Not at all, actually. I think after the last game, we're maybe questioning whether or not Defendants were going to be capable, but I think in the end, pulling through, not too much of a surprise. Was almost an upset, but I think the last one is going to be an interesting one to analyze.
So the interesting one that I've got to say, which will be happy for yourselves and everyone, we can guarantee that another 2 UK players will definitely be going, no matter what.
UK today is doing it.
I know.
Let's go.
UK. It's good. It's good to be. Well, finally in esports, it's good to be from the UK. So we got Maestro versus Miasma. Now, DDK's Bandits. He stick this squadron together in a hope that he can return to glory. And honestly, the man has been playing absolutely out of his skull. So anything's possible. But on the opposing side, we also have this Maestro roster. And it too has been playing like a beast. This isn't going to be an easy job for neither team.
No, and I'm tremendously nervous already. Obviously, I'm very keen for Maestro to do well, but obviously I've had my partnerships with DDK in the past. I want to see him do well as well, and it's really annoying that we've got to say goodbye to one of these teams, because they're both going to be absolutely clucking to get through. I think Miasma, actually, having a couple of players that are not so much of the LAN experience at the same time, I think they're going to be raring to go to get themselves set up nicely in Quake Champions. I
think the one thing in particular as well, you've got to remember, you've got a team like Maestro, where they've been basically pre-lanning this entire week, versus a team like Miasma, who you've got on the screen right now, who have also been strictly focused on Sacrifice. So you've got 2 teams here who've been focusing specifically on this game type. So it wouldn't surprise me if it did go all the way.
Lith, Demon, DDK, and Juvenile. Some names on there that certainly people will definitely recognize.
Take note of the little bio there. Demon, we hope he doesn't curse his team. He has had some chokes in the past. Sorry, mate, you didn't qualify to the duel. Maybe a bit of history cropping up just there, but I'm sure they'll get along fine.
So, I mean, that's an interesting one. When you, hopefully, I like how blunt it says it. Hopefully, I wonder who wrote those, Zood.
Yeah, I wonder.
I wonder who wrote those. Who knows more than anybody? All right, then. These 2 teams. Where are the strengths? Where are the weaknesses? When we look at Champion Select, who's going to be the more organized on this one? Do you think?
I really think that DDK is a sort of anchor of the team. I was talking to him about it, and he says, well, are you the sort of captain? Are you the leader? He said, no, not really. We're all kind of the same. But just as a personality and the way that he likes to manage himself, I know that he's going to have a big impact on the team and how they're going to be feeling about working their strategies and generally just playing together at this stage. Demon, of course, He's got a lot of experience, maybe a slightly more introverted demeanor that he's got himself, and I'm sure he's going to be really excited to be working with his teammates and with the DDK of all people.
Oh, I completely agree, because even though Maestro does have more individual talent, you've got to remember with Maestro as well that they've got 2 players who got to the very last round of the duels, and now their only chance to get to QuakeCon now is through sacrifice, and they're going to do everything they possibly can, especially after yesterday.
Definitely, Gasper, Ferreira, Gomez, Azevedo, Machado is going to need to have a big impact here. It just rolls off the tongue.
The interesting one. Oh dear, it's becoming that time of day.
It's
getting to the end of the day. The big one that we've got to ask ourselves. I mean, when you look at Vu, if he doesn't qualify here today, obviously it would be a travesty, but he still has a chance and another crack at the duels in the BYOC. But still, to say that Vu went both through regional sacrifice and regional duels and didn't make it, that's quite a wild...
That would be one of the biggest upsets, to be honest, because we've seen some fair upsets already, but I think that one in particular, like, could you imagine going out in the final round of the duels to not make it and the sacrifice? That would absolutely, just change his aspect.
I predicted him to make top 8 and the Quake World Championships at QuakeCon, if not top 4. And, well, sorry, duel. I mean, that's almost out of the question at this stage, and likewise with Garby, who didn't qualify as well. They are going to be desperate to make things work at the moment. Obviously, the pressure they're putting on is really mainly on themselves at this point, but after those failures, it's really crunch time for the team.
Yeah, and I was going to say as well, like with the pressure is because the fact that, like, it's more pressure on them now because they know it's their last chance, and it's the fact that it's their mentality going into this. And I think after the winners bracket round, I think they wasn't too fussed about it. So as long as they keep their hopes up going into this and making sure that they keep a straight head against Miasma, they should do okay. But, like I said, it's the pressure now, so anything can happen.
All right, then it looks like these guys are about to get going. So can I get some predictions from you, please? There is. I know this is going to be a hard one.
My heart's going right here.
Let's dig deep, guys. We've got the... in fact, this might... We'll try and get the maps in just a second, and that might be able to help you. But where do you feel? Where do you currently, without any of that information, where are you?
I'm leaning 2-1 to Maestro, is what I'm feeling.
I'm going to agree that it's going to go to a game 3. But it's so hard because my heart says Maestro, but my brain says Miasma. But I'm just going to go with Maestro anyway, just to switch things
up. I like that. You're on my side.
Can I ask why your brain says Miasma?
It's a particular of like Demon as well as individual capability and DDK as well coming back. And it's quite hard because of the fact that, I feel like Garp and Vu will probably want this much more in comparison.
Okay. Simple as that.
Simple as that, yeah.
You in agreement?
Yeah, very much so. And I know the whole Maestro team are so passionate. It's not to discredit anything from the Miasma guys. It's just something that I see, more visibly when I'm hanging around with them. And I know that the passion is so there. And I think we're going to see big celebrations from them.
Well, let's see if this changes your mind. We do have the maps, so I'll bring them up on screen now. Miasma get the first pick. They take Lockbox. Maestro in with second. Ruin as of Sarnath. And then the final map will be Burial Chamber. Burial Chamber could be burying somebody's career as they don't make the QuakeCon 2017. But let's start off with Lockbox then.
These map selections does change my predictions a tiny bit. And that's for the sake that I've a little birdie told me that Maestro are very comfortable on Lockbox and Ruins of Sarnath. But Burial Chamber is actually their worst map. So I think that if Maestro are going to take it, I think we're going to have to see the 2-0 from them.
Yeah, it's quite interesting because I know someone like Garpy from Maestro does love Sarnath in general. And it's going to be quite interesting because of the fact that it's like he said, they'll want to close this out 2-0. And I think, especially with these map picks, we're going to see another Anakin / mix-ups.
All right then, guys. Please tweet the stream. Use the hashtag QWC. This is the final game of the European Regionals. Make sure every single Quake fan out there knows about it as I happily throw this over to the North American and EU casters. It's going to be Jason Kaplan and ZSX. Gentlemen, enjoy.
See, what I love about being here is you guys get so excited over getting 1, maybe 2 Brits qualified here for QWC, and yet how many Americans are going to it? That's what I thought.
And yet,
clearly we're better.
Last night we saw an Australian qualify with 300 ping in an American tournament.
It seems like every country you guys conquer rebels against you and does better.
Well, Well, what? at least the UCAS is still better than A.
Don't worry, India's going to qualify one day, and then it's just going to be great. Yeah, so Miasma against Maestro. This is going to be an interesting match, and it could be potentially a heartbreaking match, as I think I'll have to carry on by myself here for a little bit. Because, as Lethal pointed out, you're Garpy, you're Vu.
I'm Garpy. Oh, sorry, carry on.
No, you're not that good.
I'm confused.
You're Garpy, you're Vu, and you played through the dual qualifiers. You got through the final round. And you failed to qualify. You're in Sacrifice. You got to the winner's match. You dropped down lower. You're into the final Sacrifice match of the day, and they could potentially not be qualified. I would not want to be in their path walking out of the studio if that happened.
No, I know Vu gets in the zone and he's super emotional. I mean, even yesterday for the duel, I was like really quite upset with the way that Garpy went out. I didn't get to see the Vu one live, but again, that would have been very emotional. So to have that happen, as you said, at the same stage again is just unthinkable.
Yeah.
So let's not think about that. But I have to say Miasma's going to win.
Well, we'll see if they're able to do so here. You know, I actually probably should have said that about Britain because I'm here in the UK and I don't know if I make it home. So Mom and Dad, if I disappear, you know what happened. It was probably Lethal.
Quite happy.
Lethal looks so happy too. Like he looks so happy, looks so innocent.
He is the happiest man on
But he would be the one
earth.
to put the knife through my heart, I feel like.
He's dodgy.
And as he does it, I'll be saying, Halo sucks. No, I'm just kidding. No, yeah, so we're ready to get in this one. The maps, do you have any preference on how this is going to go? We did hear from the desk that, you know, before the maps, they had their minds set one way with Maestro, but after seeing the maps, it changed their minds.
Yeah, for sure. And I'm still leaning that way, again, with what Zoot said, in that lockbox does not favor the way in which Maestro want to play. Because as we saw earlier, the clutch tactic they used to great effect is just nowhere near as powerful on that map because of the small corridors. You cannot throw the soul to any great degree, and that limits the potential of the tactic. Likewise, Burial Chamber, as Zoot said, is regarded to them as their worst map. At the same time, it's also Miasma's probably worst map. So I don't know where that lies. I'm expecting it to go 1-1, and then I think the natural tendency and the more natural skill that Miasma has will make them pull through.
Well, you did point out the clutch.
I did.
And I'm curious in your thoughts on this then, because we saw Garpy's clutch against Not Too Fast.
Yes.
Now my question is, can Miasma play to the same level they did to counter his clutch?
I think they would have definitely thought of something. It's almost at the point where it's like, what do you do? But there are definite ways to work around it. You just let them get on with it, and then you protect on the backlines. And they have strong TDM backgrounds. They're extremely organized, and I think they might have studied them to a sufficient degree to say this is what we need to do. Because coming in, I'm not sure how much Maestro led on how they were going to play with the clutch. I know it's quite a recent addition to their game. They've obviously in their big boot camp for the last few weeks together, and it might have been they've kind of created it in secret and unleashed it today. But the last match of the day, they've had all day to study, looking at what they're doing, and they're going to pull out the bag, I reckon.
Do you think the fact that Miasma is focused on Sacrifice is going to allow them to adapt quicker into this map? Because we talked about, you know, you have these dual players, you get them together, and they're going to play one way. But maybe the fact that this is a team focused around Sacrifice and winning in Sacrifice will allow them to have that adaptability that maybe Maestro doesn't have?
Yeah, perhaps. I mean, Miasma had come together. They came together late in the day, and they started responding extremely quickly. They picked up result after result in practice, and the only reason I know is because I've spoken to the players much faster than other teams that have got together at that new stage. So it shows they have a natural bond amongst them, and again, I think they have players that fit each role quite well compared to some other teams. But at the same time, Maestro are not a one-dimensional team. They have a Slash and an Anarchy, and both of those characters, both of those champions are extremely powerful in their own right. So,
tell me really quickly before we do fully get into this, Juvenile.
Juvenile, yeah.
I've heard nothing but good things about this guy.
Then you heard right.
Yeah, I've seen in scripts, I've heard Too Good saying this guy is insane. He does so well within his team, and I'm really curious to see if he can kind of rise to that occasion.
I think the only kind of disclaimer I put on that is he's extremely good on LAN, online, should I say, but he's not risen to the same heights on LAN yet. Perhaps today is the day he sets us all wrong.
All right, well, let's see Juvenile. That's the member we're talking about. He's going to be playing the Anarchy. He does get the Obelisk B activated. We have seen again, Lockbox just earlier on in the match we casted prior, the Lions up against the Defendants, and how important it is to play on that high ground. I actually want to see who's going to be playing support for these teams, and who's going to, you know, see if they can play as well as Bus Driver did.
Yeah, for sure. Now, 4 frags in a row for Maestro. That should be an easy stall still. And look at the powering together. We do have that clutch pick again because we didn't get to see the old picks, which is really nice to see because I quite like watching clutch. That's why I'm quite weird.
Even with the changes to him. No, I agree. I think the shield that he provides is just so unique to Quake champions and to Sacrifice in particular, and how you can play around it as a team, because in Duel, it's obviously really good, right? But when you play in Sacrifice, it becomes that much better because other people in your team can play around it.
And that's what I like about it. In Duel, it's just annoying playing on a personal level. It's extremely powerful, but in that competitive team setting, it gives you, as we said earlier, that focal point to develop a unique strategy. And they're the only team that's doing it. But it's look where they are, on the verge of Quake.
Very true. Let's see. Asma able to get the soul back in the Obelisk. Juvenile's going to be pretty much the only man here defending it. I'm not sure where the hell the rest of his teammates are. They are able to get the soul. And Vu actually, that wasn't Vu, that was Garpy, throws the soul directly to him, but is able to throw this one back out. Give that over to, it looks like Hypno playing the soul lag. Throws back to himself on accident a little bit here. He has 5 seconds until his acid spits up, but he's not going to have a chance. DDK coming up big from behind.
We see there, with the 4 seconds to go for the power, the limitation of the clutch tactic on this. There really is only one area to throw the soul, and Miasma were just absolutely set up there, ready for that process. They didn't challenge the clutch. They went in where they were going to throw the soul.
So do you think clutch is really that big of a linchpin for them at the moment, that maybe Nyx would be that much better in this map and situation?
I don't know, because we saw them play Nyx earlier and it wasn't anywhere near as effective. As I said, I think this team has a tendency to fall back into old bad habits of just playing TDM rather than playing Sacrifice. And with a clutch, they then have that key moment in the match to build a really great unified attack around. It gets them playing as a team.
Well, yeah, we saw them go in as 4, got a clean team wipe. The problem is they couldn't get the soul out, like you mentioned. So we're seeing Miasma so far at 50%. Off to a very strong start here. Then Maestro is just really struggling to get any sort of control back. Again, you have Vu on the high ground trying to attack this position. Then gets Demon down, and the kills have come through. So they can take the soul when they do that, but the problem comes to this. Can they get it across the map? Can they get it across the field into their own Obelisk?
Then the key to attacking on this map, as you just saw from Vu's pop, is to manage the high ground. You can't necessarily rush on the low ground. It's just too vulnerable.
This movement, that was sick.
I do love to watch that sometimes.
Oh, he gets the soul back. So Maestro's finally able to get some percent going. This is exactly what they need. Already down 56%. Now, you know, being a player in this situation, you know, put your mind in Garpy's head. I know you didn't qualify yesterday for Duel in the final round. Now you're running into this. If you go down 1-0 in this series, is your mind going to go back to, I didn't qualify for Duel? Are you going to kind of, you know, go down on yourself? Because this is a very emotional team.
Yeah, and no matter how trained you are, I can guarantee it, whenever something bad happens, your mind's going to play tricks on you and be like, what? This cannot be happening again.
Right.
But at the end of the day, it's the start of at least a 2-game map, so I'm sure it's not at that stage.
Well, Hypno picking up quad there, does transfer over to Hell on accident. And now Hell's probably going to lose it, as we do see him playing Slash here. There's a couple of 32s. Eventually gets a kill, but DDK is going to clean him up. The quad is up for taking.
This is one of the problems with the tactic, is that what do you do as a clutch on the defense? I mean, you don't really want to pop your shield, because if you do and it fails and you lose, then you have to wait to put it back up. So there is a bit of a dilemma of what is your role when you're defending?
I think you put it up perfectly, though. You said the way they use a clutch is to attack, right? And they're set on one game plan, and they are falling back to this game plan. So if you use them to attack, great. But you're pretty much guaranteeing yourself a death, because you're not going to escape that most likely. And the way they do it is they go in, they rush the point, they grab the soul and try to throw it away. They don't really kill people 100% of the time. They don't get the man advantage and try to maintain it. So maybe transition into a defensive role and allow Hypno on the soul line to be a little bit more aggressive.
Yeah, it's more about his positioning than what positions do I take where are not an easy picking, because at the end of the day, as we keep saying, he's just huge.
It's not like we're saying Garpy's bad in any way. It's just we're saying that the way they're using him and Clutch is causing him to look more of a liability than an addition, I guess.
Yeah, I mean,
that's a little too harsh, to be honest.
But even still, it's a very tough role to play, and he took it for the team and accepting it.
All right,
but again, still 77-21. Juvenile with the soul. This is going to look tough if they get this home cleanly.
Demon does pick it up. Blue, though, from the backside with Anarchy able to catch up to him and secure that frag and secure the soul in his hands. They have a lot of percent to make up. Look at him just dancing around his opponents. Hasn't been hit too hard. He's able to get it back onto the obelisk again, showing his mastery.
100 rocket, that's nice. That might have just got them a clean save of the soul.
Yes, for now, Hypno's able to respond. Again, Hypno, kind of like Bus Driver, very consistent player for his team, as we've seen. We're going to see protection.
No one's there.
Yeah, exactly. No one's there. And where's the Nixes? We don't have any. Is this like the first time we're not seeing Nix at all? Or am I just blind?
No, I think you are right. I don't think there is a Nix in this game.
Right, so it's not easy to pick up that power up. You can easily be juggled trying to get away from this one. You do have slashes, you can see there. Able to at least protect.
Here we go, but he appears to be alone, which again is... It is 91%, but you have a few seconds with a Sorlag coming in behind you. Like, that risk reward, again, it's just a panic station. 91%, oh my god, I have to do this now.
Yep. The thing is, this is the worst time to have protection spawn too as the power up. Yeah. Because killing Demon there as he had it is almost impossible. They've been able to make some work here, only with one kill. Yeah, still working nonetheless, and that's going to do it.
That secures them this round, which was a spank.
Yeah, it was. You see 27%, but that 27% was basically in the beginning of the round.
Yeah, exactly. And ever since then, Miasma did a great job of disrupting the Clutch's attempts to steal the soul. They didn't really challenge him, and as I kind of mentioned before, they did back off and try to block off the channels in which they were going to throw the soul out. So soul interception strategy, should we say, to be super technical.
Now we're into the second round. We're going to see if maybe Bystro can come back here. It's going to be a little bit difficult too, especially when they're going to start getting down on themselves. Being emotional is very much of a liability.
Oh
Does that really get taken away from right in front of Garpy? Juvenile gets it away, gets the soul distance.
Out right there. Just ran through 4 of them, shield up and all. Didn't have a care in the world.
And that's in the first cap too, if I'm not mistaken there.
Yeah, it is.
Well done.
And that gives Maestro, even though Juvenile stole it, he wasn't set up to cap it.
It was flashy though, at least.
Oh yeah, I liked it. That's the main thing.
And the thing is, like, anytime you can be quote-unquote BM, even though that's technically not BM, but the fact that he did that right in front of Garpy, that's going to get their heads, right? And again, going back to them being an emotional team, that's going to affect them quite a bit.
Yeah, it could do, but at the end of the day, they're happy now. They've got 20%, maybe up 30% on the board soon. Garpy's got his shield up now, he's defending the point.
So we have, you know, Maestro going with a very different setup, right? We have double tanks. For the most part, we've seen triple DPS, or I say triple DPS, but 3 light characters, 3 light champions up against, and the 1 tank as like a norm, if anything. If we transition even beyond that, it's just the 4 light champions.
Yeah, again, it's just a different style. They need that flexibility to play the strategy they're doing it. And it might just be that they have any. This is what they're comfortable. I know, for example, like Hell, obviously very comfortable in strategy. Now it's definitely firmly in the meta. So if you have somebody to play it, then please just let them play it.
Plasma Trail, it can do so much work. It is like, if you pair that with the Sorlag too, like, you have so much area denial, but if you pair those 2 abilities on top of each other, you're just going to be melted.
Yeah, and it's something that I don't think definitely been explored to any way than the heights that we're going to see it in the future. 1 second to go to power up, and there's a tank on it. Only 12 health though.
Oh no,
but he can kill himself, give it up. Doesn't matter, got killed anyway.
I mean, that could be direct. That could be killing himself technically. But even Hypno doesn't have a lot of HP. He's just trying to pick up these little health orbs. 70 HP now dropped immediately by Liss. He's been relatively quiet actually. We haven't said his name too much so far.
No, but that's not a bad thing because he's not designed to really get the power up. Shouldn't be really getting the soul, so that probably means he's just doing his job.
Yeah, silently doing his job well.
Exactly.
Still has the quad though for another second or 2 of time. Gets a kill in the guard, looking for a second, but he will fall. Vu and Hypno coming up with the kills. This game looking pretty opposite of what we had before. Vu able to escape a little bit of distance, but that's going to be DDK there to respond. The double nail downs.
Yeah.
Oh, that's disgusting damage that he can do. Look at this, he's still not being dealt with. 33 HP, and he's still doing work. He's still getting kills.
So much damage. Somebody kill this man.
Well, hell,
now
I think it heard you.
We are stabilizing somewhat. And we have Vu with some reasonable level of health to get away.
Well, Maestro though, they're the ones stabilizing, aren't they? 40%, they have the soul. Blue is trying to get this distance, but he's forced to go 1v1 against Juvenile. Gets the kill, 11 health. Maybe looking to throw the soul away.
He's asking for help.
Yeah, he's got a teammate there. He's got that slash.
L just blocking off so he can retreat a little bit. Nice play. Yeah, I definitely think the use of abilities at the moment is just intuition and general skill. That, as you said, the area denial factors and things like that is strategies that I'm definitely looking forward to seeing in QuakeCon that will be developed.
Oh yeah.
Quake players, it's not natural in our blood to think about that at the moment, but with extra time and planning, that will be the case.
Especially for Miasma, so this is the mode that you want to focus on, and having people who can commit a little bit more to it.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Top, for example, using that Plasma Trail to great effect. Nice rocket to knock the Anarchy off with the protection. DDK stepping in to pick it up.
Yeah, he's got it. He's got dual wheeled up. Very deadly, just looking for some targets to kill. He wants the blood, and it looks like he will suicide over to Demon.
Yeah, Demon had a better stack, more weapon choice. Generally, the guy on their team that does more damage, but I'm not a fan of this.
I would be insanely scared of a BJ dual wielding with protection.
Oh, yeah.
Like, you can't kill him, and he can wipe your entire team before you have a chance.
Yeah, not bad when you say it like that, is it?
Oh, dropped the soul on accident, a little bit low, misses the throw across.
Basketball going on, you should be familiar with that.
Yeah. Cricket.
Like cricket.
I actually learned quite a bit about cricket when I was here. It sounds pretty fun. Learning things makes me a nerd. Oh, well, Juvenile, though, he is able to get the rail. I haven't seen actually much rail. Actually, thinking back to the Alliance vs. Defendants game, we saw rail everywhere, but this has been mostly about these shotguns, these rocket launchers, a little LG in there.
It's mainly the map. I mean, rail is difficult to use effectively in Sacrifice anyway because of the pace it goes at. If you miss one, you're generally dead. But even more so on this map, where it's just tight corridors, it's not particularly effective.
Oh, Juvenile is not able to escape. 92% now.
92, yeah. I mean, back at the base.
He's got this, yeah. He's got the cap at least. He gets the kill on a DDK, most importantly, but he needs some backup. He only has 55 HP, but he has the cream. He gets Juvenile. He can't get the third, but those 2 big kills coming through. Demon, though, able to take away that potential chance to close out their first round.
Fully
he has the
tanked,
HP.
99%. Wow. Couldn't be closer.
It really couldn't. We can see already, though, the side of Maestro able to go for the defense. I like the use of the rocket jump, but the rocket jump's not going to work out for him. He just took too much damage getting up there. And the soul.
But the soul's...
He's looking for a friend. Looking for a buddy.
Here comes Slash.
So probably one of the people I didn't expect to get it, especially with 30 HP. Has been able to secure it.
Gliding around the map. Great.
He's been able to get the cap. He immediately gets capitalized on. I think, why didn't he just wait? Why didn't he wait for his team to group up and then go together? Because all he needed was that last cap to finish it off.
Again, slight difference in the level of discipline from Helen Creaser earlier, but also he was spotted, so he probably thought he was going to chase. He just needed to get back.
Oh, they do get the Soul Miasma here. Great shot out of Liss. Again, being relatively quiet.
And they've got a battle suit, which means they probably can keep this relatively safe now for at least, like, oh, it's just finished actually.
You see the 4 people waiting.
And the shield, this is exactly what they want, but an early kill, that could be costly. 2 kills, this attack failed now.
Oh, they're still actually fighting this one back here. Juvenile's able to kill Nagarpi, but it's still a 1-on-2 and some assisting from the high ground. I did like the way that actually Miasma set up, because they had people in the high position to drop down and attack from behind the shield. Shield's really good in 180 degrees in front of you. It can't protect your back.
Exactly. So when you're coming through that low corridor, this is the problem. Even with a shield, they're just nailing you from behind.
Just needs to increase the sensitivity to like 100 and just spin as he walks in.
I would love to see that.
So you can protect every angle at once. That'd be insane.
There we go, though. Just a lot of new tactics.
Who did have the soul. DDK is able to pick this one up with BJ. Probably gonna throw it over to his friend Juvenile.
Or help on the Anarchy.
He's not gonna get. There's no way. There's no way. Someone hit this man.
Deep doubling back. He sees a mega.
I like this though. Again, he doesn't go in, try to be a big star. Regrouping with his team. They know they don't have control of their own obelisk, and they're basically attacking.
This is
But their own obelisk. Like that's what's gonna happen.
Yeah, exactly. It's a complete reversal here, where Maestro are just setting up in the opposition base, and Juvenile's like, okay, I'm just gonna wait until my team tell me this is clear.
He doesn't like it. The 1 kill wasn't enough since they traded 1 for 1. And also the power-up's gonna be up 3 seconds too, so let's see, Maestro can afford to ignore it and then go for the power, which is now protection's gonna be picked up. Juvenile now has this.
So after all that, he gets the battle suit as well.
Should have heavy armor though.
Yeah, he should have been left that. Never mind.
Either way, they do have it, and percent is building 53 now for themselves. Maestro at 99%. If they lose this round, I want to say this is going to be a 2-0 because they're going to be so down on themselves. Again, the shield going to be coming through. Frontline protection out of Juvenile, who has that protection up still. It's actually, the focus fire on him is insane, but it's also leaving the rest of the team of Maestro susceptible to be.
Now they're all 4 alive. Got perhaps the best carrier of the soul in the game, who ran into Demon.
Runs into the best shotgun. Base.
Don't argue with that.
9 minutes in though. Relatively long game considering on Sacrifice, but really showing how equally matched these two teams are. 61% again and counting now. They set in 3. So far Demon's been able to disperse of 1, but he has teammates coming back in. Juvenile's gonna fall. DDK does equalize things, but still a big skirmish on the point. DDK's, I think, able to solidify this from returning the soul. Just a second back to the obelisk. This Maestro, you had 99 to like 20% or something like that, 99 to like 14%, and they're getting on the verge of losing.
This is nice now. This is actually the best attack they've had in quite a while.
Hell's got it. Slash trying to move across the map again.
Oh,
See already setting up.
Sunshine.
Yeah. He doesn't need to, I mean, he's not tanky. You don't need to be the first person through those doorways. Let Garpy, on the clutch check it out for you. Scout it out. Just needs 1%.
Just very hectic because they know how close they are. Just want to get it back. Just pray they can defend it, which they might be able to do.
That was a sick midi coming through. Maestro does have the soul. They do have the kills. They still have 1 man there. Demon's going to fall from behind. And Hell gets the backstab. And I think they've been finally able to do it. No, it contests yet again. There's not enough people on the side of Maestro. Or is there? Because Vu picks up 2 kills. Hell gets the 3rd. And there you go. Finally, Maestro will close this one out. And they will be able to tie things up at 1 apiece.
Holy. That's all I can say.
Holy balls.
Holy balls. That was too close. Oh, my word. But
to
Maestro,
be fair, though, that should have been over way sooner for Maestro.
That I mean, we just heard shouting, but that's relief because of how close they were to messing it up. But clean start, 0-0. Let's start again.
All right, here we go into the 3rd round on Lockbox. Open things up with the gauntlet kills. Always fantastic to see.
I think we just need to see a little bit more composure coming out from Maestro.
I do question like the play out of, I mean, again, I'm not a pro in any sort of the way, but if you question, it's okay. Because he did rush through without like a teammate there. He just wanted to get the obelisk or the soul on the obelisk and then fight from there, but...
Exactly, I mean, we saw he was with a team of 3 other people, and yes, there were opponents coming in, but there were also opponents in front of them, and it's safer to stick with your team than run off alone.
Yeah. 40 seconds through, Maestro already 10% in. Looking like we just saw in the previous round. Maybe some momentum has shifted in their favor, but DDK is looking to shut that down. He does have the rail. He does have the HP, and he's doing the damage. Oh, great shots out of him, but he's not able to close out the kill on a Hypno, who...
Yeah, DDK's damage output is actually insane. Just one of those guys that will always hit the last shot. One of those boys.
You sound slightly angry from like personal experience. He just always gets the last shot.
He's a little, yeah.
Well, in the meantime, Bliss is going to be running the soul across the map for his team for Miasma. Well, not really far, because Hell picks himself up a triple kill with the nail gun.
And Miasma is still on 0.
Yeah.
And Vu is running into trouble.
Smart bet of him, though, to throw it directly backwards. There's no shield up for Garpy, and he's just a giant walking magnet. Thunder Rod for these lightning guns.
So much lightning guns. Yeah, I mean, the presence of mind to throw the soul and throw it in the right direction is actually a skill in its own, because we've seen countless times today of people just dying with the soul when they could have thrown it ahead of them, thrown it into a safe position, throw it to an area where the opponent can't get it easily.
That shield was popped maybe a little bit on accident, maybe a little preemptively, though he does get the soul, does throw it away, but he's going to fall for this one. Juvenile cleaning up that kill, and Demon securing the kill back onto Hell, returning the soul to its rightful owner in the obelisk. And there's the quad.
Miasma have a good grasp on what, obviously, Maestro wants to do. They want to go in through below, throw the soul right through the basket on the upper level, and if they're not defending in the actual room itself, they're trying to cut off on that bridge.
That was doing some serious work here with a shotgun. It's a nice 2K. Gets the soul, throws it away as well. Can they push across? Again, like, the thing is that they're committed 4 men every time, grabbing the soul, which means Miasma has always a second chance to defend if they fail the first time. And it doesn't seem like Maestro's able to attack onto their own obelisk as well as they are onto Miasma's.
No, that was a clean attack. Staying as a team this time with Hypno carrying it in and Sorlag was much more effective.
37 to 18%. Still on the first map of our final game of the EU Regionals of Sacrifice for the Quake World Championships coming up at the end of August. We already have our duelists from EU and North America. Still after this, we have North America to play in their Sacrifice qualifiers. Cool. Right now, these two teams are still battling it out, trying to be that last team from Europe to represent.
And as we said before, with two of the guys on Maestro being so close to the duel, it would be heartbreaking to see them go out again.
Hell, looking to get up close and personal with the nail gun, he does just that. I mean, that's also the downside of Sorlag, right? You have a lot of HP, but you're still pretty big. The nails do some serious work against you. That's going to be DDK coming in with the dual wheel, but he does absolutely nothing with that.
I know Miasma were insanely confident going into this match, and this is their pick, so Maestro coming out big here.
Can they keep this momentum up? Can they continue this kind of pace? You see them jumping back on towards the obelisk, 57 to 18%. Maestro are continuing to slowly grind away at this.
Yeah, we just saw Garpy flying into the room with his shield up. That would indicate to me it should be quite a safe area now, but we see 3 seconds until the power up. And Maestro are there.
Oh, yeah, the quad gonna be picked up. Demon gets a nice telefrac kill on Ooh, and gets the shot onto Hypno.
That was sick. I'm afraid we didn't see that. That was sick though.
Easy to do it all, especially this high stakes, but able to get the soul. Still in the hands of Miasma. This is the one with it in hand, but doesn't have the HP left to survive. And I think we might just turn around, but Demon, he's come to party, he's come to play. He gets 2 quick kills. A nice flick onto Garpy. Then again, it's hard to miss a giant robot. He still gets the kills nonetheless. He gets the soul to the rightful owner. Back here over to Obelisk B.
That was some powerful shotgun, but the big clutch is already there, shield out and all.
See DDK though, he's not feeling comfortable enough to cap this one over, but trying to push back in. Who's able to get the kill, but I'm imagining he's not going to escape much further, but no! The throw, the ejection, he's long gone, and he's going to be able to bring this one back to end.
That was sickening. Through the soul, mid-air, ability used, and caught the soul, and caps it.
I feel like he should just make a frag video of him just stealing away souls, and I'd watch the hell out of that.
Yeah.
It doesn't even need to get any kills.
Poetry.
Yeah,
Movement
it is.
poetry.
Just sync to some like Daft Punk or something like that. Maybe some Cell Dweller.
Just do it together, make some money.
Get our 3 cents off ad revenue. Or off AdSense from YouTube. Anyways, pushing back through. Hell, 76% built up.
This is a long road back for Miasma.
They've done it. They got relatively close before. They're up to like 70%. When Maestro was at 99.
Shield should also be up. I haven't seen it being used recently, which is a bit of a lifeline. It's not as good on defense. And Garpy's dead.
Dead for now, but he's still got teammates there. You can see Vu still fighting back as he takes the kill on Elitz. Soul Carrier in the hands of Miasma, trying to push it back across the map. It's going to be Juvenile. Again, like this is what we don't see. Whenever Miasma do get the soul, they always break away with it. Like, we see Juvenile's able to get across the map quickly and return it, whereas I feel like when Maestro gets it, they just struggle to slowly push it across the map because they're still having to fight Miasma a second time with the respawns.
Partly to do with their composition. This is what I'm saying with the clutch on the defense. Like, how useful are you as just a fridge walking around the map? Like, you can't do much without your shield up. And so that does limit their potential to protect that. But again, as we see on the offense, it is so valuable.
So he gets it. Instead of throwing it, he's just going to run it himself with the protection. Smart play out of him. The LG's just going to help as well as the Rock. I've never seen a robot move that fast. He's going to be able to get the cap onto this one for now, but he still has a lot of damage coming his way. He does fall. Juvenile, is he going to pick up the protection? No, he's been taken down by Hell, who just secured himself. Using the plasma trail to buy extra time.
Yeah, that was such a big play by Hell there to stop them from taking the cap back.
Well, 95%, 96 is taken away here. Finally, the soul has been picked up, but they need to escape it. They need to run away. Demon, he's just barely going to do it. No, Hypno takes it down from behind, looking for the return. That's going to be Garpy coming back in with the shield to protect his teammate. 99%. Is anyone going to touch it? No, they've done it. Maestro at the end.
Jeez.
Great team play there and some yelling to secure the point, but secure the round and secure map 1.
That is map 1. And as you said before, like this team, Miasma was online. They were just beating everyone. We saw Juvenile. He played well, but at the end of the day, the big clutch man pulling out the plays.
Funny enough, though, if you look at the frags between both teams, they were like relatively even. I think total frags had to have been so close to each other because I saw a lot of 50, 55s, 47s.
I wanted to see. I hope. Shame we didn't see the damage because there was some great plays coming up. But at the end of the day, it was execution of strategy, and it seems nobody's got an answer to the clutch just now. They are so good at getting that that soul back that it's almost impossible for the opposition to shut them out.
I feel like what you do in this situation, you completely correct me if I'm wrong.
I probably will, but carry on.
I hope so. Why not just let him cap it? Let Clutch cap it, and then go for a 4-on-3 fight against the 3 people they're trying to throw to.
It's intuitive. It's like saying let somebody score a goal against you. Like you
but you don't score the goal. He's not going to get it across the map himself because you're going to have a 4-on-3 fight against his 3 teammates who you know generally the area they're going to sit at to wait, right?
Well, I mean, it can go 2 ways because the idea is he picks the soul, he throws it to the Anarchy, who then goes on his own usually.
Right.
So it's going to be a 3-on-3 most of the time, or it would always be a 4-on-3 pretty much as they're trying to follow them back. So, I mean, it is one way, because then if you kill them when they're trying to come out your base, they spawn back at their own base. And then you kind of nullify the point of that at all. The point I wanted to make is that, particularly on a lockbox, what he does is, as I said, he takes the soul, he throws it to a friend. Why not just sit back in mid and stop the friend going anywhere?
See, that's the yeah, exactly. That's what I mean.
Oh,
if they fight them where they know they're going to throw it, 4-on-3.
I think that's what they were trying to do at points, and that's what I would say they need to do if they know this clutch is coming. But at the same time, we saw some successful defense when they were up high and they were coming in low.
Right. Well, and there's 2 ways to it, right? You can fight the guy that they're throwing it to, the 4-on-3 fight.
Yeah.
Or
I think that's the
you fight them on point and then you end up losing, but then you get the respawn at their own obelisk, so you have 2 defenses, right?
Exactly. That's why I think the actual trying to stop it as it comes in is far more effective, because you get that double shot. If you miss the throw and that Anarchy gets away, then you've just wasted a defense. You can't afford to let them get it for free.
You can see their DDK on your screen with such a handsome man.
He's
quite buff too. It's not as buff as you, but he lifts clearly.
I will tell you, I actually give him all the tips. That's why he looks like that.
So personal trainer here if casting doesn't work out.
I'm actually a qualified personal trainer.
Got nothing. I mean, I can't argue. I'm looking
train
at
you, but I think it's too much hard work.
Yeah, I think I'd have to pay you like $1 million to do that. It'll take way too long to get me looking anywhere fit. But going into now, Runes of Sarnath. We've seen this map so many times so far today. We saw Maestro struggle against No Too Fast on that already.
Yep.
If you were to favor who this goes to?
I would say definitely Maestro.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, they look solid on this map. Against Alliance, they only just won it, but their tactic was sound. They know exactly how to play it. You can grab that soul, you can launch it across the map like an American football. And it's
so like football.
Why? Why go there?
Sorry. I've been living in Europe 5 years. I'm
pretty sure everywhere in the EU we call it football.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
I just do it just to tell you.
Oh, it works.
It's working. Yeah. No, you're right. So you get it, you launch it across the field, you can kick it across the field as a goalie.
Exactly.
It's the same thing.
Thank you.
I know exactly what I thought.
You're coming to my level.
To be fair, I actually really, I tell this to everyone, I really enjoy European football, like football. Because you play 45 minutes, then you have your breaks for your ads, and then you play 45 minutes, or like a little bit more with the extra time.
You mean like American football, where it's like 5 minutes, 10-minute break?
It's more like 3 minutes of playing, 10 minutes of break, to be fair.
Yeah.
I mean, at least get it right if you're going to insult my country. No, I agree with you, though. It's exactly like that. But yeah, anyways, it's neither here or there, because we all know America's going to win when we go to QuakeCon. Rafa.
Are you going to be there?
Don't know. Don't know.
After today?
Probably not. Yeah, no. I mean, the thing is, John's American, right? 04, so he's probably on my side when I insulted.
Probably, yeah, well.
I insulted, not a strong word.
Either way, for this match, yeah, I think definitely Maestro, because they look solid on it. But then again, I mean, it's so difficult to say, because Alliance came back earlier and just, well, I think that even proves my point, actually, saying even more. Alliance came back and smashed it last game on Sarnath, and Maestro beat them. So that, again, I think definitely firms up in my mind that Maestro should win this. And as Zoot said on the panel, if they're going to win it, it probably should be in 2. I mean, everyone wants to win it in 2, but Burial Chamber is really not good for them. The clutch play is probably of all maps the weakest on Burial Chamber, so it has to be this.
Well, here we go. Can Maestro close out in 2, or will we be seeing Miasma pull to that 3rd and final map of our final game today? North America follow up after. Find out here in a few seconds with the soul spawning. Demon already off to a strong start. A Telefrag kill on the Garpy. You see the red side of Miasma looking to set things up here.
Both teams posturing either side of the soul.
Actually, they're funneling in from the same direction. This is really dangerous.
He's going to pick up throw it. Perfect.
Yeah.
Great time.
Good use of the Ghost Walk. Gets it over to, I believe that was DDK.
So if you're watching this and you want to be a professional Nyx, you have to learn how to time your invisibility. Simple as that.
Also, not forget to use it. Some people
that would help. To be fair, though, a really important point with the Nyx is not just timing it, but being conscious of not using your ability outside of those necessary times. You always have to have it off cooldown for those spawns.
Well, Juvenile gets a nice little double kill with the rail. Throw not going to be in the best direction here, but it does get picked up by Liss, who's playing Nyx now, so no longer on Sorlag. Let's see what other picks are happening. We do have Garpy pick up the clutch yet again, and this is the position we did see Maestro like to hold before with the clutch,
and
but
they
take away.
got it now. So, I mean, they've won on point A before. It's not their preferred point, and they're going to have to deal with it.
Yeah, have to make adjustments mid-game.
So
there's that giant area in the front that the shield basically covers the entirety of, so it's not, I guess, terrible for him, but it's not ideal.
It's more that this section is easier to attack with a clutch. That's why.
Well, it looks like Maestro, though, is able to go for the hold. Great little couple of kills there.
Nice.
That's a scary thing to see, a robot with a gauntlet in hand slicing and dicing his way through here, but that's a great shot on a Garpy. That's exactly what he needed to escape this one. He's only has 25 health, able to pick up a health orb to get 50, but he's still railable, and Liss secures that kill.
Yep. This is how we need to see a Nyx playing, going to the power-ups, being there on time, just sniping people from range. He doesn't, like we said earlier, he's a weak champion. He doesn't want to get involved in those close combat fights.
DDK went down, though, before we actually see the fight happen. We do see Sorlag and Clutch together, who has a quad. Robot wasn't already scary enough. He's got 4 times the damage. And
this is tough. I know I say quad is not the best, but just stay in those corridors, try not to die, and it's very powerful in the defense.
Juvenile, you're not going to skip that. Hypno picks up the kill. And look at this percent, 45 now.
There's a lot of shouting going down. A lot of tension.
Yeah, considering what's at stake, especially for Garpy and for Vu. Again, if you didn't join us yesterday, Garpy and Vu both played in the dual qualifier, both got to the last round of the qualifier, and both lost. This is their last chance for them to go to QuakeCon. And so far, they're getting really close.
In 2 minutes 40.
Do you like the switch up, by the way? It's not having a Sorlag anymore here for the set of Miasma. They do have the Nyx, like we pointed out before, played by Liss.
Not really. Well, again, it really depends, but the power we saw on the Sorlag with Alliance, the bus driver earlier, just says to me how great this could be here.
Yeah. Well, we can still see 73%, and Miasma are struggling to get this attack on. They have struggled to really do much so far in this one.
You can see the position here. You got every corner covered. You had 2 up in the mid. You had Garpy and Hell up there. Oh no, Hell on the wide. Sorry. But either way, every corner's covered, and when that's happened, how do you get in? That is the question.
Well, if our spectators listening, if you can, please open up the kills in a few seconds when we have a moment, because I really want to see how little amount of kills Maz has been able to secure, because I feel like it's sub 10 at this rate, 93%. This is looking so good. Juvenile's able to get a nice little kill onto Vu, but he still has so many targets to find. Hell's going to kill himself on accident, but takes Demon with them. That's going to do it.
I think that's
They've done it. Wow, 99% to 7.
Wow, Maestro are pumped.
All right, yeah, hopefully we can see kills now before we load fully into the second map, because I really need to see what Maestro has. Like, I've seen maybe 10 kills.
I'm looking now at Miasma, and they are just disheartened. One more, they're saying one more.
Ridiculous. There we go, Hell. Starting off with him here on the slash. This is going to be so hard to fight back with, but with kills like that, 1 HP remaining, that has to be so frustrating for your DDK, especially since you have the better gun, you have the LG.
It's not the end of the world, because it means that the slash is insanely weak. But getting the plasma foot off is exactly what you need to do, so he did his job.
So again, the clutch being used. Hell, able to get DDK down again. Hypno with the soul on Sorlag. He's looking for that Obelisk.
Point A.
Yeah, so he's going for the other one. I mean, hey, if you could hold Obelisk A like that, why switch it up? You know, it works so well for you.
It seems that, yeah, exactly. I mean, they were telling me earlier how they only prefer B, and they want A now.
Maybe they lied to you. I've had that happen before, actually, for many people.
Just trying to do my research, guys.
Oh, Ghostwalk, I don't think he's going to be up here. Hypno doing some good damage again, locking off this right-hand side. It's going to be Juvenile who does get past him, and Garpy's there to help out here. Nice use of the slash plasma shell just to buy more time around the obelisk so they can secure those kills in those advantages. Vu and Hell chime in and pick up the kills. And 23-0. Do not tell me Maestro is going to walk through this entire last map.
Stabilized again for now. Oh, this is getting picked off 1 by 1.
This has to be a map that Miasma does not play, but I find that impossible considering they're a team focused on sacrifice.
100% they play it. Well, it's just the execution of Maestro is impeccable.
36 and counting, still committing to this.
And now, after losing so badly in the previous map, they were probably working off their standard offensive tactics, saying this is how we're going to proceed.
Right.
It's become a bit more disorganized as people are getting desperate.
Well, DDK does pop the dual wield, but behind him is going to be a man. He gets a kill on the Hypno, but he runs out, and Hell will finish him off.
DDK is an extremely composed player, a strategical player, and he's running in alone with machine gun and dual wield. I don't know, out on a lower level, I don't know what that achieves.
They finally do get the soul, but Hypno does take down Juvenile, forcing DDK now to be the one to run with it. He is actually railable now. Toss it over to a teammate to look for him for the run. Lifts, potentially. And Lifts is trying to protect him. Lifts is trying to make this work. They're trying to hold on to the soul, finish off these kills. The quad has spawned in, and the quad is now down. So I think that was Garpy to pick that one up, but no one's able to secure it again. DDK wants it, but Hypno kills him! The soul's now ready to be taken! Demon, he's gonna be the one with the quad and a great 180 rail to secure the kill, and a rocket to get the kill onto Garpy, and a third onto Hell. Can he get the fourth?
Pummel.
No, Boo! Boo gets a double gauntlet! He has the quad! He has the kill to DDK! He has the soul! He has everything going his way, and he's making his way back towards A.
Holy crap! Voo! That was...
I don't know if you guys could hear that, but so just scream, Vu, have my babies, because that was so well done. Stealing not only 3 kills, but the quad and the soul.
60% to 0. It's got to be a right royal effort for them to lose.
I don't see Vu having a chance to hold this one. No, he gets the kill to Juvenile. Don't no way. In a second. No way he's going to kill DDK. The injection comes through. He gets it with the help of the rest of the team. The soul gets thrown, but it doesn't matter. Maestro, 68%. Juvenile's just barely able to throw it, but he throws it directly into Garpy. Garpy throws it to another teammate. DDK's going to get 1 kill with the gauntlet, but it's not going to be enough.
Goddamn chaos.
Juvenile, finally. All right, put some stability in this game. Miasma, 1%.
It was just that last gasp throw by Demon that just saved in this game. Otherwise, it would nearly be 89% by now.
This gets the soul, throws it back. It's gonna be picked up here in just a few seconds. Hypno, oh my gosh, Hypno gets 2 kills. Can he? No, there's no way he's gonna get third. Hell, gets the soul thrown away. He's clearing it for his team to get the reset here. They're gonna drop down to pick it up. It's gonna be in the hands of Vu, and you know how quick this man can move across the map. He's gonna do just that. DDK's gonna be waiting, but DDK doesn't have the damage or the HP. The soul gets pulled back in, 71%. Finally, Miasma's able to stabilize a little bit, and List is gonna be the one to pick the soul.
This is the best opportunity that Miasma have. But at the same time, Maestro playing sensibly. They've all backed off now.
But now they're a man down because he's keeping the soul when the next power-up's coming through, and it's going to go their way. List is going to be the turn. Hell's the one to pick it up. Hell gets to go to DDK. The soul's going to make its way back, but at what cost? He's going to eventually lose it. But at least Miasma will have the respawn. They'll have the chance to defend. It's not over just yet, but they have to put up a good defense. So they need to get some momentum back. This is looking so bad for them.
Yeah. Hell's got Battle Suit and the Soul. And there's a shield, 75, 76.
That's what Cheryl being used to, 78%. Protection will eventually take away, but not before he's still picking up kill after kill. Can he get a second on Nix? Yes, he does. Rockets. 82% here. ZSX, this could be Maestro going through the QuakeCon.
85. Last gasp attack.
If you keep hitting shots like that, Hell.
If your Anarchy dies, it's one of the biggest losses.
Oh, the soul or the die warp does not land. 95% Miasma. This is your last chance to come back. They have to have a chance. They have to get here. Someone has to run as possibly fast as they can. It's going to be Juvenile as a man to get in there with the help of DDK. The kills are coming through, and no one's there to touch it. Maestro, can you do it? List gets the kill. The GGs are being called out, but it's not over just yet. List gets himself 3. Hell's spawn up to 1, but they've done it. They've taken the soul away. GG's been called way too early. And the soul going back across the map here for Miasma.
Whew. Offensive GG.
if they go back to lose this round now, I'm going to slap whoever said that.
That was Demon. That was actually on...
oh, that was Miasma's side. Even worse. Yeah. The soul's going to be taken. Garpy's able to get it. I don't know if Garpy threw it away.
God, I can't watch anymore.
Demon's got it. See it? CSX has his face in his palms. But it's still 3 men here on Maestro attacking.
Vu's got it.
He's running it away. Can his team give him
wait for the armor? Wait
1
for
second,
the armor?
might as well.
Yes.
2 seconds on Mega too. He's being chased down, but the attacks are coming in so sloppy. They're coming in from different directions, not at the same time. They're not getting that pincer move on. But Vu is slowing it down.
To get the okay to go. There's only 1 there. And it has to be.
Back in. They're able to get back on the point though to prevent this one. The kills are still coming through. Juvenile gets a gauntlet.
Battle Suit
Hell. For Hell. Hell's going to be coming in to look for some serious damage. He's getting to him and Vu together. That's the wife coming through. Maestro, do you have anyone there? No! And Garpy and Vu getting their revenge, getting their ticket to QuakeCon, and Maestro will be your last European team to head to Texas.
Oh, that was fun.
Even though that was a 2-0,
again,
that was still such an intense match.
After criticizing some of these players for the lack of presence of mind, I've said it about Hell before, he was the one to be alone there on the power-up when everyone else was struggling to finish that game. He had the presence of mind to do that, and it basically just finished the game for them.
That could have gone so well or so bad for him if he was not there, and that could have gotten turned around. But luckily, they had such a big lead in percent.
I'm a wreck. That was so well played. Out of all the games we've seen today, I think that final Ruins map was perhaps one of the best executed we've seen.
Yeah, hands down. I mean, they even chose the obelisk that they told you they typically do not want.
Miasma were one of the best performing teams before this tournament. I definitely favored them going into this. And that was just an absolute mauling of a final map.
I mean, we could talk for an hour about teams who focus on sacrifice only and their potential skill ceiling versus duelers, really strong players that could come into, join together as a team in their potential ceiling. But right now, I think Maestro have finally been able to redeem themselves, and especially, for Garpy. The thing for me is, does this make them scarier now, knowing that Vu and Garpy don't need to focus on duel, that they can 100% invest themselves just into this, into sacrifice?
Definitely, because it's not just as a team, it's for them individually. Like, they weren't able to make the gravy, really, but now this is their only chance to win something, to win money, and to have their name on something. So for them, personally, they are far more invested than they would be, and that makes this team even scarier.
That was so well done, and honestly, you can see the joy on their faces. But what it's time for now, we get to go relax, because it's going to head to the analysis as to break down, finally, a UK player qualifying through to QuakeCon.
Garpy, Vu, Helen Hypno, they are your fourth and final team coming out of the European Regionals, and they are going to QuakeCon 2017. My God, the final map was just insane. The early GG as well. What the hell was that about?
So, Demon was under the impression that it was too late to do anything. So like it was over. They had no one close enough, so he thought. But Liss on his team said, "No, I've still got a chance here. I can still try and make something happen." And you know what? They nearly made something from that. But the persistence and the coordination from Maestro, that was unbelievable from them, and shows such crazy potential.
I just couldn't believe it. There was so much good points about that map, just in particular. Like, we saw 2 different triples. We saw Vu get 2 kills at the Gauntlet, whilst one of them had quad, and also their power-up control. So, for example, like where pre-setups, when they go for it, was absolutely fantastic. And I was at least 3 or 4 triples in that matchup just from Maestro a lot. It was absolutely crazy stuff.
Back and forth, back and forth. I mean, the first time this map was kicked up, we thought, okay, we got a game on our hands there, guys. This is a good one, and we expected kind of the same to come out of map number 2, but what a night and day performance. Now, my question to you, you've been doing this a long time, Zoop. The question is that, when you look at Miasma, is that them choking hard, or is this, on the opposing side, when you look at Maestro, is that them playing what we know they can play, the perfect Quake?
What I will say is, I don't think Demon is responsible for this at all, with his choking background. Definitely not. For Maestro, what I think they did, and what they showed they're capable of doing when there is no rage on the team, when there is perfect coordination, they showed actually how they can make their strategies come alive and how dominant they can look while they're doing it. I was talking to players, and before this game was going on, and right at the beginning they say, "Oh well, Miasma's going to win."
Oh, that makes perfect sense.
There was very little doubt about that, because a lot of the teams would say, well, we've been beating Maestro in practice, we've been doing really well against them, and they seem to have no doubt that really Miasma could clear it up. So yeah, I'll definitely be fair to Miasma. It was just an amazing performance.
And I spoke about before about Vu and Garpy. I think after yesterday, they've wanted this more than anything, and you saw the emotion on stage. They're one of the most hyped momentum teams you ever wanted, and I think one of the big things in this matchup, and I was telling Rich earlier, was the fact that they really struggled. Once they got fully set up, it was so hard to break, and then the first round of that Sarnath game really proved it.
I think there was someone, we actually heard it from downstairs. Someone shouting out, "Vu, have my children," I believe at one point.
Yeah, that was Succubus,
yeah. Vu, have my children. As you kind of mentioned, these guys, Garpy and Vu yesterday, it was disappointing. And the whole of the UK felt, when they went out of Jules, it was heard around the world. Everyone says, to see these 2 guys potentially not being there at QuakeCon, this is hard to watch, but they wiped it off, man. They shrugged it off. Still, I kind of want to say, they did have to go through the loser bracket to get there. This has certainly been not the easiest of runs when we look at our 2 teams that advanced through the winner side of the bracket. But I mean, to them, they're still going regardless.
Yeah.
For them, it's easy.
Huge.
Top 4 over the NAs, are we saying?
So the only thing the NA's got going for them, and I'm going to be nice. I'm going to be nice.
I just thought you missed the end of the disc. I'm going to leave you to it.
This whole weekend, because we've got to see them fairly soon.
Yeah.
And at least up to, they've got Team Liquid, which also has one European, by the way, playing on that team.
This is not all NA.
So it's not all NA even then. So they do need a little bit of help going forward. But otherwise, I mean, I think definitely Maestro, they've got the capabilities of going a long, long way in this. And the European teams as a whole, I'll be surprised if they're not filling up at least 3 of the top 4 spots at QuakeCon.
I think the main thing as well, the fact that Vu and Garpit won't be focused on duel anymore, so they can literally focus on Sacrifice purely going into the event.
And that's exactly what they're going to do. Now, before we do sign off, we do have, for the final time this weekend, an interview down on the floor with 2 gentlemen that have known each other for a while. It's Red Eye and Vu.
Yeah, thanks very much, Jan, with Sada. Well done. Finally. And I say finally because I know that you got very frustrated yesterday. It was tough matches, and then you come back this morning, you lose again. 4 times the charm, right?
4 times lucky, yeah. I tried yesterday, I tried hard. Lost twice to Kilson and Cooler, who are both amazing players, so no shame in that. Then this morning we lost to Not Too Fast, so, you know, if I won any of these matches, I would have qualified, and then finally, the last match, we made it happen.
And difficult against that team because I understand you've played against them in practice a few times?
Yeah, we practiced against them a fair bit. Not the last week, but a few weeks before. And to be honest, they were beating us in practice maybe 3 out of 4, 3 out of 5 games. So it was very close all the time, but yeah, you know, LAN tournament is different than practice. You know, you're sitting at a stage, a big stage, awesome studio, people watching. It's just different than sitting at home and playing.
How good does it feel to be back doing that kind of thing? I know from the CPL days how much you loved that, the atmosphere and thriving on the pressure and everything else. Is it just the same now?
It's just the same. I mean, back then I loved it because you know, the pressure gets to you and you're winning, you're losing, and everyone's watching. And then I just really love gaming and competitive gaming, and I'm a competitive guy, and I just really enjoy playing against other competitive people and winning. Yeah.
And obviously going back to Dallas, where you used to live, so it's like going home now.
Yeah, it kind of feels like my second home, because I lived there for about 6-7 years almost. So I've been to a few QuakeCons there, mostly as a spectator, because I didn't really play Quake live. And now, as soon as I heard this QuakeCon was going to be Quake Champions, I practiced very hard for this event. I barely saw my friends, girlfriend, family, because every night I was playing Sacrifice. In the afternoons and night I was playing Duel. So unfortunately for them, you know, I'm still going to have to play for a few more weeks, but then I can have a little break. But yeah, I practiced very hard because I really, really wanted to go to Dallas and see my real life friends who still live in Dallas. So yeah, very excited.
And compete, obviously, because I know how much you love competing and being able to compete on a world championship for Quake. That must be everything you dreamed of and more after all those years of playing CPMA.
Yeah, yeah. No, I love. What I love about Quake Champions is that it brings different styles together in one game. You know, you have CPM, Quake World movement, you have Quake 4 movement, Quake 3 movement with a little bit of double jump. There's so many Quake movement styles in the game, and they all combine into one awesome fragging game. I think it's great.
Thank you very much. Congrats once more. We will see Vu and his friends over in America in a few weeks' time as they battle in the Quake World Championship. I'm never going to get tired of saying it, even though it's time to sign off from down here on the desk. Thank you very much for joining me and all of the players that we've brought you over the last 2 days. Let's go back up for some final thoughts with Rich and the boys.
The Quake World Championship, yes, indeed, Red Eye. It's been an amazing weekend. I tell you what, I have had a hell of amount of fun. Gentlemen, how's it been for you? Because this has just been a roller coaster weekend.
Yeah, emotions high, you know, upset city yesterday. Today's just been absolutely crazy. A lot of the stuff you just could not predict, but that's what's so great about a live event, especially with the prize pool this time. You know, it's just been a hell of a crazy weekend.
No, I think it's been absolutely unreal. I knew going into these regionals that we're going to have some really high-tension games. And again, I mean, you saw Hypno at the end, the way he was popping off after that win. That is a kind of relief that these players are going through in order to qualify to go to America. And even for me personally, seeing something like this happen within the Quake community, I think is still surreal. And I'm really taking it all in at the moment. And I cannot wait to continue with that, basically.
All right, then let's find out our final 4 teams in qualifying order who moved through the EU regionals and are now advancing to America. First off on screen, these young guys, I mean, Talk to me about 2Z. We knew these. You kind of. In fact, I don't think we've got time to talk through them, so we'll just run through. It's going to be 2Z to kick it off at top. No Too Fast then come in second. Toxic making it through on that second day after a little bit of a disappointing in the Jules area. Then we move on to the defendants. Too Good coming back after all that time, and then Deus at the end with that triple kill, solidifying himself once again.
That's his reaction after that as well.
Is that exactly his reaction? Yeah, it would be mine as well. And then finally, you just saw it on your screens, Maestro. Again, more players. This is kind of to be a little bit of an ongoing story. More players who had a bit of a disappointing Saturday finish off happy on Sunday, and that's what we like to see. As you said, more UK talent.
That's it. I'm so excited for that as well. And we've also got a little bit of defendants representing the UK side on Too Good. Maybe Deus, we'll see about that. It can only get better from here on then for UK gaming.
Yeah, it's just fantastic to see at least 2 different teams of UK players. So, you know, we're not all that bad, are we? But yeah, with these teams coming in and stuff, those 4 teams should do really well.
Final thoughts then, really quickly, Zoo. What do we have to look forward to at QuakeCon?
Europeans kicking some ass. Honestly, they're going to be absolutely sick. Watch out for all of them.
Harry?
You know what? Dio, pretty much, because you know EU scene is pretty strong in the Quake scene, so Rafa, Dahang and Kobe, watch out.
NA, we are coming for you. That's pretty much it. Once again, guys, I want to say thank you very much to everybody who's tuned in this weekend. Thank you so much to all the production team in the back, everyone down the floor, all the players, the player management, the teams, Red Eye, the host, every single person that has been here this weekend and made it exactly what it is. And of course, thank you so much to AMD for sponsoring and supporting this event. It's been an absolute pleasure. My name's Sims, and remember, don't go anywhere. 11:50 PST, we have the North American Regionals. We'll see you next year.